988, or between, he hadn't hit a homer in the major leagues in 988. It's an impressive, not as impressive as Lance McCullers in the 17,000 days he spent.
It's almost the exact same number of days between wins for McCullers and home runs for Hummel. It's eerie, that little stretch right there.
It is. It's a little bit of an illustration, though, too, with some of the guys like Cooper Hummel or Guillermo or any of the minor league call-ups have really been really an indication of just how thin the Astros pipeline is.
Yeah,
and these guys are all veteran acquisitions.
Right. Cooper Hummel's been in the big leagues. Brandon Walter, he's spent time with the Red Sox. He's been to the big leagues before. Yeah, I mean they are piecing it together. This is a really resourceful team. I was on. I mentioned this yesterday when I was on Seattle radio a couple days ago. I was on there to talk about Kevin Durant, but they brought up the Mariners and the Astros. And, of course, the Mariners have experienced the whole Astro thing for the last decade. I told the host I was on with, Mark James, that there's a lot of cliches that get brought up when you have a team like the Astros that have had sustained success for a long time, and especially once the talent level starts to dip where you're like, well, they just know how to win, and they've got experience, and they're just finding ways. And you say that when it's a good team, it feels like, even when that may not be the case because it's just cliche and you're trying to sound smart. This team actually feels like that's the case. Like, this team actually feels like, wow, they are really – they're not a great team, but they're really good in big moments. They're really good late in games. They're really good late in innings. A lot of two-out runs scored this year, and their pitching is off the charts good this year.
It's a really good point about being late in games because I haven't checked on the stat in a while, but their record when lead in the 6th through 9th innings is when they enter the 6th or 7th inning with that lead or tied. They've been very, very good. And a lot of that you pin on the bullpen. But the potential for this team to be like a better version of what it's been, which isn't a winning baseball team, is I don't like it's. I keep checking myself to see if I'm like falsely propping up my hopes for the team by saying, well, yeah, but think about if and when all these guys come back. If Jordan comes back, if Arrighetti comes back. I think it's objectively the right opinion to have.
Yes.
That this team has performed well in their current dilapidated state, and if you can just get a half of the guys who are on the IL back at some point in producing, it's a much better baseball team.
Jordan's the only one on the IL that can impact the offense significantly, and that's where another thing that you and I have been saying comes in. Like, okay, we've both been saying, like, all right, well, Yainer Diaz and Christian Walker can't hit like this all year. They're not going to be, Christian Walker's OPS as of last night after the game was over is 642. Yainer Diaz's OPS is 649. I'm just wondering where the point comes in the year where we're like, okay, well, these guys just aren't very good, and they're not going to be very good this year. Like, Seth, it's going to be the 4th of July next week. We're halfway through the season right now, and these guys are still in the 6s somewhere and don't look like they're They give us little teases of snapping out of it.
Yeah.
But the numbers are there. They're not snapping out of it, and Christian Walker strikes out all the time still.
It hasn't been defensively nearly everything.
There last night.
The opposite of a Gold Glove guy. And that's been honestly for me the most frustrating thing with Christian Walker is that, all right, yeah, veteran players slump. Veteran players in new situations sometimes struggle. And yet, defensively, what do we always say with Bregman? All right, no matter what he's doing at the plate, he's going to give you competitive at-bats and he's going to play immaculate defense for you, and Christian Walker hasn't done that.
No.
You're right. I was kind of cherry picking Yainer's stats a couple weeks ago, and saying, well, since his horrendous start, he's been above average, and et cetera, et cetera. He's back down to being below average.
Yeah, well, he's not been above average enough to get his OPS to 700. That's the thing. I mean, there's a reason they were batting 6th and 7th in the lineup last night.
he had in the month of May, he had a 795 OPS, and that's when it was easy to kind of just take the splits and say, all right, well, since he got out of that dump, but now, like the sum total of the season and what he did last year, it's starting to look more and more like this is who Yainer Diaz is, and not the really promising stats he had a couple years ago.
Yeah, maybe that's the case. Last night pitching, though, it was just cookie cutter, man. Framber, 92 pitches. A little trafficy, didn't strike out a bunch of guys, had 4 walks, a lot of traffic early in the game. But ultimately 7 innings of shutout ball, which is all you can ask for. We got a double play along the way, which he does. Brian Abreu pitches a clean 8th. Josh Hader pitches a clean 9th, strikes out 2 guys. I mean, that's as cookie cutter pitching-wise as you can get. Here was Joe Espada on Framber Valdez last night.
It was. Both lefties were. Framber, again, excellent. Got two big inning-ending double plays. But I thought he was really good from the very beginning. Tough lineup to navigate. I thought he did a really nice job. Pitch count got up, but he just finds a way to get people out.
Pitch count didn't get that up, though. I mean, 92 pitches in 7 innings is pretty. Now, Framber's thrown an 83-pitch shutout this year, a complete game this year. But it was early in the game where he was walking a bunch of guys. I looked at his pitch count in the third inning, at like end of the third, and he was still only at like 42 pitches. Like somehow, amidst the game where he was walking a bunch of guys, his pitch count was very normal for a guy who goes 7 innings for you on the regular.
Yeah, that's where the double plays, and at times with him, you're going to get a first or second swing ground out, and he manages to make it a lot better than it feels or looks at times. The one kid thing too, because I felt like all of a sudden I'm banging on Yiner or something after he did some good things last night. The 6th inning was key, but the Paredes. Well, I'm trying to remember. Did Paredes have the error first and then the really good play when he threw home, or was it vice versa?
I don't remember the order of it. That play where he threw home though was obviously massive in a game that wound up 1-0. That was a hell of a play. Down, that was going to be a fair ball down the line there. That was, I don't remember the order it happened in, Seth. But the Paredes.
Oh no, it was Christian Walker had that error, the error that put Otto Kemp on first base. In the way around third, Paredes made a great throw home to get him out. Yeah,
that was big. So the Astros find a way, man. Tonight would be a big one. Colton Gordon. You're looking at this series, and I think, the Phillies are a good team, and I think you're looking at this series probably going, all right, we take 2 out of 3 from the Phillies, home or away. That is a good series. Tonight's the game that if they win, you feel like you're stealing it. You got Colton Gordon going against their ace in Zach Wheeler. So that would feel like a game where you're maybe stealing one, and then you got Hunter Brown going against a no-namer in the afternoon game on Thursday.
If they can win this series, and you win this one was a nail biter, but if you can win this series, the Astros record right now is propped up a little bit by the fact that they faced some bad teams over this last stretch, and now they're facing a very good team. And I don't look at those series wins or ties versus bad teams as found money or anything.
No.
I think they've just, a couple of them were blowouts, and I really do think that to as you stated, without going into cliches or anything, even Chandler Rome in his Q&A in The Athletic was asked a question kind of on the touchy-feely side, and Chandler tries to be super objective about things. Somebody asked him about what is it about this Astros culture, and he said, and I love that he did this. He said, I have access to the team, but I don't spend enough time around them to pretend like I really know them.
Yeah.
But there is something different about the culture of this team that when veterans come in, about how welcoming it is, how much of an influence Altuve has over everybody else. And there is still something left of the core constitution of those Astros teams that had better baseball players, but it was above and beyond the box scores why those teams were great. There is still something that remains of that DNA.
I totally see it and I believe it, and I totally Chandler's spot on. As you're laying that out, I'm thinking, boy, this sounds like what we talk about with the Rockets, and this sounds like what we talk about with the Texans, like this collective three-headed kumbaya of these three teams. And I'm thinking to myself, this is great. There's no drama. Is this what's best for business for us?
Yeah, sometimes you're like, all right, I can have a few jerks to help me get a championship.
Right. Or a couple segments on a Wednesday. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We'll turn our sports radio show into like one of those feel-goodery type private schools where there are no grades.
Right.
Everybody, it's all about exploring your path and journey in life.
It is pretty wild. Like and coincidental, I guess. Like these three teams right now, the Astros, Rockets, and Texans, all feel like they've got the behind-the-scenes stuff really kind of sewn down and good. Yeah. And now they just got to win. So,
I'm so tired of you framing things in terms of wins and losses, Sean.
I know.
How about what about the experiences we enjoy along the way?
You sound you sound like Aaron Rodgers yesterday. Right now, I hate him. We'll get to him later in the show. All right. Often a victorious Wednesday for the Astros. They win 1-0 last night over the Phillies. All right, we got some good Texan takes on the interwebs yesterday. We are light on headlines, but strong on content today. Is Nico Collins underrated, or is he so good now he's just rated? And a Houston icon goes big, goes deep, and puts it out there for the Houston Texans. We've got that and a whole lot more coming up for you in the next segment. Stay there.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn to the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Astros win last night, 1-0. We'll talk about that more in headlines in about 20-ish minutes or so. Darius Slay was on a podcast. Defensive back for the Eagles, defensive back for the Lions. He's been one of the better defensive backs in the league over the last several years, and was asked who's the most underrated wide receiver in the league. He arrived at Nico Collins, but then ultimately realized Nico's not underrated anymore.
Who's the most underrated receiver? So like
it's a good bit of those now. The most underrated one, I feel as in that's who I went up against one time that had I was like, oh man, this man got some stuff to him. But dang, at that time he not who he is now. Nico Collins was so underrated to me.
He's not underrated anymore, I feel
not no more. That's why
maybe year one though.
He's the first one that came to my mind was like,
yeah. What is it about his game that makes him so good in your mind?
The fact that he's big, he can run, and his routes look like he's running like he's 5'8". You know, so he can stop on a dime. He was very underrated for a minute, but now it's he's where he's at. But
he might run the best dig in the NFL, I feel.
I'm telling you, he get up out the break and it's vertical crazy.
Yeah. He gets at his vertical. Size, 6'4", the breakaway, it's crazy.
Yeah, and he running past a lot of guys. Yeah. He run past them with big boy posts you wouldn't think it. So he was my real true underrated, but now he's who he is, so he's not really truly underrated no more.
Yeah. So the part I love about that, Seth, is his routes look like he's 5'8". Basically, he's saying the dude moves and looks like a slot receiver when he's getting into his routes.
It was one thing last year during training camp that was really evident, where you could see even though the Texans' offense wasn't getting clicking the way you'd like to see during training camp, when he sits down on a breaking route or on a stop or something, that's where he moves like he's 5'8". The same way his tiny little slot receiver types can just kind of Zuzu pet their way all over the place. For a big guy, he does that really, really well. And then the stress factor that it puts on a defensive back when you've got a guy that's big, who's that big and that fast, is that he's coming at you like a straight, like a freight train on something that looks like it might be a vertical route, and you got to prepare for that, and all of a sudden, boom, he's down. And the size and his ability in the run after the catch, particularly in the playoffs and at the end of the season when he just seems to go into a different beast mode type.
Yeah.
Everybody's taken note of that. I think it's almost what I would worry about is sometimes people get talked about being underrated so much that they become overrated.
Yeah.
And with Nico, the biggest obstacle still is he's got to string together a complete season. Play 7 games and you'll be established as a top 3 wide receiver in the league.
Yeah, the most games he's played in a season was his breakout season in 2023. 15 games, but the caveat that he went out of that Jets game 5 snaps into the game, so he really only played 14 games. Similarly, he played 12 games this past year. Well, he only played a quarter of the Bills game. Of course, he had almost 100 yards on one play in that game. That's what's interesting to me, Seth. When I saw that, too, it was Mina Kimes, by the way, who was doing the podcast with him, with Darius Slay. That was the interesting thing to me because the eye grabber on the tweet is most underrated wide receiver, and you see they're talking about Nico, and I'm like, man, I'm thinking to myself, I don't think Nico's underrated anymore. Any power rating or graphic you see on social media that lists the best here are the 10 best wide receivers. Nico is in there, and a lot of them he's 5 or 6. And to me, that you're right, that's the opposite of underrated because he's only. I don't think if you're putting Nico Collins in any sort of power ranking with wide receivers, you're counting his first 2 seasons at all. He was on bad teams that were unproductive, and he was obviously a different guy then than he is now. Any power ranking of Nico Collins amongst the great wide receivers in the league today is all based on 2023 and 2024. And the fact of the matter is he's only played 27 games in that patch of, in that patch of time right there. And which is, when you look at the other names that are around him there, it really is remarkable that he's gotten and garnered this much respect in the league with that small a body of great work, because he's alongside guys like Jamar Chase, who's been doing it since the day he set foot in the NFL. Justin Jefferson, since the day he set foot in the NFL 5 years ago. Tyreek Hill, who's been doing it for a long, long time. CeeDee Lamb came in 2020. Nico Collins is viewed by the experts out there as among the 5 or 6 best receivers in the league, and he's done it basically on 27 games.
If I had to go for most underrated, I might have to unpopularly put Brian Thomas Jr. from the Jaguars into the mix, just because he's I need to play more fantasy, I suppose, but what he was able to do as a rookie on a bad football team it gets lost a little bit in the shuffle of the AFC South. That's where some of the early season matchups for the Texans with this schedule, right off the bat versus the Rams. All right, they've got Puka Nacua. You've got Nico Collins. Yeah. 2 of the most promising young receivers in the game.
They've got Devontae Adams now, too, by the way. The Rams.
Yeah. And then you also, that week 1 matchup, the biggest weakness that everybody was focused on in the offseason for the Texans is that offensive line. And they're going against one of the absolute best young defensive players in the league, in Jared Verse. They got Fisk, the draft pick from last year. Their front 7 is going to be a real challenge versus that Texans offensive line. The Rams game, in a perfect world, I'd rather see the Rams like 3rd or 4th game of the season, but you're going to learn a lot about just how far along the Texans are in their reset or rebuild offensively against that Rams defense.
I'm looking at Brian Thomas Jr. was 3rd in the league in yards receiving last year.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson, Brian Thomas. By the way, all 3 LSU guys. Yeah. The top 3 receivers in the league, all LSU guys.
I think if you watch him versus the Texans last year, or I was watching some film of him yesterday. Yeah, this guy totally suffered from the fact that he was playing for the Jaguars and the fact that the Jaguars are in the AFC South. Yeah. Because they're just not hitting a lot of highlight reels during the week. They're not playing in a lot of meaningful games.
Nope. That's interesting. Underrated. Nico, I don't think is underrated anymore. I think of a guy like Terry McLaurin from Washington, who's been doing it for years, but just finally was doing it on a team last year that mattered. A guy like that. But man,
Terry McLaurin might be one of those guys that gets talked about as overlooked or underrated or et cetera, so long that maybe he's become overrated.
Maybe he has, man. That's how it works. That is how it works.
That's the old nose tackle conundrum. I was going through one season, and this is what happens with nose tackles. If the defense is playing well, that guy is the unsung hero. If the defense is playing poorly, they need a hoss in the middle there. I can't believe
guy's a sieve.
Yeah, can't believe they're getting run on and dime where the nose tackle is going to the bathroom on the sideline. But yeah, there's a danger in becoming so underrated that you're overrated.
That's true. It is true. Parker McCollum, Houston area legend, country music star, and regular on the Pat McAfee show. He was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday, making big, bold predictions for your.
I have a feeling that the Houston Texans and the Houston Rockets, and possibly the Houston Astros, are all going to have another ring for the Astros here very soon.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if that's this season, but I know this football team has the makings of they're so close to being a really, really, really sound, competitive football team. And they've been right there the last 2 years. Last year struggled, I think, kind of expected with CJ coming off such a high rookie year and just a record-breaking rookie year. But I think once he settles in, and I think he's going to play like a veteran quarterback like he did his rookie season. I don't know who in the world is going to play on the offensive line, but we may be so good that we don't even need one.
Hey, there you go. I like that.
We don't even need an offensive line. I like that. The old David Carr commercial.
Oh, yeah, with nobody there.
We were. Yeah.
Parker McCollum just gave all of us permission to call it a potential golden age of Houston sports.
A golden age of Houston sports. Parker McCollum knows how well that's aged.
That's what it is.
I'm known for my country singing ability. Does McCollum do Does he do much with the team? I think he's been out. He's carried the flag out once or twice.
And he's very Houston on social media.
Oh, no. Yeah, and I'm thinking about as far as actually working with the team itself. I feel like the team made a concerted effort to move away from like leaning into the Clay Walker type stuff enough as much in being more like, hey, let's appeal to the youth.
They've modernized.
A lot of the local hip-hop guys and legends have been very much embraced. I feel like I was watching Nico when he was on the Greenlight podcast. Mm-hmm. He mentioned going to the rodeo and how much fun he had, and he mentioned one of the country singers, I think, as a concert he got to go see.
Yeah.
I feel like, hey, listen, let's remember, like, these kids listen to everything these days.
Yeah, it's a crossover hit, man.
I feel like just bring over. Yeah, you don't have to step 400% away from what you were in the early days, which felt like some of their PR efforts in the first couple decades felt like trying to appeal to the middle-aged dudes and everything.
Yeah,
you can appeal to everybody.
They have modernized and broadened their horizons, no doubt about that. No doubt about that. George Kittle and Travis Kelce, I think, and one other tight end. I can't remember who. They do this tight end U every year. This big collection of tight ends come into one spot.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
Yeah, they do. And they do drills, and they have fun, and ESPN is out there. George Kittle sat down. I think this is with Dan Orlovsky. And curious your thoughts on this, Seth, that the good teams have tight end rooms that are great.
I would say one of my favorite things to look back on is if you look at the past, 10 Super Bowl winners, every team has either a Gronk, a Kelce, Dallas Goedert. Like, you have an elite tight end playing that makes plays for you throughout the whole season, throughout the playoffs, throughout the Super Bowl. You have guys that make plays. And so I just think guys saw, Gronk and the Patriots win all these championships. Right? We need to invest a little bit more time in these tight ends, maybe get them some more ops. So I just think offenses have seen success of other teams using their tight ends so much. We're going to try using them too. And now you see all these tight ends from every team. The Ravens have a great tight end room. They got, Charlie Kolar, Isaiah Likely, and Mark Andrews, three great tight ends. Yeah. And, so you building these rooms of the tight ends, now you can go 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 13, 22, all these personnels with multiple tight ends, and that's the best way to play the game.
Okay, does George Kittle's theory hold water?
As Goddard, I guess him using the word great so liberally, I think, is probably the issue.
That's a pet peeve. That's a pet peeve of mine, too.
Yeah, I would say Dallas Goedert is a very solid tight end, and it benefits a guy who benefits from being on that offense as well. So the Eagles have Dallas Goedert. Do you call him a great tight end? I don't think so, but I think he's a very, very solid tight end.
Yeah.
So that I can get with that, in that part of it is you got to at the very least have tight ends who can take advantage of the other guys on the offense and be kind of fit in. Owen Daniels was he a great tight end? Owen was an awesome teammate and a really, really effective tight end. I don't know if he was great, but he was very, very effective, and he knew exactly how to fit into the offense. So he ended up being, like when he was with the Broncos, part of a Super Bowl winning effort.
Yeah.
So depending on how you use the word great, I don't know, but you definitely need to have somebody who's very, very effective.
Well, like when you bring up names like Kelce and Gronk, it goes beyond them being tight ends. They're just great football players. You know, that's not. You have to have a Gronk on the team or a Travis Kelce. You're telling me that helps? That helps win a Super Bowl. To me, I like the example of Baltimore that he brought up, that has fully capable guys, like not great, but like capable guys in that room. And that's that Texans team. Not just Owen Daniels, like Joel Dreesen was very good and did his job for that team. James Casey did some good things for those teams. Like, it was a deep room.
And with if you look at the Ravens, who they're there at the end of the season at least. Yeah, it's Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely, two slightly different skill sets, different types of guys. So having some diversity and having multiple effective guys is big. That's where Brevin Jordan's a little bit more of an X factor. You always have to remind yourself, Brevin Jordan doesn't get used frequently, but they figure out ways to, when he's the gadget or when he's the thing in a specific matchup that you can really, really use. And then if you get the same version of Dalton Schultz from a couple years ago, you can see that being part of a really effective offense.
You just answered my next question, which is how do you think, and I'd add Kate Stover in there, did some really good things in OTAs and minicamp as well. Like, I think this is a room that obviously has room to improve off of last year. It was not a great room. The Brevin Jordan dynamic you're talking about, what we saw to him, that was with guys like Pep Hamilton and Bobby Slowick, coordinating the offense when Brevin Jordan. Now it's I'd like to think Nick Caley is going to have some really creative ways that he uses Brevin Jordan in the offense this year.
I have a weird my more underrated offensive coordinator is Pep Hamilton. It's frustrating. I got very frustrated with him at times during that season, and yet at the same time, I'm like, I don't know. What are you supposed to do with these guys?
Dude.
I don't know.
He had zip ties around his wrist.
I know. The fact that I'm watching Dave Mills turn down wide open receivers versus vanilla coverage to hit a shorter route or something. I'm watching all these things, and I'm wondering what exactly is Pep Hamilton supposed to do with these guys.
Yep.
I get the play calling could be better, but my God! But at least Dameon Pierce, we saw the best version of Dameon Pierce.
We did indeed. All right, let's get to headlines coming up next. Astros win last night. We've got some injury updates as well for the Astros that we will get to. Some NBA news and some Texan legend childbirth news as well announced on social media yesterday. We'll get to all that in headlines coming up next.
Texans training camp is just a month away.
844.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
In the air, center field. Rojas going back near the wall. That ball's gone! Oh. 1-0 Astros. Breaks the pitcher's duel here in the 8th.
How about it, Cooper Hummel? Got that Oppo-type juice going the other way.
Todd Callis, Jeff Blum on the call, Space City Home Network. You could hear it in Callis's voice, Seth. Like, that thing kind of just kept going and going. Like, off the bat, I mean, it was opposite field, so inherently off the bat it looks, it doesn't look like your typical moonshot. But I don't think Callis off the bat expected that thing to go out. And then to everybody's pleasant surprise, it went out, and the Astros win 1-0 last night.
Yeah, that's sort of maybe that might be the biggest thing, that the difference between watching in person and watching on television is on some of those balls like that. You just have no idea. You're taking all your cues from the commentators and everything as a viewer, but you really have no idea. You can't see where the outfielders are set up initially and all that. But yeah, Cooper Hummel came up huge. This is one win down of my. I'm trying not to be overly ambitious here, Sean. I don't need to sweep the Phillies or anything like that, but if you just win this first series as you face this stretch of series where you've got the Dodgers, you've got the Guardians, like it thickens up here over the next few weeks. This very scrappy bunch of do-gooders just keeps doing all this scrappy do-gooding stuff.
Yeah, the Cubs later this week. That's the two series this week at home, the Phillies and the Cubs.
Yeah.
I mean, if they win both those series, you're laughing. I mean, that's a good week. If you take 4 out of 6 from the Phillies and Cubs, that is this week.
Like I said, I'm not trying to be overly ambitious. Yeah. All I'm asking for is for Kyle Tucker to go over in the series, and for Cam Smith and Paredes to hit. I don't know. Is it 3 or 4 games? How many games?
3-game series with the Cubs.
3 games. Okay, I'd say 9 home runs
between the two of them. Okay, okay, I like that.
Oh, that would be the best thing in the history of the world.
If there was a difference in the performance of the two, that would be fun. Coming in on Monday after something like that for sure. Here was Joe Espada. Speaking of Cooper Hummel, and Mauricio Dubon's been great of late, too, and he was flashing some leather last night. Here was Joe Espada on the contributions that the team is getting from some of the lower end of the order guys.
Yeah, I feel it's the next man up mentality. It's like everyone finding a way to help win games, man. That's good teams do that, and we need that. It's contagious. Those guys in there, they want to be in the game. They'll look at me like, when am I going to get my spot so I can try to, if I could do something to help and contribute. And I love that about this team.
Yeah, top to bottom. It's been this way all year. Like the back end of the order, like 6 through 9, has been the catalyst for. Last night was a 1-0 win, so it's not like they were knocking the ball all around the yard. But the one run they got was from a guy who wasn't even on the team a week ago. In a 1-0 win.
The team right now, I try to gauge it emotionally by, like, if they get brought up in trade discussions or potential trade discussions, just as people are spitballing at this time of year about who might get traded. Chandler Rome in his Q&A, it's a really good Q&A on it, The Athletic. He had answered a bunch of questions, but he was just kind of potential trade targets. And he said, Dubon and Myers are potential trade pieces, but he's very doubtful of it. But even seeing their name in print, I'm like, no.
Yeah.
You look at the scrappy do-gooders and their ability to win right now, Mauricio Dubon especially, and then Jake Myers, just because, boy, if you're looking at it calm, cool, and collectedly, if you're the Astros, you look at Jake Myers, he's playing the best he ever has. Yeah. He's got 2 years of control left. That might be an enticing trade piece that some other team out there might overpay based on his career experience. Yeah. But I think the Astros might look at the actual changes that Jake Myers made in his approach this year, and then also the fact that he was struggling to come back from a shoulder injury for a couple seasons. And I think they might value him higher than any other team out there. They might really genuinely believe in this version of Jake Myers.
I've not been a huge Jake Myers guy, so
because you hate purity and innocence.
Let me finish. Me saying what I'm about to say is significant here.
Yeah, I just wanted to establish that you hate him because he looks innocent and pure, just like you, Mauricio Dubon.
Thank you for the preface. I don't get cute, Astros, if that's the case. If Jake's name is coming up in things, it has taken them 5 years to get center field straightened out since George Springer left. I know Chaz had his period of time there where he was doing some good things a couple of years ago. Jake looks like he's going to be at the very least a solid overall average center fielder, which is a massive step up from where he had been. So don't get cute. You've got center field figured out enough. Go figure out the other problems that you've got going on right now.
Well, regardless, so he's brilliant as an actual fielder in center field.
Yes.
And regardless of how you feel about him and what his upside is, he's been about a little bit below average at the plate over the course of the last 3 seasons.
Yes.
So it's like that part of it, just with some more consistency, you see how valuable he is. Yeah, the fact that when Chas McCormick's name is brought up as a potential trade piece, I'm kind of like, oh, yeah.
You forget he's even on the team.
McCormick.
Yeah, you forget.
The difference between those two over the last couple of years has been huge.
Yeah, Sean Dubin is going to the 15-day IL with a forearm strain. Now, Matt Kawahara, the Chronicle, tweeted that Dubin doesn't think it's a major deal or anything like that. He hopes to be back in the second half of the season at some point. I don't know. Any forearm strain with the Astros, I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop.
That's the tough thing. When the player himself says it, Sean Dubin, I think, is being honest. I don't think it's like the organization where they're trying to withhold information.
I agree.
But sometimes with these injuries, they don't actually hurt all that much, Yeah. I've seen guys tear their ACL that thought they were just fine afterwards.
Right, yeah.
You just flat out don't know until you get all the reports back.
Fingers crossed, because Dubin's been good this year. He's really come into his own as a middle reliever. Spencer Arrighetti reported to Florida to start building back to getting into games. Luis Garcia threw a live BP yesterday, Seth. That's good to see. 20 pitches. And here we go. Get celebration queued up there, Colin. Yordan Alvarez on Sunday. How did this news stay? Yordan Alvarez, Seth, hit off a tee. He's basically a 6-year-old right now.
And he was scheduled to be in the batting cage yesterday.
Yeah.
I didn't see any updates on that or not. But
I assuming
either. There's no setbacks or discomfort.
Yeah.
Or it turns out, wait. He's actually, the hand is 69% healed. We have to wait another percentage point.
I was going to say, he must be at least 83% healed.
Yes.
If he's swinging a bat and getting into the cage now.
They've gone from being wrong in that he was 100% not injured to, oh, no, he was 0% healed.
Yeah.
To where now they can say, oh, no, he's actually 72%.
Yeah, he's in the 70s and 80s somewhere. So there's your injury updates for the Astros.
So hitting off a tee. Yeah. Next up is the Little League pitcher.
Coach pitch.
About 10 feet from him.
Yeah.
And if Yordan can't hit it on the first few, then he gets to go back to the tee.
Right,
so we'll see how that goes.
That's how that goes. Those are the rules.
Imagine being a Little League coach lining up 10 feet away from Yordan.
Jeez.
And trying to throw the ball softly.
I can't imagine being a human lined up 60 feet away from Yordan.
Yeah.
So he'll
some of those ones that got hit at Ranger Suarez last night.
I know.
Yeah, they were reminders. Yeah, I don't want to be a major league pitcher. Not my wildest fantasies. Do I want to go back and be a major league pitcher?
He was like an NHL goalie out there. Hey, congrats to the Watt family. J.J. Watt, his wife Kalia, they had their second baby back on June 14th. But they announced it on social media yesterday. That's the official birthday that society is giving to Nico Benjamin Watt is June 24th, because that's when it got announced on social media.
That's when they put it on the celebrity birth certificate.
That's right. June 14th, 2025. It looks like everybody is healthy and happy. And their older son, Koa, a nice picture of him giving his new baby brother a smooch on the forehead. So the two bros are getting along right now. It's great to see. So congrats. That's great. 2 boys. That is good. 2 boys that will have NIL deals, I would say, within the next 5 or 6 years. When does Koa?
How big's Koa? Can you see? Is he big for his age?
I've heard JJ talk about it. He's apparently massive for his age.
Whose kid was Tony Baselli's first kid?
Yeah.
Because Tony's a big human being.
Mm-hmm.
He's like JJ. He's even larger when you meet him in person than you realize. And his son was like, the first time I met him, I thought he might just have some challenges or difficulties, because he was like 2 years old, but he was the size of a 6-year-old.
Yeah.
But he's walking like a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
And my first thought was like, oh, I wonder what's going on. He's perfectly healthy and capable.
This poor
and everything.
first grader is just moving.
Yeah.
Why, he's that big, huh?
Yeah, he was monstrous.
How old is he now?
He played at Florida State, I think.
Did he?
So
okay.
He's graduated already. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so congrats to the Watts. Nico Benjamin Watt is the newest member of the family. All right, up next, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. What was our beef with each of the big acquisitions the Rockets have made? We'd spent a lot of time this week comparing the Kevin Durant trade to the acquisitions of Dwight Howard, Chris Paul, and Russell Westbrook, all of whom we had beef with before they became Rockets. We had beef with Durant, too. Did we decide the beefs with these guys? And is Kevin Durant's situation similar or different than all three of them? We'll dig into that coming up next.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets.
2000.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Kevin Durant is a Houston Rocket, or he will be official in a week and a half, something like that. NBA draft tonight, by the way. If there's any bigger dichotomy right now between two of the major sports in their drafts, it's what was once a marquee night for the NBA draft is now an afterthought, and they've turned it into a two-night afterthought now, the NBA has.
I don't know if you and I were kind of talking about how do you change that if you're the NBA, and if maybe – people know who Wembanyama was, despite him not having played in America because he was a social media sensation.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the NBA could do to create more social media sensation or buzz about some of the international players or one and done type guys, but it's not ideal right this moment.
It's really hard when your draft is literally 3 days after your season just ended, too.
Yeah, there's no time to build. You're right. If you look at the NFL, you get a couple months of people kind of getting educated about who these guys are.
Oh, dude, you get the combine and you get free agency plunked down right in the middle there, and then the draft.
Well, and I think you look at because we talk about NBA second-round picks, how it's more like a fifth or a sixth-round pick in the NFL, and yet I think the fifth and sixth-round picks are more discussed, like at large amongst Americans, than the second-rounders in the NBA.
No question, especially when one of them's Shedeur Sanders.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Big-time discussed fifth-round pick. All right, so Kevin Durant, I know there's a lot of you out there that probably have to come to grips with things that Kevin Durant is on your team because I've talked to you. And I know, I will say this, that the reaction to you and I bringing up Kevin Durant over the last couple of months as a possibility for the Rockets, the reaction to that we got via social media, the text page, etc., greatly different than the reaction in the Twitter poll that I put up a couple of days ago, which is anytime we would bring up Kevin Durant, you and I, Seth, over the course of May and early June, no KD, no, please no KD. That would be to me that was the majority of the reaction was people did not want Kevin Durant, and that's before you knew what the Rockets would give up for him, admittedly, because I think even the most staunch anti-Kevin Durant person would agree, like, this is less than what we thought it would be, or less than what was thrown around out there in rumors. But the reaction in the poll that I put up earlier this week, 90% of the people were either okay with it or over the moon about it. And so at least some of the fan base is reconciled. But we've been here before. We've been here with Dwight Howard. We've been here with Chris Paul. We've been here with Russell Westbrook before.
I think just real quick on that, I think the actual compensation was a big part of it. When people were thinking about, should the Rockets trade for Kevin Durant, in their minds, and this is in my mind, your first thought is, well, you can't give up Jalen Green and Şengün, or you can't give up Amin Thompson. You can't give up
all of those first round picks.
Yeah, in my mind, it was usually a couple of young core players, and that's my first. So my first gut reaction was, well, if it ends up being a couple of the young core players, God no, that's sacrificing your future. So that was a big part of it, I think, for me and others.
And that's reflected in how. People, I think people feel generally pretty good about the trade, even if you don't like Kevin Durant. But I'm guessing there's still a lot of Rocket fans that have to come around emotionally on liking and embracing Durant. You're going to get that opportunity. So if we can learn from the past, Seth. We can learn, how did it go with us trying to reconcile our feelings about three players who I think Rocket fans were not maybe crazy about when they arrived, or before the Rockets got involved with them. Let's start with Dwight Howard, 7-time All-Star before he got to Houston. Most people think of his time in Orlando, but he spent that one weird year in L.A. where they tried to put a super team together with Dwight Howard, an aging Kobe Bryant, Steve Nash aging, and then I'm missing one. I know Ron Artest was on that team. I'm missing one other one other. Pau Gasol was on that team too.
Well, and we saw a little bit of a prelude to what would end up happening in Houston, which was all kinds of rumors that Dwight and one of those stars didn't get along very well.
Yeah.
And then Dwight kind of, who was it? I can't remember which player it was. But Dwight was posing with the player in the training room saying, "Hey, we're cool." Same thing happened in Houston when there were reports that Dwight and James Harden didn't ever eat together or anything.
This is what I think you're thinking of. Because I have it in the bullet points as to why Dwight was probably not well liked. Stan Van Gundy was doing an interview talking about in Orlando.
Yeah,
maybe this isn't. But I'm bringing this up because it's relevant. Yeah. Stan Van Gundy was doing an interview with the media in Orlando when everybody knew there was Stan Van Gundy.
Yeah.
And out walks Dwight Howard just after Stan Van Gundy told the media that there's problems between the two. Dwight walks out and puts his arm around him and tries to act like nothing's wrong. And everybody's like, your coach just said that you guys aren't getting along right now.
Yeah.
So he was disingenuous.
No, the exact same thing. And it happened. It was with Kobe.
Was it Kobe?
Kobe put out some picture of them. It was... So, there were always rumors that Kobe and Dwight didn't get along.
Yeah.
Dwight in that awkward moment in Orlando.
Yeah.
And then Dwight and James Harden. I remember when Writer called it, I think, cordially incordial or something. They were never going to jibe.
Yeah.
But we tried to take him in.
Yes.
And ignore how you might have felt about him beforehand.
We had a parade for him when he first got here. Remember that? They had a big reception for him out at that outdoor court across the street from Toyota Center. There was a big pep rally for Dwight Howard when he got here. We tried our best, man.
We tried really, really hard. We acted like Charles Barkley and Shaq were just jerks,
dummies,
picking on Dwight all the time.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So I guess we kind of came around on him eventually, but then it all fell apart.
Just like it would eventually for James Harden, it was some of the stuff you saw in the playoffs for me. It was when Dwight would insist on getting touches. They'd have to give Dwight touches in the low post early in a game just so he could try to prove Shaq and Charles wrong. And then Dwight would try to back somebody up who wouldn't move at all, and then he would try to dream hook it off into the stands.
Yeah, I would say we came around on Dwight maybe halfway. Like we weren't fight, but we're like, okay, let's see where this goes. Chris Paul, before he got to Houston, I think the main reasons why Rocket fans may not have liked Chris Paul, other than the fact that he was on the Clippers and you played him in the postseason that one year, and Chris Paul was generally outside of the teams he was playing for, I don't think a super popular guy, but the main things were he was a noted nut puncher. He had a reputation for punching guys in the nuts, and he was the reason why Kevin Durant was on Golden State in the first place. He was brought here to beat Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
The only reason Kevin Durant was on Golden State is because Chris Paul was the president of the Players Union when they got this big influx of cap space, and you could have either smoothed it out and not taken all the cap space at once, or you could take it all in 1 year. Well, Chris Paul, as the head of the union, spearheaded the effort to take all that cap space, put it into one season. So it's basically like every team all of a sudden had a max guy they could go sign.
They could sign whoever they wanted.
So the Golden State gets to sign Kevin Durant. And a year after they won 73 games the year before, and they'd already won a title without Durant. So that was the reason to hate Chris Paul. I ended up liking Chris Paul just because that team won a bleep load of basketball games.
Yeah.
That was easy. Like the Dwight thing, they were still like a 2 seed, a 3 seed, a 4 seed. Like they were winning 50 some odd games. Chris Paul got here and they won 65 freaking basketball games.
And the fun thing about that was kind of Houston against the world, or Houston the world against Daryl Morey, when immediately this will work out great.
Right.
Two ball dominant guards. How are you going to get them on the court together? And they figured out just how to manage it and platoon it and make it work out just fine, all the way up until Chris Paul's hamstring failed him.
Yeah. I came all the way around on Chris Paul. Whereas with Dwight, I was maybe a little shaky on. I liked having Chris Paul. I thought Chris Paul brought a maturity to the team too.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why James Harden ended up not liking playing with him. Chris Paul liked to go home after the games. James Harden liked to go to the strip club after games. I mean, there's a little difference in culture right there. Who knows?
That was the same. All the guys that got paid after that salary cap ballooning, like Ryan Anderson and guys like that. Got these huge contracts.
The Rockets signed Eric Gordon. The Golden State Warriors signed Kevin Durant. The Rockets signed Ryan Anderson and Eric Gordon.
Ryan Anderson, 4 years, $80 million.
4 years, $80 million. Yeah, 4 years, $80 million. Not good. Not good at all. Eric Gordon was fine. I was fine. I was fine. That deal worked out okay. I think that deal aged fine. Like, Eric Gordon was supposed to be a secondary scorer for you, not an all-star. I think that worked out okay.
Ryan Anderson, it was extra annoying because the Rockets have been going after him repeatedly for multiple years.
Yes.
And then finally, it's almost like, we can finally buy my dream car that I always wanted.
Yeah.
And the mechanic tells you, well, it's actually been through a few major accidents and has current water damage, and you're just like, my dream car.
No, and I'd actually like to pay triple what it would have cost us 3 years ago.
Your eyes are still glazed over.
Yeah.
Ryan Anderson is my dream car.
Now, Russell Westbrook was the one. If you're just getting, we're talking about the embracing of Kevin Durant that will probably ultimately take place with all of you, and we're using history as a roadmap for this. Kind of came around on Dwight Howard. I came around all the way on Chris Paul. I thought he was great for the Rockets, other than the hamstring issue, obviously, in the Western Conference Finals. Russell Westbrook was the toughest one for me that they brought in, a star with the intent of competing for an NBA championship. I hated his stupid triple-double record that he had because it felt so manufactured. I thought he was a little overrated, even back before, I thought Russell Westbrook was a little overrated throughout his career just because of how inefficient he's been. Mm-hmm. He's a little arrogant. And then once he got here, they had to blow up the team just to accommodate his playing style, That
might have been the shortest grace period and stint with any of these guys, right? I mean, it's just not just by how many years they played for the team or anything, but he was on a short leash when he got here in terms of everybody's just patience or expectations. And then I guess the bright shining moment was the couple weeks of micro ball in February of 2020.
He had some good moments.
They looked like a really competitive team when they had a bunch of small guys out
and he
there.
was putting up decent numbers even before that. But if you watch the team night to night, you're like, okay, well, this is not a smooth running machine right now. Like Russ has a hard time being a complimentary player. Well, now he's old. But back then, like, he was going from a guy in Oklahoma City who had the ball in his hands 80% of the time. Like, everything ran through Russ. And now he's, he comes here and everything runs through James, but Russ needs to get his touches early on. Rooting for him, I really did. I liked, because he's a big energy guy. And as long as the energy is directed towards winning for my team, I'm like, okay, this is fun rooting for him. And then you watch it for a couple months, you're like, this is not as much fun when you see how gunked up everything is.
I think if there's maybe one difference between Rafael Stone and Daryl Morey, and this is going to be way too broad and generalized, but just if I look at Daryl Morey, there was always an element where it felt like he did approach the game a little bit like you're just adding up stats in the box score, and as long as we can get guys that can shoot this many threes or make this many layups, just add it all up. Yeah. And history will tell you've got a championship squad. Yeah. Except that it doesn't work out that way when you've got actual players that have to have a cohesive offense and everything. So Russell Westbrook and James Harden are the ultimate example of that.
Yeah.
Like, wow, look at their box scores and look at what they can provide. Right, okay, but what are they doing for everybody else on the team? Whereas with Rafael Stone teamed up with Udoka, I think they have much more of a build it from the ground up and the stats will follow.
Yeah.
Don't worry about, don't act like, because he said it in that press conference, the points, when people talk about superstars, it's a lot about points, but there's a lot that goes into how they get those points. Are they the focal point of the offense, all of that?
I think that with the Westbrook thing, too, Seth, there was a whole nother layer going on where this was their Hail Mary to try to appease James. Like, James didn't get along with Dwight, so we pivot and we bring in some complimentary guys and make you the whole show with Eric Gordon and some other guys. That didn't work. Hey, I need another star. Chris Paul. That has a 2-year shelf life. The two of them hate each other at the end of 2 years. And I think the writing starts to get on the wall after James is not good with 3 different situations they've put him in. Yeah. That, okay, what do you want now, James? I want Russell Westbrook. So they trade Chris Paul and a whole bunch of first-round picks. A lot of these first-round picks that Oklahoma City's been using to get so good came from that Russell Westbrook trade. I think even Daryl Morey looked at it and said, this is a really clunky fit between these two. But they had spent the better part of that decade catering to James Harden. Like, okay, and then what happens? That whole thing falls apart, and then it just gets blown up.
It's like when you take a babysitting job and you show up all prepared with all different games and activities, and the 5th thing you try with the kid in 10 minutes, he's still saying, no,
right,
you're stupid. You're
okay,
like,
I know this kid's. I know this kid's not going to like Clue, but I got to try Clue.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll like it. So as far as Kevin Durant goes then, Seth, I would say his main transgressions have been he's a little soft on social media, right? Or he's chippy on social media at the very least, kind of rabbit ears, thin skin, rabbit ears, whatever you want to call it. And he ganged up with the Warriors to win 2 titles, which I think the league, by and large, still dislikes him for.
And he did it after being eliminated from the playoffs by the Warriors.
By the Warriors,
That was the big part about that dynamic. Really, was what added gasoline to the fire.
Yeah.
If he had gone from a bad team or something, I think people would have been a little bit more forgiving of it. But it was very much that feel of like, oh, you can't beat him, join him.
Gave up 1 lead to the Warriors.
As far as the social media stuff goes, and this was my take long ago. I've said this about Kevin Durant for a long time, so this is not recent. I haven't flip-flopped since he came here. I am always intrigued that Kevin Durant will kind of clap back at random dudes on X or on social media, and people will point to it as evidence that you're soft.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, it's such a great display of how the whims of society change over time. Yeah. We're not that far removed from an era where if somebody insulted your name, you could challenge them to a duel. And that was the manly thing to do.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden it's like, oh no, if you respond at all to words, you're soft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As long as he's in a good headspace and he actually, the hardest thing for guys like that is to know how big should the chip on your shoulder be and what should fuel it. I think Kevin Durant, by evidence of his actual play, has found the right balance of keeping a chip on your shoulder, mixing it up, but knowing that ultimately you're not going to ever win over 100% of the fan base.
He's the best of all these guys as a player, and it's not even close, in my opinion, in terms of the player that they're getting currently and in terms of the player that he's been. 15-time All-Star. I mean, he's been something else, man. So I'm excited about it. People weighing in on this on the text page. I came around on Dwight and Russ, but was fully intending to continue my Derek Fisher hate. I dislike Derek Fisher as well. He was a Rocket briefly. Chris Paul busted his ass and wanted to win. Dwight is a dope. Harden is an absolute. Oh, I can't say that on the air. Okay.
It's out of 4 of those. Well, the previous 3 that we discussed, Dwight Howard, Chris Paul, and Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
I can't remember if you did it or not, or if I. Yeah, Chris Paul 100% was the guy that ended up. You did the biggest turnaround on.
Yes.
That was, and man, he was doing everything. I mean, the reason his hamstring eventually got injured in that series was he was doing everying.
He's doing heavy lifting,
he was playing his butt off and playing heavy. He was doing everything he could to win that series.
Yeah.
I'm mad at Chris Paul's age and hamstring, but I flopped on him 180 degrees.
Texter says Durant said in his Kay Adams interview that he's trying to get Westbrook. He was asked about Westbrook. He didn't say he's trying to get Westbrook. He barely would commit to the Rockets being a good basketball team with him.
I implore all of you for your mental health. You got to really, anytime
listen.
you see Durant or the Rockets mentioned with Westbrook right this moment, take a deep breath. See if the account is an aggregator or if the headline is misleading, because it's out there all over the place because it's great. It gets a lot. There's so many satire accounts right now that are tweeting about Russell Westbrook to the Rockets because it's getting huge engagement.
Yeah,
because people they see Westbrook and their brain stops working. They're like, oh, this must be true.
He moves the needle, man. When you throw him in a tweet, he's very polarizing. Yeah. To that point, text message: Russell Westbrook just isn't likable. I get that. He by and large is not. He's very chippy with the media. He can be very off-putting. We saw it in Denver at times this year. He can be very off-putting.
Well, and it's just by his style of play. It openly admits that, I'm going to lose some games for you, and I'm going to win some. And you're kind of like, all right, it's cool that you recognize that in yourself. Is there a way that he's full board? He's past the point where he could learn and change and tweak a little bit, because now he is adamant that, hey, that's just who I am.
Yep. A few more on the Rockets here, and then we'll get to the Texans. The McNairs were on Texans All Access earlier this week. They had some interesting things to say about flag football that I want to get to a little later this segment. But Kevin Durant, let's hear from Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant, this is actually from a couple of years ago. Kevin Durant was on one of those, I think it's #NBA Hooper Vision is what it's called. And he's on with 3 other guys just doing Mystery Science Theater type commentary on a game on the screen right there. and just giving thoughts on things. And Kevin Durant, Şengün's name got brought up because I think it was a Rockets game they were watching. And it turns out Kevin Durant, this is like 2 years ago, loved him some Alperen Şengün.
It confirmed it to me when he dunked on. He was dunking on a couple people.
Oh my God, yeah.
I ain't know he can get up like that. But he's nice. I like him. I think he's gonna be a good player. Like he gonna be a nice plaer. Yeah.
And Şengün be swaggy coming through the game too. I love it.
I ain't know nothing about him. I ain't know that much about him until I'm like, hold on, let me lock in on this dude.
He got passes. He be diving. He nice. Yeah. I like Şengün.
I like his game.
Okay, that was 2 years ago. Now he's teammates with him.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
He's changed. He's grown. The playoffs were good to him. I think that
Şengün?
I mean, as far as really learning those lessons that you have to learn,
yeah.
the way Şengün just got knocked for a loop a little bit, and then we saw him kind of progress and be a more physical player. Remember in one of the early games, he just got shut down by Draymond Green at the end of the game. And, and I think Şengün, too, you can see all of the things that over time he can continue to polish and get better at and more fully round out his game. It's certainly not about raw talent or anything anymore.
Şengün's problem in that series was he missed way too many easy baskets.
Right.
He missed way too many shots in the paint that he normally makes. You know, like he was not great shooting the basketball. But I think you're right. I think he showed toughness in that series. He looked like a guy in that series, Seth, that the lessons he was learning were going to be productive for him whenever the next playoff series rolls around. Whereas Jalen Green looked like a guy who maybe the playoffs ruined him. He looked completely overwhelmed in that series.
You know who agrees as well?
Yeah.
A person that had pretty good seats for that series in Draymond Green.
Draymond Green, here's what he had to say. He was on the Pivot podcast. Here's what he had to say about how he played Şengün. He was very chippy with Şengün in that series, trying to teach the young man some lessons.
Şengün, boy, you were giving. Why you kept pushing the man, grabbing his arm, elbowing him in the ribs? But I did notice when Big Steve Adams came out there, you kind of calmed down a little bit.
You know what? With Şengün, number one, this is your first time in the playoffs. I got to test that.
Yeah.
He's 23 years old. He only get better in this league. I got to test that. I need to try to have something mentally on you as I age into this career and you getting better in yours.
Yeah.
I got to test that. I gained so much respect for that young fella in that series because I told Fred this last night. In the beginning, he was folding. He was folding in the beginning. And he caught up and he stood up. And once you stand up, we gonna go at it, but I ain't like, all right, I like that. Like, yeah, all right, cool.
Gain respect.
And I gained respect from him.
We all hate Draymond, but that's really cool to hear if you're a Rocket fan.
Well, that's how I know he's going to be good in sports media because the great hallmark is, okay, any of those guys who are really good, Skip Bayless, like very successful, Skip Bayless, Stephen A. Smith, Nick Wright, I would go into this category where there are a lot of people that 90% of the time you're like, this guy's an idiot. This guy's an idiot. I hate him. But 10% of the time, you'll say, you know what? I mean, he makes some really good points.
When he's talking about your team.
I may have had my issues with Draymond in the past.
Yeah.
But he really eloquently states what I wish I were eloquent enough to state.
Yeah.
Yes. Good for you, Draymond.
Okay.
Now you've seen the light. Yes.
Let's put that to the test. I like that you said that. Let's put that to the test. You brought up Nick's name. Nick Wright used to sit in this very chair right here.
Yeah.
At Sports
Nick, I
Radio
agree with
610.
much higher percentage of the time.
No question. I think Nick is very smart.
Nick actually pays attention and thinks about stuff.
And has
unlike
data
Skip
to back
Bayless.
up his opinions. And yes, he makes good points. But I still think there's a significant part of the audience listening in their cars right now. Let's put this to the test. I would imagine the Venn diagram of those people that Nick irritates that are also Rocket fans, probably a lot of crossover there. Here's Nick Wright on his show, First Things First, saying he's picking the Rockets to come out of the West.
I think I'll pick them to win the West.
Really?
I think they have a great blend of what we've seen works right now in the NBA, which is, you talked about the defense, bang. High-level coaching, no doubt about it. Depth and a guy who can get you a guaranteed 25-plus, which Kevin Durant still is. Like, there's no question about it.
Yeah. Makes good point. I don't know. What do you think? If Nick irritates you, or all of a sudden you're nodding your head in your car going, this Nick Wright guy, for the last 12 years, I should have given him a chance.
I do. I worry. I in every sport, I try to guard against thinking in terms of, hey, this is what works in the league right now, because we tend to put patterns to things where sometimes there are no patterns. Remember, Golden State wasn't doing necessarily like, oh, this is the way you win a championship, but they were part of what became, oh, you can win a championship this way. Excuse me. And but I think first and foremost, do you put together a team that can win in multiple different ways?
Yeah.
And the biggest issue the Rockets had last year was they just simply were not good shooters. So you could win in a couple of specific ways, but when you rely on second chance points off of offense, 7-game series versus good teams, it gets a lot harder for that. So you look at the Rockets right now, and in any era of basketball, they're just a more complete basketball team. They've got more ways they can win right now. You take a lot of what they did well last year, and Durant doesn't detract from it at all.
No.
But you add into that scoring threat and that ability to space the floor.
I think a lot of times it's the team, to your point, that zags when everybody else is trying to do the same thing. I think we saw that with the Patriots for a number of years.
When nobody gave it, the running game doesn't matter anymore. They became a running football team and won the Super Bowl.
I think that's the case. They're like, the team that created this whole the last decade where the threes have become this big thing, it was Golden State who took the game to that level using all that outside shooting, and everybody's playing catch-up for the next 10 years.
If you're trying to copy what the other teams are doing, guess who else is doing that? Every other NBA
Everybody
team.
else.
So when it comes to managing the economics of it and all, that's why the Patriots were so good at they didn't identify trends, they created trends, partly because they realized things like, oh, wow, you know what? Tight ends are actually really undervalued. Slot receivers are really undervalued. And we can get these guys with second and third round draft picks at tight end. We can get various slot receivers and turn them into something, and we don't have to pay them as much. With tight ends, it was like that forever.
Yep.
I mean, Gronk was like making less than the 25th highest point, something absurd like that.
Yep, no doubt. And I think the Astros are that too. I mean, the Astros did a lot of revolutionary things that teams weren't doing, and the rest of baseball is still, in some ways, the teams have caught up. Obviously, the Astros aren't as good as they were, but so many teams are cherry picking guys that do Astro things to run their organizations.
This is one of the things in one of the Morgan Ensel books that Nick Caserio recommended to me. That was one of the big points it made, was that whatever advantage you have, whenever you gain an extreme advantage, technological or otherwise, its effect really starts when everybody else catches up. You're not going to have that. So you got to constantly be looking for, where do I have it? You're not thinking about the trends and everything as much as, okay, where are there weaknesses that I can exploit that other people aren't exploiting? And buck the trends. I don't care about trying to we need to try to look as much like the past three champions as possible.
I love how Nick Caserio is sending you titles of intelligent books to read, and he's sending me videos of Stone Cold Steve Austin driving in a beer truck to a Monday Night Raw. To each their own. Nick Caserio, very versatile.
Should I start to really try to learn about WWE to try to kiss up to Nick Caserio?
It might not hurt. I don't know. Be you, man. Don't. Yeah, that's.
I'm not going to. I was asking that just sarcastically.
Can't stand Nick Wright. That text came in.
No.
Nope, he's still a rat-faced twerp. That just came in.
You jerks.
Let's shift gears here for a minute. This is Cal McNair being asked on Texans all upcoming season.
I think we have one of our best rosters. Mm-hmm. I think we have some young men that are really committed to winning and putting in all the work, and we saw that, on the field these last few weeks. And I can't wait to get started. I love to win, and I just want to win the next game we play.
I love that.
They'd ask him for his prediction or something like that. Yeah. So, that's always the appropriate.
He's never going to do that.
What's the most important game? The next game. What's the most important play? The next play.
Yes.
Everything's just the next rep. That's the most important.
Cal talks like a coach, man.
Well, and unlike Shad Khan, he didn't idiotically come out and insult every previous player by saying, this is the best team we've ever. Last year, Shad Khan, the owner of the Jaguars, or 2 years ago, said, this is the best team we've ever, or no, it was
last year, yeah.
The best year team we've ever assembled. Yeah. And Jags fans unanimously like, well, wait a second. They had some really good teams back in the day. What the hell are you talking about?
That would have made Cal the second owner to insult you personally if he
No, but as far as various Texans rosters from the past, I think one complaint we always had, going back to the really competitive teams that just couldn't quite get over the hump, is that they were way too top heavy. You go to 2012, and remember Andre says that going into the 2013 season, Andre was really concerned or noticed that, man, we got a lot of starters playing special teams.
Yeah.
Like, they had a bunch of stars and good, solid players, but the middle class and the journeyman level, it just wasn't as complete as this team. So that's where I feel like this is a much more well-rounded team than Texas.
It is probably the deepest and maybe most balanced roster they've had for sure, I think.
I mean, even if you look at and that's borne out in the payroll. You know, Nick Neiman, the linebacker, is mostly a special teamer, and he's making a few $1 million a year on a 2-year contract.
Yeah.
So they've spent resources on it too. They genuinely care about special teams, and then that's something that flows over into the quality of your backups.
This was Cal and Hannah both on Texans All Access. Hannah talked about the team's involvement in USA flag football, which is an Olympic sport coming in 2028.
And it's relevant for one very specific reason.
Yes, so we're gifting the 15U, 17U, and adult women's U.S. national teams exclusive She's Next gear. So they are going to be in L.A. next week for a week for USA Football's annual summer series, and that's where top athletes train, compete, and grow as players.
Okay, one more. This is from Hannah as well on flag football building towards the Olympics in 2028.
Absolutely. And with the NFL backing players who want to go play flag football, I think it's only going to get bigger before the Olympics. I think Josh Allen made a statement this past week about how exciting it is to be able to have that opportunity and actually represent your country in a sport that we all love and we know changes lives. So to do that in a flag football format is just the beginning. And to have the females be able to participate in that is huge.
Sorry, Hannah. Didn't mean to step on you there. And immediately I thought, as I was watching this interview and seeing Hannah about it, and how much cool it was that Josh Allen had expressed interest in it. There's totally going to be a Texans player playing in the Olympics.
Well, they got to make the team. You can't just put them on there.
If they make the team, Brett Coleman, Texans fan who has a very successful YouTube channel, very, very smart guy. He spent the weekend watching flag football, and he said, okay, I do think we need to step back a little bit and just assuming that NFL players are going to step in and be better than the guys who are doing it all year round because it is a much, much different game.
Yeah.
So if one of those guys really jumps into it and decides, I really want to do this, then I think there's a real good chance. So is there a Texans player playing in the flag football? I think they're going to try. So I guess I can secretly hope that they fail to make the team. That Derek Stingley wants to play flag football, but fails to make it.
You know my feeling on these extracurricular international events. I don't want an Astro. I love the World Baseball Classic and what it represents. I don't want the Astros. I don't want any Astros playing in it. We saw some of the damage that it did to the Astros back in 2023, I think it was. Similarly, I would rather not expose the players on my favorite football team to the possibility of some sort of soft tissue rupture of some sort because the Olympics are going to take place in July. This is going to happen right before it's the 2028 season, so it's several years from now. It goes
right up to it abuts training camp. Depending on how the events are scheduled out, the ceremony, the final ceremony is after most training camps would have begun.
July end of the month is what I saw the dates are for that Olympics 4 years or 3 years from now. So me personally, maybe I'm being a spoil sport on, what maybe the McNairs are hoping for here, because I'm with you. I think they would love to see a Texan. It can only be one, by the way. For those who don't know, you can't have more than one team. Each NFL team can only have one player representing for their country. There could be more than one Texan in the Olympics, but only one on the American team and maybe one on some other international team.
I hope nothing. The only thing I worry about is because the NFL is heavily involved in this is that I hope there's no heavy-handed like forcing of a few players. If NFL players don't really latch on to how to play flag football and really learn how the game's different and tweak their skills, which, by the way, would require a lot of time spent like working at a non-contact football thing in the offseason. I don't like that. But I hope the NFL doesn't figure out a way to kind of shoehorn or force players onto the team
if they don't deserve to be.
If they don't genuinely deserve it.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. I think there's a danger of that.
I know.
That's the marketing element is big when it comes to this.
The big entity that butters the bread and can offer a lot of finances and everything, and all of a sudden the boss's kid is playing wide receiver for your flag football team.
Exactly. All right, Payne.
Nothing dodgy would ever come out of the Olympics, Sean. So,
no, it's amateurism, or at least it used to be back in the day. We're getting Nick Wright text still. Nick got mad at me one time and then tried to call me at work back in. That sounds like Nick. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Aaron Rodgers went on the Pat McAfee show yesterday and Southern belled the hell out of one big thing in his life. We will have that for you coming up next. Let me tell you right now, though, about the men's
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Pendergast.
Oh, it's been great, man. I really enjoyed it. I had a great 3 days out there for mini camp with the boys. Did some individual work, but mostly just kind of watched on the side and talked to Arthur and Tom Arth. And I had a good time, man. It's fun. I was doing a bunch of events out there, so I got out there, went to Tomlin's house for a barbecue, went to Cam Hayward's house for a barbecue, did Cam's golf event on the Monday, had a good time. So just meeting the guys, get to know the guys.
Not that I care about Jets fans. I don't really. There's people I like who are Jets fans. I care about them personally, but I don't care about their Jets fandom. But, man, that was Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show yesterday talking about his time at Steelers minicamp. If you recall, a year ago, he missed Jets minicamp because he couldn't cancel his travel plans to Egypt. If I were a Jets fan listening to that cut, I would be livid right now. Like, we let you bring in all your buddies to come ruin our team.
We had Nathaniel Hackett. We spent 2 years with Nathaniel Hackett, or 1.5 years at least with Nathaniel Hackett. And then you brought them all in, and then you had to run off to Egypt instead. And now I got to sit here listening to you basically say, everything I was looking for, I kept running. I run into Egypt, run into Peru. Yeah. But everything I was looking for is right here at home in Pittsburgh.
Right here in Latrobe, where they have their training camp. Yeah.
They went to 2 barbecues.
Oh my God, I would be so mad. We're a Jets fan listening to that right now.
Wasn't Cam Hayward the one in the offseason that on some podcast basically said, like, listen, you either want to be here or you don't? And he wasn't.
Yes.
It looked a lot worse in the transcripts than it did with what he actually said. But Cam Hayward had a lot of headlines for basically, it made it look like he was telling Aaron Rodgers to poop or get off the pot.
Pretty much.
But apparently they're A-okay because they're eating grilled food together.
They're barbecuing together and going to Cam's golf events and things like that. The guy's doing like extra. Not only is he at minicamp, he's doing extracurriculars while he's there as well. So Rodgers was on McAfee. The thing that got the most attention was Rodgers saying this will likely be his final season.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. That's why we just did a 1-year deal. Steelers didn't need to, put any extra years on that or anything. So, this was really about finishing with a lot of love and fun and peace for the career that I've had. I mean, I played 20 freaking years. It's been a long run, and I've enjoyed it. And what better place to finish than in one of the cornerstone franchises of the NFL with Mike Tomlin and a great group of leadership and great guys in the city that expects you to win.
I watched a lot of this interview, Seth. We've got cuts from a little. We got one more that we're going to play that's just mind-blowing from Aaron Rodgers. That whole love peace thing was a theme throughout this interview. He talked in one particular juncture. He talked about, I don't really have a chip on my shoulder anymore. And I'm watching this and I'm going, if I were a Steeler fan, I would be terrified that this is my quarterback for the upcoming season.
This is where, hey, it's great that he does seem like he's just trying really hard to just genuinely enjoy the experience. And hey, we're here for the ride, which is awesome. If you're a jam band or something, it's not necessarily it's awesome if you're Fish, but it's not necessarily awesome when you want a type A personality who's going to drive and maybe might be deeply emotionally unsettled, but the only thing he thinks is going to fill the void is a championship. Yes. I want mentally unhealthy quarterbacks that are driven beyond the point of obsession to win, and Aaron Rodgers is the exact opposite
Imagine if C.J. Stroud came into training camp and was saying, I don't really have a chip on my shoulder anymore. I'm just here for the peace and the love, and I'd be like, we're going to win 5 games this year.
There's an element, some guys need that. Some guys need to back off a little bit and reduce the size of the chip on their shoulder. Some guys need to care a little bit less, just a smidgen less to just be more free-flowing and everything. But it feels like Aaron Rodgers is, like he just took Quaaludes right before the big exam.
The size, there needs to be a chip. I'm with you, like the size of it can vary, but you got to have some sort of edge This Aaron Rodgers has zero edge to him at all.
Yeah.
And so, look, it's not my team. Knock yourself out, Steelers. Okay, this is the one I couldn't wait to play, especially for you, Seth. He goes off at one point in the interview about, for those who don't know, Aaron Rodgers got married in secret to somebody named Brittany, who nobody has seen. She's went off on the invasion of his private life that's going on.
And where are we at in society where that's like the norm now? That just because I'm not selling wedding photos to the magazines or leaking personal information or making a loving post on Instagram, and look, you want to do that? That's fine. That's your own prerogative. I don't care. That's just not what I want to do. I don't want to be a part of anything. I told you, when this is all done, I'm out. You won't see me. And I know that I've chosen to be in the public eye for one more season, but my private life is staying private. And any other ridiculous story that's out there about my family that I don't talk to, they wouldn't know any information about me. Like, leave them alone. Like, and you want to keep stalking me on the beach and getting photos of me and Apollo? Go for it. I don't give a shit. But stop making shit up. And my private life is my private life, and it's going to stay that way. And I'm with somebody who wants to be private. And if and when she wants to be out and there's a picture, she'll choose that. And she deserves the right to that. But the entitlement to information about my private life is so f***ing ridiculous and embarrassing. Like, hey, do what you got to do, but just, try and leave me out of a conversation, sports world, for a month. Try and just leave me out. My personal life, my professional life. Try not to talk about me. Try not to still be relevant.
He's the worst. God, I hate him. Shut him down. I hate him.
Mind you, he's doing this on a podcast that he's under no obligation to do in the off season in a dead time of the year.
Yeah, he's getting paid.
And he concedes that he's put himself out there, he's chosen to be a football player, but he does a lot above and beyond in terms of public appearances, where if you genuinely wanted to be as much of a private citizen as possible, you are welcoming the wolf into the door and then complaining about the wolf eating your Pop-Tarts.
Seth, he was on the Joe Rogan podcast like 3 weeks ago, not even talking about football.
The biggest podcast in the world. I don't know why there's all this intrigue into my private life and everything else. I'm going to go on the biggest podcast in the world.
He toyed with running for office a year ago. Like, what are we doing? Like, hey, my private life's my private life. You are toying with and actually doing some of the most public things you can possibly do. It is a little weird that there has not been a sighting of his wife yet, right?
No, I think it's also a little bit of an indication of how much he's whining about much ado about nothing, and that athletes, by and large, do get relatively sparse coverage of their private lives if they choose to do it that way.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's going to be a few whack jobs out there or paparazzi types that know they're going to. So he's getting that paparazzi treatment a little bit on a minimal scale compared to actual movie, Hollywood celebrities and whatnot.
My favorite thing I have several favorite things from this notion that Aaron Rodgers, like, when did it become acceptable? ... I went to Hollywood on a trip with my family back in the early 80s. On every corner, there's people handing out pamphlets of where the celebrities live in town. Like, when did this start? Yeah. It's been this way since movies existed.
With Rodgers, I half expected that conversation to turn somewhere towards, like, and who actually runs Hollywood? I think the acting like you're just fresh off the bus and you don't understand how the world can be this way.
Yeah.
It's been this way with celebrities since about the 1950s or so.
Yeah.
Really, blame the booming success that we had after World War II economically and everything that spawned from it. Yeah, that's pretty much been the deal.
Yes.
There's been extreme interest in the private lives of celebrities for about 80 years now.
When did this become acceptable?
Yeah.
I'm like, have you looked around? What are you doing?
The thing with Rodgers that's annoying is that this is what happens. It's when anybody is newly passionate about something, happens religion, like the zeal of the new convert. Yeah. In meditation circles or Eastern philosophy, which is more where Aaron Rodgers resides, there's kind of a you're trying to detach yourself from yourself as much. Mm-hmm. Understand like where you fit in the world and as part of the universe. So, ego death is a big thing. And I've seen Aaron Rodgers use the term ego death a couple times.
Yeah.
As people strive to achieve ego death, this really annoying thing happens where they become really proud of themselves for how thoroughly they've killed their ego. And nobody is as detached from himself as this guy. That's where he is. He's killed his ego enough that his ego has become massively inflated.
That is a great breakdown. It is. He's walking. He's two-legged irony is what he is right now, man.
It's the same as like with when people sometimes when they're born again, there's a really rough period of a year or two where they cannot believe how unenlightened and how imbued with the Holy Spirit people are not compared to me.
Yep.
Just look at me.
I know.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Boy, I can't believe you idiots are doing the exact same thing I was doing 6 months ago, are living like you do. Tisk.
That's why you got to watch on YouTube, because the way Seth has his hands on his hip and his chest puffed out adds so much to the segment.
It's the tisk pose.
It is nice.
That's my power pose. The tisk.
The tisk. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Matt Young of the Houston Chronicle went deep yesterday on Scott Boras and the Houston Astros and their history. Why is that important? Because Jeremy Pena, arguably the most popular Houston Astros, certainly I think their best player right now, just signed to have Boras represent him for his next contract in a couple of years. We talked about a couple of the other players that were Boras clients yesterday. Didn't realize a few of these other ones that are on Matt's list here. Where do we think Jeremy Pena ultimately falls on the Scott Boras client list? Who's his comp going to be when his contract comes up? That's next.
Texans training camp is just a month away. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast.
In the air, center field. Rojas going back near the wall. That ball's gone! Cooper Hummel! 1-0 Astros! Right here in eighth.
How about it, Cooper Hummel? Got that Oppo-type juice going the other way.
Ha! It seemed like Blum wanted to say Oppo Taco there, but I wonder if he's been getting any heat from people saying Oppo Taco sounds a little weird.
Yeah, but Oppo Taco's become just standard terminology. It's not like one of his cute little words or
sounded
anything.
like he paused, though, right before. He's like, kind of Oppo type stuff going on right there.
Maybe he came up with a pun because he loves his little catchphrases and puns and everything for players. Maybe he's been workshopping something for Cole, for Hummel, and he didn't really didn't feel comfortable with it yet.
Maybe, yeah. He just
bailed out of the triple Lindy.
Yeah.
Because he just like, all right, no, I'm going to hit the water hard. I got to
get back in the weight room. I got to figure this thing out.
Yeah.
That was Todd Callis and Jeff Blum on the call. Space City Home Network. Cooper Hummel with a home run last night. That was the only run of the game that you heard right there. And the Astros find a way to win again, 1-0. Framber Valdez, excellent last night, 7 shutout innings. A little shaky early, but 92 pitches over 7 innings, pretty economical. No runs, that's the most important thing. And the Astros continue to get contributions but up and down the line. Not last night so much. They only scored 1 run, but on the aggregate here, especially in the month of June, contributions up and down the lineup. Here's Joe Espada on Cooper Hummel, Mauricio Dubon, and others.
I don't think we're gauging anything. We are getting ready to play whoever we play. It's exciting when first place teams come in here. You feel the fan. You feel like it's kind of a playoff atmosphere. But we just getting to play whoever.
Yeah, Espada's doing a great job, man. He's doing an excellent job.
He really is, and it's also, last year I thought he was getting a lot of criticism for things that were beyond his control during the first half of the season or the first third of a season when things were really bad.
Yeah.
You can't blame Espada for the pitchers being as bad in 2024 as they were to start the season. That this year you can see, man, for whatever you have a quibble with them about lineups or what have you, they just flat out keep winning baseball games where they have no business winning these games if you just look at it on paper.
Yeah.
They've done a great job managing all of this.
And I think he maybe waited a little too long to move Christian Walker down in the lineup. I thought he maybe gave him a little too much rope, but moving Jeremy Pena to the leadoff spot has been one of the best moves made by an Astros manager relative to the lineup over the last several years. I mean, that's turned Pena into an elite all-star caliber offensive player at shortstop.
It was, last year part of it, though, too, was you had the combined aspect of Beltran playing, having Jose Abreu playing as bad as he was, and then watching the manager get up and talk about him in gushing terms.
Yeah.
And that was hard. That was hard as the team also wasn't having success. Then this year you don't have any awkward situations like that. It doesn't feel like there's anybody shoehorned onto this team.
No. Like Christian Walker, I think Christian Walker hasn't played well, but I think people understand why he's playing every day, and why he's in the lineup. Like, I get it. We just need him to play better. So man has done a great job. I need to see some Manager of the Year odds come out here and see what the betting community thinks. We talked a lot yesterday about Jeremy Pena signing with Scott Boras and kind of sifting through the history, at least a couple chapters with Scott Boras that we've had to deal with. Now, the Jose Altuve one has worked out very well. Jose Altuve will be a lifetime Astro. Scott Boras is his agent. Others, it's not worked out quite as well. Matt Young had the list of recent Boras clients that the Astros have done business with, and it's really interesting, and I'm curious where we think Pena ends up falling on the scale of these guys. The first one on the list is Carlos Beltran, who was a Boras client back the first go-around with the Astros, and it turned into one of the most acrimonious relationships between the fans, the team itself, and a former player, maybe the most that we've seen in the history of the team.
I think for all of the guff that Boris gets, I think a lot of it is misplaced because ultimately he's like a divorce. He's like your wife leaving you and she hires a good divorce attorney. Yeah, you're going to be mad at the divorce attorney, but he's just doing his job. It's your wife who decided to leave you. With Boris, the Carlos Beltran scenario is the one where I look at it and it just feels like, oh, you shady agent.
Yeah.
Well, oh, wait a second. You strung the Astros along, and then all of a sudden he's gone anyway. If Beltran was traded for in the middle of that season, if he had just left at the end, by and large, people wouldn't have been mad at Beltran. It was the way he went about it and doing it in alliance with Scott Boras. That's what I think really cemented Boris being the big B word in their minds.
Yeah, no doubt. The article reminds us that Drayton McClain, at the time, the owner of the Astros, said he wouldn't do business with any more Scott Boras clients. That's a dicey thing. You're not going to have a very good baseball team if you go anti-Boras, full anti-Boras.
Such a behind-the-scenes type of deal maker and being able to engineer where guys go. You have to.
Yeah, I don't think we'll end up feeling as a fan base the same way about Jeremy Pena as we did about the Carlos Beltran situation. The Astros themselves and Astro fans felt duped and lied to in that whole thing. Jose Altuve, we talked about Alex Bregman, Boris, a Bregman a Boris client. Yeah.
Altuve, to point out that Altuve signed 2 extensions with Boris as his client.
Yeah.
Except the more every time an Astros player now signs with Scott Boras and then leaves in free agency, it's getting harder and harder for me to point out to everybody, hey, remember Altuve?
Yeah.
Hey, Altuve is a Boras client. He signed an extension. It's becoming conspicuous by how Altuve's and McCullers also, but mostly Altuve is the guy that you really wanted who did sign an extension.
Yeah, that's Altuve will always illustrate the point that you make, Seth, and that we make, which is the agent works for the player. The fact of the matter is, most players are just as greedy as the agents are. Like, that's the thing. It's, a lot of people position it as a Boris thing. And Boris may very well recommend to his clients that they hit free agency because that's most money.
Yeah.
But the players are just as greedy as the agent. And I'm not saying that with any level of disdain, like you should be. Like, you should try to get as much as you possibly
greedy
can.
In a classic American capitalistic type of way. Not bad greedy, just, enough greediness.
Enough greedy, yeah. Correa was a Boris agent. I had forgotten about this, though. He hired Boris during the lockout. Remember, Carlos had like a Hollywood agency handling his stuff until he hit free agency, the lockout hit, and then he switched to Boris as his agent, and then the lockout ended, and Boris came back, got him that original 3-year deal with the opt-out with the Twins, got him a couple massive deals with the Giants and the Mets that both got squashed because of medicals, and then I thought went back and got him a pretty good deal. For someone who just got rejected by 2 MLB teams because of a leg issue, he got 6 years, $200 million that he's not lived up to at all in Minnesota so far.
Right.
By Boris.
Yeah, and as much as the people in Minneapolis despise you, Sean Pendergast, because of your antics at Twins games, it would be interesting to listen in and see how they feel about Carlos Correa. Because Carlos, it was basically like, hey, I'm back. I love Minnesota.
Right.
After 2 other teams rejected me. They can't have felt awesome about that to begin with. And then he hasn't held up his end of the bargain.
He hasn't. And they don't operate on the same budget that even a team like the Astros operates on. So I think people maybe forgot or blocked out this one. I know I had. Garrett Cole, not just a Scott Boras client, but was actually wearing Scott Boras gear on his Game 7 of the World Series in 2019.
Yes. As
a representative of himself.
In which he actually, he made sure to point out, as he did, was about to do the interview, that he wasn't actually an Astros employee anymore.
Not anymore.
Thank you. I cannot distance myself from this failure as much as possible, yes.
Oh, my God. There's some other ones on here that are fun. Yusei Kikuchi, we don't need to dig too deep on that. He was a Boris client. Boris got him a lot of money from the Angels this offseason. He was Mark Appel. Remember Mark Appel, the first pick in the draft back in 2013?
Oh, yeah.
He barely made it to the big leagues. He was a Boris client. You mentioned McCullers. Dallas Keuchel is an interesting one because Dallas Keuchel was great as an Astro. He was one of the faces of the first Astro World Series championship team.
Integral part in bringing in Justin Verlander.
A huge part, yeah. He sold Justin Verlander on coming to Houston during Hurricane Harvey. And then, I don't know who gets the finger pointed at him for how it worked out for Keuchel in free agency, but he got almost no interest in free agency coming out of the 2018 season into 2019 to where he had to sign a one-year prove-it deal with the Braves in June. Yeah. And then he ultimately got a 3-year pretty good deal from the White Sox, and then ultimately that was kind of his demise. He's been in and out of the major leagues since then, but I would say like for Scott Boras, like he probably doesn't present Dallas if he's trying to sell somebody on signing with him to be their agent. I'm guessing there's not a Dallas Keuchel slide on the PowerPoint. Probably
Keuchel's an interesting one just because I think one of the values of having a guy like Scott Boras as your agent is that in theory he should be exactly what's going to be out there for you. Like, what are the numbers that teams are willing to pay? Boras has a pretty good feel and or inside intel on a lot of that. And with Keuchel, I wonder just what did he told Keuchel? Yeah. Like, oh, no, you're about to get the big money?
Yeah.
Or did Keuchel have a realistic idea of what it was? Or did it, because, I mean, that was pretty much the interest level in Dallas Keuchel from that point forward was about that same level.
Yeah.
Nobody was desperate to have him on their team.
There was definitely a disconnect somewhere. You don't sign in June if there's not a disconnect somewhere.
Well, part of it, I mean, they raised the strike zone a couple inches, and that was where Keuchel lived, was at the bottom of the strike zone. So they kind of squeezed him out just by virtue of the way they called the strikes.
And he was a year removed from being great when he hit free agency. He was great in he was obviously great the year he won the Cy Young in 2015. He was great again in 2017. He made the All-Star team and was obviously part of that rotation that won the World Series. And then in 2018, which may have been about the time they did with what they raised the strike zone, like you said, Seth. I think he was 14-13 that year. He had a kind of a middling ERA. Like, he was fine. He was an innings eater for a team that made made it to the ALCS that year. But he was not the same Keuchel that he'd been in his 2 fantastic seasons that he'd had a couple of years before that. And then Marwin Gonzalez was a Boras client. It got him to cash in on. Nobody cashed in bigger on the trash can scandal than Marwin Gonzalez. 90 RBIs in 2017. All the splits say that he was a completely different player that year with the trash cans than any other year. $20 million deal with the Twins, and then falls off the map.
He should be working for the CIA.
Yeah.
Because he was, and all the really in-depth breakdowns they did, the hardcore statistical analysis, it was Marwin and one other player. I can't remember who it was. There were only 2 guys where it looked like it actually benefited them.
Yeah.
By the end of when they were doing it, it was actually harming a lot of guys because they were leaning too much into it or they'd form tendencies. So, but Marwin, good for you, Marwin. A man, perfect place, perfect time.
I don't know that Pena's journey to free agency looks like any of these guys. Like, Bregman and Correa got 3-year short-term deals. I think Pena, if he plays like this at a premium position, still at age 30, I think he's going to get, I think he could get a 6 or 7-year deal, something like that. I don't think he's going to get tippy top of the market. Like, Garrett Cole is still the highest paid pitcher in baseball. 5 years later, nobody's got more money than Garrett Cole as a pitcher. I don't think he's that, and I certainly don't think he's any of these guys that only got like Marwin or Dallas Keuchel. Pena might be the first guy that Boras has with and Carlos Beltran got a big, nice long-term deal, but I don't think there's going to be the acrimony that there was with Carlos Beltran. Pena may be the first guy that leaves here as a Boras client and actually gets the conventional contract that he's expecting to get in free agency.
There's a bunch of really good shortstops this year in Major League Baseball. All of a sudden, and Pena's amongst the very best of them. But depending on what the market is when he hits free agency or when he has that leverage, that'd be interesting.
Yep, sure will.
What about Kyle? Can we welcome you? Might have not.
Here's John Heyman of MLB.com or MLB TV. He talked about this earlier this week. Kyle Tucker's future, what the market's looking like for Kyle Tucker.
He's not a pitcher. There's no risk. He was a number 5 overall pick. He's made a lot of money. He is one of the most, if not the most consistent hitter in baseball. So it's going to be very difficult. But the Cubs are, it's a big market team. They're doing very well. They need to give it a try. That said, once the guy's a free agent, he's only been there a year. There are going to be other teams in there. Never count the San Francisco Giants at this point. They look like an aggressive team, as we've seen. And the Red Sox. Now, the Red Sox have a lot of outfielders, but we've heard of Durant potentially on the market. They would be a possibility as well, because they do need to do something to make up for depth.
That would be amazing if Kyle Tucker ended up signing a big deal with the Red Sox and they still suck the same way Bregman's having to experience right now. That would be fun.
I mean, with the Cubs, it's important to remember as we prepare for a series against the Cubs, the NL Central is really, really tight right now.
Yeah.
They've got 3 teams between 44 and 46 wins. The Cubs have 46 wins, and then the Brewers and the Cardinals both have 44 wins. The Reds are 42 and 38. So that's
stout.
The standard for a Cubs fan, I would imagine, is, man, you better make a really serious World Series push here if you're only going to give us Kyle Tucker for 1 year.
Yep.
And then Cam Smith and Paredes are playing the way they're playing. That's if they could sweep this. That's all I ask. I just want them to sweep
You want them to sweep place in the hardest division in baseball.
I want them to knock the Cubs down into 4th place in the division.
Yeah.
And at the same time, that's not quite possible. 3rd place in the division.
Okay.
And then I also want that. Well, it could be possible by the time they play. But then I also this is all I need is, what did we say? 7 combined home runs out of Paredes and Cam Smith.
You said 9 earlier. You've softened on that. You wanted 9 earlier in the show.
It's a 4-game series?
It's a 3-game series.
Yeah, that's right. That's why we tweaked it. Okay, that's 7. That's all I asked. 7 home runs out of those.
7 home runs.
Oh, and Kyle Tucker to go over.
That's all you're asking for.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay, I don't think that's a big ask.
Can you give me this, Astros,
I think that's
please?
a big ask. Not sure if anybody knew this, but the NBA draft is tonight. I know people know this. I know the NBA draft. I used to love the NBA draft. Now it's just something on the calendar. I'm lukewarm on the NBA draft tonight, but this might get me to watch. I saw something on the internet last night, and you're going to hear it in a minute. This might get me to watch the NBA draft tonight. We will have that for. I'm going to watch it, but we might get you to watch it. We'll have that for you coming up next.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets. After weeks of speculation, Kevin Durant is coming to Houston in a trade that sends Jalen Green, Dillon Brooks, and this year's 10th pick back to the Suns. Can the 37-year-old superstar take Ime's squad to the next level and make them title contenders next season?
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hey, something that you don't want to be interested in, but you are because you have to be. It's storm season. That's right, it's storm season. We all remember with the Category 1 hurricane, you want to be sure your trees are ready. Lewis Flory and Ability Trees are the people to get you there. You can feel good about your trees' ability to withstand strong wind and weather because when Lewis comes out and takes care of your trees, they become stronger, healthier, more resilient in the face of strong winds. A lot of his clients last year said, hey, Lewis, a lot of my neighbors got
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
So the end quickly from Game 7 in Oklahoma City on Sunday to the NBA draft tonight. So they're already doing hits on ESPN yesterday, live from the venue where the NBA draft is going to be held. And they had the entire desk up there. Malika Andrews sitting there hosting with Kendrick Perkins to her right, and then to her left were Jay Billis, who is a staple for the NBA draft because he's seen all these guys play collegiately, and then Shams Charania at the very end there. So the four of them are sitting there, and Kendrick Perkins, I will watch the NBA draft tonight, but admittedly it's not nearly the event for me that it was even 5 or 10 years ago. It's just a lot of international guys, a lot of one-and-dones. And the Rockets, coincidentally, don't have a pick right now in the draft tonight. So locally, there's not a ton of reason. Although there are rumors the Rockets are trying to trade back into the draft tonight. So we'll see what happens. But Kendrick Perkins, Cooper Flagg is the big name in this draft. Duke, one-and-done, freshman, All-American, best player in college basketball last year. Kendrick Perkins had this comp for 18-year-old Cooper Flagg yesterday.
This is how I look at Cooper Flagg. If LeBron James and Kevin Garnett had a baby, you get Cooper Flagg. And why I say that is because when you think about LeBron James, you think of a complete basketball player, right? Jay, you just ran off the stats. He led the team in everything. That's a LeBron James type thing. And you talked about his passion, his tenacity. I'm watching KG all over again, the way that he plays with a high level. We don't give players enough credit like Cooper Flagg. I think it's a skill to have a high motor. Like, talk about his competitive nature and saying this is one of the most competitive guys over the last 20 years. It is, because most guys in high school nowadays, they reclass and go the other way. Right. He reclassed up. So he's running up the chimney looking for the smoke. And I love everything about this young man. I love how humble he is. I love how low maintenance he is and how hard working he is. And he's a generational talent.
That is 55 beautiful seconds of audio right there. I like some of the points that he made. The funniest one for me, Seth, I don't think guys who have high motors get enough credit. Yeah. So I'm going to proceed to make up for all that credit they haven't gotten by comparing Cooper Flagg to LeBron James and Kevin Garnett. If they had a baby.
I always like the problem with the high motor stuff is always that it's usually the really great players, yeah, they also have high motors. It's like, James Harden is the exception, not the rule. The guys that just are flat out just machines all over the place, yeah, those tend to be the superstar players. So when you bring up a high motor, it almost feels like a pat on the head, more so than anything else, which is in and of itself disrespectful. He's clamoring for more disrespect for Cooper Flagg.
Yeah. You should have seen the looks on the faces of Jay Billis and Shams. Jay Billis especially, because I'm guessing Jay Billis looks at these guys that are on the set there that are just strictly NBA guys.
Yeah.
And he's probably like, man, I watch these guys all the time play. Like, I know what the comps are for, especially Cooper Flagg. Jay Billis went to Duke, so he probably has been on the Cooper Flagg train since before he even set foot on campus. A little bit with like the NCAA tournament when Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith are doing the studio show with Clark Kellogg, who does college basketball all year, and Clark Kellogg's probably like having to like hold a sneeze in to not correct them on things and stuff like that. But Jay Billis had a look on his face when Perk dropped, if LeBron James and Kevin Garnett had a baby, it would be Cooper Flagg. Billis is like, are you nuts? It was awesome.
He's most often compared to Tatum, Pippen, and Kawhi.
Yeah.
That's the, so some blend of those three.
Yeah.
Would have gotten fewer clicks, though, because other people have said that.
You got to say LeBron James. You got to stick LeBron's name in.
The best thing to do is compare somebody to the all-time great.
Yes.
That's the fairest thing you can do to the kid, too.
Yeah.
Great. Now we're going to have debate shows for the first 3 weeks of his career, comparing to like, is he as good as Michael Jordan yet? No, not yet.
It's one thing.
He will be.
It's one thing to bring up multiple names too, because
LeBron.
Yeah, the bring up multiple names like Tatum and Pippen and who was the other one? Kawhi that you brought up there. That I'm guessing you looked up on a website there. That's an or. Like he looks like either, Jason Tatum or Pippen or Kawhi. Like to say that this guy is a combination of these two guys, he is both of these men, Kevin Garnett. So I say all this to say that if Kendrick Perkins is indeed sitting in that analyst chair tonight for the NBA draft, I mean, we could have this could be a Take-A-Mania treasure trove happening tonight at the NBA draft with Perk up there talking about things. Mm-hmm. So that's got me, you sucked me in. I'll be watching tonight. As long as Perk is on the desk, I'll be watching.
What are you hoping for the Rockets if they do trade back into the first round?
A shooter.
Yeah.
A shooter. Yeah, just somebody. I don't know. I don't know that I don't know that they're trading for anybody who's getting on the floor this year. So if their scouting staff, Seth, and they've got enough first round draft capital and future drafts to move back in if they want to. If their scouting staff and Rafael Stone see a guy that they feel like is worth stashing for a couple of years, then I'll trust them on that. There's no GM or staff in town that's engendered more trust right now than Rafael Stone and the Rockets. I mean, they've I can't think of a bad decision that they've made in the last couple of years in the last few drafts. So
some version of a Reed Shepherd type of dude or something.
Yeah, just a hired gun, that kind of thing. Just someone who's a sniper. Payne and Pendergast with you, 713-572-4610. Hey, I don't know if I can't remember if I sent this to you. Did you see the video? It didn't happen in real time. The aftermath got a lot of run, though, of the guy who jumped from the second level of the Galleria down to the ice rink.
I didn't need you to send me something that I'd seen like 400 times.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you'd seen it. Okay, yeah. That was wild, man. That was...
the biggest question I have, I guess, even though I saw it like 500 times on my timeline or elsewhere, I didn't really try to zoom in on the details of it. So just go ahead and lay the story out for those who don't know.
Well, yeah, for those who don't know, this happened over the weekend. There was a guy who, it turns out, shoplifted a pair of glasses because the security video surfaced yesterday of him picking the glasses off the shelf and then getting on his own phone and talking about it.
Yeah.
And then ultimately
did they have evidence? Did he live
He's wearing the glasses in the video. Yes. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see. I saw the aftermath. I didn't see that part.
Yeah.
Of it. Okay.
So he got chased by, I'm assuming, a couple mall cops in the Galleria.
Yeah.
And decided that the great escape would be to jump from the second level of the Galleria down to the ice rink in the lower level of the Galleria.
Yeah.
And the aftermath is, I'll say it's funny because I don't feel sorry for this guy. He's
laying on the ground, and it looks like
he looks paralyzed.
He has two broken legs.
Yeah,
and it just does not look great. Except though, it does also look like he's on his phone, does it not?
Yeah, he was on his phone as he's laying there. He's probably calling 911 or something.
He's still on the phone. I just can't imagine a worse surface to jump onto than an ice rink.
Yes,
from any kind of, because there's no possibility of a tuck and roll. In your mind, you've got every Netflix series you've ever watched in your mind, and how you're gonna land and tumble, and then you'll be scot-free to the races.
Yeah.
Off to freedom. No, your legs are gonna split, and you're gonna hit your tailbone or your shin or femur or something.
There's people filming him as he's laid out on the ice. Yeah. His legs aren't moving. He looks paralyzed, and I think the report is that he did end up breaking his legs or whatever. This is where Twitter, in my opinion, the two funniest tweets that I saw about this, retweets, comment tweets about this. Someone said, dude laying down there like Andy just walked into the room. That's a Toy Story reference for those who don't know. He did.
He just wait, maybe if I just got to keep him from picking up the scent.
Yeah.
After I made that brilliant jump, now I just got to lay still.
Yeah, maybe they won't notice me laying in the middle of the ice. The other funny one, Astros reporting that this Galleria shopper is suffering from leg discomfort. That was pretty good.
Thank you, though, by the way. I didn't get the Andy reference. I didn't know what that was all
about. That's Toy Story, yeah.
I've never seen Toy Story.
Yeah, Toy Story. The toys would all be sitting there doing their thing. Andy was the one who the little boy who owned all the toys, and when Andy was off at school, they'd be doing their thing. But as soon as Andy opened the door to the room and came home, they'd all flop down and play dead because Andy's not allowed to know that they've got little lives.
Seen that part. I've seen parts of Toy Story. I know who Buzz
Lightyear.
Buzz Lightyear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know who Buzz Lightyear is.
Woody?
That's about it.
You don't know Woody?
Woody is Tom Hanks' his character,
Yes,
right?
as a cowboy.
Cowboy.
Yeah.
Are there any other notable characters in that?
There's other notable characters if you've seen, like if you, those are the most famous. Those are the two most famous ones. If you go to Disney, those will be the two standing there in Futureland or whatever.
Is there a sexy rabbit that you're oddly attracted
No,
to?
no, there's not a.
Oh, that's Jessica Rabbit.
There's no, but there's a cowgirl significant other that Woody ends up with named Jessie. Yeah, named Jessie.
Jessie?
Yeah, Jessie.
Is she pure and good, or is she a trollop?
No, and she's a little rowdy too. So no, she's got an edge to her.
Rowdy in an annoying way, like those women on Yellowstone. What are they called? The rodeo ones.
Oh, Oh, like the ones that work on the ranch right there.
They're just hanging around for a couple of seasons, really annoyingly. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't find all of them to be annoying. Jesse's on the non-annoying side, I think. I don't know. Weigh in, text page. How annoying is Jessie from Toy Story?
Not the actual cowgirl, but like the good-looking ones that are just there as like groupies for the cowhands.
She's not that. No, she like legit carries a rope around with her and stuff like that. She's legit. What's the maximum height that you would jump down to an ice rink to avoid a situation?
To an ice rink?
Yes.
Oh God! Especially if it's just shoplifting, and let's say for the sake of argument, it was my first offense, which I'm guessing it is not for this guy. If it were my first offense and it were for shoplifting, I'm guessing I would just go ahead.
Give yourself up.
I'll put that on my permanent record. I wouldn't jump. Let me look. I'm looking at. I don't know if I'd jump 3 feet onto ice in sneakers.
Yeah, because you could slip. Okay, Okay, there's grass below. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the furthest you would jump down to, like a yard?
Second story.
Second story?
Second story.
You think you'd be okay?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd be okay, but I would take the chance.
You would? Okay.
Yeah, second story for sure. Third story, no way in hell.
No way in hell. No way in hell. Now,
second story, you can kind of lower yourself down enough that it's only, doesn't necessarily have to. But if I'm doing running, I could, with the right mix of fear and adrenaline, 100% I could see myself jumping off of a second story. But third story, I would just like, you know what? I've led a good life.
Yeah, I would say second story would be a situation that this guy was in, or if I'm about to get tased, definitely second story. I feel like whatever pain I get down there could be less than a bad tasing. I would jump like half a story to avoid a conversation with somebody I don't want to talk to. Like I would jump a good 8 feet, 8 or 9 feet to avoid talking to somebody I don't want to talk to. Yeah.
The hard one to pull that off, though, but if you can do it, it's 100%. Is you got to act like you're talking on the phone the whole time.
Yeah, I gotta go.
No, you're actually on a phone conversation.
Yeah,
and you have to turn your head as you're jumping so they can't see that there's actually nobody on the phone.
Yeah. I would if the building I were in were actually burning or something, I would give it a shot at 3 stories or 4 stories, I think.
Kids, by the way, that's one of the best things about getting a little bit older is you'll reach a time in your life where when you see another middle-aged person walking through the grocery store that maybe you genuinely both like each other, but you're not close friends. You just nod. Yeah, there's no need for a conversation or something. Right. You kind of have a look where like, we both know the deal. I'm just trying to get out of here ASAP,
It's a skill you learn.
You don't have to pretend to pretend you didn't see him and try to avoid him or anything.
Buckle bunny is the correct term for rodeo groupies, is what the text page is saying. Buckle bunnies.
That's the term, but they're as specific. It's at the rodeo, and I can't think of the name. But yeah.
I apologize. Woody's significant other was Little Bo Peep. Buzz Lightyear's significant other is Jessie. So Buzz Lightyear. Colin, do you have a correction on this here?
Yeah, no, that's right. Little Bo Peep. Jesse's the female opposite of Woody.
Right. Cowgirl, but she dates Buzz Lightyear.
Yes. That's where I got it wrong.
Yeah.
Seth, I'm surprised you've never seen Toy Story. I just have to, point that out. I'm surprised.
Yeah, it's all right. Like it's more forgivable than Sean not having seen as some of the really important sports movies. Yeah. The barrel racers. Those are those are the annoying women in Yellowstone.
Okay. I actually like the barrel racing event though at the rodeo. I'm pretty good at getting within a tenth of a second. Yeah,
because you don't have to get to know them and see that their personalities are apparently there's a bad advertisement on Yellowstone.
Yeah,
I gotta believe that most barrel racers are not like those women.
Yeah. The people are pointing out you're talking about the barrel racers. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. You got back up on that.
4 texts on my phone too.
You got back
more
up
of you people like Yellowstone than I would like to.
I liked it until I didn't.
Until it became C-SPAN
Yes,
Montana.
yeah, I liked Yellowstone a lot until I stopped liking it. Yeah.
There was and the whole thing too is there's a danger in any movie where they did a really good job of painting Beth as a complicated character who was like, that was cool and all, but I just so despised her by the time I quit watching.
Yep.
I just couldn't watch any more Beth.
I'm with you. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, the Astros, this is a big week. One thing that once this week is over should have you very, very excited about this team, and we will tell you what that is coming up next.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Spot after last night's 1-0 win over the Philadelphia Phillies. Talking about how this week, when you combine the Phillies series the next couple days and the Cubs series this weekend, this is a measuring stick week for the Astros.
I don't think we're gauging anything. We are getting ready to play whoever we play. It's exciting when first place teams come in here. You feel the fan. You feel like it's kind of in a playoff atmosphere. But we just getting to play whoever.
Yeah. So it's the Phillies. The Athletic came out with their power rankings this week, and the Astros are as high as they've been all year. They were 7th in the Athletic power rankings, Seth. The two teams they're playing this week are both ahead of them. The Phillies are, according to the Athletic, obviously subjective, the second best team in baseball right now, behind only the Los Angeles Dodgers. And then the Cubs are the 6th best team. The power rankings go like this. The Dodgers 1, Phillies 2. The Detroit Tigers, who have the best record far and away right now in the American League, are 3. Then the Yankees at 4, the Mets at 5. The Mets are in a tailspin right now. And then the Cubs at 6. And then there sit the Houston Astros at 7. After this, I know they play the Dodgers next week. They play the Rockies, the worst team in the rankings, and the Dodgers, the best team in the rankings. After that, the rest of the season, and I'm talking like all the way through, it's really just they got a series against Detroit. They got a couple series against the Yankees. And then other than that, it is all teams that are bottom half of the league for the most part. Like this is part of the Astros schedule. Like when I say part, I mean like chunks, like 10, 15 games, not individual series, is in the rearview mirror right now. Like the schedule lays out really, really nicely for them moving forward.
Yeah, even with the tough challenges in the next couple weeks, they still have the easiest schedule remaining in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
And if you can put in a good showing here, it's going to have to – yeah, it's essential to have a good showing here because whether it's if it's good, you feel good about it regardless. If it's bad – then there's nothing they can do in the second half of the season, aside from if they really start tearing the cover off the ball as a group, not just Yordan Alvarez. It's going to be hard to not remember these couple of series versus the Phillies and the Dodgers without really feeling like you got a genuinely good and solid foundation.
In the Dodgers, I'll throw the Cubs in there too. Like these series, these series, but they play the Dodgers next week. I'd like 3 of the next 4 series are against top 6 teams in baseball. If they don't perform well over those, I guess it'll be 9 games against those 3 teams, then the things we'll be saying in October, if they were to run up against those teams, and they would only run up against those 3 teams if it were the World Series. So obviously you'd be playing with some confidence already.
Yeah, we wouldn't be having that conversation anymore by that point.
But maybe. But if they got swept by, let's say the Cubs sweep them or the Dodgers, if they're unconvincing against the Dodgers, then what we will be saying is, well, we didn't have Yordan for those games, or that the schedule lined up where only Hunter pitched 1 game, but the other 2 games were pitched by the Gusto, Gordon, Waltz, that kind of thing,
And the fun thing is they might see Shohei Ohtani, old friend, in the Dodgers series as he starts to pitch again.
Yeah.
So,
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah.
I don't like Shohei. He screwed me on a Prize Picks lineup this weekend.
Oh, really?
I got 4 out of 5. The only one I needed Shohei to hit a home run. He didn't, and then he hit one the next day.
You think the interpreter is pulling the strings from behind the bars?
Maybe. He probably had no on Shohei hitting a home run. Yeah. I haven't thought about that. As I hit send on my lineup, I should have thought of that. I'm like, Shohei would be so proud. But you know who'd be even prouder? Ipe Mizuhara, his interpreter. Yeah.
Currently incarcerated.
Yep, as of last week. So the Astros, if you look at the power rankings in the Athletic, the average ranking of the teams they play the rest of the season, and this includes the Yankees and the Dodgers after this week, is around 18th, which the 18th ranked team happens to be the Guardians. So the Astros are basically playing the Guardians the rest of the season. It's a team at that caliber. So that should have people excited about things moving forward. But in the meantime, eat what's on our plate this week. Colton Gordon and Zach Wheeler tonight over at Minute Maid Park. The barrel racers are getting a lot of love right now, Seth, on the on the text page.
My least favorite characters on Yellowstone, and I made sure to point out, I'm not talking about barrel racers, the actual barrel racers.
Right.
The characters on Yellowstone were annoying as hell.
Apparently the actual barrel racers, and maybe the ones on Yellowstone, they're crazy, but it translates well of intimacy.
Well, I would imagine they're kind of crazy. Yeah, I could see where they came up with the character for the barrel racers. Because, you could envision them having personalities like that, but just a risk-taking mentality.
Yep. So they're getting a lot of love. They're called barrel racers. They're all crazy. That's from Brent in the Heights.
So they are genuinely crazy? Okay.
I guess.
Now I got to look into barrel racing.
Yeah.
More so than just watching it once a year.
Yeah. I like it. So it's an underrated event at the rodeo. 1923, the Yellowstone prequel is getting some love as well. People agreeing with your assessment of Yellowstone, but 1923.
I have a hard time with any of those series now who's the guy that creates all of them?
Taylor Sheridan, I think.
Taylor Sheridan. Yeah. It felt like he went into streamlining formulaic mode too much. So they all feel like the same shows to me.
Yeah.
I'm just like, they took the same show and they put it in a different setting, and then here you go. I just thought I appreciate I think they're. If there were only one of each of those series, because what was the original one? 1870, whatever it was?
1887 or 1870,
I've never wanted the main character who is supposed to be the hero to die more quickly than I did her.
Yeah.
I was so happy when she died.
Yeah.
And I was so happy that her father was through with the burden of being her father.
That was Tim McGraw who played her father,
Yeah, I felt happy for Tim McGraw that he was done with this burden of a daughter who couldn't even not be a pain in the ass. When she died, she was an inconvenience.
Yes. She was a mess. It was 18 something. I know 1923 is the one with Harrison Ford.
Yeah,
he plays one of the Duttons on there. People weighing in on the Astros. Last night included the last two Astro games I've been to. We've scored a total of 3 runs. The Astros are 2-0 in those games. It's just that kind of year. That's true. You can go to an Astros game and there's no offense going on, but there's a decent chance you're walking out with a victory.
Yeah.
I think they've gotten better. Remember that stat earlier in the year? I think when they were 50 games in, it felt like 30 of the 50-some-odd games they'd played, they'd scored 3 or less runs. I was tracking it much closer at the beginning of the year. It feels a little better now. It feels like they're having at least a few more capable offensive performances now than early in the year.
It's too far out to really just think about which guys they might trade for. If they trade for a lefty before the trade deadline, what are you going to do? So much of the actual, the real hope for a more solid base is obviously the pitchers, and which pitchers can come back and be healthy and effective.
Yeah.
And then Yordan Alvarez on the offensive side of things. But we still have to wait and see exactly what Yordan Alvarez looks like when he comes back. And it was just such a weirdly long stretch of him being ineffective that if it was simply that he had some kind of hand issue the entire time, I'd feel better about that, but I still have to actually see it when he comes back.
If this hand issue with Yordan lingers into July and into the All-Star break, and you come back from the All-Star break, and that's really when the trade deadline thing starts churning. One of these teams that is actively out there looking for not just a left-handed bat off the bench, but like a decent left-handed bat that feels like an everyday guy. That probably tells me that the Yordan thing is either something where he's still going to be out for a while, or they're nervous there's going to be a reoccurrence of it. Because I think if you look, it's easy to say, well, they need a left-handed bat. They're a very righty-heavy lineup. But I look at the lineup, I go, okay, well, where do you put, once Yordan is back, where do you put the guy? Because Yordan and Altuve are going to kind of split the left field DH duties. Your catcher, Yiner's not hitting great right now, but your catcher platoon is Yiner and Victor Caratini. And then you go around the infield, you're not benching Paredes, you're not benching Pena. I guess second base, Dubon still needs to keep hitting, but that's a very specific left-handed bat to go get, a left-handed bat that can play second base. I don't think Christian Walker's getting benched just based on what he's getting paid. Yeah. And then your outfield has kind of solidified itself. As I said, left field, once Yordan's back, is going to be some combo of him and Altuve. Jake Myers has established himself, at least in 2025, as an everyday center fielder that you can put out there and not feel bad about. And I don't want to see them benching Cam Smith right now. I want Cam Smith to be playing every day. So we sit here and just say, well, they need a left-handed bat, and that's great. And they do. They need more lefties. But I think this is just the position they put themselves in.
Yeah.
They put together a roster that was righty heavy, and they were relying heavily on Yordan Alvarez, and he's hurt.
So Yordan, then, as we await the news that he swung off a tee on Sunday, he was supposed to be in the batting cage yesterday. So now we just await any kind of news about him feeling good or just still. I don't know. There's no news. We don't know. There'd be a minor league assignment.
Right.
We have very little information other than that he is at least progressed to the level of a 4-year-old, and he is hitting balls off a bat.
Yeah, Espada has said a couple times that they don't think there'll be a rehab stint for Yordan, that it'll be straight back to the major league roster. I can promise you, whatever he gets asked today about it, Espada, that the answer will be he's feeling good. That will be the answer for sure. Now, to what degree they say the hand is healed, but they'll never say, well, the guy's, he's been feeling good this whole time, and yet he's been out for, almost 2 months now.
If Yordan plays in Sugar Land, we have to, you and I have to go take that in.
Oh,
if we
yeah.
Can get tickets. If we can get tickets.
And sit on the grass so we can chase home run balls around. So we can shove little kids out of the way to get home run balls. I like that.
I'd rather just steal a ball from a little kid. That's a lot easier.
Yeah. Or I want to
go viral, Sean. Yeah. So I want to steal a ball from a little kid in my local ballpark.
Choke slamming a little kid into the fountains. Yeah.
Oh, no. Let's not bring violence into it. But yes, I'll strong arm him. Just
stealing the ball. I got you. All right, more people weighing in on the KD.
I'd never be dumb enough to do that on camera, what you suggested.
Right. And there's never any cameras around either, so that'll be fine. More people weighing in on the KD trade. People big, people national are weighing in. It's hard to find a dissenting opinion on this thing right now. We'll hear from a couple more folks weighing in on Kevin Durant coming up next.
Texans training camp is just a month away. Just a few more weeks until KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
My wife used to be a barrel racer. Can confirm. Crazy is what a texter just said. Yeah.
We need to interview a barrel racer.
Yeah. And is our lead-in question, so how crazy are you guys? Or do we just kind of lay out some normal questions to kind of dip our toe in the water and go, okay, she's definitely up a notch.
You might ask specific questions, kind of like, do you feel I need to choose? Would you ever ask your boyfriend whether he loves his job or you more? Or something like that. Do you ask the red flag crazies are things like, no, that's actually choose. Does she ever make you choose whether you love your mom or her more? Like making a choice between two things that you really shouldn't have to make a choice between.
Right.
That's a red flag. That's crazy.
Or for her, probably her horse. Mix that in there somewhere. Do you love your horse, or have you ever? As riding the horse, you know what I mean?
We're getting mixed up in the
not riding the horse. I just want to be very clear.
Well, go ahead.
Okay.
We're too off. You and I are on a different page, and it's not making any sense at all. So
gotcha. All right. More people weighing in on the Kevin Durant trade. Here's Bill Simmons and Ryan Russillo talking about the role that Rafael Stone is on.
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, Stone is on an absolute heater. He's been incredible at the draft picks. They've been incredible in how they've worked a lot of this stuff. And, we knew that they were limited offensively. Like the Durant market, right? The Durant market, if we go through it, you knew it was getting bad when you were just at least hearing the rumors of, like, Miami won't include who. At first it started with, like, Hillel Ware. And you're like, okay, I could see why you just wouldn't want to be in a hurry, or you would say no until you think, like, if you wanted Durant that bad, you're saying no about Ware for days until maybe then you finally give in. But then you're like, Jaquez wasn't – come on. Right. Like, there's no way, because the salary piece of your Brooks, because Wiggins – is probably going to get you some numbers, but I don't know that he impacts the game the same way Brooks does. And by the way, shout out to Brooks for all the jokes when the Lakers eliminated. And granted, he brought a lot of it on himself, and then he wouldn't do anything with the media after they would lose. So it's not like I was feeling bad for him, but like, dudes didn't think he was going to be in this league. And I still think he's somebody who impacts games. And when that contract came out and Houston gave all that money to Brooks and gave the massive deal to Fred VanVleet, a lot of us are going like, man, that is so much money for that level of dude. But it's like, well, we got to spend it on somebody. We probably have to overspend this way now over Houston. And they flip Brooks into Durant. So, like, there's just all these things you can look at with Stone being like, oh, he did that right. That worked out well. So credit to him. Credit to
he went and got two guys who he knew could play in playoff series, and they did.
Yeah. The part I agree with the most is the Brooks part there. Like, the losing Dylan Brooks, to me, hurts worse than anything else in that trade. It hurts more than losing the 10th pick in the draft. Hurts more than trading Jalen Green.
And I think this isn't – I'm not trying to take any of the attention away from Rafael Stone. You know how I always feel about professional sports leagues. All you have to do, simplest thing in the world, is have the right coach, the right GM, and the right owner.
That's it.
That's it. That's all you have to do.
Easy as pie, yeah.
It's really hard to have those things. And the owner, it's mostly, okay, does the owner make good choices in hiring the GM and the head coach, or at least one of them, who might then hire the other guy? And then do you give the guys the tools that they need? And I think Tillman Fertitta certainly does that. But when it comes to Udoka and Rafael Stone, I mean, everything that about personnel moves that have worked out, what's Dylan Brooks like if Steven Silas is the coach?
Right.
I don't think the experience is the same. I think that so much of this is that it's the combination of Rafael Stone and Udoka identifying what they need, what kind of culture they want to build, and then being strict with it. And, turning away James Harden perhaps, seeing where it can work with Dylan Brooks, all those things. Like, none of this works if Udoka doesn't do the job that he's done. Yeah. And it's the combination. It's never just one or the other. Those two working together have done an awesome job.
The Fertittas and Rafael Stone collectively, I'm trying to think of the last bad decision they've made. To me, it's probably like they leaned into Kevin Porter Jr. way too much. Yeah. When they picked him up for nothing, they leaned into him for a long time. And Kevin Porter Jr. was not – you could just watch him play and you go, okay, this guy's not – if you're trying to build around this guy, you're going down the wrong road. I'm not even talking the character stuff off the court. I'm talking about, like, the style of play. Like, they tried to make him into their point guard, and he's not that. Since then, like I think they've been fine on all the first round picks. Every single first round pick they drafted 7 guys in 4 years, and I don't think there's a single one where you go, well, they missed on that one. Jabari Smith Jr. may not be playing to the level of the typical 3rd overall pick or anything, but he's a very productive and essential NBA player for this team. And then the guys they brought in have just fit in perfectly. And then you make a move like Steven Adams that nobody pays attention to at the trade deadline one year, and now you're 3 years, $39 million. You know?
Yeah, it's been it's really been really impressive for a guy who took over under adverse circumstances and very easily could have just been looked at as, okay, well, you're hiring somebody from in-house who's just gonna try to be a Daryl Morey clone, and I think he's established that he operates. Rafael Stone operates in his own way.
Yeah,
learned a lot from Daryl Morey, and they obviously lean into the analytics a lot, but he's going to be his own man, and it hasn't felt like this is a guy just trying to be Daryl Morey.
Yep. Here's Bomani Jones, another big national voice, saying the Durant trade is a steal for the Rockets.
I think this was a steal for the Rockets. My best friend from growing up hit me and was like, why are we giving up all of this? They gave up Dylan Brooks. Okay, they got Amen Thompson. Not that you don't want to have 2 very good defensive players, but they got another one of those that's better. They gave up Jalen Green. I believe that to be addition by subtraction. I don't think that young man plays winning basketball. And I don't think Phoenix thinks it either, because everything we hear is that they're going to move him to a 3rd team. You know what second-round picks are? Change. This will cost you $18. Damn, I only got a $20. You want some of these second-round picks there? I don't think the Rockets gave up anything, and if they are so inclined, they're still in a position to bring Giannis to the Nigerian ancestral home of America, Houston. What did the Rockets not have last postseason? Big moment in the game, you need it. What the Rockets didn't have was a guy to get that shot.
Yeah.
Now they have a guy to get that shot, because he'll be able to get that shot for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Bomani Jones, we should mention, from Houston. So when he's got somebody calling him, one of his homeboys calling him about the trade, it's likely somebody here that roots for the Rockets, I would guess.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to the Nigerian community. Houston has the largest Nigerian-American group of Nigerian-Americans in any metropolitan area.
Go Houston. Nice.
So shout out to ND Kalu. So whose parents both were born in Nigeria, yes. As far as the trade itself, and I think the things I liked about it, because it hints at just the organization being solid, is that the radio silence on what was going on before the trade and whether or not the Rockets were even interested in Kevin Durant. These are in discussions that have been going on for over a year, that there was blessedly, sometimes infuriatingly few leaks about what the Rockets' intentions were. I think they had a lot of people convinced that they weren't even going to, they really just weren't, they were all in on the core. They were all in on the core.
Bet on continuity, Seth. Bet on continuity.
The other part of it is that I could envision that there might have been some disagreement amongst decision makers on just what Jalen Green's upside is. And it's good when you wouldn't ever know that from looking at the way they've operated, but good teams are always going to have disagreement. If you don't have disagreement about certain guys, then you're going to, you got too many people in your organization. So ideally, you've always got situations where people have disagreements, but you come to a decision. And there was no hint of drama in any of it. Mm-mm. You know, we haven't seen any reports that, oh, no, this guy thought that Jalen Green had a future, but this guy's strong-armed. There was very little drama with all this.
I can't believe I'm saying this, because I generally don't enjoy Jalen Green interviews or press conferences. His voice is a little too low for my tastes. I am anxious to hear Jalen Green's first interview after being traded from the Rockets, just to see what he felt like hearing that. I mean, this team for the last 4 years, for most of it, was making him the face of the future of this organization.
Yeah.
I mean, I think internally they have been rooting hard for Jalen Green to turn into the guy that they hoped other teams had in their alphas around. Cade Cunningham, the guy who got drafted right before him, has turned into that dude in Detroit. He is an all-NBA caliber basketball player. Jalen Green's really good. He hasn't progressed to that. I'm just curious to hear what Jalen has to say about the emotion of being cut loose by a team that I would guess right up until that playoff series with Golden State, he probably felt like he was going to be here for a long, long time. He had made big strides this year in certain areas. Started playing a little defense, started distributing the basketball a little more. Health was never an issue with him. The guy plays every game, literally plays every game. I'm very curious how he processed all this and hearing that news on Sunday.
I think that, for one, he's been very open about his struggles in the playoffs, so I don't think you're going to hear anything earth-rattling. It's not like he's going to get up and claim that, he was a victim of circumstances or anything. And I think the Rockets probably still feel that way about him, is that, man, if he can learn from that series and really progress and improve, then yes, there is still upside there, but it's still a gamble at this point. And it's because I know people will point out that, he got double teamed, he got blitzed, all that. Right. But the truly great ones way to produce despite all that stuff happening. It's the same thing I always say with pass rushers, Sean. I hate hearing people make excuses for a young pass rusher by saying, well, he's actually really good, but they were getting double teamed a lot. He was getting right. The really genuine great ones get double teamed all the time, and they still find a way to produce.
Well, and the fact of the matter is, if Kevin Durant weren't available, then Jalen Green is probably still a Houston Rocket. I don't think they were shopping Jalen Green. I think an opportunity came up to get an all-time great scorer, granted at the end of his career, but still scoring at a very, very high level on a team where the things Durant does are the exact things that you need. Like, to me, this was more about a very specific guy they could go get than, well, we're done with Jalen. Here he is, eBay. Go ahead and start bidding on him.
I would say, in my mind, the chances of Kevin Durant playing the way he has the last 2 years, which has been playing very, very well for the last 2 years, the chance of that happening is a lot higher than Jalen Green all of a sudden blossoming into a genuine superstar next year.
Yep. Here's Nick Wright as we continue with the national folks talking about the KD trade. Nick Wright's picking the Rockets. I know some of you are a little sideways with Nick from his time here in Houston, but just know that he is backing your local basketball team.
I think I'll pick them to win the West.
Really?
I think they have a great blend of what we've seen works right now in the NBA, which is, you talked about the defense, bang. High-level coaching, no doubt about it. Depth and a guy who can get you a guaranteed 25-plus, which Kevin Durant still is. Like, there's no question about it.
Yeah, I agree with everything Nick said there about Kevin Durant, and Nick had said that actually before the trade was made. I heard a point that Nick made. He said, when you look at Miami, San Antonio, and the Rockets, which were the three places Kevin Durant wanted to go, the only one that can say after getting Kevin Durant that they are a surefire title contender as constructed of those three were the Houston Rockets. Yeah. San Antonio, Miami was barely a playoff team, and they got blown out once they played their way into the playoffs. And San Antonio hasn't been a playoff team since Victor Wembanyama got there. So this is one. This worked out great for both parties, man. Like Durant, this is a great spot for him.
And never forget, sometimes I feel like people are forgetting this or losing their edge. Never forget that Wembanyama, when finding out that he wasn't going to go to the Rockets,
very happy.
He's very, very happy about not going to the Rockets.
Yep.
Yeah. That dumpster fire of a franchise city, apparently.
Yeah, evidently.
Maybe he just likes fat chicks, so he's excited about that.
Yeah, San Antonio. Yeah. Consult with Mark.
He'd seen Charles Barkley. He knew very little of America or Texas, other than he knew that Charles Barkley says that there's a lot of big women in San Antonio.
He's got a type. He likes some junk in the trunk, man. Nick Wright also says, and this should get you excited if you're a Rockets fans, what do we think the chances are of this happening, an in-season scenario that Nick lays out?
I think, oddly, they actually still, if he were to come available mid-season, might have the ability to still trade for Giannis. You could make a trade if you're the Rockets where you out Fred VanVleet, Reed Shepherd, and Brooklyn's first in 2027, Phoenix's first in 2027, Dallas's first in 2029, Phoenix's first in 2029, and Houston's first, their own first in 2030. Those are valuable, prime first-round picks. I don't think they're going to do that. But the point is, it's not like by going for Durant, they punted on any chance at Giannis. And I think that's very useful.
I agree with the sentiment. Like, I think they tried to keep this Durant deal from being an empty the chamber situation for this exact reason, to keep some dry powder for a deal. Now, did he say Fred VanVleet and Reed Shepherd? Because if they send both those guys out, then you need to find a point guard. Because those are so I'm nitpicking a little bit here. So they need to find a point guard. The draft picks are what fascinate me. Like like these draft picks, and they're all very valuable. Like the Nets have 5 first-round picks in the draft tonight. Somehow the Nets were able to accumulate 5 first-round picks, and it's barely a story. You know,
right.
The currency of NBA draft capital just fascinates me. That the Rockets made the deal on Sunday, and the tweet gets pushed to all of us that they made the deal, and the deal says they gave up this guy, a first-round pick, and 5 second-round picks. I'm like, all right, well, 5 second-round picks. Well, whatever.
Feels, the draft picks are a little bit like pesos. And
Yeah.
they're like, oh, I've got 1 million pesos.
Yeah.
I must be rich.
Yeah.
Like, no, actually, it's, yeah.
Well, Bomani
It's,
laid it out perfectly with the second-round pick change. Like, I need $20. I only got 18. Okay, well, fine. Second-round pick. There you go. Whatever. So, boy, Giannis deal in the middle of the season, that would be something. That would be something for sure.
1 million pesos is nothing to sneeze at. It's $52,000.
Okay.
It's not that. It's a big difference. Don't get me wrong.
Pretty
but,
good.
Yeah. I guess I gotta get that 1 million pesos I got probably in my couch cushions. I gotta round those all up.
Yeah, man, you got to gather those up, pile them up. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday, 713-572-4610. Let's circle back over to the Texans. Is this Texan underrated? A big Houston star, at least a Houston fan for sure, makes a big call on not just the Texans, but on all the Houston teams. We will get to that coming up next.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets. After weeks of speculation, Kevin Durant is coming to Houston in a trade that sends Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and this year's 10th pick back to the Suns. Can the 37-year-old superstar take Ime's squad to the next level and make them title contenders next season?
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Are you or someone you love struggling with opioid addiction, including oxycodone, hydrocodone, fentanyl, or heroin? There's help right here in your community. Symetria Recovery has outpatient options to treat opioid addiction without disrupting your life, using medication therapies that are recognized as the best treatments for opioid addiction. Symetria can stop your withdrawal symptoms immediately, so you recover without physical discomfort. Symetria's doctors, pharmacy, and therapists are all located under one roof, so parents and working professionals can overcome opioid addiction while maintaining their normal schedule. Harvard University confirmed that Symetria Recovery has double the success rate of other centers. With same-day or next-day appointments, Symetria can stop your cravings now. We accept most major insurance, so call today and schedule an appointment. Call 800-434-3311, 800-434-3311. That's 800-434-3311.
Beat the crowds, save now, and save the tax at Exclusive Furniture's 4th of July Red-White Savings Spectacular. It's an event filled with stars, stripes, and savings. Beautiful on-trend designer furniture, all at the guaranteed lowest prices. Plus, save the tax. Get 5 years no interest. And while they last, 4th of July hot buys store-wide. Beat the crowds and save big. Save now during the 4th of July Red-White Savings Spectacular.
Exclusive Furniture, where low prices live and better sleep begins. Every day.
See store for details.
Wait, something feels different at Sterling McCall Chevrolet.
Yeah, there's a new energy, fresh faces, and a stronger commitment to putting you first.
That's right. At Sterling McCall Chevrolet, we're entering a fresh chapter of customer service excellence. Experience the difference today with refreshed inventory, reimagined customer service, and renewed dedication to finding your perfect Chevrolet.
They even streamlined the paperwork process.
Visit us today at Sterling McCall Chevrolet. Same trusted location, fresh new approach.
From military life to a rewarding career in IT, kickstart your new journey in the fields of IT and cybersecurity, including AI. Learn more at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. Financial aid is available for qualified students, including VA benefits.
Bavona Law is responsible for the content of this ad. Hey folks, I'm Drew Bavona, Houston injury attorney and the voice for kids. As a Navy veteran and foster parent, I place service to my community first, and have always felt that our kids needed a greater voice for justice. Did you know that injured kids have similar rights to injury claims as grown-ups do? I know it, and fighting for kids when they need me is my mission. When Bavona Law finds that a community park, daycare, or activity center, to name a few, failed to keep your child safe, we will hold them accountable, give our clients attention, and seek compensation for your child's injuries. I don't cost a dime unless I win your case. Talk to me. It's free. Call 800-940-1144. That's 800-940-1144. Se habla español. Call 800-940-1144.
Selfless service is the guiding principle that
.com.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I love Nick Wright. Nick's one of my favorite people. Yet the texters text in whenever we play his audio. Nick needs a haircut. Nick is a moron.
I like Nick's hair. People thought Nick was bald by necessity and not choice for the longest time.
Yeah.
So that when we first got the job with Fox Sports and got on television, he started growing his hair out, and people assumed it was a toupee or a wig or something.
No, it looks good. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. I think it looks good on him. Darius,
he looks a little bit like the cocaine lawyer sometimes, and I had dreamed of Sammy becoming ponytail cocaine lawyer.
Yeah.
Now he's just a normal lawyer.
Well, give him time. Give him time.
That's true. Once he makes partner in his firm, that's when he needs to start growing the hair out.
Grow the hair out. That's when the freaky stuff kicks in. Yeah.
Driving a big old 1960s convertible Cadillac.
There you go. There you go. Like a big wig. All right, the Texans. Darius Slay, defensive back, cornerback, late of the Eagles and the Detroit Lions, was asked by Mina Kimes, who's the most underrated wide receiver in the NFL today? Here was his answer, Texan fans.
So it's a good bit of those now. The most underrated one, I feel as in, that's who I went up against. One time that had, I was like, oh man, this man got some stuff to him. But dang, at that time, not who he is now. Nico Collins was so underrated to me.
He's not underrated anymore, I feel
Not no more. That's why
maybe year one, though.
He's the first one that came to my mind was like.
Yeah. What is it about his game that makes him so good in your mind?
Like, the fact that he's big, he can run, and it's like his routes look like he's running at like he's 5'8". You know, so like he can stop on a dime. Like, he was very underrated for a minute, but now it's like he's where he's at. But
he might run the best dig in the NFL, I feel.
I'm telling you, like, he get up out the breaks, and like when he catch it, he gets vertical, crazy.
Yeah.
He gets
at his size, 6'4", the breakaway, it's crazy.
Yeah, and he running past a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Like, he run past them with big boy posts, like you wouldn't think it. So he was my real. He's who he is, so he's not really truly underrated no more.
I get as he's describing all that, and I'm visualizing Nico Collins. I just cannot tell you how much I'm looking forward to Week 3 when Travis Hunter is playing some defensive back for the Jacksonville Jaguars. And as many of you have pointed out, for a guy that's going to play both ways in the NFL, he is a small guy.
He's slight of build, man, no doubt.
He is very not that tall and a very slender build, and it's going to be fascinating to watch him versus guys like Nico Collins. That, man, you better be dialed in like you're Derek Stingley if you think you're gonna get any kind of a 50-50 ball, or if you're gonna tackle him after the catch. I eagerly anticipate Week 3. This is the most excited I've been about Jaguars versus Texans in a long time.
Yeah, no, it's got some juice, man.
It's got the bad blood from Azeez Elshire.
Yes.
Basically, Azeez Elshire, the victim in that scenario, because Trevor Lawrence decided to deviously wait until the last moment to slide.
Yes.
You got all that. You got Travis Hunter out there.
Yep.
It's going to be a fun one.
A new coach who is, a little, the whole Duval thing, Liam Cohen.
He's Opie Griffith.
He's Opie, yeah. And the magnificent Gladstone, who's the brains of the operation.
I'll tell you this about Liam Cohen, is he did do a hell of a job with Tampa. I mean, their offense, I was looking into it yesterday a little bit, and I knew they had improved. I didn't realize how drastically they'd improved in so many ways. So Nico Collins, on our side of it, it's Nico Collins with Nick Caley and the young receivers. There's a lot to get excited about. It's just with the one minor detail that Nick Caley has to show that he's actually a good offensive coordinator.
Correct. Yeah, correct.
We have no idea if he is or is not.
The thing I liked about what Slay was saying there, we just got done talking about Victor Wembanyama, and the things that they talk about Victor Wembanyama is like, wow, he's 7'4", but look at his handle and look at the way he dribbles, and look at the way he shoots. He does all these little man things. That's what it sounded like. They were when Slay's like, man, you think he's 5'8" coming out of his breaks or whatnot. It's like Nico Collins is like the Wembanyama of wide receivers, doing all these things that the little guys do.
Right, and that's where Jaden Higgins, I think, has that potential if he works at it, and all indications are that he's got a great work ethic. So I think in him, there's a lot to just being around guys like that. Even if Nico never said a word to anybody, if he was a deaf mute and didn't know how to write or anything else like that, he could still teach lessons to Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
Just by Jaden Higgins watching the way that Nico Collins moves as a bigger guy and how he does all of those things that Darius Slay was just mentioning. And then obviously Nico is going to help him out and be somewhat of however much of a mentor to him as he feels like being. But just by being on the same practice field and running drills behind him and everything, I think it's a really good veteran rookie matchup in terms of bringing the rookie along.
That's a good point. Yeah, Nico's a perfect example for him, no doubt. The other thing, too, because I'm looking at Nico's career numbers here, and you can't look at his career numbers and ignore the fact that he was on the 2021 and 20. Of all the guys I'm rooting for, Seth, with the Texans, like individuals I'm rooting for them to get to a Super Bowl this year, it's the guys that were there for the David Culley and Lovie Smith years that I'm rooting for the most. Not just the guys who got here for Lovie, like Stingley. I'm talking about the guys who were here and got here when it was fever dream bad in 2021. I mean, Nico was drafted into that, and he's made himself into what he is now. Like I'm rooting hard for guys like that that are sort of the Altuves of this situation. You know what I mean? Like Altuve, he was the one we felt most happy for in 2017, not just because he was the MVP of the league and he's a great player, but like that dude came up in 2011 when the Astros were like losing 100 games would have been an improvement year over year with the Astros. They were losing like $110. Parker McCollum, country music star, he was on the Pat McAfee show yesterday. If you want to use the words golden era to describe the Houston sports scene, Parker McCollum is basically giving you permission to do that here.
I have a feeling that the Houston Texans and the Houston Rockets and possibly the Houston Astros are all going to have a ring with another ring for the Astros here very soon.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if that's this season, but I know this football team has the makings of they're so close to being a really, really, really sound, competitive football team. And they've been right there the last 2 years. Last year struggled, I think, kind of expected with CJ coming off such a high rookie year and just a record-breaking rookie year. But I think once he settles in, I think he's going to play like a veteran quarterback like he did his rookie season. I don't know who in the world is going to play on the offensive line, but we may be so good that we don't even need one.
I love that at the end.
He is Parker McCollum on game day is like one of those, if he's on college game day, if he's on college game day, is one of those celebrities where they're going to stump for their own team, but they actually know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And you're impressed by it.
Yep.
Yeah, he is that. He's reached that level of celebrity fan, but that actually doesn't just wear a hat. You just actually want to hear what he says about it.
He's got
and obviously he's very optimistic there, but
valid opinions. You know, he actually watches the games, and he's a football fan. He doesn't just watch Texan games. He probably watches other NFL games. Parker McCollum strikes me as a guy who has, one TV on the Texans and the other on the Red Zone channel.
I know Parker McCollum performed on College Game Day. I would imagine he would have been on the panel at some point if he was performing there. Yeah.
Do we know? Does he have a college team? Do we know who his college team is? Parker McCollum?
I don't.
Any idea?
Know.
Yeah. I wasn't sure.
But I know he's just I had seen that he had performed before, but I didn't. I did a quick Google on him actually on the panel, and I didn't see anything. Text in if you've seen Parker McCollum and greatest performance on College Game Day.
If you've seen him, yeah. One more bit of audio. The question I would ask going into this bit of audio to have in your mind is the Texans tight end room good enough now to win a Super Bowl? Does it need to be? Here's George Kittle talking about the importance of the tight end room on championship teams.
I would say one of my favorite things to look back on is if you look at Super Bowl wins, every team has either a Gronk, a Kelsey, Dallas Goedert. Like, you have an elite tight end playing that makes plays for you throughout the whole season, throughout the playoffs, throughout the Super Bowl. You have guys that make plays. And so I just think guys saw, Gronk and the Patriots win all these championships, right? We need to invest a little bit more time in these tight ends, maybe get them some more ops. So I just think offenses have seen success of other teams using their tight ends so much, and they're like, oh, we're going to try using them too. And now you see all these tight ends from every team. The Ravens have a great tight end room. They got, Charlie Kolar, Isaiah Likely, and Mark Andrews, three great tight ends. Yeah. And, so you building these rooms of the tight ends, now you can go 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 13, 22, all these personnels with multiple tight ends, and that's the best way to play the game.
The Kelsey and Gronk thing is a little that's a little jagged for me, just because this is like saying that, the last few years, the DH on championship teams have been Shohei Ohtani and Yordan Alvarez. That tells me that the most important thing is to make sure that you've got a good DH, good depth at DH in baseball.
Right.
That's not your tight end room. Those are great tight ends.
He's saying genuinely, because he said elite tight ends, and then talked about those guys like Gronk or Kelsey. This is the problem is, he went back through the previous Super Bowl champions, and the Chiefs and the Chiefs and the Patriots are a huge part of that.
Yes.
So, yes, I would say that Dallas Goedert is not an elite tight end.
Right.
Very good tight end.
Yeah.
Rams, Tyler Higbee. Very effective tight end in that system, but it's not like he's an elite tight end in the same manner as Kelsey or Gronk.
Right.
It's just Kittle's on this concept to get credibility and attention for tight ends, and it's really started to annoy me. It drives me insane. He acts like they're third-class citizens or something. Just let it go, man.
Is the Texans tight end room good enough now for you when it comes to playing the offense at an elite level?
They are in the same respect that, say, either the Rams or the Eagles could be. The Ravens, I would say Andrews and Likely are two guys that are not, Andrews had his injury issues. Not elite, but the combination of the two are very, very effective.
Yeah.
So with the Texans, Brevin Jordan is the X factor, who's not a traditional tight end, but can be used very effectively on a game-by-game basis, depending on how you choose to use them. I think there's a lot of upside with Cade Stover. And then Dalton Schultz, it's just, all right, can you get the best version of Dalton Schultz? Yeah, I think they have the potential to be plenty good enough to be part of a Super Bowl campaign. None of them likely will ever be Gronkowski or Travis Kelce, but you don't have to be Travis Kelce or Gronkowski to
No, I think I think it just so happened that those teams' best players happen to be really good tight ends. I don't think it's a rule like, or even like a direct correlation at position. Like obviously the closest correlation is at quarterback to Super Bowl teams. I don't think the tight end is number 2 on that list.
Well, and even if you go to the Bucs Super Bowl, that's Gronk on there as well, and yet it wasn't the classic version of Gronk. That was a guy. Don't get me wrong. His time-in system with Brady was in those key moments in the playoffs where, because the offense was good enough, you were able to kind of use Gronk as a decoy at times, but then take advantage of when they didn't cover him.
Yep. All right, final segment coming up. We'll find out what the guys on In the Loop got going on today. We'll also hear from the McNairs. One thing I think that might be becoming a lock pretty quickly, we'll hear from them on. This is just us speculating, but we think this may be a lock when it comes to at least one Houston Texan. We will have that for you coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The strides that Cam
15% off.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Texter makes a great point on the George Kittle. Got a great tight end. The Raiders have the best tight end in the game right now. Let's see how they do this year with Brock Bowers. Keep an eye on that.
I'll tell you, he didn't say that the tight end was what was going to drive. If you had a tight end, then you would be awesome. He said it's a necessary but not essential.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. Sufficient. Necessary but not sufficient.
Yep. I'm looking at Pro Football Talk, and I don't know if this is Florio or Chris Sims or a combination of the two, but they put out their power rankings post-minicamp for the NFL. And the Texans are 8th, which I think is about maybe slightly higher than a lot of the experts have them right now. So they're 8th on the power rankings. The Rams are 7th, and that's the opening week matchup for the Texans. I'm looking at the opening week schedule, Seth, and aside from Baltimore and Buffalo, which is the Sunday night game the first week of the season, the Texans and the Rams are right there with the Lions at Green Bay with the best games in week 1. Like that's and if I'm just using these power rankings as a roadmap to it. I mean, you got the 7th team versus the 8th team. I say all that to say we might get J.J. Watt on that call. It's a CBS game out there in L.A.
Yeah,
we might be
that's
J.J.
the second tier one or the second.
Yeah. Might get
J.J. The thing about that game that's really intriguing is that, man, if you're the NFL script writers knew what they were doing, and that, all right, you want to present, okay, let's tell this story this way. Nick Caserio is the protagonist, and he's been beleaguered by not being able to find a good offensive line. Mm-hmm. The one remaining thing he has to prove is that he can actually put together a good offensive line.
Yep.
So let's, right there in week 1, give our hero a challenge, which is one of the most promising young defensive players in the league in Jared Verse. Mm-hmm. So Jared Verse, Fisk, the rookie from last year, all those guys, those defensive linemen versus the Texans offensive line. You're gonna feel some kind of way about the Texans after that game. Either the offensive line holds up and it looks like we're good to go, or they really, really struggle versus that front 7 of the Rams. And, man, we'll jump to conclusions about how it's all over. And Nick Caley, the offensive coordinator, doesn't know what the hell he's doing, et cetera, et cetera.
Care to take a guess as to which scenario plays out in week 1 with the Texans O-line?
I think it'll be I think the Rams have some weaknesses in run defense.
Yeah.
And there are some things that Caley and, if he runs it with more man blocking and everything, can take advantage of some of that. So I would say, what's the line on the game right now?
It's like a field goal. It's like Rams by a field goal, something like that.
Yeah. So basically, on an even field, about hemmed up. I think I'm going to feel pretty good about the Texans' offense, just because it's going to be. It's just going to be a smoother operation. There's not going to be. I don't think there will be haphazard offensive linemen not knowing who they're supposed to block. Type of sacks.
Definitely a better chance for an ambush situation with the Texans. I mean, this is an offense with a completely new playbook out there with Nick Caley. Yeah. I know Caley was in the building with the Rams and whatnot, but you've pointed this out before. There's probably more benefit to the Texans having had Caley in the building with the Rams than there is for the Rams knowing maybe Caley, because Caley never called plays for them or anything like that.
And offenses are going to change a lot, but D'Amico he's coached against Sean McVay a lot. And Sean McVay's offense has changed, in the 3 years now that D'Amico's been gone out of San Francisco. But just getting insight into the psychology of the way a coach operates, and any conversations that Caley and Caserio can have about just exactly how McVay looks at the game and everything might really help out the defensive coordinator, Nico, a lot. They're not going to, the Rams are not going to be the exact same offense they were last year, but there's certain things in the way guys operate that you just don't know until you actually talk to the guy. When Saleh first paired up with Shanahan, they had some really interesting conversations about Shanahan just flat out not recognizing or understanding how the Seahawks at the time were operating in coverage. Mm-hmm. He was calling, I can't remember which one it was. He was just, he basically thought one coverage was another coverage, and it wasn't. It was just the rules were a little bit different.
You've been watching we'll get to Hannah McNair here in just as long as talking about this matchup. You've been watching some Jared Verse lately. Is that true?
Yeah.
How did he only have 4.5 sacks last year?
I mean, that's hard to say. I think a lot of it was there's a little bit of Will Anderson in the way he rushed, in that he was like, remember we played that audio of Teron Armstead saying that one of the reasons he won't ever come back and play is because he doesn't want to face another Jared Verse.
Yeah.
His bull rush is something different. So he has this ferocious bull rush. He's more powerful as a defensive end than Will Anderson was, so he was more effective with it. Then Will would kind of lock horns with big offensive tackles early in his rookie year, and it would be a stalemate. Jared Verse just plows through the stalemate.
Yeah.
But it's harder to get sacks versus good NFL quarterbacks when you're relying so heavily on a bull rush. So he's a lot like Will Anderson in that some of it is he just needs to get better at the separation at the very top of his rush and just finishing. He was really effective. Like he affected the quarterback a lot. But he also he's one of the guys I'm thinking of where there's areas to exploit. He's still kind of raw when it comes to diagnosing run plays. And there's ways with traps and whams and pullers and everything to get an edge on him. So it'll be really interesting to see exactly where his game is in week 1.
All right, let's get to the McNairs. They were on Texans All Access, and they are big on the flag football front, especially Hannah McNair and the women's flag football. This is Hannah McNair on the involvement that they're having in USA flag football.
Yeah, so we're gifting the 15 and adult women's U.S. national teams exclusive She's Next gear. So they are going to be in L.A. next week for a week for USA Football's annual summer series, and that's where top athletes train, compete, and grow as players.
They're huge on this flag football. Here's one more from Hannah McNair on building towards the 2028 Olympics, where flag football is going to be an official event for the games.
Absolutely. And with the NFL backing players who want to go play flag football, I think it's only going to get bigger before the Olympics. I think Josh Allen made a statement this past week about how exciting it is to be able to have that opportunity and actually represent your country in a sport that we all love and we know changes lives. So to do that in a flag football format is just the beginning. And to have the females be able to participate in that is huge.
Yeah. Yeah, Josh Allen.
I think that when I heard that, I thought, okay, well, there's totally going to be a Texans player potentially playing in the Olympics, and I have to brace myself for this. And you brought up a great point when I said that, which is that, well, first they have to make the squad.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh yeah, I would wholly 100% support any Texans player if he was playing in the Olympics, and yet at the same time, I can also openly hope that none of them make the team.
Yeah.
I hope Nico Collins isn't good enough to make the squad. I hope Derek Stingley isn't good enough to make the squad.
For reasons that have nothing to do with how good they are at regular football.
Right.
You know, I don't need, Nico didn't make the team because he's just a step slower and he's just not fast enough. No. I needed that Nico didn't make the team because guys that are his size don't normally thrive like the little guys do. You know, the guys with that wiggle.
There's a lot of different. It's a different sport. It's like trying to figure out which baseball player is going to be the best cricket player. There's a lot of similarities, but they operate a whole lot differently in flag football. And that's what makes me more nervous than anything is that if a guy is on the team, I don't think you get good at it without spending a lot of time at it and competing at it, which turns you into a two-sport athlete.
Yes.
The event being the week before the NFL training camp doesn't make me as nervous about the event itself. It makes me nervous that you got to spend some time and devote energy at running at really high rates of speed and crisp routes and everything else that you might not be doing at that normal time of the year.
Right.
It takes the World Baseball Classic. It's more like, all right, this is when guys are ramping up anyway. It actually happens during spring training.
March, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe they're ramped up a little bit earlier. I feel like to go actually compete in the Olympics in a sport like that's a completely different sport than the same one you play normally. It's the 2 or 3 months of preparation beforehand where they should be just kind of tweaking things and doing normal training that they're actually out there competing at full speed. I don't like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, people don't realize how little downtime football players have over the course of a calendar year because the season itself is shorter than the other seasons. You know, the football season starts in the middle of September and for the best teams goes till early February. I mean, that's a 5-month period right there. Whereas basketball, baseball, easily 6 months, sometimes a little bit more than that. Man, there are there's only a couple slivers on the calendar where as a football player you can really unplug, and you probably never do. You'd speak to this better than I can. Even when there's downtime, you're still working out and preparing for the season. You're just not doing it with your teammates or in the building or something like that. To get good at something that's a different sport, that all of a sudden that free time, which was devoted probably to getting your body right, is being devoted to getting better at flag football.
It is. Well, and I'll tell you this. It's one of the dumbest things about football that we do is like how long, just because of tradition, that training camp somehow needs to be 6 weeks long. Yeah. It's so stupid. It's like, hey, right before the stuff that really matters, let's be sure that we have as grueling as possible. This is how it used to be.
Yeah, it's gotten smarter, I was going to say.
They've gotten smarter about it. It's still longer than it needs to be.
Yeah.
But they just, forever. And it wasn't just while I was going through training camp and miserable. It just struck you as like, whoa, this is the dumbest thing ever. All these coaches want to pretend that they're drill sergeants in a Hollywood movie, and they want to do it for 6 weeks and make you go through Hell Week and everything. Right before you go into the games that actually matter.
Yeah.
It was so dumb.
And in your break, during your breaks at practice, you will get salt tablets. That's what you're going to get. Salt tablets.
And the vestiges of it are that training camp is still really, really long. Yeah. For no good reason, but still.
Starts in a few weeks here, man. A few weeks. It'll get July 22nd is the report date. That's public out there now for the Texans. You know what? Props to Florio or Sims or both of them. They things that inexplicably have the Bengals like 6th. It bothers me like how much love the Bengals are getting with a team that has no defense right now. Or the
Chargers consistently and so many being right above the Texans. Yeah.
These are the three that I look at this, I go, all right, you guys got this right. Because these are three teams that are consistently ahead of the Texans on a lot of the power rankings. The 49ers, who were 6-11 last year, and I don't feel it was all injuries that they were 6-11. I think that's a descending team. The Bengals, who we just mentioned, and the Chargers are 15th. Niners 13, Bengals 14, Chargers 15 in these power rankings. Steelers 16 with Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. Good job, Florio. Or Sims.
I think with a lot of people, when it comes down to them like actually power ranking and they see that the Texans and the Chargers are right next together as they're doing their rough draft, I think the Justin Herbert's career versus C.J. Stroud's career ends up being the tiebreaker there.
Yeah.
And you might say, wait, Justin Herbert's career, what has he done? Right. It's the sum total that he's been a competitive quarterback for longer than C.J. Stroud.
He's put up big numbers, no doubt about that. And he like C.J. was the offensive rookie of the year his rookie year. So
yeah. Well, that's the other thing is people look at it like, okay, is C.J.'s career arc going to have the same career arc of Justin Herbert, where it's really promising, and then all of a sudden, okay, it doesn't look as good, but then wait a minute, yeah. So it's like if you're the college football playoff committee. The kind of schedule it like, okay, we're going to have the Chargers here and then the Texans down here, and then we'll see what happens to the two quarterbacks as they go along.
Yep. The good news, Texans 8th on these power rankings. The even better news, Colts 24th, the Titans 26th. How about the Jags 28th? Florio and Sims have the Jags as the worst team in the AFC South. That would be a dream. Other than the Texans winning the division, the next closest thing I'm hoping for is the complete implosion of the galaxy-brained, Gladstone-brained Jaguars.
Intangibly rich
Jaguars. I would love for them to be so intangibly poverty. That would be great.
You and me both,
it'd
brother.
Be awesome if, be intangibly broke, please. Yeah.
Intangibly bankrupt. Chapter 11, intangibly, please. What's up, fellas?
How are you today?
I'm doing great. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula are here. Reggie, I dig the lid.
Thanks, man.
Hat. Yeah. It's a good look. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. It came together organically. I started with the shirt straight from Nigeria. I wanted to wear it, and I was like, what do I pair that with? How about some boots? And then once you put on the boots, it's not a hop, skip, and a jump away from the hat.
Man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, it looks good.
He looks like an entertainer.
Yeah, he looks like somebody.
He could be on. Yeah,
if
you're going to get stopped today and say, no, were you the opening act for blah blah blah?
Yeah, I feel like I need to follow you over to like HEB or something like that, and just stay like 30 feet behind you, but with my phone out, and just see if anybody.
He's got the jewelry and everything working.
Are you?
I could see you being at the register and the cashier saying like, "You're somebody."
Yes.
I don't know who you are.
And he is
somebody.
He's Reggie freaking Atatula. That's who he is, man. Yeah.
Who is that? Somebody. I don't know that guy.
Yeah. So
just feeling good today, that's all.
That's good. That's good. Hey, we were talking about the Galleria jumper earlier. What's the furthest that you guys would jump to escape.
Oh, to escape?
Not to an ice rink, because as Seth pointed out, really jumping anything more than like 4 feet down to ice is really stupid.
Yeah, if there was grass or dirt or
like
something,
you're jumping from like the second story of your,
I might go
your house.
I might go second story.
Seth said he'd go second
Tuck
story.
and roll, you know?
I would absolutely go second story.
Yeah, second story.
Especially when you've got the adrenaline of the chase. Through you.
Like I've got enough hubris within me to think that I can tuck and roll a second.
Yeah.
Once we get to the third floor, I'm like, I don't think I got it.
Right.
What's the fastest you would jump out of a car? Like if you were being held hostage or something, how fast? Like would you jump out of a car into a normal grassy embankment? So there's a ditch, but it's not like
20 miles an hour.
20 miles an hour?
Yeah.
Okay, well, you're going to die.
Again, tuck and roll.
No, 20 miles. You're going to die from that. Like 20 miles an hour.
No, you won't.
No, not at 20 miles an hour. No, you jump out at. But if that's your. I feel like you need a higher threshold. You know what I mean?
You mean like
whoever's gonna?
You're captive.
Yeah,
Oh,
you're
you
held.
mean
You're
I'm gonna die in the car.
Yeah, you ain't gonna be in a 20-mile-an-hour hostage car.
Okay, I thought you meant I'm gonna die.
Just a leisurely. You were kidnapped by the ice cream man. Clearly.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, but like what type of hostage situation is this? Like,
right.
You know, is
a reasonable one.
Is there a
The
gun to my
average
head, or is it? Yeah, I would say, boy. And jumping into the weeds, my next question is, what part of town? Because there sure is a lot of glass and garbage in certain parts of town.
Country road where it's relatively smooth and
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And the other thing just to keep in mind is that people do sprint at 21, 22 miles per hour. But and if they fall down, it's not like all of a sudden they're in traction for 3 months.
I would say 45 miles an hour would be mine.
I think you're changing my mind.
Yeah,
I think you're changing my mind.
45. It's fast, but I'm held hostage. I mean, it's a dire situation, you know. Like
that sounds about right. 45 is like where you're like, you get up to 50 and you're thinking like, well, let's see where this goes.
45, I feel like when I'm driving on a road where the speed limit's 45, I'm always antsy. I'm like, come on, let's go, let's go faster. Yeah, so 45 is my number.
Yeah, I feel like that's probably a good space. I had no idea how to really, kind of figure this out, and so my thought was, what are our surface streets kind of like miles per hour? Like, what am I going down like, Bissonnette, right? Like, if I feel like I can hop out the car if you're driving down.
It's a good way to look at it.
You know what I mean?
Like 30 easy, I think.
You're changing my mind.
Some of those ditches in Pearland, it's like it combines 2 and 1. What speed and it is jumping out of a second-story window. You're driving on some of those streets in Pearland out of like the little more that used to be country roads.
Yeah,
it's terrifying. I will not text and drive right here because I will be 12 feet down into a ditch.
No doubt. What's the question of the day, boys?
All right, so Stetson Bennett is trending right now because the LA media is realizing that he went to Georgia for 7 years and never got a degree.
Okay.
7 years.
Well, we knew he went there for 7 years, right?
Never got a degree.
They're just finding out he didn't. Okay.
Yeah. So
he didn't pick up one. Like we're not talking about he didn't finish the post grad.
Oh, like 7 years and you didn't graduate.
7 years he didn't get a undergrad.
He didn't get undergrad.
Is that a Georgia?
Yes. Both.
The answer is yes.
He's Blutarski. So what is something you never finished?
Several books. Several books.
Reading or writing?
Several books. Writing, I haven't started one yet, but I've thought about it. Yeah. Reading several books. You know what? I've got a few series that I actually really liked that I just stopped watching in the middle of it. And if you were to go to my Amazon or my Netflix or whatever and look up Sneaky Pete was one of them.
Yeah.
It was a series, I think it was on Amazon or something. If you were to go there and click on that, it would say, continue with season 2, episode 2.
Yeah.
So I've got that. I never finished The Shield, believe it or not, as a series.
That's surprising.
Yeah. It's really good. I watched it at a time in my life where all of a sudden I became busy doing a lot of stuff. And I've just never gone back.
What about projects or events? Like mine, one of the ones that I'm going to put out, I'm curious on y'all's, is piano. I've always wanted to learn how to play the piano.
Oh, yeah.
And I took lessons for 6 or 8 months when I was at school at A&M.
Yeah.
And then... Yeah.
That was it, huh?
That was it. I don't think I'm ever going to.
Did you lose interest, or were you frustrated, or because I would love to learn how to play piano? As well.
Life got in the way, jobs and stuff. Pretty much.
That's usually what happens. Yeah. What about you, Seth?
College. This is the thing that I'm ashamed of with not having finished college. I'm not ashamed of not having finished college. I'm ashamed of what's keeping me from doing it, which is I don't need that many more credits, but I have to spend one semester. To get my degree from Cornell, I'd have to actually go spend one semester on campus.
It's just so good for
this feels like a
reality
show. Yeah, this feels like
not done this yet.
Please.
You and Brandy are empty nesters now.
So
you can easily go up there and do
and
that.
so what I do is about once every 10 years I call up to see if the policy has changed. And the last time I checked a few years ago, and the policy was still the same. So I'm like, I'm sorry, you're lost, buddy. I ain't going back.
What was your major?
Oh, I don't even remember what I finished.
Oh, that's you definitely need to go finish that.
Wow. I trained.
This is a token degree as token gets. If you go
no, it was like a combo biology and economics type thing. It was like a self-crafted, it was close to a jock type of scenarios you could get.
I can't believe I've never had this conversation with you. What would you have been if you hadn't been a football player?
Oh God, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't have gone to college in the first place.
Yeah.
I was planning on going to Alaska to work on a fishing boat.
That's the answer right there. That's the answer. Yes. Oh my God.
But football gave me opportunities, so I have no idea what I would have been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Zero clue.
What's going to be the most annoying thing to Seth Payne about being on a college campus again at his age?
Oh, I mean, probably clearly like the kids on their phones and things like that. Like it's a different social interaction now, I think, than it was back when Seth was on campus.
Yeah, probably just the lack of actual face-to-face
communication,
conversation, and communication.
Yeah, I think so.
And then I'd be the super annoying, like just like when we were in school, there was some adult in class that wanted to tell you how they did it in the '60s. Took it to the streets. Yeah, like that would be me. Yeah.
Sitting in the front of the class, super eager, asking questions,
yeah, raising hands.
Yeah,
that'd be great. By the way,
you guys don't even know what real was all about.
You got all this stretchy stuff now.
Yeah.
It's like, sir, this is a communications law class. What are you talking about?
Hey, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Try ride as a text. Try riding a four-wheeler at 45 miles an hour and jumping off. 25 is the max.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of my cousins is a big time like outdoor sports guy and everything, and it's been fun to watch him transition through the years to like he used to be like Johnny Knoxville, to now where he's like Johnny Knoxville on a moped.
Is it weird that I feel like 45 miles an hour jumping out of a car is different than jettisoning yourself off of a four. You go off of a four-wheeler,
you can roll out the door.
You got to find a way to get that leg up and over to get off that thing, and so you're kind of jettisoning. Whereas, the car, you just open that door and just get as low as you can to the ground and then roll out.
You can go into the roll immediately.
Yeah.
You cover your head and roll a little bit. And
I'm glad we had this talk.
We should try it out.
Yeah. Crosstalk, sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Maybe I'll do that today. Get my TikTok started by, that's the bald old guy that rolls out of cars. That's a niche. I feel like we need to fill that. All right, Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and a stunt double to you.
Thank you. His name is Michael Chiklis, ironically. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey Sports Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Man, what a great way to start a day. Just figuring out at what speed you'd like to jump out of a car, man.
Man.
These are the things that you must consider.
Do you want to plummet from?
That's right. Wearing stone glasses.
Or would you jump on the ice rink?
No, not never.
No ice rink.
Not once. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, I'm Reginald Attitude. That's Figgy Fig. Let's get going because the Astros, they do it again. A one-run victory as only the Astros can, and of course it happens because of the person that we all anticipated winning a game for the Astros. This man right here, Cooper Hummel.
In the air, center field, Rojas going back near the wall. That ball's gone! Cooper Hummel! 1-0 Astros! Breaks the pitcher's duel here in the eighth.
How about it, Cooper Hummel? Got that Oppo-type juice going the other way.
I mean, to be fair, that is a good point, Todd Collis. That Framber Valdez probably helped a decent amount in this as well, in the pitcher's duel. What do you go, 7? And 7 scoreless. Fantastic outing by both pitchers, to be completely honest. Ranger Suarez handled his own, too. Cooper Hummel, though, the hero on the day, as we all anticipated. I texted you, and you seemed to not believe me.
I believe I sent you. No, I watched the whole game.
You didn't believe me that this is something that I called a long time ago, that Cooper Hummel would be this guy?
Yeah, just as you expected. I believe the emoji was an eye roll. Was what I said. Hooper Hummel. Who?
Oh, okay. Is that what we're doing?
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know how much I like it. But like, is this and look, I have a friend that texts me all the time and he's great about sports takes, but then he sprinkles it with just enough of like trolling that it gets under my skin. He's so good at it.
Are you talking about me? I try to do that.
You try. There's some things you get me with, which is the stat thing.
Yeah.
The stat thing gets under my skin. But no, he likes hitting me with this is a team of destiny. He loves hitting me with that, especially on teams that you're like, okay, this is a team that's just not that good for what the circumstance is, even though they're doing something solid.
Yeah.
That doesn't fit the Astros. However, is Cooper Hummel and whoever else stepping up when necessary? Unironically, is this some level of sign of a team of destiny type status for the Astros right now?
Is this a team of destiny?
He definitely got momentum.
All right. we just gonna start the day like this?
Let's start texting all this to Reggie. No, we all roll our eyes about the destiny thing. Oftentimes, but I will say this, and this is where I landed with the Astros last night. There are always little elements that happen for a team that, quote, has destiny, right? Is a team of destiny. One of those things is relative nobodies coming out of nowhere and doing things you did not expect. In fact, that's one of those criterion that I often list for winning a championship, Criterion is singular.
Yes, I know. You knew exactly what I was smiling about there. I appreciate you getting that correct.
We've done it a couple of times. Like, you have to have the stars, do their deal. Some players play above their head, and you have to have relative nobodies produce. The Astros have relative, certainly last night, but overall they have relative nobodies. And again, putting all the respect that we possibly can on their names because they're in the major leagues. But they have guys that, Astros fans didn't even know who they were before the season. They have guys doing that. I mean, Mauricio Dubon does not fall into this category. He's a Gold Glove. He's a Gold Glove utility player, but he's doing things even above. He fits that other category, above what you expected, because he's playing terrific defense. Had another great play last night on what would have been an easy single, but if anyone else,
100%.
I won't mention any names. Was playing second base. But
that was a hard hit ball too.
Really hard. I think
the way that he's
100 plus, I believe.
Like I was impressed instantly. I was like, yo, the way that he snagged that and obviously got that over to first base.
Yeah.
He was the best infielder on the day, wasn't he?
Yeah, and he's been that, and he's been swinging the bat pretty well too. But how about Bennett Sousa? Out of the pen, he's been producing here and there and making plays. How about Luis Guillorme? With the play he made last week.
You're not going Guillorme?
Is it Guillorme? I thought it was Guillorme.
I feel like with the Spanish background and everything.
Guillorme is how you're supposed to pronounce it. Yeah, but
so why'd you go Guillorme?
I mix and match. Have you noticed that?
I have noticed. He's a part-time Hispanic.
I mix and match.
Clock in and clock out?
Yeah.
It's a mood. It's a mood.
Like a caller said years ago, he only do it when it's convenient for him.
Wow. Now you got to break it out for Guillorme, bro. He got a big
and
beard.
By convenient, I mean appropriate. I put some juice on it always when I'm talking to another Hispanic person. And sometimes,
so I don't get the love?
And sometimes when I'm not. And sometimes
when it's convenient for him.
So the 700 plus days of Duolingo not going to give me no love here. All right, I see how it is.
So you got guys, that are those dudes. So that's an ingredient, man. They have that ingredient. Now, some of the other things are not going so well, and we'll get to that in a little bit about injury reports and updates and all that.
Yeah, but before we do that, let's kind of bask in this because the 832 kind of alluded to something you're talking about here. They said that the J.J. Matijevic hit a home run against Garrett Cole like 3 years ago, and that's what it reminded them of. Mm-hmm. Who are those kind of indicators of a team of destiny, those guys that step up as a just a will-to-win type team? Remember Joe Espada, I think this weekend, said that this team just knows how to win.
Yeah.
And these are the types of performances from guys that you may not even look at that you think of. Who historically do you kind of think of when you think of that type of player for the Astros?
For the Astros? Well, I mean, some of the guys became legendary names. But
right.
Before it happened, a lot of guys, I'm trying to think of like particular ones. Well, obviously, Charlie Morton. Would be one.
For sure. Still going.
Yeah,
still out here kicking.
But it happens. Stephen Okert on this team. I mean, there are players that you wouldn't have known otherwise that have been stepping up, and you need that ingredient.
For sure, for sure. And what's crazy is in the true, I guess, connection point between seeing a guy like Cooper Hummel come out and do that and talking about those guys that deserve to be celebrated for showing up in that way. One of those guys that's done that this season, Sean Dubin, goes to the IL. Like you sustain another injury for a guy like that who has been very vital in your pen to help you eat innings and then obviously help you closeout game. He's going to the 15-day IL, and that was one of the inherent negatives.
What'd they call it?
Forearm soreness or forearm tightness?
Soreness. How about that?
Which, look.
So he's done.
I was not going to say it specifically like that. However, it's reckless to say that inherently. However, within the reckless speculation, that's a Tommy John waiting to happen.
Strain.
Thank you. Apologies.
Well, that's even worse.
Soreness
is bad. Forearm strain is worse.
It is. Yeah. It is. And it just feels like, hey, man, as much as you keep churning out performance, what continues to happen here is that guys are going down, and I don't know, how confident do you feel that the Astros will be able to bridge this gap? Because you are getting, as you mentioned, and the Astros have taken to giving us just a full trainer's room section of the notes, letting us know that Arrighetti went to Florida last week, is building up his game, or building up rather 2-game action. JP France, 26 pitch live BP this past Friday. So you had that. Christian Javier is working on his way back. He threw a live BP. Luis Garcia threw a live BP as well yesterday. Lance McCullers Jr. been playing catch, threw off a mound for the first time. And then I guess maybe the one that you probably care about the most, Yordan Alvarez began swinging a bat off of a tee.
Hitting off a tee.
Over the weekend.
That's another code phrase that they like to use. Wasn't he hitting off a tee a month ago?
Yeah, but that was before they found out that it was a injury, like he had the broken hand.
Yeah.
So then they had so this is him returning to that space.
To hitting off a tee.
Yeah, we back. We back up, right? Put the word out. I want you to put the word out. We back up.
Yeah.
But no, you're getting this, and all of this is kind of nebulous. I don't know that they're making their way back, but the Astros continue to do this. They continue to find ways to win. And did you notice another one-run game? Another one-run victory. The Astros get this 16-7 in one-run games. And, by far, that's the most impressive one-run game record in all of baseball. I think, there's teams that have won more, but they've also lost a lot, right? I'm looking at the San Francisco Giants, a 19-15 record in one-run games. And, maybe you can look at the Phillies, who are 14-9. That doesn't compare in the same way. It's just the Angels are close at a 16-8 in one-run games. But it's just this team finds ways to win. And is there anything in particular you could point to that would get the Astros to this place? Because I don't think there's one thing particular besides the idea that they just find ways to win.
Yeah, and you also asked the question, about what's the confidence level that I have. I do have confidence because of what all these things that the Astros, Espada said. This team just knows how to win. The one-run game thing. Just when you think they're not hitting, and by the way, we called it. We thought, this series against the Phillies and the ensuing series against the Cubs, they have to be able to hit. They didn't hit a lot. Ranger Suarez was everything I thought he would be and more. He was on it. But so was Fromber.
Yeah.
Fromber in his last 9 starts, and we've asked this question: can we do away with bad Fromber? Good, we can.
100%.
Last 9 starts, 1.89 ERA in his last 9 starts. That'll do it.
Yeah.
So the combination of pitching and starting pitching and guys stepping up, that's the answer to your question. Can they continue to do it?
Watching that game, because you mentioned Ranger Suarez, who was the losing pitcher for, through no fault of his own, really. 2.08 ERA over the season for him. It's a sub-1 ERA on the road.
Yeah.
Coming into the game, I think it was a .88 ERA on the road for him. How much do you, if you had to give me a percentage on the reasons why the Astros did not hit yesterday, how much do you think is just lackadaisical hitting, and how much of that do you just
that was
tip
Ranger.
your hat?
That was tip your cap. It didn't overpower you, throwing 90, 91 fastball, but just moving everywhere, hitting the spots. Got lucky on a couple of shots that were barely foul, but nevertheless.
Yeah, there was a number of those.
Yeah, but nevertheless, pitched. I would tip my cap there. And just as a side note, did y'all notice this if you're watching the game? Just an observation. Todd Callis.
Do we need to play the OG's game notes? Do we need that?
Todd Callis said that Ranger Suarez, quote, has a no-hitter in the 6th inning.
Heady play.
He said
to deploy the broadcaster.
And yet he won't say it when an Astros pitcher.
Well, yeah, of course. This is the home team. He on the payroll, baby.
Get out of
here. That's what you're supposed to do. Good defense. That's broadcaster defense. What is the broadcaster defense stat? I need to find that, because we know Craig Ackerman's got good free throw broadcast.
It's capable. You're capable of saying it.
What?
That he has a no-hitter.
Sure. When you're trying to make the other team miss. When you're trying to make the other team give
So
up.
are you on the fence of him not saying anything if it was the Astros on the broadcast?
I'm not on the fence. He needs to.
Yeah, don't say it.
He got the job, and Todd knows this. I've said it multiple times. Your job as an announcer is to call the game and all the highlights in that game, whether it's your pitcher or the opposing pitcher.
And it's also worth noting, though, that I do also want you to give me some level of indication of things that you might miss. And, of course, a no-hitter is maybe not like something that you're going to miss.
But you're in
up,
and out a lot, especially on TV.
You could miss it, though, because, like I said, it could be on in the background. And if they're not saying anything, you might not even realize it's a no-hitter.
Exactly.
Right. So I think more often than not, let me know. The only thing is if it's the home team. You know, baseball, we got the superstitions that I think baseball is one of those sports that leans into even heavier than others. So, you know, respect the game in that way and maybe find a creative way to let me know that, hey, man, ain't nobody gotten a hit in this one.
I just wonder how far do it go? Like, are the reporters there and the journalism people
they
there?
tweet it out.
Do they? Yeah. Like, is that bad?
No, they're doing their job, and they're either jinxing.
Like, are we in the press box being quiet and not mentioning it?
No.
I mean,
I'm just wondering how far did this go?
You hear it in hushed tones. You know how far it goes? As far as we need it for the circumstance that we have, right?
As far as the payroll goes.
Do we need to blame somebody for this happening? Well, then we'll pull it up there, maybe even tongue in cheek, and be like, you're the one who jinxed it. Question though, are you and this should have been my confession, but it's all good. I'll deploy it here. Are you a person that roots for a no hitter once it gets close, even if it's not your team? And if so,
well, it depends on the score.
At what point do you
like
turn?
Last night? I was not because it was 0-0.
Okay, fair enough. So if it's hey, you know,
if they're up 3-0 or 5-0 or something,
you start rooting for the no hit.
I start rooting for the no hitter.
At what point though? At what point does it feel comfortable turning away from ruining your team?
7th or 8th.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that feels fair.
Yeah.
Let us know how you feel. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live stream, both on the YouTube page and on Twitch, getting involved with the program all day long. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, Draymond Green jumped on the Pivot podcast. And could this possibly be the reason why this series went 7? And also a level of praise for some bigs on the Rockets. Let's talk about all that next.
All right, let's talk about Ability Trees and Louis Flory. Really good friend.
Iggy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Wednesday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. We got Figgy Fig in tow as always on the text line 713-572-4610, where I didn't come to work to get this level of abuse. Yes, I'm wearing a cowboy hat today. Wearing my cowboy boots too, along with my with some Nigerian garb as well. You know, I just felt like being myself and wearing all portions of it outwardly today. And for that, I got a did Halloween come early? Why does Reggie look like a different version of Woody from Toy Story?
Well,
I don't. You didn't have to do that.
That's just mean.
You didn't have to do that.
That's just mean.
I mean, like I appreciate.
What time
you
is the show
noticing,
tonight, by the way?
What show are you in? Are you talking about? I'm going to play basketball if that's a show that you mean.
That's a show. He's putting on a show.
I don't know if I'm actually going to be putting on a show there. All right. But someone who did put on a level of a show, Alperen Sengun, all last year, in fact, an all-star. Your only all-star for the Rockets, but I mean, he's developing, and I think he's gaining the respect of the league. I'm interested to see, because we talked about with the addition of Kevin Durant, some of the guys that can affect, or rather gain benefit from this, that he can affect. We haven't really talked a lot about what Alperen Sengun is going to be, but I thought that this was interesting because Draymond Green, who obviously the Rockets faced off against, and he was a very prominent figure in the first round series between the Rockets and the Warriors this past playoffs, their first foray of this new group of Rockets into the playoff and postseason basketball. And so Draymond Green jumped on the Pivot, and he was Pivot podcast with, Ryan Clark and what's my guy's name? I always forget.
Is it Crowder?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so they were talking about that series, and one of the things that came up was Alperen Sengun. Really, it started with why is he out here punking folks?
Why are you doing that to young man?
Especially the Europeans. It seems very evident. Rudy Gobert in the headlock and, getting after various other dudes. And then Alperen Sengun came up because of that playoffs and, that series. And this is what Draymond Green said about the ways in which he was physical, for lack of a better term, with Alperen Sengun.
Sengun, boy, you were giving. Why you kept pushing the man, grabbing his arm, elbowing him in the ribs? But I did notice when Big Steve Adams came out there, you kind of calmed down a little bit.
You know what? With Sengun, number one, this your first time in the playoffs. I got to test that.
Yeah.
He's 23 years old. He only getting better in this league. I got to test that. I need to try to have something mentally on you as I age into this career and you getting better in yours.
Yeah.
I got to test that. I gained so much respect for that young fella in that series because I told Fred this last night. In the beginning, he was folding. He was folding in the beginning. And he caught up and he stood up. And once you stand up, we gonna go at it, but I ain't like, all right, I like that. Like, yeah, all right, cool.
Gain respect.
And I gained respect for him.
Yeah, and Rockets fans should be thanking Draymond Green.
That's your takeaway?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and explain yourself. I need explanations.
I mean, it is slightly tongue-in-cheek, but there was a certain growth that we saw. We saw the growth with Sengun, even from the regular season, which, as you mentioned, he's an all-star. But he was a different, more – now, I know some people and I don't know exactly. It seems like you were kind of going up and down on Sengun in terms of like what his real – Sean was definitely down on him in terms of his impact on that series. But you and I were largely like, no, man, he's playing. He's doing things well. He's getting better, and it's the postseason. And so you don't have to thank Draymond Green because there's a lot to not thank him for. But I think you can appreciate what he said there. I think you can appreciate what he did to help Sengun sort of maybe even fast forward a little bit his progress at this level anyway.
Yeah, I do think, in addition to that, as much as Draymond Green is a head case, as you'll continue to hear in some more of the audio that he had, I do think that his impact and his like basketball IQ and acumen carries a level of weight. And I do think that even if other basketball players did not have respect for Alperen Sengun. They will have some of that conferred because Draymond Green said it.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. Like, I'm intrigued I don't think, again, that's going to stop anybody from competing hard against Alperen, but I think that's going to convey a level of when you come up against him, that's somebody that you have to circle on the game plan. And I think that matters, right, for Alperen as he's coming into his own in this league. I'm intrigued to see what that does for him, right? Because he's going to have to be, staying on his own too. And I'm not to say that he has not, but that he's going to be important as we continue to go through this, especially when you're trying to find an identity for this offense. We've talked about that a lot. Going to come and give you an opportunity to get difficult buckets, but he still feels like, especially now that Jalen Green isn't there, is he not the focal point of whatever you're trying to do offensively, building out a robust offense?
No, absolutely he is. And you mentioned, some of the things and the league sort of respecting it. Hell, I think Sengun benefits the most. I think he understands, there's always levels of a player getting into the NFL level. And I've spoken with several, I'm sure you have as well. Like when you first get into the league, whether you're the number 1 pick or the number 50 pick, there's a little bit of reticence in terms of just, am I going to what level am I going to play? How good am I going to be? And then, once you prove it in training camp and the season and all that, you start to gain more confidence. Once you prove it against Draymond Green, then I think it even elevates your confidence even more. I think this helps Sengun more than the league, respecting him.
Especially because, playoff basketball is more physical. I think that, I don't know if this was like completely going to steal him to the idea of like the physicality of what it takes, but I think it is, if nothing, an introduction, and I feel like that's maybe overstating it, but at least it's another level of the physicality, and if he gets better at that, and if you listen to what Kelly Iko said on, what was the Rockets Collective, I believe that's the name of the podcast, apologies to Will and Bordeaux and those guys that are doing that, but Kelly Iko of The Athletic said that Alperen Sengun is also trying to work on a 3-ball. And I'm like, if you expand what we've seen from Alperen Sengun with physicality in the post and that continuing to progress, as Draymond Green talking about the respect that he found there, and more shooting on the outside, Alperen could really have this season for him this year outside of what we're talking about, like with the entirety of the team having more of a bucket getter.
Yeah, and as expected, that we're getting various comments on each side. One says those comments are disingenuous from Draymond. Bleep him. He knows he was as close or over the line as one could be. The next comment says Draymond Green showed him what it really takes to be a winner or dominant. And I tend to lean more on the second one. That Draymond Green is a punk. I mean, we know that. He can be a punk.
You ain't going to say it to his face, though.
No,
Absolutely not.
I probably would not. I probably would not, if we're being honest. But we know he's known as a punk. Right? But he's also really smart, and he's also really savvy, and I believe what he said there.
No, I don't think he's disingenuous. I think he's sincere. I think he just has a very warped view of the way to play the game. And to be honest, athletes in general oftentimes have relatively warped views of things. You kind of have to. It's one of the things I always talk about with defensive backs. We make fun of the defensive back for doing the no-fly zone when the ball is dropped, even if they had nothing to do with it. But you got to understand, this is one of the most unfair positions in all of sports where everything is gearing against you and you are actively running backwards as some of the fastest people in the world are running forward. Like, you kind of got to be wired a little different. Is that any justification for Draymond Green? Absolutely not. But I think that that's kind of the way it operates. And now we take that with, who Alperen Sengun's running mate to some point is going to be, and there was the juxtaposition that Channing Crowder made, which was like, you treated Alperen Sengun like that, but hey, when Steven Adams stepped on the court, it wasn't like that. This is Draymond Green's response and a level of respect to him, the Rocket, Steven Adams.
Steven Adams, there's all that, like, we've been through the...
You kicked him in the...
I ain't tried to, but, you know what? Right after that game, and after the series, I waited for him in the hallway, chopped it up. And you know what he said? Bro, we out there playing basketball. To the point of this being a guy I don't need to mix it up with like that because there is that mutual respect. A reporter asked him during the series, some question trying to like make me look crazy. And he said, man, we out there battling for something. We both trying to get the same thing. He ain't crazy. That's what happened. In so many words, that's what happened between the lines, and he just out there doing that. In the middle of the series, he says this to a reporter. That's why you don't see that. Because what we're going to get into about, I'm a boom. And Steven Adams strong as hell. But as the series went on, if you go watch the film, bro, on the box, I just start grabbing his arms. Like, bro, I'm just grab you. Because I'm ending up on the floor too much. Like, I can't keep ending up on the floor, getting up. Like, after every, I'm getting up to take the ball out. Like, I'm ending up on this floor too much. Yeah, right.
I mean, that's 100% accurate if you watch the series too.
Right.
You know, he was like giving him, you know, the respect that he deserved, and maybe a little bit like, okay, this guy's gonna push back. This guy's gonna push back.
Does this at all kind of, and of course, this has been the identity that Ime has wanted for this team. It makes me happy that you got Steven Adams to return on a really reasonable deal. What was it, $13 million a year for Alperen, or for not Alperen Sengun, for Steven Adams? But this, I not. And I think with Steven Adams and his respect that he has around the league for being just a strong, pirate-looking dude. But then also with Alperen Sengun, maybe not finding that exact same level of respect, but at least a dude like Draymond Green, who you could see his wires are crossed a little bit different, saying that he didn't mean to kick Steven Adams in the junk. But like that he also is in a place where he's like, yeah, I'm going to go at Alperen Sengun, but like, no, I got respect for him as well.
Yeah.
Like, does that at least give you a little bit of solace in the idea that you lost Dylan Brooks and like you lost what some people would look at as that toughness, but it seems like you're getting respect on the front lines for your toughness still?
A little bit, but you know, we mentioned this yesterday. We talked about it. You know, some of the actual X's and O's of losing him is going to be an impact, but yeah, a little bit. A little bit.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm excited to see how this continues to play out and like what that looks like with these guys on the in the post, man, in the paint. Obviously, the double big lineup was really effective. I want to see that and how effective that continues to be. But I really just want to see what Alperen Sengun continues to be as well, because especially with KD, I think KD is probably more of a 4, especially at this time. So maybe you could play him at the 3, but if Alperen Sengun can stand up, and that's one of those things, like he's a center, but sometimes it feels like, should he be a 4 at times? If he finds more of that toughness, and I know that spacing is something they're looking at, but if he could find even more of that toughness where the likes of the crazy guys that are in the paint, like Draymond Green, are also in a place where they respect him, I think that you open up a lot more things as a Rockets team as well. Again, salute to the Pivot podcast, Ryan Clark, Channing Crowder, I think were the guys. I don't know that Fred Taylor was on that one in particular, but interviewing Draymond Green. I got one more thing for you that I will hear a little bit later, because I think these went as long as it did, but we'll get that later on in the program. You're still in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. And fair enough from the 713, Amen is a tough dude. He ain't backing down at all. That's also another guy that you're adding into this, plus more minutes for Tari Easton, I imagine. But coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. We found out recently, or at least the LA media did, that Stetson Bennett, 7 years of college, didn't come out with a degree. So question of the day, what's something that you just never finished, whether you had regrets or not? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
What a massive move by McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into our question of the day. What's something that you just never finished? Regrets or nah? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Always remember, there's also the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610 and 610 Houston, courtesy of the McCarran Injury Lawyers, that you can talk with us and talk amongst yourselves about. But yeah, this comes about because Stetson Bennett, a very good college quarterback. He is one of the quarterbacks of all time in NFL, a backup in Los Angeles with the Rams, and the Los Angeles media found out recently that, oh yeah, you spent 7 years at Georgia. What'd you come out with? And the answer was, at least academically, nothing.
7 years in college, no degree. That's Animal House kind of stuff right there.
Yeah,
man.
I'm sure he was enjoying, especially once you remember, what was it? Was it after college but before he ended up getting drafted? Or was he after he got drafted, he got caught out here?
Oh, that's right.
Out here intoxicated, so to say. Like I was like, okay, so maybe this is some level of indication of what he was doing in college. Maybe not. But 7 years of not picking up a degree is kind of like, what? How many credits were you taking? I know you had to pass. Like, I know you had to have a certain GPA. Did he switch majors a bunch of times? Well, how do you manage to have that happen?
I'm glad you said that, because I was thinking along the same. At least when I was in college, that was impossible to do. You couldn't go to college more than 5 years without a major switch or something like that. They would boot you out once you got to year 6. Like, it ain't going to happen. I had a friend of my roommate who, he said, I got to leave. What's going on? Well, I've been here 6 years. They won't let me stay.
I mean, fair enough.
I wonder what's the longest somebody ever been in college without getting any degree.
It might be 7 years.
Yeah, Stetson might be up here, man.
It might be 7 years.
Imagine going for like 8 or 9 years and come out with nothing.
Well, I can understand to some degree, like the average human being doing that, because you might fail at some points. You might be on academic probation at some point of this.
That's a long time.
It is,
because at that point you're probably thinking, man, school ain't for me.
You could have a doctorate. If you were on a good pace.
And there's a lot of dudes.
That's a lot of money to be failing and not getting nothing out of it.
Well, not quite a doctorate, but especially a lot of these dudes that, stay in college for 6 years or what have you. They end up with graduate degrees because you go through this, and you got to keep going to school, and they're paying for your opportunity to get this. There's plenty of dudes that come out with a graduate degree staying as long as he did because they're playing football and they're able to,
you hear about guys getting it in 5 years or 4.
Yeah.
I think one of the Mannings got it in 4 years, a master's or something like that.
And this cat was like
7 years. I got nothing.
He gave us the old Cardale Jones. They didn't recruit me to play school. That is I love that Cardale Jones quote. And so that's your school, by the way.
City.
Sure. No. But yeah, so what have you just never finished? What is something you just never finished? 713-572-4610.
And I'm sure a lot of people out there are regretting maybe not getting their own degree, maybe not in 7 years, or diploma or whatever. I'm thinking more in line of like projects, life events that you really, dreams, so to speak.
And you don't have to regret it, because some people actually are just like, I had to take a level of pride.
Maybe you don't regret it.
No, for sure.
Yeah. Now, you guys know I've written 5 books, but I've
Where are the 5 books?
I've got 5 books.
What are they? Can you name them?
Landing on My Feet, which is the Kerry Strug Olympics in '96.
Okay. All right.
Taking Flack. I did a book for a local golf course that is for members only, and I'm not allowed to say who it is. But that one was.
So you can't count that one. You got a whole NDA.
Out to the Rivers Oaks Golf Club.
You got a whole NDA and you can't tell us about
You're getting warm. You're getting warm, Figgy. You're getting very warm.
You weren't supposed to say that, man.
I just said you're getting warm. It's a private golf club that it was like a 230-page book. It was an actual book, but it's just for new members and members that are there. So I did that one.
This man wrote an Illuminati book. That's crazy.
I did a book on way back in the day. I collaborated on a book called Loose Balls about the ABA, and then so that one I don't count. And then I did a book on Bob Allen, the former Channel 13 anchor, and all his stories.
Okay.
And then I did a book on the Texas Remember the Texas cheerleader mom? I did a book on the daughter. The Texas.
Was that it?
Well, he don't count.
I don't count the loose balls. I just collaborated.
Okay. But he does count the book that he can't tell us about.
Yeah. Maybe one of these days.
All right, so it's not writing a book that you didn't finish, clearly.
But I have a novel, an actual novel. Like, most of my books are collaborations, or I'm a ghostwriter or whatever. But I have a novel that I've been working on, I kid you not, for damn near 20 years. Because it's just time. It's just like life and the radio show and kids and then
Don't
OG
you fish
sauce
every couple of weeks?
and podcasts.
Yeah, all that fishing time.
And fishing.
He said that like he had 3 jobs and he had to feed this. This
brother worked 10 to 2.
I kind of have 3 jobs though. You know that I kind of have 3 jobs with OG Sauce and the podcast. But I've got about, I would say, 300 pages of notes. Hadn't written a damn thing on it.
All right, so
my actual novel.
Can you give us a little insight as to what it is? What it's about? Is it nonfiction? Is it a fictional novel?
No. It's nonfiction based on a true story. But I've kind of just filled in some of the blanks with my own kind of interpretation of the situation. It's kind of like a Jackie Robinson story of a Hispanic. A Hispanic man.
So John Lopez.
Some of the
there once was a young boy who was counted out.
The barriers I had to break through to get into the radio.
San Antonio, Texas. Nobody believed in him. Goes to great heights.
John Lopez is the Jackie Robinson of radio.
No, it's on a Hispanic football player from the 1940s.
Oh wow!
That wasn't allowed to play football because he was Hispanic. But he was so good that one coach figured out a way to get him on the team, and they didn't have state championships back then, but it ended up winning the regional championship.
All right, fine, I'll read the book.
So kind of a barrier breaker.
I get it. From the 832, high school regret it. Fair enough. Touche. Like, I will say though, there's a lot of folks get out here and do these trades, man, and living large, man, managing to make it work. So I hope that you're doing all right. Fig, is there one for you that you're like just never finished it?
I kind of agree with the last. I didn't finish high school, so even though that don't mean anything because I'm here and all that, but still in the back of my mind, I'm like, man, I wanted to walk across that stage. Yeah, it really meant a lot, especially my family, because none of my family graduated high school. So I just wanted to be that first one to put on that cap and gown, walk across that stage, hold my diploma. Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to do that, but that one's probably top of my list. The other one, this is a smaller one. I never finished The Sopranos.
Oh, wow!
I kind of regret it a little bit because I feel like I got to find out where I left off at to finish it. But I want to finish it. It started off slow for me, so eventually it caught on. I think I was on season 2. If for some reason I just stopped watching it, but I want to finish The Sopranos.
Sopranos is what, 5? Is that 5 seasons, or am I bugging? Am I remembering?
I don't remember. Sean verse.
No, 6 seasons, I think.
Yeah. I definitely want to finish that.
Yeah.
Some from the text line, somebody said I had a coworker that took 10 years to get her bachelor's degree. She started college before me, and I graduated the same year as her, but I had my master's. Hey, okay, but she made it happen from the 832.
Long as she got it though.
Yeah.
Went to San Jacinto College, a junior college, for 22 years. Never got an associate degree. See, I need to understand how that happens.
22 years.
See, but like there had to be breaks in there. You weren't going 22 consecutive.
He probably took one class a year.
Which some people need to do that.
Yeah.
What about you?
What's funny is I keep thinking about like the things that I haven't finished, but I'm cool with, which is like a number of books. Because I feel so passionately about something where TV shows, people feel real comfortable starting them and then just being like, didn't like it, stopped it. But I feel like if people are inclined to read, like because, and I don't know if this is exactly why, but I think it's because so many people read only really for school where it was assignments.
Yeah, you had to, yeah.
So like when they open a book, they feel like they have to end it. And so I know a decent amount of people that have read a book and they're like, it took a while for me to get through it. And I was like, why didn't you just stop? Like nobody is making you finish this book in particular. Yeah. If it's interesting, keep reading it. Because there's one thing that we don't talk a lot about, and I'm not saying this about you, Lopez, because I haven't read all your books yet. But not all books are good. Not all books are actually good here.
Yeah.
So you get to a point in a book, and to be fair also, it might be a good book, it might just not be for you or what have you. Because there's one for me that's like called The Color of Law, which I still want to read it, but it's a very academically written book, and it's not easy to read.
Those are hard. You have to be all in.
Academic written book. You got to be really wanting to It's not narrow. So I'm like, I'm going to stop reading this right now. Because I just.
Damn, it was too much for you?
Yeah, that's saying something.
I'm not that smart.
I ain't even about to touch that book.
I'm not that smart. Don't give me that.
979 said Taking Flack was a badass read.
Oh, well, good.
There you go. There you go. Thank you very much.
That's one that I've pressed paused on right now, so I need to get back to.
Yeah.
832
says, no, I'm not going to read that.
You should write a book about yourself.
I want to write my novel first. I want to write my it's just been eating at me for 20 years.
Man, you better hurry up, man.
I got tons of notes, and
I don't know if you have a lot of time. You better hurry up. You can't let another 20 years go by.
No,
man.
I won't do that. I definitely will not do that.
832 says just restart The Sopranos, which I think probably a good look.
that's what I'm worried about because that's more time. Because I felt like I got through season 1 okay, and then I think I might have got in the middle of season 2, and for some reason I stopped. I want to go back to the beginning.
Started from the beginning, and then talk to Sean about it as you go. Like that'll give you the energy to keep going. Because I feel like when you watch a show that somebody else is invested in and cares about, it gives you you just siphon off of them their energy to keep watching it, or it makes you go the entire other way and make you realize that you just don't care about this at all in the way that they do. But that might be the way that that Stetson Bennett felt about the University of Georgia taking 7 years to come away with 0 degrees. I look. The thing about it for him though is he is a legend. Like he brought them their first championship since Herschel Walker at Georgia. He don't need to learn nothing because worst case scenario, worst absolute. He's gonna go open a Hyundai in Athens and he'll sell everything that he needs to sell and live forever and never pay for a meal again.
He could just live off his name in Georgia
without question. That's one of my favorite things is like the local legend at the in the college town.
I've also just be Johnny Manziel, just be Vince Young, just be Stetson Bennett, and you're good.
That's right. Just slap your name on a steakhouse, slap your name on a car dealership.
Yeah,
you're gonna be great. You're gonna be good. People will be buying cars locally forever.
Yeah,
that's right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where PFF put out their top 10 coaches for the upcoming season. Do you agree with it? And where's D'Amico Ryans? We'll talk about that and more next.
All right, Hump Day bearing down on the weekend after today. You need to get over to Driftwood Shores at Wolf.
WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to go around the NFL. A couple of people still weighing in on the question of the day of what's something you just never finished. 832. Feel like you're still hurting on this when they said 6 hours from their degree and not finishing, which, six. I thought, okay, so my brain went 6 like physical hours, 6 credit hours.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
You can always finish that up. Ain't no problem. Go ahead and do that. If you have the money and the time, of course. But then this is the one that I imagine hurt. Not walking their daughter down the aisle.
Oh, no.
Just got a call one day, said they went and got married at the courthouse.
Oh, man.
That one would hurt you, right?
That you can't do that, man. Don't do that to your parents.
I think you can elope. I feel like it would be nice if you gave them the opportunity to let them know, like, because again, they said just went down to the courthouse, which didn't feel quite like elope. Maybe it was, but I'm like, at least let the parents have an opportunity. Like, hey, this is what we want to do. Want to be at the courthouse? If you want to pop
chance to have, like, it ain't got to be no big wedding where you spending a lot of money, but if you had a chance for some type of little ceremony, you should
do it.
Yeah, just going to do it, especially if it's not breaking the bank.
Yeah, that'd be cool. All right, something that I was about to try and tie it in. Don't worry about it. We got news, ladies and gentlemen, about your Houston Texans.
Speaking of marriages.
The worst transition ever. Speaking of marriages,
Houston and football.
Houston's, that's actually not that. Y'all kind of cooked. That collaboration works. Houston and football, we are very close to getting that back in a pretty good way in training camp. Houston, Texas training camp, which is going to be presented by Xfinity. It's beginning July 23rd. We got dates, we got times, and we got a pretty interesting announcement as well within there.
I got it all right here. If you want me to read it for you?
Go for it, John Lopez.
Texans training camp presented by Xfinity is beginning Wednesday, July 23rd.
Okay.
The 7 training camp practices will be free and open to all fans.
Okay, so go ahead and
I'll say it slowly so you can
write it down.
Write it down in your mind's eye.
All right.
Or remember it in your mind's eye or write it down. Saturday, July 26th. Monday, July 28th. Tuesday, July 29th. Wednesday, July 30th. Friday, August 1st. Saturday, August 7th. And Thursday, August 14th. Open training camp practices. Now, here's a couple.
Okay, so it's 1 week straight of open training camp practices from the 26th to the 1st of August, and then, or 2nd of August. So that 1 week, as obviously Sunday being an off day, and then Thursday of the 14th is also practice.
Right, and then there's this, which is interesting. You know, I've often believed that D'Amico Ryans really enjoys getting away and practicing, elsewhere, get the team together, the bonding, the unity, all that stuff. Once again, first time since Deshaun Watson's rookie season, if I remember
Is that the framework that we needed to use?
Well,
here?
it was I remember.
You can just use the year, huh?
I remembered being there, watching this kid, thinking, it's pretty good.
Because y'all actually traveled there.
Yeah, we
y'all
traveled
did the
there.
show from there.
We did the show from there. Yes, we did. So buried the lead a little bit, but the team is going to travel for 4 off-site training camp practices at the Greenbrier in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, August 4th through the 7th. That's right ahead of their game against the Minnesota Vikings. And then they're going to also travel to Detroit, Michigan for a joint practice before their preseason game against the Lions. One more note here. Joint practice with the Carolina Panthers is going to take place on Thursday, August 14th in Houston. So
so that's the 14th, and that one is, again, open. So it's the joint practice with the Panthers, which joint practices are super, super useful.
Love them. So 7 training camp practices open. They start July 23rd. They're going to West Virginia August 4th through the 7th for 4 practices. Then they're going to Detroit for a joint practice, and then they're going to have a joint practice against the Panthers here on August 14th.
Biggest portion within that news that you rolled out, obviously, about the Texans training camp. Which one, if you had to create the hierarchy there? Because I think there's one, but I wonder if it actually matters as much considering how this Texans team is situated.
Well, Janice, someone follows this team for years. The joint practices, all of them. All of them, to me, are kind of in a tie for first. But then, obviously we're going to be out there broadcasting at training camp from the very beginning. So you can catch, and we get players right off the field. I'm sure we'll get them again this year. So you can stay plugged in with Sports Radio 610. But also, the West Virginia thing is going to be big for this squad. 4 days. They stay there. There's a big hotel. It's a little cooler.
Just a little.
It can be a lot cooler. Yeah.
Although right now that area of the country, I don't know if West Virginia is quite hitting it.
But it's up in the mountains a little bit, or
yeah,
the
that
hills.
is fair.
The mountains ain't no joke, man.
Yeah, they're no joke at all.
Don't go over there in the wintertime.
So it's a little cooler, and that's August. So that one would be up there as well.
That's what I was gonna say. Like I always find it interesting the teams that go away, because you are in this it's out of town trip, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is a dorm experience. You have to kind of room with people. You're not just at the house that you normally are. You're not going about your normal things outside of, everything is kind of work. It is a work trip in all sense of the word, which forces you to come together. And I think you see the reason why I'm going, okay, how big of a deal is that? Because this Texans team is as together as a football team really often is. I don't know that you often will see a football team as cohesive, as much of a singular unit at times as this Texans team is. Maybe the place that I look at is the offense in particular, and maybe the offensive line, especially finding a level of cohesion with time together. But it feels like this team has done a good job of trying to create that themselves in the time where you were not mandated, and coming and working together and running routes together and throwing the ball and those types of things. So I think obviously it can only serve to help, but it feels like it might not be as important for me getting the opportunity to have, as you mentioned, the joint practices, especially the one against the Panthers here. But yeah, the opportunity to get against some of these teams and work out some of those things that I would argue, and I wonder how you feel, that the joint practices matter more than the preseason games.
I've always said that
for your team, because you can drill down specifically on, run this play back, and we want to do this in particular, and we want to test this weakness of the defense and this weakness of the offensive line.
I want to see that again.
Yes,
you can do that.
Yes, and so I think that's what I'm most looking forward to. And we knew that these joint practices were coming, but now we know we have dates, and we know especially that they'll be open. At least the Carolina Panthers one will be open to the public.
And there's a reason that even, if we just personalize it to our own lives, no matter what business you're in, including our trip to the Super Bowl, there's a reason that you do these trips together, because they do build a certain something for that team, whether it's your accounts payable team or your on-air team, or whatever.
I'm interested. You brought up accounts payable, and this is just a very clear indication that I ain't never really had an office job in my life. Do they be doing that in them jobs? Well, I guess if you go to a conference, right? It's the out of town conference where y'all go. But
heck, my wife's going to a conference in October. She just told me about school directors. School directors and your staff going to a conference in Arizona. There's a reason.
There's always a conference in Arizona.
Because look, when you're trying to do the conference, yes, we got to get together to talk about this work stuff, but also they be like, so where can we go to have fun? Right? I imagine that one in particular, Arizona, is whoever directed that one or put together was like, all right, so let's make sure to close it by 5. Or maybe, you know what? Let's get out by 3. I can hit a tea time, get one round of golf in. Or
now, you can't do that at the Greenbrier. I don't know about the, quote, fun part. It's kind of hard to get to, but you can play golf at the Greenbrier. You can gamble. There's a casino there. And there that type.
You see his eyes light up when he said that.
I had some fun in that casino.
You can gamble there.
I had some fun in that casino. I actually played a little dice with. No, they just walked by. They didn't play with Cal and Hannah when they were in the casino there that one night.
See how that story he almost lied real quick. He's like, wait, let me not.
But there's a reason. There's a reason people do these things together, because they work, they bond, or maybe they even splinter. You never know. But in this case, the Texans, 4 days, 5 days in West Virginia, you got to feel that's going to help.
Oh, is that pressure creates diamonds and burst pipes? Is that what you're doing there?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. All right, some other things around the NFL. I now take you to the Aaron Rodgers news desk. Obviously, that has been a beat that we've had here around the NFL. And the leader of that beat, Pat McAfee of the Pat McAfee Show. We're back, baby. Aaron Rodgers talking to Pat McAfee. It's football season. Yeah. Pat McAfee was told by now Steelers quarterback that Aaron Rodgers is, quote, pretty sure that the 2025 season will be his final of his storied career. Quote, that's why we just did a one-year deal. Steelers didn't need to put any extra thing. This was really about finishing with a lot of love and fun and peace for the career that I've had. I mean, I've played for freaking 20 years now, It's been a long run. I've enjoyed it. What better place to finish than the one of the cornerstone franchises of the NFL with Mike Tomlin and a great group of leadership and great guys in a city that expects you to win. Close quote.
Cool story. You can't believe that.
Really? You don't believe that?
Aaron Rodgers loves the limelight. He says he doesn't. He said it on the McAfee show. He doesn't ask for this. He doesn't like it. Blah 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 blah. He does. He's always looking for the attention. Now he has developed yet another mystery. He didn't say, "I am retiring after this year." He said, "Yeah, I'm probably going to retire." There's a big difference there. There's a big difference there in what he said.
I think that for me, the interesting part for me was just he's talking a lot like a dude who's about to retire.
Mm-hmm.
Except the season ain't started. Training camp hasn't even started yet, which makes me wonder, how committed to the grind is he?
Well, you know what Bill Parcells said, right?
Once you start talking about retire, you already retired.
That's it. Once you start talking about retirement, you're already retired.
Yeah. Ooh, this is going to be an interesting season for the Steelers now, ain't it?
I felt like he probably leaving the door open just in case he have a little spark.
Yes.
But if he don't have a spark and it's a complete bleep show, then, that's it.
Which, to be fair, I mean, he can still spin it. Now, the mobility that it seems part and parcel of his game, especially as he has gone through it, that he's still in it. If he does actually if he gets in there in his mentality and he feels like, I can still do this, I can understand a team trying to, with the huge caveat of if he wanted to be a team player, because that's the thing that makes this all untenable is that you have a particular MO, Aaron Rodgers, that makes dealing with your guff. It makes it hard to put up with unless you're actually cooking to a high degree. He mentioned Mike Tomlin in there. Mike Tomlin, one of 10 head coaches that show up on Pro Football Focus's top 10 returning head coaches for this season. I know you already saw this, so we can't do the fun of having you guess.
Yeah.
But I'll read this from 1 to 10, and you tell me if they got this right, if you agree with this ranking. Andy Reid, number 1.
This is in order, top 10 coaches.
Top 10 coaches in order. Andy Reid, number 1. We feeling that?
Yeah.
Sean Payton, number 2. Okay, what's the complaint? What's the complaint that you have here?
You got to put him up there. I mean, we talked a lot about Sean Payton when he was mentioned with this squad, and there was a lot of diverse opinions on just how good he might be here. One thing that is undeniable, he's been very good in Denver, but 2 is too high.
Okay.
I would put him 8 or 9.
8 or 9?
Yeah, 7 maybe.
He's definitely, after last season, he's definitely a top 10 coach right now.
Yeah, he is a top 10 coach, but not 2.
And I, at the risk of shading Bo Nix more than I already have, just generally, man, the way that he got Bo Nix humming is crazy to me. With all due respect to Bo Nix, because I thought coming in that he, last few years in college where he figured himself out was he was just older than these other this happened. But no, he ran an NFL offense in a very good way. So shout out to Sean McVay because I think that he had Sean Payton, who had a large role in that. Number 3 is Sean McVay of the Rams. That feel good to you?
I feel pretty good with that one.
John Harbaugh at 4, the Ravens head coach.
Yes.
Mike Tomlin, as I mentioned, at 5.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so not higher for Mike Tomlin there then. I saw someone looking at it.
I would bump them all up. Although, wait a minute, I wouldn't bump them all up. I would put number 9 where number 2 is.
All right, so just to finish this out, Tomlin at 5, Jim Harbaugh, the Chargers head coach, at 6, Kyle Shanahan behind Jim Harbaugh at 7 for the Niners, Nick Sirianni at 8, of course, as a bleep you to me in particular, and then 9 is Dan Campbell, or Man Campbell as I like to call him. Kevin Stefanski rounds it out at 10. No DeMeco Ryans. On the top 10.
Hurt, but not necessarily surprised. I think he probably deserves to be on the fringe, but those are some damn good coaches. And I'd put Dan Campbell number 2.
Number 2.
Not only what they've done, but I was looking at a list. We're not going to necessarily talk about it, but I was looking at a list of top, I think it was 20 players under 25 in the NFL. Did you know the Lions have 5 of them? So they're not only really good, they're young too in key spots.
Yeah, but how much of that would you then put at the feet of Dan Campbell? And then how much of that would you put at the feet of their general manager?
Sure.
And of course, whose name Brad Holmes.
Yeah, but I think that dynamic is much like here. It's a hand in hand.
Sure,
fair
enough.
Kind of thing.
Now we're going to find out how good of a coach and John because he came in and he put together a fantastic staff.
Yeah.
Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, not Andre Glenn, both are no longer there, coaching their own operations. It's going to be, I think I'm always intrigued to see a coach now have to hire their next staff.
Yeah.
A lot of times in college, but also in the NFL and in the NBA, when you're good and people start taking from your staff, it's one of the reasons why we can look at like a Sean McVay, and we know he's good because he's had his staff picked over many a times and it still works. Kyle Shanahan to a similar degree, he's had his staff picked over. Dan Campbell, I think that this is going to be an interesting prove-it year. He's done a fantastic changing the culture in Detroit. I'm interested to see what he's able to do with the team as well as they pick off of it. But yeah, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What do you need to see, actually, real quick, from D'Amico Ryans to maybe get him on that top 10 list next year?
No, just get to another round.
Just the pure wins? There's not anything like particular with him?
Obviously rebounding himself. I mean, they had a very good season, all things considered. But I think they in the eyes of many, just took a little step back.
All right. All right, you're in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I would like to take you into the court of Judge John Lopez. Let's do a little bit of that, where the first thing on the docket is something to do with the University of Texas football team and Arch Manning. We'll talk about that next.
How do we feel?
So you're willing to I mean, he's still getting his money. It's still going to be over 2 years. It's a little more money. It's 50 over 2 as opposed to the option of 45. So, he's still getting his money, and now he's helping the squad. I can't believe that this is just to stay under the tax.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are in that space. You go get Kevin Durant. You were second in the West last year. You want to push for it. So who are the players that maybe they could be looking at? The high end of this is what you were talking about with Jaylen Brown, or people are still, and we talked about this yesterday, people are still like, well, Giannis is out there. I think we're in the same place, which is Alfred Şengün has to be the starting point for a trade of that magnitude. It's accounting type things in order to do that. I don't think anybody here is comfortable with making a trade with Alperen Şengün right now, right? Am I wrong? Are you in there if Jaylen Brown is the guy?
No, not with Şengün and Jaylen Brown, but I think there's going to be some options out there. I mean, there might be a Jabari or a Tari or something like that. We have to see how it plays out, and of course they have the draft picks too that they can throw in.
Unless you made it like a multi-team deal or what have you in order to make that happen.
Which happened yesterday.
Yeah, I guess that did happen yesterday because what was the trade? Kristaps Porzingis made his way out of Boston to Atlanta. I'm still interested in what they're actually doing. But Boston gets their savings, so they're able to do their money things. I think that the trades that Boston was making was more about creating space for them rather than getting off of Jaylen Brown. So I don't even think that's available. But when we start talking about maybe free agents that you could sign, where you talk about the mid-level exception and then maybe some of the cap space and stuff that you're creating here. Although I don't know, I think signing into cap space, it might just be the exceptions that you have. There's some players that are out there, especially when we talk about like guards that are out there. Would you want maybe like another point guard or something like that? Aaron Holiday's a free agent, you might sign him back, but with somebody like like a Ty Jerome who really proved himself with Cleveland recently, would anybody like that be interesting to you, or are you more thinking of trying to find like a wing player, someone like a Nickeil Alexander-Walker? I saw myself and Lacey were talking about this on the text line yesterday, who last year only made like $4.5 million. It felt like he made himself a lot of money, but could you maybe convince him to take $14 million and give you another wing guy who can defend and knock down threes to add to your shooting?
I think role players, are obviously going to be important, but I think they have the role players. Is how I would describe it.
Okay.
They have their role players that they like, that have kind of been in the system and know what Udoka wants. I'm feeling a little bigger swing than that, and I think a wing might be it.
Okay.
Yeah.
The thing for me I would love Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I just don't. I feel like he's set to make something like $25 million a year, a lot akin to what Jaden McDaniels made. They played on the same team. They kind of played the same way, and Jaden McDaniels got his paycheck. Now, of course, you have to find someone to give it to you. And maybe what we're seeing from Steven Adams, what we're seeing from Fred VanVleet goes further around the league, where players look around and go, KD's there. It's a well-built team. It's young. I want to be a part of that, and I'm willing to take less. Maybe, except Nickeil Alexander-Walker's made $22 million in his career, and I imagine this is his cash-in point. But if it's not him, could you see teams or other players maybe willing to take a little bit less to come and play with the Rockets? That's all interesting things that I'm willing to see going forward. But yeah, the big news is that Fred VanVleet absolutely the team option declined for $45 million. He'll be being paid $25 million thereabouts this year on a 1+1, as they call it, a 2-year deal for $50 million $50 million, and then the second year is an option.
Just stay tuned to us, but also to the Rockets and what they're doing. I just got to feel that
there's something else coming.
This is the first of another move. Yeah.
In addition to that, right, we mentioned, because this is a piece that I want to mention, and we could talk more about it and what's popping if you feel like there's more there for you about the Rockets. Chris is not devoid of Rockets importance either. So that, to lay it out, Kristaps Porzingis used to play with the Celtics. He played with them last year. The Celtics were paying crazy tax money, so they wanted to save themselves some money. They get off of his contract, send him to Atlanta. The Brooklyn Nets help facilitate this, and they acquire yet another first-round pick. Tonight's draft, the Brooklyn Nets has 5 first-round picks. Not 5 first-round picks for the next 7 years. 5 tonight. And so with that being the case, and the highest one is the number 8. So
they might be trying to move up.
Will they be trying to move up, or will they be trying to get off of one of those? Yeah. And we talked about it. Danielle Lerner of Houston Chronicle did mention that the Rockets could be wanting to trade back in to get a pick if there's a player that falls and if the cost is right. Well, the Brooklyn Nets don't have reason to really drive up the price on getting rid of one of those first-round picks that they probably wouldn't even be able to roster.
Yeah.
Could that be the way that the Rockets are back in the first round?
Absolutely could be. Absolutely could be.
Yeah. So I'm maybe that's
I don't feel a draft though. I don't feel a pick.
You don't feel a draft pick.
Yeah.
You think?
I mean,
this is gonna
maybe,
be an
but
additional
not
player?
as the main move for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody said Pacers backup point guard is better at $10 million. You guys are idiots. I don't know if you guys should be commentators. Houston could do a lot better than you morons. Well, thank you for listening.
Wait,
I
who's the
appreciate
back?
that. I'm guessing they mean T.J. McConnell.
So you rather have T.J. McConnell
Then Fred
start?
VanVleet, I disagree, man. More power to you if you feel that. Like
Salute to
the
you,
Rockets
man.
will tell you how much they value Fred VanVleet's experience. And one thing for me that I always look at, I don't know as much. I don't know if that he's given enough credit for like what he does to help organize them defensively.
Oh, 100%.
Like the mentality and the mindset that he has for them. Plus, listen, what's happened? Draymond Green gave him credit in a way for turning up in that. Draymond Green might have helped him, in fact, turn up in that playoff series. And I feel like that might be what took that series to 7 versus the Warriors. So coming up next, let's talk about that and more on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast.
These three teams right
biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Down. There's a couple of pieces of news that came down in the last hour. First and foremost, Fred VanVleet of the Rockets the team declined his team option for $45 million. He'll sign back to a 2-year, $50 million deal with a player with an option for the second year. So $25 million on an average annual value is a lot better deal that you're working on right now.
Absolutely.
So he will be set to return to your Rockets. But then also, Houston Texans, we mentioned, they announced dates for their for training camp. Reporting on the 23rd of July, a nice whole week of practices open and available to the public. And then in addition to that, the joint practice with the Panthers on the 14th of August, available and open to the public. But there's also, 4 practices you said?
Yeah, 4. I'll go through it again real quick for those who may not have been listening. The open practices are Saturday, July 26th, Monday through Wednesday, 28th, 29th, and 30th. Friday, August 1st, Saturday, August 2nd, and Thursday, August 14th. That August 14th practice is a joint practice with the Carolina Panthers, and they're going to the Greenbrier in West Virginia August 4th through the 7th ahead of their matchup against the Minnesota Vikings.
There you go. Go ahead and start looking about getting your tickets for various things, getting out there and seeing your Houston Texans. Get ready for the 2025 season now that you have dates and all that available to you. Some other things that are popping. Salute to the Astros, another one-run game victory, and more. Big salute to 2 guys in particular, Framber Valdez for another fantastic outing, and Cooper Hummel for being the originator and the scorer of the only run in this game, a 1-0 victory for the Astros in the first game of a 3-game set versus the Phillies. 1-0, man.
Mm-hmm.
What was your big takeaway from this?
Great pitching on both sides. Framber Valdez is no longer good Framber, at least. Okay, of course, as soon as I say it, he's no longer good Framber, bad Framber. He's good Framber. 1.89 ERA in his last 9 starts. Well-pitched game, both sides. Really important to get some runs across the board, start the bats going again starting tonight. And by the way, there's another little piece of news regarding the Astros that has come to light in the last hour, and that is shortstop Jeremy Pena. When we mentioned this yesterday, that he signed on with Scott Boras, and we were all like, oh boy, he's gone, this and that. Well,
not immediately, to be fair, right? Like, no, he still has, obviously he has a contract for this year for arbitration. Then he has 2 more arbitration years as well.
Yeah, but this is where it gets interesting to me. According to John Heyman, who obviously covers baseball for the New York Post, MLB Network, etc., he's been around a long time. He said that Pena and the Astros were in discussions for an extension for a deal exceeding $105 million over 5 years. Then he got Scott Boras, and that they are no longer negotiating.
Which, you know what? I'm about to get my big brother.
Yeah. He was like, hold on. I should probably have my lawyer read this first.
That sounds good. I'm not saying that doesn't sound good. But let's see what old Scott Boras thinks about it. And he said, yeah, we're not talking anymore.
That's it. You about to get me.
That's wild.
Something had to happen within negotiations that made him look to go get a different agent in order to handle this. Because if for you to have already hammered out years and number, like, you're pretty far along in this process for you to then change management and then a representation, and then ultimately end up in a place where we're no longer at the table.
5 years, $20 million plus a year.
Which would have been a fantastic deal to get him signed to.
It would have been.
For the Astros,
Yeah, for the Astros, and Astros fans. And then now they're not, the negotiations are off.
I wonder if he hit up Bregman like, hey, is this right? Nah,
you know what?
Man. It might have been Bregman. It could have easily been Altuve as
well. Let me get you my lawyer.
Yeah.
It could have easily been Altuve as well, because, I mean, Jose Altuve is also represented by Scott Boras.
This is a wild development.
It is. Did Heyman at all say in that reporting when they had hammered this out? Because it's also worth noting that this way that Jeremy Pena's season has gone, the way that he has produced a all-star caliber season, has definitely changed the math on what his next contract looks like.
It says it was in serious long-term contract talks. This is Heyman saying this in a tweet. before his recent switch to Scott Boras.
Okay, so that would seem to imply that it's recent, like weeks as opposed to maybe months, where I was thinking maybe it was early on in the season, maybe before the season they had started getting close, and then as he had played better, maybe they took the time off, and then he got to a place where he's like, nah, we in the money-making business now.
And he went on to say he's told.
Yeah, I bet.
So it went from 5 years, 106. What is Scott Boras going to throw out there? What are we going to get a report on?
Oh, my goodness. I hadn't even really considered that. I need
30 a year?
I need to go and look at that.
Right now it's a little over 20, right?
Yeah.
21?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he having a good year, too.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the interesting thing would be how sustainable do you think this level of play is from Payne? Because some people, and I imagine this might be the Astros' contention in trying to make the argument, would contend that, well, this is a really good season, but who he probably more likely is closer to what we had previously seen, whereas I imagine Scott Boras is like, nah, this is who he is now.
Yeah.
You need to pay him accordingly.
That's the tough part on the Astros part. You trying to figure out what Pena is this. Are we willing to pay for this year's Pena, or is this going to drop off once we pay him?
But see, that would be, putting the Scott Boras hat on. My contention would be, he dipped a little bit, but he didn't suck. He didn't just fall off a cliff.
From an agent point, you like, it's going to go up more than this.
And oh, by the way, AL Series MVP, World Series MVP. I'm thinking it's going to be in the 30. It's going to be around $30 million a year.
To get paid something like, if we're talking about average annual value in the 30s, that feels like that would be around what maybe like for a significantly longer deal, mind you, right? We're talking about 12, 10-year deals around the Mookie Betts, Rafael Devers, Manny Machado type thing. Maybe even Trey Turner. Does that feel like that's somewhat accurate to what you feel like Jeremy Payne?
It feels a little rich, but then you look at his numbers right now. He's got the second best, WAR behind Aaron Judge in all of baseball right now.
Confidence level that Crane would pay in that range that you're hypothesizing, that $30 million. Maybe if we keep it to
it's got to be 6 years. Somehow. Yeah. I think the confidence level is relatively high for 6 years
if they keep it to that. But Scott Boras, especially if you have striking while the iron is hot with the way that Jeremy Pena has played, could he be trying to push for a longer deal as well?
6 years, $180 million. That's what Boras is going to be looking at. Okay. Well, that's what the Astros probably would be their cap. Yeah.
Man, that now you're starting to talk about what is the timeline? And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but what is the timeline on Jeremy Pena remaining with the Astros? Because if the number gets exorbitant, and usually if the years get kind of wild, and I know Scott Boras understands that about this team as well. Do you get to a place where you need to trade him sooner rather than later to extract maximum value?
Here we go again.
Man. And do you have the infielders to make up for that, right? Because it seems like Bryce Matthews is getting close to being a guy that can play for you. Maybe even next season he's holding down a starting spot in the middle infield. But it feels like you got a starting spot open at second base, unless you want Mauricio Dubon. Yeah. Do you feel like he's now your everyday second baseman after what he's done this year? And we're far ahead of, we're way over our skis now. But you now have to start thinking in that long term with this wrench that's been thrown in the machine. I imagine Dana Brown's got to be sick. He felt like he was getting, one, the explosion from Jeremy Pena, and two, an opportunity to sign up long term, and all of a sudden here you go, and this is going the entire opposite way.
It sounds weird to say steal at $106 million in 5 years.
That would have been a steal.
But it feels like a baseball steal.
That was somewhat like a Jordan type of.
And that's probably what happened. Even his friends on the team, you mentioned Jose Altuve, who's represented by Scott Boras.
Yeah.
He might have said, hey, man. Hey, man.
Man, they trying to get you, man.
Yeah, be careful with that. Let me give you Scott's number. I could see something like, or another player. Who knows? But it could have been something along those lines for sure. And keep in mind, Fromber's out there too.
And Fromber is just, at this point, Fromber's going to walk, right? I don't know that you're going to get him hit him with the money that is necessary, and you're not trading him at the deadline.
No, they're in first place. They have a chance to contend with him.
Yeah, and look at the run that he's on right now. I mentioned it earlier: 9 starts, 1.89 ERA. We saw what he did last night. So you got that to contend with as well.
Price of the brick keeps going up. Yeah. The burden of success for the Astros. That's the navigation that they need to make. Ultimately, I don't know that I'm going to be wildly upset if Jeremy Pena is no longer in the team. I understand the machinations and the inputs that get you to a place in future years where he might have to be gone. It would very, very much make me sick if you look up and he walks like Bregman, like Correa, like Springer, like many before him.
I would be a little upset because, I mean,
at that point, what are we doing? We just a farm system?
Well, we've asked the question on this show very recently, how much of this can you withstand?
Yeah.
Your middle infield is already sort of second base is shaky. I mean, shout out to DeMond. He's playing incredible, like unpredictable, and then you go shortstop. I mean, what do you call it? The backbone of your
spine of the defense, right in the middle.
Defense, yeah.
Does that work in baseball in the same way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I think absolutely it does. Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Another Astros note, although definitely in my opinion a lot less. Wake Forest is hiring a alum of the Wake Forest, but also the Houston Astros director of pitching, Eric Neeson, as the school's new pitching coach. So he will, he'll go to the college ranks and leave the Astros. I saw this and I was like, I don't know what to make of this because, I mean, the title of director or like pitching coordinator, director of pitching kind of made me go, the Astros have been very good at developing pitching. And does he have some level of impact in that? So I reached out to somebody who kind of was leaning to the idea of, I don't know that he's all that important in the individual because you talk to players and his name doesn't apparently come up per se.
It sounds like he's an analytics guy with the pitching. Like he's more of a, not scout, but sort of like knows what pitches work for each pitcher, what the analytics say. Now, that does help. That has helped.
Well, he was a pitching coach in the minor leagues of the system when he joined in 2021 and obviously has worked his way up. So it feels like he has maybe more of that baseball perspective, but it also, I don't know that this is going to, at least I'm not taking this to mean that, oh my goodness, you're getting a real chip in the block that has been or the pillar that has been the Astros' ability to develop and make better pitching.
Yeah.
So I mean, obviously, you wish him the best to go into Wake Forest, and in a weird way, I hope that you were not as foundational, lower bearing to what the Astros do pitching wise.
Yeah.
Because it has been important to them, and it continues to appear to be important to what's happening with this team. So there you go. That's what's popping. And finally, I guess I'll hit you with this. We are watching, are you watching the draft? Because
yeah, I'm sure I'll watch
NBA draft tonight. Cooper Flagg is obviously slated to be the number 1 overall pick to Dallas. There's a number of really interesting players that are involved in this. But speaking about Cooper Flagg, this is an interesting story by what's my man's name? The White Mamba, Brian Scalabrine.
Yeah,
because I always think of him as the White Mamba. But this is Scalabrine. If you are looking at Cooper Flagg and going, about how good is it? This is Brian Scalabrine talking about finding out, or when he first met Cooper Flagg.
So I'm really close to Matt McKenzie. That's his trainer up in Maine. I've ran camps for him. I've been up there. He claimed that he was a 13-year-old that would play against the Maine kids, 22, 23 years old. And so I'm like, I call him out on his BS, right? Like, there's no way. There's no way that a 13-year-old can hang with guys like that. And he said, no, he would hang for 15 minutes. He'd get kind of dominated, but the last 15 minutes, he'd be the best player on the floor. Hell no. So I go invite him in. I have D1 prospect, high-level high school players. I have some Division I players and me, like former pro, right? And this is like not where I'm at now, but back in the day. So he comes down, sure enough, man, like he dominated the run. We played this 8-second game where you got to get a shot floor, everybody, because it's hard to process that fast. He won 8 games in a row, and I was at that point, I'm like, dude, you're an NBA player.
So yeah, he's talking about he's an NBA player. He's comparing a 13-year-old to NBA guys, and of course, then he connects them with USA Basketball and Duke. So Scalabrine at age 13 is like, yeah, no, this dude's an NBA player. That's what you're looking at. But we did mention the Rockets. The reporting is they could trade back in to try and get somebody. How confident are you in that?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons I'm watching to see what happens. And I'd probably be late first round, maybe mid, but probably late first round. But also just the top of the draft. I would like to see the first 4 or 5 guys go, see what they look like and where they go, obviously.
I'm kind of curious to see what Brooklyn going to do, man.
Yeah,
I wonder if they're going to jump up to, I don't know if they're going to jump up to 3 or 2 or.
Well, 3 is the most interesting thing to watch tonight because, you mentioned Flagg. Dylan Harper is going to go to the Spurs at 2, and then all of a sudden, what's Ace Bailey? That guy's his stock has been falling, but somebody might fall in love with him.
Yeah, that is possible. Ace Bailey, the interesting story with him is that he's notoriously declined a lot of workouts and was supposed to meet with the Sixers, who have the 3rd pick, and then didn't show up. So he's a wild card. We'll see what happens there. But yeah, that's what's happening tonight. in the draft. And, of course, the Astros back in action against the Phillies. I believe it's Colton Gordon on the mound for your Astros tonight. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I do this every offseason to get myself ready for the upcoming season, which is rewatching the previous season game by game to give myself a little bit of a refresher. So I have some notes. I want to take you through some of the things that I took away from that game and maybe see what
week one.
Week one.
Let's go.
Versus the Texans, and I'll give you my recap notes next.
All right, Low T Center, right.
HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. John Lopez, I'm Reggie Atatula, that's Figgy Fig. Having a good time today, in part because we got some news, some of it positive, a little bit negative. But hey, that's
a lot happening.
Right? You bounce back and forth. It is a lot happening for just the 25th of June in the middle of
Happy
summer.
birthday to my daughter.
And it's true. Happy birthday to my brother.
Happy birthday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my little brother.
Oh,
yeah.
They got the same birthday.
They do.
Leah's birthday is
Happy
today.
birthday, everybody.
Happy birthday to all the people. If your birthday is today, you get one too. Go ahead and happy birthday to you. Not happy birthday to Shortstop Cannon on the Twitch chat saying yeehaw. I know what you're doing. I feel good.
You got a friend in me.
All right. Okay, I get it. I look like Woody from Toy Story.
Man, you're going there?
They said someone on the text line said I look like the black Woody from Toy Story. Well, they said I look like a different Woody from Toy Story, but y'all know what I know what you were saying. I know what you're saying. That's cool.
I know what's different.
You look different.
Different. That's right. All right. So one of the things that I like doing, Lopez, because I know this is our first time getting a chance to do this together. Is before the upcoming season of football, I like going back to the previous year, partially because my memory can sometimes fail me. So I want to go back and see afresh what that previous season looked like game by game. So I'll rewatch them. I mean, I'm talking about trying to break it down, trying to get a little feeling of what happened so that, see what I could spin forward, what kind of things did I miss, what kind of things I need to recall. So I went back, and I'll be doing this hopefully for the next few weeks as we head ourselves into training camp. In fact, we got training camp dates down from the Texans today as well. But as we gear up towards that, I'm going to be watching these games, going back and, hopefully having some rewatch notes that we can go over. So before we even get into some of the things that I took down, what do you remember from week 1, 29-27 victory over the Indianapolis Colts at Lucas Oil Stadium?
I remember, getting away, leaving that game, the game ending.
Yes.
And thinking, well, all right, it's an opener. It's an opener. There's going to be some rough spots here, but you got the dub. I mean, that would be the biggest takeaway from me from week 1. Now, we soon found out there were other things that were going on in that game that were sort of.
So, yes, that's the thing that I immediately saw. Like the benefit of hindsight, as Cam Newton would say, is 20/20. As I think, or rather, he would say it's 50/50.
Yeah, 50/50.
The statement is hindsight is 20/20. But very early on, one of the things I saw was the first actual run was stuffed. Second pass play was a Laramie Tunsil false start, and the offensive line got eaten up by the defense. And, I mean, CJ...
They should have come to expect it.
Yeah. But at that point, we didn't, right? CJ got flushed early due to Titus Howard on the right side getting beat. And all of the issues were evident from drive 1. If you go back, you watch, and you're like, oh, yeah, those are things that we saw all year.
Yeah.
I had a hard time trying to take my mind back to that place, so I used my previous notes because I still had my notes that I had in real time.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, like how much of this did we kind of understand and expect, and how much of this was like, oh, this is a different level? And I don't think that we really had that full understanding of what exactly this offensive line, the issues that it had. But if you looked at it, it was a weird little microcosm of the entirety season right off the jump.
Yeah, but Joe Mixon was running. Joe Mixon, had a good game.
He did.
Yeah, so that's why it was kind of like, all right. It was kind of masked a little bit.
Yes, yeah. And I mean, he made a little something out of nothing. To be fair, there were points in this game where the zone blocking scheme, the offensive line did actually do it, block it up pretty well. I don't know how much of that I then attribute to the Colts being a team that over the entirety of the season was like 13th in run stuff rate, but also top 3 in 10-plus yard rushes given up. So, like, how much of this was just the Colts were not that good at stopping the
run? But we
run.
didn't know that.
No, we didn't. I mean, there's nothing you can base that off of at that moment. So you're just looking around and you're going, all right, what does this mean? Not entirely sure. But, yeah, man, Joe Mixon did have a good game, although that showed up a little bit more as the game continued to progress. Like, late in the game, you saw the Texans
breaking some bigger runs.
They warmed down.
Yeah.
I think that's more of what happened than the offensive line was incredible at blocking, although they did do some pretty good blocking things. The first big note that I took, though, you remember the first touchdown that was scored by – oh, no, actually not even scored. Yeah, it was the first touchdown that was scored by the Colts was a 60-yard touchdown pass to Alec Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is he just smokes quarters coverage on the right side. This is actually Derek Stingley in coverage here. However, with quarters, you had Derek Stingley, and then you had Jimmy Ward, who at that point was playing one of your safety spots.
Mm-hmm.
And Ward was flat-footed when Pierce gets to him because it's quarters.
Yeah.
And then he just doesn't have the makeup speed with the burners. And then Pierce is curling his run, or his run. I'm talking soccer.
Yeah.
He's curling his route a little bit inside, away from Stingley, so he can't make it up on the outside. But that's what makes this happen. And what I immediately thought was, that doesn't happen this year, right?
No, that does not happen this year with the safeties that they have. And more experience from Kalen Bullock, obviously, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I don't think that happens. And I think, clearly Derek Stingley went on to have an incredible season last year. Yeah.
But my thought is, that
safety
it'd be tough. But like when you have that safety, you're probably kind of bracketing in that instance. That safety on the interior also needs to have some level of makeup speed.
Yeah.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kalen Bullock are both 4.48 40 guys.
Yeah.
And their 10-yard split is pretty fast. I think one of them had a 1.48 10-yard split. The other one a 1.51 10-yard split. I feel like they have the ability to have that makeup speed to where, if you end up in somehow the exact same play.
That's a good observation, man. I don't remember that play in particular. That's why you re-watched it. But
I didn't remember it until I went back and watched it.
But to have those safeties just gives you a little more confidence on those deep balls. And the other thing, you mentioned it with the pass, Anthony Richardson, I believe, had a pretty good game. As far as like an opener would go for the Colts.
Yeah, and that. I mean, I'll jump to that in particular. Is that was really the majority of the plays that the Colts had. It really was the Texans beating themselves. Not that they beat themselves per se, because obviously the Texans got out with the 29-27 victory. But the Colts really didn't play all that great in this game. There was the second touchdown that was scored by the Colts was a 5-yard Jonathan Taylor touchdown because you turned you had a punt block.
Yeah.
Remember, it was a blocked punt that put the ball on the 5-yard line. So the Colts turned around and just punched that thing in there.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, man. The first 2 touchdowns was a blown coverage, not even, but you just get beat over the top.
Yeah, you get beat.
In a pass, in one fell swoop, and then there's a rushing touchdown for the second one, and the third one was a big pass as well, if memory serves, that also is in that same space, right? So, these are the circumstances where, with little tweaks, with obviously your special teams, being a little bit more stout right from jump. Which I guess, let me pause there. How confident do you feel in the idea of Frank Ross getting the special teams to that place immediately? Because I was kind of surprised that special teams didn't look that great week 1 here.
Yeah, no, and I think we talked about it after the game. That was one of the things that we had the most confidence in, and still do, as it turns out with Frank Ross. But no, in that game for sure.
One of the things that was interesting as I was looking back through it, the Colts seemed to be getting a lot of playing deep and giving up shallow zones. And this is kind of a different thing than I'll get into, but you got
That's the Nico effect.
A lot of Stephon Diggs. Nico effect, but also the C.J. Stroud effect. Because remember, coming into this game, the last time you played the Colts was Week 18. We're
75 yards.
First play.
No, that's why I call it the Nico effect.
Right.
Yeah, and then Stephon, actually, we had this big discussion going in who's going to be the number one. I felt going into the season, Stephon Diggs might be the number one receiver just because he was Stephon Diggs, and he's away from Buffalo and all that. Obviously, that's wrong. Nico was it, and Stephon was kind of working those underneaths.
Yes, in a way that felt very concerned. Like they were trying to get him.
Is that Christian
football.
Kirk now?
That was a question that I had. Is who gets that? Because the second touchdown. Because remember, Stephon Diggs had 2 touchdowns. Actually, let me give you the first touchdown. First touchdown was kind of and what was the concept that I had here? I think it was like a slant flat concept. Although you did also have another wide receiver kind of pushing up the field to push the safeties deep. But then that's where you have is Stephon Diggs getting the ball nice and easy underneath, nice 7 or 6 points easy. The other touchdown, you're down on the goal line. He runs a quick out and you get the ball to him. And I'm like, who do you have that runs those routes? Because I don't know that that's Jaden Higgins running those routes. Is that Jalen Noel? Is that Christian Kirk?
I got to believe that's Kirk, right? Because he's played in different positions as a wideout, inside and out. But, I mean, Noel would be a possibility, even though I don't know what our expectations should be, week 1.
Yeah, so I'm really interested to look at as we get into training camp, the guys who have the best breaks, the guys who explode out of those breaks, especially be able to utilize outside kind of breaking routes. Not to say that it's going to be the same offense and what have you. But if you have situations like that, who do you have that will be able to utilize those things? But going back to one of the things I wanted to mention with those with the deep zones that the Colts were playing, making sure to just be back, don't get beat over top, is that was a clear reaction to knowing the book on C.J. Stroud coming in is he likes deep balls when it comes to throwing the football and getting an opportunity to get over top of the defense. What is that MO? What is that book for C.J. this year?
Oh, I think it's the same.
You think it's still the same, that teams are going to be like, he wants to get the ball over top?
More so because of Nico. I think, and this is a faster wide receiving room. They're faster just across the board. You can talk
compared to Nico, Tank, and Stephon. You have.
I mean, they were obviously fast, but I think you have more depth, more speed across the board. Noel and Higgins and Kirk, who's a blazing fast receiver. So I think they're the same. I do want to ask you something, though, because I didn't rewatch the game, but I know you saw this, so I just double checked on the box score. I remember the one thing we were talking about that was interesting was Joe Mixon had 30 carries in that game.
That's a good point. Yeah,
30 carries, and his long was just 13 yards. He had 159 yards, but with a long of just 13 yards.
Yep,
he was just getting 8, 10, 7, on and on and on. 30 carries. That's what I'm looking forward. Obviously the second leading rusher was Dameon Pierce. He only had 3 carries. So
they were good carries too.
They were 16 yards.
Like that sounds like a really.
But here's the thing: you don't want 30 carries. You want Nick Chubb to get 12 of those.
He was kind of talking about that in real time too. Yeah. Like, man, that's a lot of carries.
Yeah. So that to me is I'm interested to see how that plays out.
No, agreed. And so that's a great point. That I very much felt it, but I honestly didn't go back and immediately look at the fact that there was a lot of those carries, but it was just positive, and a lot of it was him making a little something out of nothing. To be completely honest, this is a small thing, but another. There was a lot of slips in this game, and some of this was like CJ slipped a couple times on the field, or the helmet logo on the field, center field. But also, this was immediately after they put in new turf at Lucas Oil Stadium. It was the Hella Matrix microfilament turf, and apparently Dallas Flowers, a cornerback for the team, said, "I guess it's okay. It just needs to be broken in more." And I do wonder, when you do make your way back to Lucas Oil 13, so later on in the season, I wonder, will that still be the case? Will it be broken in more? And maybe the time of year, does that at all change? It's not really a big deal to worry about, but
I don't think it was an ongoing problem, and I wasn't plugged into the field issues at Indianapolis, but I don't remember it being an ongoing problem.
I think it was a couple times. Was it last year that they put? I think it was a couple times CJ slipped.
Yes, that's what he was talking about.
It was just a couple. It was just a couple stuff like that where he just slipped, but that was it.
Yeah. And finally, I'll leave you with this: C.J. Stroud. There was one play in particular, but obviously C.J. was under pressure a lot. I didn't realize that he was under pressure this early in the season. Now, it was kind of interesting. You could see him feel a level of comfort because it just felt like operating as normal before he had kind of the, for lack of a better term, and not to minimize this, the PTSD of I'm under constant bombardment.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, you saw him feel like just real comfortable, but he had to deal with a lot of it. And he tripped over some legs a decent amount. But on one play in particular, CJ was sacked on a blitz that sent 6 men, but in effect it was kind of 5 for what the offensive line was doing. And the linebackers were moving constantly up to the snap. And the snap comes with 3 seconds left on the play clock. 3rd and 7, so they're pinning their ears back. You got to get up to the line quicker. It's one of those things that's talked about. I want to see how quickly they get to the line, and the CJ having control of this, how much it changes those instances where you have fewer sacks, not because the line is better, not because but just because you take the time to get up and CJ looks at what's happening, sees and is able to diagnose. Because what happens on the play is that on the left side, obviously, you have Laramie, you have at that point Kenyon Green respectively. Juice is your center. He snaps it and he's looking to the right, and he ends up tandeming up with on the defensive tackle with Shaq Mason, and that leaves 3 guys to the left side, and 3 guys to the right side, but 1 guy is still kind of unblocked off the edge anyways. So if you have time to look at this and see the movement and like, hey, no, you actually need to help here, you could pick up, and CJ still needs to get the ball out quickly, but at least he has a chance to win in a way that he didn't there. And a lot of that is just diagnosing pre-snap. Not even talking about talent, not talking about blocking scheme. It's just diagnosing what's happening pre-snap.
Those were 2 very early hints that we didn't really take big note of that are the reason we're here now.
Yeah.
That what you just described is the reason that C.J. Stroud has more control. It festered. It became worse. He wanted to get more control at the line of scrimmage. That's why we're here. And the other one was Stroud getting hit. He got sacked 4 times in that game and hit several other times. Those were the first early hints that we didn't really pay a lot of attention to.
Yeah, so that was my main takeaways from rewatching Week 1 of the Texans 2024 season. As we gear up for the 2025 season, I think that I got a lot of work to do because tomorrow I'm back with Game 2, which is the home opener versus the Bears. But we're in rewatch season, baby. We are under a month to go until we're in training camp.
That might be a rough one to watch.
Oh yeah,
that Bears game.
I'm just looking forward to I'm looking forward to when CJ meets Caleb at midfield. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Come here.
Yeah, come here. Let me talk. Let me tell you something. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Come here, young man.
In my rewatch. All right.
Young man.
Young whippersnapper.
Young man.
Let me give you some game. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunch by the link. We'll do that next.
What a massive move. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Oh boy. So,
you good?
Kind of. I kind of got to be careful with this. And this is me saying
when
that.
Have you been careful?
And this is me saying this. So my first confession is going to be about there's a freshman linebacker that reported yesterday to Eastern Michigan University.
I know exactly who this is because I have followed his career.
His first name is Noah.
That's right.
Okay.
You want to stop? You want to stop short? You want me to help you out here?
Well. So his name was announced. They have this tradition there when the freshmen come in. One of the coaches gets on a bullhorn and says the name of each player.
Was it the running backs coach? It had to be the DB coach that said it, huh?
I don't know. It might have been the linebacker coach.
No, it definitely wasn't the linebacker coach that said it, and it wasn't the O-line coach neither.
His last name is. How can I put this?
I know how to pronounce his last name if you need me to.
His first name is Noah. His last name is.
I say Reggie. You say it.
His name is Kanega.
Okay.
It's spelled Knigga.
That's correct. It's spelled Kanega. It's pronounced Kanega.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my guy. See what I did there?
That's your Kanega? That's what you're trying to say here?
That's my guy. So it got wild, and this actually changed my opinion on him, and that's my confession. Just play a little bit of after they announced his name. The entire roster, seniors, juniors, like they are in on this dude.
He about to win the Heisman.
They are in on this dude. And that's because of his name.
I do love his Wikipedia got that pronunciation big in big letters. Hey, don't get in trouble.
The K is not silent.
Canadian.
The K, this dude, and that's talk about the epitome of you just own it, man. You're going to make money off of that name. The players.
You definitely got to spell this name right.
The players loved him. Every race of player that was there was jumping around like, yeah, this is my guy.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in the origin of this last name.
I am too.
I remember.
I'll be wondering where these last names. Sometimes I'll be very interested in unique last names, such as myself.
Yeah.
Like my last name. I'll be wondering where did it came from.
And by the way, I guess we should note he is not black.
No, no, he is not. No. He looked like he wears Vans and Aeropostale. Yeah. This is very stereotypical. I understand. But I'm trying to paint the picture best I can. Apologies. But yeah, man, I remember this because like 2 or 3 years ago, he went viral online because his family name is Kanega, and the internet's gonna run with that. Mm-hmm. And I vividly remember the family sitting down talking about it, like pronunciation and everything, like they did obviously a hit on the news.
Yeah.
And I just thought to myself, this is a family name, and nobody thought you wanted to change it at any point.
Well, see, when it first came out, and really I didn't really catch up on this until he got signed last spring or whatever. Or before, anyway. And I was always of the opinion, man, you got to change your name. No.
You don't got to, but I feel like
don't
you could
change
save
your
yourself
name.
a lot of hell.
Maybe, but don't change your name. Your name is money.
Well,
your name is money,
especially in like an open market type circumstance, like NIL. Suppose it's an attention economy that we live in.
I'm just worried. I hope he don't get the wrong type of NIL where they try to do some type of awful joke.
I don't
like what, Figgy?
You know what I'm talking about.
That's a great question.
Yeah.
Like what, Figgy?
I just
like what?
You think he gonna get the Swisher Sweets? You think he gonna get the Black and Mild sponsorship? Is that what's happening here?
I don't want no badass type of overseas commercial, edgy commercial. They try to pull at a car dealership or something and get everybody canceled.
Yeah.
So I just hope everybody just keep it clean, keep it safe.
Yeah.
And let's just have a good time. Don't try to do no edgy joke.
And then on the YouTube, Rob Torres, broadcasting their games. There's going to be some interesting moments. There's going to be
I feel like these broadcasters, somebody going to try to go viral, try to be a little too funny, and he's going to lose his job.
I can tell you exactly who the broadcaster is that will try and be funny with it. And it is Mark Jones.
Oh, God.
Right? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? And it would be even worse or better, depending on how you view it, if they were still letting Mark Jones, or if they had not fired RG3. Remember how they used to do college games together?
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah. Bring RG3 back for that Friday. One. Yeah, bring him back for that one. That's just all I ask. Bring him back for that one game when they broadcast the Eastern Michigan game. I'll pay for it. Put it on ESPN+.
I'll never forget RG3 sitting there. They was doing the Black Friday game, and he like, Black Friday. And pointing at him and Mark Jones. I'm like, oh my God.
If you don't do it for nobody else, do it for me.
And, of course, our texters and viewers on YouTube and Twitch are all about it. They're right on with what you're talking about. Need a new car? Noah?
I know a Canega. Biggie is dying. He didn't think that one out. Yeah, no, the broadcasters, everybody, the pronunciation guide is going to, like, don't even have pronunciation
be on page
guide.
1.
Put it on the very front. Eastern Michigan. Here's how you pronounce that one name. I know that's what you want to know. Yeah, I know it's what you want to know. This is how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Mine will not be nearly as fun of a confession, I imagine. But yesterday, I think I made a decision. I was watching the Astros game, as one does, and I found myself having a hard time focusing because, like, I think I'm just, like, I have a tough time focusing. I try and inundate myself with a lot of stuff as evidenced by I have 3 TVs.
Yeah.
Constantly listening to this,
I
that,
hadn't
and the
noticed.
third. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's good, but it's bad, clearly. And I was like, I need to focus. I need to, like, figure out a way to focus even better into Astros games because.
So you bought a 4th TV?
No.
Okay.
I am getting a 4th TV delivered. But that's for the bedroom. That's something else entirely.
Good
but
Lord.
Yeah, that's more
the bedroom.
That's right. Because I want to be able to wake up and watch soccer without going to the living room. Anyways, I think that I'm going to start scoring Astros games.
Oh, please don't. I used to always score games, but if you're scoring a game at home, watching it on TV, you've. I mean, let's just be honest. You're a nerd.
Guilty as charged. When have I ever not been?
Is that breaking news?
Hey, what are you talking about?
Like, you're a bigger nerd than I thought.
Bro, you the one who tries to troll me with the elemental P stat. I'm that. That's fair. But I'm
surprised you haven't did this.
The only time I've scored a baseball game was digitally when I used to call baseball games in college, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, I kind of need, if our listeners, if anybody has scored games, give me tips because I'm gonna go get
I've scored thousands of games.
Yeah, but I don't care about you. No, I'm just playing. But, like, I would love tips because I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna go buy a scorebook and see if I can do it because I don't want to do it digitally. I want to do it by hand.
There are some good shorthand things to do.
Okay,
I'll help you out with
that. Because I think that I'm hoping that that'll help me lock in even better to Astros games because, you know, baseball inherently as a sport is one that kind of is on and sometimes you kind of turn your head away and do this or that. I want to lock in better. So at least I don't know if I'm gonna score every game, but when I do, like, I want to be able to lock in a little bit better. And I think
like
that
when I was
might be
at games, I scored them. TV, I don't think I've ever scored a TV game.
You gonna do it at the game too?
I mean, if I go to games,
yeah, at the game it's fine. It's kind of like part of the. Especially
you do look like a big dork with the scorebook at the game though.
No, in the stands, yes. I'm talking about like in the press box.
Oh
yeah. My wife, we sat in front of somebody one time that was scoring the game, just a fan behind us.
Yeah.
And I knew exactly what he was doing, so I'm like, I'm not about to throw this guy off and say, "Hey, how you doing?"
Yeah.
She did not know. She was just like, "Hey, what you doing?" And he ain't say nothing. I'm just like, "Hey, just chill out."
Stop.
And then his buddy next to him like, "Oh yeah, he's scoring again." She was just loud and just. Yeah. I was just like, "Please leave this guy alone."
Barbara Bush, she scored every game she went to. She had a scorebook or several scorebooks, but she would score every game that she went to.
713 Reggie, like, this is fair. And from the 281, why not sign up for AARP too with Reggie? Don't threaten me with a good time.
These are my confessions.
So I've been living in my neighborhood, my current neighborhood now since like October. And it's up and coming. They starting to build some houses like Monopoly.
All right.
Them houses popping up real quick now. But it was one day I was on my way home from work and I passed this gas station. And you know how you got the cars parked in the front? Like clearly they just going in to grab something and not getting gas. Seen a horse right there.
Oh wow! Nice. Welcome to Houston.
I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
A horse. So I made a U-turn. I'm like, I got to see who hop on this horse.
Yeah.
Because I'm thinking there's somebody maybe dressed like Reggie right now. Just got the hat and just the boots and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So I turn around in the gas station. So I'm just sitting there parked like I'm waiting to murk somebody or something. And so somebody walked out with some headphones, some basketball shorts, some slides. And I'm like, that can't be the person that hop on this horse. What do you know?
Yeah.
He hopped on the horse.
In some slides. That's
he was in some slides.
That's the hard part, yeah.
He had some headphones pretty much like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it was a younger kid, too. He had to be a teenager.
He's a cowboy.
And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So he had his little bag of junk food or whatever it was, hopped on a horse. I'm like, what? And he just took off. He took off around the corner.
Yeah.
My confession is, I think that's cool as hell, man.
It really is.
I would definitely do that. Like,
Slides.
yeah, like I probably want to be all in a hat and stuff. But real quick, just hop on the horse. I'm like, man, that was cool. I've never seen that before in person like that.
Yeah.
I ain't even think there was some horses around where I stay.
Oh, sure, man.
It's everywhere, baby.
Everywhere.
But
around
man,
here.
I was like, what? I had to take a picture. I might post a picture just to show people. But I couldn't believe it, man. I'm like, what? And it was a guy just in some slides.
That's awesome. Which is hard to ride a horse, I'm guessing.
Yeah, man. It wasn't hard for him, man. He was just going on. Probably had this music playing.
Yeah.
I'm like, dang, that's crazy, man.
I love Houston so much.
It's amazing.
There's not many places where you had that experience.
Yeah. And then a Tesla pulls in next to it. You know, or something.
Or in my case, a Jeep Compass sitting there stalking the guy out, trying to see who's going to hop up on this horse.
Yeah.
What a time, man. All right. Yeah. Those are our lunchtime confessions here in the Loop presented by the Men's Clinic. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, we were going to do this earlier before we were so rudely interrupted by Fred VanVleet getting a new contract, 2-year, $50 million instead of the $45 million player option or team option that he had previously. But coming up next, let's do a little Judge John Lopez will enter the court. Next.
Area 45.
real results today.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. You heard the man, John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. That's Figgy Fig on the text line from the 281. They say, out here, we had people going to the corner store and Ice House and Tractors.
Mm-hmm.
Saw a guy get a DWI on a John Deere once.
Yeah.
Do you? This might be a silly question, but I was thinking about that kid that was riding the horse. Do you have to have some type of license or anything, or is it good to go?
I don't think so.
Can't imagine.
So you could be whatever age, as long as you know how to ride a horse, you're good.
I think so.
Yeah.
That's dope, man. I like that.
Yeah.
Figgy about to go get him a horse.
Nah, I got the car now. But if I was like,
He said, I'm good.
If I was like 12 years old, man, I'm getting a horse. Screw a bike.
I want
a horse.
You also just can't drop it. You can't just drop a horse in your friend's front yard.
Nah, that is a flex, though. Man, you could go a long way on the horse.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, but you gotta find
I'll be up in Montana. I'll be up in Montana somewhere, man, on a horse.
Wild. All right. This is a little thing that we like to do, is just go into the court of Judge John Lopez, talk about some things in sports and other women, see how he would rule on such things. So, with that being said, I think that we should do that right now. What you think, Fig? All right,
let's go.
All right, let's welcome to the court of Judge John Lopez. I got a couple of things on the docket here that myself and Figgy will do our best to argue. You add some arguments as well on the text line, 713-572-4610. And, of course, the man to rule on it will be the honorable or maybe dishonorable Judge John Lopez.
We got to get you that robe and that white wig.
I need to get the white wig. Yeah, I do need to get the white wig.
Go ahead and hit that up.
Yeah.
Go ahead and hit that up, because next time we do this, you better we not respecting your verdict if you just wearing a fish.
And I'll leave it on one of those little plastic heads that they have in
the mannequin head.
Just leave it in here on there, the mannequin head.
Everybody else on the station is just going to be sick of us. Why is there a mannequin in here dressed like a judge? Oh, it's for a segment we do every once in a while. All right. On the docket, case number 1.
Okay.
Is brought to you by the most hatingest man in all of college football. They like to call him the old ball coach.
Mm-hmm.
Steve Spurrier used to be the head coach of Florida, South Carolina. Very, very good football coach. Incredible hater, I like to say. I enjoy him very much.
Yeah.
And he got back to his hating ways in this case. We're talking to Pat Dooley of the UF alumni newsletter about quarterback Arch Manning at the University of Texas. He said, quote, "Most people are picking Texas to win the SEC. They've got Arch Manning already winning the Heisman too. My question is, if he was this good, how come they let Quinn Ewers play all the time last year? He wick. So, the question at Bear here: should Steve Sarkisian have played Arch Manning more?
Oh, that's where you're going with that,
Figgy. Counselor, your case.
All right, so wait a minute. Let me break the wall real quick. Am I arguing for?
You were supposed to.
All right, I'm arguing for him playing more, right? All right, so
I'm winning this case, baby. Let's go.
I had to make sure.
Yeah.
So I think you could make an argument that he should have played more, and this is why. So back in 2018, who won the championship, national championship?
What was 2018?
That was Alabama, the University of Alabama. And who was on that team? Who was the quarterback on that team?
I know where you're going with this.
You had Jalen Hurts, who was the starter for most of the year.
Yeah.
And in the national championship game, what did they do?
They brought in Tua.
They brought in Tua. So I think you shouldn't just keep somebody like that on the bench because he's a freshman or he don't have the experience, and you got this guy that's maybe a sophomore or junior or a senior. You got to go with the better hand, and that's what Nick Saban did in 2018, and that helped them win the championship. And I think if they would have did that last season, if UT would have did that last season, they probably would have had a chance to maybe beat Ohio State and then move on and end up going to the national championship, maybe winning. I think they probably should have made that switch early on and not just kind of keep Quinn Ewers the quarterback because it's Quinn Ewers and he's a senior and all that.
That's a strong case you're making there, Counselor. So you're actually arguing not just that they could have played him, but that he was good enough to earn the accolades he's getting now.
Yeah.
What would be the counterpoint?
All right, so I'm not going to get out here and try and tell you that definitively Quinn Ewers is a better quarterback than Arch Manning. I don't actually believe that.
Mm-hmm.
What I will tell you, however, is that the decision to make that, to have that play out that way, is less about winning that particular game, which maybe you could ding me on that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's about winning the recruiting battle.
Mm-hmm.
The University of Texas historically has been an incredible recruiting school because it is the flagship school of Texas.
One of them.
I said what I said. And I think when they are going well with all of the assets they have at their disposal, they should be able to get anybody in the state of Texas, which, again, respect to Texas A&M, but I think you would understand that Texas historically has had that kind of pull. They had lost that. And in part was, making bad decisions, but also, you lost your prestige. And so with that being the case, as another Texas A&M Aggie walks by, shout out to T. Mill of The Drive.
Yeah.
I think in order to get yourself back to that prestige, you need to win games, obviously, but a lot of places can get you an opportunity to win. I think you need to also show that when I promise you something, I mean it, especially in this modern era of football. And with here that he's promised to be the quarterback, that we are going to go by a level of hierarchy, which is also very different than the way a lot of these other teams are operating. So I think you stand out from the rest of the pack. You show that, hey, I am a head coach of a certain level of principle.
Yeah.
And I'm not just going to bring in the newest, hottest flavor to usurp you, especially if you're transferring in and you want to transfer out with all the player movement.
No.
We're not playing this game in a way that is reckless and that is disrespectful to your player, to you as a player, even if we bring in one of the most highly recruited and regarded prospects. If I tell you you're going to start and I believe in you, I'm going to believe in you fully. And I think that matters a good amount to establish what he is doing at Texas relatively early on, so that not only are we going to win ball games, but we're going to do it in a way that's responsible and respectful. If you're talking about Saban, that's also one of the things that he did. It's one of the reasons why he moved out of the current era, is that he wants to have guys that come in and know you're not going to play immediately, but once you get the time to play, it's your time to go.
All right, so that too is a compelling case, but as I'm about to rule on this, I keep going back to what is on trial here is not promises made or kept or not kept. It's does he deserve the accolades that he's getting? And what you're saying, Reggie, promises don't win games. If you promised Quinn Ewers this or that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win games. I think Figgy stated a stronger case that Arch Manning really was good enough, and it was more on playing him, that he should have played in the national championship game. So I think what I'm going to rule here, what I am going to rule here is I'm going to side with Figgy and say that he does deserve the accolades he's getting right now because he was good enough to play. It was a coaching mistake. And really, I think a lot of Longhorns fans would probably agree with that, with what they saw in the postseason. There was a good segment of them wanting to get Arch Manning back on the field. What you're saying is a good, strong case, but not for what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Somebody said Lopez is a judge, quote, before I give my ruling, have you bought my OG sauce?
I mean, it doesn't hurt.
I would have won my case if I brought in some OG sauce.
By the way, my ruling is sponsored by the OG sauce.
There you go.
You can go to ogsauce.com.
All right, so Figgy, you win the first case when it comes to Judge John Lopez, the court of George John Lopez. All right, cool. Apparently, the hating-ass ball coach is correct.
Yeah.
Texas should have played more Arch Manning. We move to the second case on the docket, and this comes courtesy of John Lewis, who writes for Sports Media Watch.
Okay.
A couple weeks ago, he wrote a opinion piece that was entitled, NBA will be better off without Stephen A. Smith. Counselor Figgy Fig.
I disagree with this, and this is why. I feel like Stephen A. Smith has been the face of the NBA media for years, for a long time. And I think Stephen A. Smith would tell you himself that NBA was his number one. That was his first love. And he covered the NBA so I feel like Stephen A. Smith, whenever we do talk about NBA, I feel like all his hot takes, all of his opinions are the first ones up there whenever it comes to the NBA.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's anyone else out there like that when it comes to big, loud, long, and strong opinions. So I think if Stephen A. was to move on and not be a part of the NBA coverage again, I'm not sure if we will have that. I mean, is his opinions stronger than let's say Kendrick Perkins?
Well, if we're having a sidebar, I'm telling you, yes, they are.
Yeah, so I just don't know if, as much as a lot of people hate Stephen A. Smith and feel like he's a little bit washed and be kind of talking out of his, maybe playing solitaire over watching the NBA, I do feel like his voice is still strong when it comes to talking about the NBA and just giving these opinions. So I'm not sure if the NBA would do better without Stephen A. Smith.
Okay. I'm digesting. Go.
All right. I hear you. Stephen A. Smith has a lot of reach. As much as people hate him, there's a level of hate watching that happens, and it gets out. But you know why also people watch Stephen A. Smith? Because he's the face of ESPN. I feel like the tastemakers are going to be there because sports fans watch sports networks. And you mentioned the watching solitaire during the finals. I think that's less about like the individual thing, but I think it's what it speaks to. The idea that you have somebody that your general public thinks is not informed on the thing that they're talking about, that they're having simple conversations that don't advance the game. And it's one of the things I've really decried when it comes to basketball in particular. It's a conversation and it's a analysis class of people that really put down the game instead of talking about what's beautiful about the game, one of the things that make the game great. And I feel like if you have someone like a Tim Legler, if you have folks that, talk about the game, I think intelligently, but also like in an uplifting manner, the NBA would be significantly better. And it's not like people would stop paying attention to this because people love sports, right? It's the reason why sports continues to be the only thing worth a damn in live television because people are here for the sports. The analysis is the things that people are going to want side saddle to those sports. And if you're someone talking about basketball, particularly if you're someone that's talking about it in a way that feels like they're uplifting and educating folks and that they're also giving you insight and making you smarter about the game, I think that helps. And Stephen A. Smith, I can't in good conscience say that he's that. Look at Mina Kimes for the football side of things. People watch her and enjoy it. They feel like they're getting smarter and they feel like they're having a good time. I don't think that's what Stephen A. Smith does. And so for that case, for that point, I do think that Stephen A. Smith's gone. You're more likely to have somebody who's not taking up all this oxygen by feeding into the Michael Jordan versus LeBron James rings things and maybe leaning into what is happening on the ground right now that is good about the game that I think would help grow it.
This is a tough one. This is a tough one. And as saying, imaginary wig and robe, which I will get actual ones here soon. I
don't believe you. I feel like this is a bit that you're doing.
I'm trying to define what better for the NBA is. That's ultimately what this comes down to.
That's a fair question.
Yeah, what is better for the NBA?
Now,
go ahead.
Let me bring this up, Your Honor.
Rebuttal.
If you have a rebuttal,
objection, Your Honor. He's badgering the witness.
Badgering the witness.
Now, Your Honor, it is a lot of people out there that do break the game down. Like you mentioned Tim Legler. It's a bunch of people. We talked about Iman Shumpert, and he's getting more looks on ESPN and stuff like that. But that stuff is not hitting the headlines like that.
Right.
The stuff that's hitting the headlines is an argument between Stephen A. Smith and LeBron James. Or Stephen A. Smith says this person is better.
Yeah.
That's the stuff that's creating the headlines. They not breaking down the game tape like that. That's not the first thing that pops up when you watch First Take or ESPN website or anything like that.
You have 30 seconds.
30 seconds rebuttal?
Yeah.
Look, man. I like this one. Look, Stephen A. has a lot of reach. That's fair. I maintain ESPN has continued to be this because they already have that profile, and the reason they have that profile is because they have the football rights. They have game rights. Wherever the game rights will be, people will be watching the television. You don't need Stephen A. Smith just to get headlines out there. People will see the headlines because you put a better person there, and you'll have better results with people liking the sport and people watching the sport.
All right. So first of all, I've never had any attorney in my court say, "Look, man," but So ultimately, I have to rule on what is better for the NBA. Is it popularity or is it the game itself? And that's a tough question. So I'm going to reserve the right to revisit this topic if Stephen A., because I think he is towing the line of going too far and making it about himself. But ultimately, as close a case as this is, as tough it is to judge, I think I am going to side with Figgy on this one, only because right now the NBA needs popularity more than better on the court.
From the 8 through 2, the judge will side with Figgy because he didn't diss A&M. I see it. You know what? And that's my fault. I'll be better next time.
You can be called in contempt.
Ooh.
So I would watch myself.
All right. Very good. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610.
It was close. I almost went with you.
Thanks, man.
Like, what do they really
That doesn't really do much for me, but I appreciate it. We'll come back to the court of Judge Don Lopez at another time, but appreciate you rock with us in the loop. Coming up next, Xavier Hutchinson jumped on with Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. Does he give us insight into what this offense might look like? Let's hear from Xavier Hutchinson next.
How do we feel? KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An option. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Xavier Hutchinson, big time wide receiver for the Texans, as evidenced by this play that he made in the divisional, or actually the wild card round last year versus the Chargers, when you really needed a play, really needed a bailout. C.J. Stroud needed someone to come up big, and Xavier Hutchinson was there for him.
3rd down and 16 from the Houston 17. Stroud calls for the ball, and the ball goes through Stroud. He picks it up, scrambles out to the right side. Can he get rid of it? Airs it out downfield and caught at the 45-yard line and taken to the 50-yard line. X marks the spot. An amazing play for the Texans on 3rd and long. Stroud dropped the ball, but he picked it up and found Xavier Hutchinson for a first down at midfield as we hit the 2-minute warning.
X marks the spot indeed.
Yeah,
Xavier
Hutchinson.
Year. And it really was.
Yeah, that was the player of the year.
Huge play.
Yeah.
Obviously helps them go and get that victory so that they can move on to the divisional round and add another playoff win under D'Amico Ryans' and C.J. Stroud's and, of course, the Texans' belt. But with Xavier Hutchinson, he sat down with John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, Texans All Access, and that play in particular was where they started. Because, I think that's where you have to start with Xavier. As, he's working on making sure he makes the team. It's a lot of competition in that wide receiver room, but X, what was the perspective from your perspective on that in the first round of the playoffs?
No idea at all.
Okay.
I just turned back around after running my route. Luckily, I was already crossing the middle of the field. I just saw CJ running for his life back there, and I'm like, man. And the next thing I know, the ball's up in the air, and I got to go chase it down and, made a big play. But I didn't know about any of the fumble stuff until after the fact, which made it even better.
It's wild. Play of the year, wild catch, wild play.
Just imagine you running around, you back there, and you say, oh, man, what do I do? Let me run over here. Oh, let me go get this ball.
Wait, the ball's coming.
For him, it was just like, ran a dig route coming across the field. All right, get the football. Everybody's going wild. You're like, yeah, we made a play on 3rd down. It's like, no, you don't understand.
There's more.
There was more things that happened. You come to the sideline like, man, good play, guys. And they're like, no, you ain't see that?
You didn't see him drop the ball? Oh, he dropped the ball?
You see all that happen back there? there. In fact, this is a follow-up to that, about that play, huge play. Xavier Hutchinson, did you realize the importance of the play in real time?
I mean, I knew that, it's, what was it, like 3rd and 18 or something that? So I knew it was a big play. I knew it was an explosive. I was just hoping, that maybe that would ignite our offense. And then like 2 plays later, threw it to Nico on the touchdown. But I had no idea that, it was going to be that significant of a play in the moment. But then looking afterwards, for sure.
An explosive.
An explosive. I like that.
I hate it. That's unnecessary.
It's an explosive.
It's a real unnecessary shortening. One more syllable was going to kill you, huh?
Usually I don't like those kind of things. Seems to flow a little better.
Does it?
Yeah.
I don't think it does. You've already got 2 of the syllables. Get that last one in there. But yeah, man, like that play, huge. How much do you think that impacts for him, like his development as a player and maybe his opportunity to remain not just on this team, but as a important portion of it?
Yeah, look, I really want to say it's going to be a big impact for him, and I'm not going to – normally I would. I don't know, though. I don't know. They're looking at the entirety of seasons. Now, maybe that vaults him, just on a personal level, confidence and such, and we're going to find out here pretty soon enough. But I think the fact that they're bringing in other receivers kind of mitigates that a little, minimizes that a little bit.
Do you not think about the idea? Because I didn't mention this when I was talking about my rewatch of Week 1 last year. Was you could easily see the comfortability that Nico Collins obviously has with C.J. Stroud in the scramble drill. That was a key instance of Xavier Hutchinson displaying his comfort with C.J. in the scramble drill. And I know C.J.'s good enough to where he'll figure it out, but how much do you factor in that? Like the ability to have that almost
the security blanket?
Yeah, almost like that telekinesis of me and you know what's going on. Even if I didn't know you fumbled, I know where to be to help you get the ball to where you need to. Because I know you have Nico.
Yeah.
Would you say that Dalton Schultz has some of that with CJ?
Well, if you're going back to the big catches he had against the Titans, that seemed to fit the bill.
But outside of those guys,
not really, right?
Okay, so I mean, outside of Nico, and I think that confident at some point you'll find a level of comfort between Christian Kirk and CJ, and then I mean the rookies. We'll see what that is just generally, but it feels like having somebody that has that level of rapport, it matters, doesn't it?
I think it does, and then just on Xavier Hutchinson himself, I think he certainly gained some confidence with that play and some of the other big plays that he's made, but I don't know how much it really is going to help him in this room.
Fair enough.
He's going to be a confident receiver, but I don't know how much it's going to help him.
Actually, speaking of the room, can I get 16 here? I apologize because you did bring this up. What is the dynamic of this wide receiver room? Because, I mean, you went from the last few years it being different. Now you've got, including a couple of guys that went to his alma mater as well, some young guys that are now behind him. What's the dynamic for you, X?
Man, I think it's a connected group. For the most part, we've kept a lot of our core together.
Yep.
Which is always great. It's just like, just familiar faces around in the room that you get used to. Definitely a different vibe than when Steph was here.
Yeah.
But no doubt it's still a good vibe in there. You still got you got vets like C. Kirk who have done it for a while.
Yep.
Now you got Nico being basically a vet now.
Yeah.
So it's just nothing but good vibes in there, good energy, and a bunch of guys who are hungry to go to work.
Interesting. I don't know, what the dynamic is yet, simply because all they've had is mandatory minicamp and OTAs. But I do think, it's interesting that he said definitely a different vibe without Stephon.
Yeah, that was very, very peculiar to me because that's a negative, but I was also
just going to say the same thing.
What is
I
the
think
positive
it's
that he's talking about there?
A different way that Stephon was, quote, the leader. I think it was probably a little louder, a little more in your face, more direct. But that doesn't mean that this room is not, because Christian Kirk is not a very flamboyant guy. He's got that deep voice, but he's not a very flamboyant guy. And I think Nico is not a very flamboyant, loud kind of guy. It doesn't mean the room's any different. It might even end up being better if they all vibe.
And then I wonder how Tank factors in there as well, because obviously rehabbing as opposed to gearing up for the season. Maybe it's just what he's talking about. All right, not to bury the lead, but here you are. Here's Xavier Hutchinson talking about the new offense. X, what can you tell us about the new offense?
I just think it's going to be something different that people aren't used to us seeing from us. We're still going to carry our core principles. We're going to be tough. We're going to be explosive. But I think we're gonna have a lot more players in the right places to be able to make the plays. And I think as a whole, we're just gonna be a lot more confident. We're going to be riding that confidence train to the end of it.
I like it.
But, it's just going to be an offense that has multiple uses, multiple purposes. Anybody can get the ball in any scenario and be used.
Now, that's interesting. And it always happens. We've talked about this. Like when one coach leaves, there are always some sort of, it's different now. It's fresher. It's going to be better just because it's a different style. But I think there's more meat on the bone here. I think they really were. They were losing confidence in what Bobby Slowick was doing. We've talked about it. And being so complex and multiple, which is, that can take a while. That can take a while to really settle in offensively. So we'll have to see how that happens.
Yeah, the idea of anybody being able to get the ball at any given point, it sounds good. How good is that actually in practice?
That's what I'm saying. It's going to take a while.
Because, you have to figure out when, obviously, to get guys, when to get certain people the ball. But also, there's some people that you would easily look at and go, that guy should have the ball a decent amount, right? You talk about Nico Collins. You talk about Joe Mixon. Do you have any doubts that there will be that they'll be able to funnel the ball to the right places at the right time?
Yeah, no, I don't have any doubts either way right now because we haven't seen enough. What I do know is, it's still going to come down to the main thing: get the right players the ball. I think he's talking about when plays break down, when a defense shows you something different, be able to get out of that and move to something else. Joe Mixon is still going to have a ton of carries. Nick Chubb's going to have a bunch of carries. Nico Collins still going to get a lot of throws. I just think like when they truly focus on that, there are going to be more options elsewhere for other guys.
Did you get the feeling because this has been the question I've asked myself whenever we get one of these players, hopefully giving us a little bit of insight, and we're just taking the crumbs and trying to make something of it.
Yeah.
Do you get the feeling that he has a full conviction of what the offense is, or this is just kind of him piecing together what he feels?
Yeah, I don't think anybody has a full idea of what it's going to be. I don't think they've shown and learned everything. It's in the playbook, but I don't think they've implemented it on the field by any stretch. But I think what they're all buying into is that energy that with Nick Caley, but also what he's told them in terms of, we're not just going to make you do certain things. We're going to adjust to what you do. We're going to adjust to what the defenses do. And who wouldn't like that? Like every offense should be that. And a lot of offensive coordinators say they're going to be multiple. They're going to have different options, but it doesn't always come out in practice. I think they're believing that it's going to come out in practice.
All right. And finally, I'll leave you with this because John Harris apparently allowed us to find out that he doom scrolls on Instagram like the rest of us. But apparently in doing that, he saw X doing one of these kind of challenges where, you get the randomizer and it gives you a team and you put together a team based on it. And he was very impressed by Xavier Hutchinson's knowledge going back to, other players, going back beyond when he was born and such. And so Hutch started talking about how he developed a wide knowledge of sports.
Yeah, honestly, Dad put me around football a lot, sports in general, to be honest with you, a lot. So I kind of grew up watching a lot of different guys. Maybe didn't know their impact on the game, but, I was just a fan of it. That was in California, though.
Yeah.
The guy next to me was Jesse Blackman, the brother to the Colt safety.
Oh, Julian's brother.
Yeah, Julian's
okay.
Yeah, Julian's brother.
Okay.
And it was just like a fun little thing that like I had gotten invited to do, got the opportunity. Shout out to Fieldhouse for allowing me to do it. And it was just something that I thought, was cool and enjoyed.
Does it mean anything to you for a player of any magnitude that understand the way the game has gone in history, like other guys? Because there's a lot of times in modern era, or just in general, where the modern player, especially, they're young, they did not grow up watching, or they did not watch as we have, obviously being a little bit older, in some cases a lot older, the games and the way that they played out, and they don't have that, tangible or that firsthand experience with the history. Does it ever make you feel better about a guy just that he has some understanding of the history, maybe that he's done some watching of film and going back, or just watching games?
Yeah.
Does that ever make you feel a little bit different about a player, or is that overrated?
No, it does to me, and it might not to you. Or someone listening, it doesn't matter. I just want my guys to make plays and know what the game is. But it does to me, and I think it's just more like appreciation and learning. From the generations that came before you. It's just my personal thing. Does it to you?
It's funny because I operate I sit on the fence sometimes because at some place I'm like, yo, you don't have to know the history in order to do what you're doing
I get
well,
it.
right?
I get it.
There's guys that are really great at playing football that don't know the history, and there's people that know history that really can't get out here and play, right? It happens at times. However, there's something to be said in my mind for somebody that understands what's happened in the history, that's gone back and looked at things, and then can find the ways that history can apply.
That's
and
what
see
I'm
the ways
learning.
that they can learn and utilize things. So it's one of the things I hope for him that he could continue to do to make himself a better player. He says that he's in here doing the work. It's gonna have to show. Especially this is not gonna be an easy wide receiver room to crack. In part because of some of the young guys that he's there, but also the vets that he's competing against are not the easy or specialized. You got Justin Watson. Then at the very least, we saw D'Amico praised for his experience and work ethic. So it'll be very interesting to see. But Xavier Hutchinson, look. Big playmaker at the very least. Very good play that he made last year.
Key playmaker for sure.
Key playmaker. One of the guys to very much watch. Very, very much watch when training camp comes around. And we do know now. Reporting on the 23rd, and it gets going in earnest, including a nice little detour to West Virginia for your Texans in training camp as well. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's the time where we typically hand things over to Figgy Fig for Figgy's mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so entrepreneur / social media star is getting a lot of smoke on social media over something she said. But I want to know if this is fair smoke. Let me know, 713-572-4610. Plus, it's a wild ass. I don't want to call it a stat, but something happened on the exact same day, the exact same injury, and it's just mind blowing to me.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Interested to see what that is. We'll hear it next.
All right, let's talk about Driftwood Shores at Wolf Point. Got a couple of days to make that call. It's going to be Saturday night.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the mixtape in the loop. Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. So, it's a young lady by the name of B. Simone. And she is you've seen her on Wild 'N Out. I think she might have got her big start or big break on the Nick Cannon show Wild 'N Out. And she's an entrepreneur and all that stuff. But she getting a lot of smoke online as of lately. So before I get to why she's getting the smoke, this is her, I want to say this was back in 2020, 2021, it's somewhere around the COVID times where a lot of people was quarantining and all that good stuff. But this is her on the type of man she wants, and she was getting a lot of heat for this too.
He can't have a 9 to 5.
What? Why not? You don't want him to have an honest job?
I mean, he could be a hustling entrepreneur.
So you want him to be you want CEO status?
Yes.
Okay, he can't
So
like
he can't
clock in and clock out.
No.
Damn,
I
B.
think
Simone.
entrepreneurs should date entrepreneurs.
Okay, but still, there's people who have really good jobs with vocational skills. If he's a mechanic,
I'm sure, but no, you're not going to understand my lifestyle. You're not going to understand why I'm up at 3 a.m.
Damn, you're making this hard for me. Okay, all right.
You know, he has to be an entrepreneur.
A business owner.
So during that time,
I remember that.
She was getting a lot of heat from that. And Lonnie Johnson, who I want to say was a rookie during that time, he actually tweeted about this too.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a big storm. I think she might have tweeted him back or something like that. But he even thought that was crazy.
Yeah.
Her saying that. So she recently was on a podcast. I want to say this is her podcast, and she was talking with somebody. And as of right now, apparently she is going through money problems.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
She didn't get her entrepreneur?
I guess not, because this is her right now kind of venting to her guests about the money issues she's having.
Just my finances. Like the budgeting. You see how I am nitpicking every little thing. I've never been like that. We were in Bloomingdale's yesterday. I'm like, we have to go to H&M.
Yeah.
Like I notice it in me now, just nitpicking. And it's not even, I just don't have it like to spend the liquid.
Yeah.
I'm used to seeing a certain amount in my account.
I was in Bloomingdale's and I had to go to H&M. Oh my God.
You poor baby.
Oh my God.
Poor baby. You have to slum with the rest of us.
I do love the people that are like that are pretty good off, because God bless you, you are pretty good off. But not being able to read the room.
Yeah, she kind of does this a lot too. But she's been getting a lot of smoke from this. Do you think she should get a lot of smoke?
Yes.
100%.
Yes.
100%.
Yeah.
I
mean, people are not out here doing all that well at times, man. Like, not everybody's doing all that great. It feels like a slap in the face when you're like, man, I'm doing bad too.
Yeah.
I had to go shopping in a place that I don't view as highly.
She wants us to feel. She wants us to feel sorry for her.
Yeah, and see, look, I think she deserves the smoke because she put it all out there on social media. So people gonna dig up whatever you said before, and if it's the total opposite, people gonna hit you with the, is this you?
Yeah.
They gonna hit you with that. They do that with us. If we say the Texans are gonna win 8 games and they win 9, then people gonna be like, oh, remember you said this? people gonna do that. So I think by that point you probably deserve the smoke. But I feel like her being an entrepreneur, she being a business owner, period, it's gonna be ups and downs.
Yeah,
sure.
Where it's gonna be some moments where you're not bringing in that money, so you're gonna have to go to a plan B. I don't like the simple fact that she's trying to make everybody feel a little bit sorry for her, because that's part of, like, you gonna have those moments where you high in the sky.
Yeah.
Then you have the moments where you might have to go to H&M.
Yeah.
And shop. I don't know, but
I don't go to H&M right now.
Yeah. I think
on the high end of this.
Yeah. I think if she never said that whole 9 to 5 thing,
I disagree.
I don't know if I don't know if she would get this much smoke. She probably get some smoke.
She still would.
But I don't know if she'd get this much smoke because people keep bringing up the Nick Cannon interview.
Fair.
So it's like, wow, look like you need a 9 to 5 man. That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
So I think any business person can probably relate to the ups and downs. But just for her saying, I can't date a man that works a 9 to 5, which sound kind of silly because we talked about this before the whole 9 to 5 thing. It's lawyers are, you could say, could be 8 to 8 to be honest. They probably working
100%.
all the time.
All the time.
But it's a lot of positions where you can work 9 to 5 and make 6 figures.
Yeah, the thing that gets me is I do have a level of sympathy for folks who, like, maybe an entrepreneur or what have you, like you were saying, that, maybe are struggling. It's not like it was before. That does not inherently mean that, your struggle is not actually there. However, I very much subscribe to the theory in the law of ain't nobody trying to hear that.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
You've got to be able to understand and read the room and know that, hey man, the idea that you're still out here shopping for, I guess, pseudo luxury or luxury items is not going to hit your entirety of your audience. You have to understand that not everybody's living all that nice. You know what I mean? So struggling. There's ways for people to understand and appreciate that. But it's not going to land the way that you think it's going to land. You got people who are like, I am skipping a meal in order to make something happen or what have you. Like, you got to understand that that's not going to go over well.
The part that took me out was we had to leave Bloomingdale's and I had to go to H&M.
Yeah, H&M right now has 15% off all online orders.
Oh, she about to be ice. She's going straight.
And up to 60% off on select items. And by the way, it's not like dirt cheap. I mean, it's a good store.
I was about to say, people kind of sneeze at H&M a little bit.
And that's what Reggie's talking about. Like, you're acting like, I mean, this unrelatable, there are people with real struggles out there that don't go shopping just to go shop. They go shopping when the kids need a jacket,
Because there's holes in it.
Yeah.
And we couldn't patch them, right? Like this.
Yeah.
And not to say, because that can also be taken the other way where it's like never complain because there's always someone that has it worse. And I'm like, nah, man, like people have, life is hard for all of us in various different ways. Sometimes not even financial, sometimes it's mental, emotional, what have you. You just got to understand, know your audience to some degree or understand what's happening with your audience. And I'm sure she's going through it.
Yeah.
Sobbing about having to go to the H&M instead of the Bloomingdale's is not going to land.
Talk to the wall, man.
Yeah, and they always go back to that interview with Nick Cannon where she said, I can't date a man that worked 9 to 5.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, so this is the type of stuff you get.
Yeah.
It's like when the sports team owner is like, man, I'm not making money on this business right now. And it's like, I get it. That's probably hard to put in money for dog ranch.
Yeah.
You don't want to hear this.
Just imagine hearing somebody sit here and say, man, I can't afford to go to State 48, so I got to go to Longhorn now.
Poor baby. You're still eating steak.
I got to get to eat a porterhouse from Longhorn.
You're still eating steak.
It's the mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So I ran across this crazy, I don't want to call it a stat, but it's a very, very, very crazy thing that happened on the exact same date, 33 years apart. Y'all probably seen this. I had to look this up to make sure it was real or not. So you guys are familiar with Joe Theismann, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and everybody is familiar with Alex Smith, the quarterback.
Yes.
That played for the Commandos.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Yeah, Commandos. I don't like that name. I don't like that name. But so they both have a lot in common, apparently. So they both played quarterback. They both suffered the same injury, so which is the broken right tibia and the fibula.
Yeah.
So they both had that same injury on the exact same date, which is November 18, 19. It wasn't the same year, but they both got injured with that same injury November 18th. So Joe Theismann was 1985. Alex Smith was 2018. With the same damn team, which is Washington.
Yeah.
In the same damn location, which is Washington, D.C. At the 39-yard line.
Yeah.
That's where they got the same injury.
For real?
Yeah.
Or was 23-21 for both teams. And it was this was kind of a creepy part right here for me too. So the injury was caused for Alex Smith by J.J. Watt, who was a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year. Do you know who hurt Joe Theismann?
I remember it very well, but go ahead and say it.
3-time Defensive Player of the Year, Lawrence Taylor.
Yeah.
So he got hurt by him. And
J.J. Watt, greatest defensive end of all time, confirmed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know who was the left tackle there for Joe Theismann?
Oh, and I can't remember.
So he actually wasn't there. He was off the field due to an injury. Pro Bowl tackle Joe Jacoby.
Oh, Joe Jacoby?
Is it Jacoby?
I thought it was Joe Jacoby.
It could be.
Yeah.
It looked like an L right here.
Yeah.
But Alex Smith was missing Trent Williams, and he was off the field due to an injury, who was also in the Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
Is that kind of creepy?
That's a lot of creepy.
All right.
I had to look this up. Like, is this for real?
So the Commanders have a left tackle named Laramie Tunsil, who's
don't do this.
What are you doing, man?
prone to miss some games.
Don't do this.
On September, what'd you say it was
November
November 21st.
November 18th.
I know, but on November 21st, the Commanders are playing at home against Max Crosby and the Las Vegas Raiders.
Are you trying to get?
Yeah, man.
I feel like you're
What you
trying
doing,
to get
man?
Jaden Daniels hurt now.
I'm just saying.
He's really fitting that zone.
Yeah.
Like, it's the same weekend, so it's about.
I thought that's where you were going. It's left tackle Joe Jacoby, left tackle Trent Williams, left tackle Laramie Tunsil now. Max Crosby, always up there among the defensive players of the year.
But see, that's where he messed up at. Max Crosby got to be a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, though.
Yeah.
Now, if that was the case, then it would be a little scary. and the date got to be on November 18th for that to work.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
No, I've seen that graphic before, and it's mind-blowing.
I had not seen this, and that's wild to consider. Because I mean, those are both incredibly gruesome injuries. Wow.
Crazy, man.
Yeah.
That is crazy. I think I'm going to get y'all out of here on this. I got a little time for it.
Yeah.
So, speaking of the Washington football team, I like football team better. So, this is a creative way to catch some fugitives. I don't know if you've seen this. So, back in 1985, the FBI set up one of the most creative ways to catch some wanted criminals. You know what they did?
What's that?
They used some NFL football tickets as bait. So here's the story on that, how they caught I forgot how many fugitives they actually caught. I want to say it was a lot. I want to say it was over 100 fugitives.
Dang.
Like wanted fugitives. And they used NFL tickets as bait.
In 1985, they operated to catch suspects who had outstanding warrants. The FBI mailed out fake invitations to wanted criminals, offering them free Washington Redskins tickets. The FBI even got creative with the fake names they used on invitations they sent out. They used names like Mr. Cran, which is narc spelled backward, and Mr. Detnaw, which is wanted spelled backward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cran.
I received a letter from you for a brunch on December 15th.
Did it say that you had won 2 complimentary tickets to the Redskins and Cincinnati Bengals game?
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The sting was set up at a Washington, D.C. hotel. The suspects arrived thinking they were attending an exclusive celebration before the game. The criminals who showed up were excited to be there and to go to the game.
This is Washington.
To make it seem more realistic and to truly go undercover, FBI agents had to wear disguises. Some posed as janitors, others were cheerleaders, and even mascots were used so the agents could blend in. Once the suspects arrived and confirmed their identities, the agents led them to a conference room. And once they were settled into the room, the SWAT team would burst in through the door and arrest them.
We really have a big surprise for you today. Everybody's under arrest. Don't move. Put your hands on your head.
Among those who were caught were 2 people who were on the FBI's top 10 most wanted list. That day, over 100 criminals were arrested, making this one of the most successful and creative sting operations in FBI history.
They were asking from the bus, can I still go to the game?
What happened to the game?
They still thought the tickets were coming
You
through.
get me, you could have came to my house, man, and they know where I live at.
This thing was over. But at the end, we had quite a few families. They were absolutely in shock.
That was a good show anyway.
But what do you think about all of this?
This is all bull.
Dude.
That is fair. Hey, man.
Dude said, y'all knew where I stay. Y'all could have came to my house.
Y'all
Get me
got
all
my hopes up
excited.
for no reason.
Yeah, got me down here thinking I'm about to get some tickets.
The audacity to be mad in that moment. Although
y'all
I
could
say
have came to my house. Y'all knew where I stay.
I say that I would be mad. And it's not necessarily for the reason that he's mad, which is, look, if you gonna get me, you got me, all right? Like you got me one up. Don't be out here putting little Easter eggs in here like Mr. Cran and Mr. No, that's not how they got him. That was like
Mr. Cran and
that stuff. Yeah, that's
Narc spelled
Mr.
backwards.
Detonol. I'm like, hey man, don't tell me, don't like hem me up and then be like, if you were smart enough to figure out the clues, you would have avoided this. Don't do that to me. This ain't a game.
The other thing is, once you get into that ballroom, you don't you look around and say, hey, I saw that guy at so-and-so county. Oh, I saw that guy at so-and-so county. Oh, wait a minute.
How about this? If I'm wanted for something, I'm not going anywhere like that.
Nowhere.
Look, I'm thinking everybody is against me. I'm like, I'm not doing all of this for no damn regular season game.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think they had a chance to go to a Super Bowl. Or
man.
It was something like that, win tickets to a Super Bowl. But even with that, I'm not taking that chance. I'm not doing that stuff. I'm on the loose. I'm on the run right now.
You know, all this does is further cements my my skepticism that anything is too good to be true.
Usually is.
Now I'm in that place where even like,
And it cements mine that criminals are dumb.
Yeah.
Free pizza? I don't know.
I wonder if they could get the New Orleans dudes with something like that.
Well, now they can't. Thanks to you, Figgy.
Well, you think those guys listen to Sports Radio 610?
Hey, appreciate y'all listening to the show, man.
Yeah, hang in there.
Hey, come on down. We got never mind.
Text in and give us an update.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't say that over the air because then
Yeah, we can't do that.
Lawyers. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig on social media is how you get to Fig. If there is if you see something out there mixtape worthy, 1:20 p.m. every weekday. Right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But coming up next, also, the draft is tonight. Who are maybe you interested in if the Rockets do trade back in, and who are the biggest NBA busts or the guys that you maybe wanted to see work out? We'll talk about that more next.
Texans training.
Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, appreciate you hanging out with us here in the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's been a fun Wednesday here on the program. Getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here shortly, Clinton, Ron, and T-Mill. But before, happy NBA Draft Day.
Happy NBA Draft.
I keep forgetting it's the draft today, man.
It don't matter to us no more, man. We good.
Yeah.
That number 10 overall pick, y'all can have that, Phoenix. Kevin Durant is in tow for the Houston Rockets. I've just been fascinated and enjoying the way that my algorithm has been like, you know what you need? You need the dopamine of watching Kevin Durant be really good at basketball. Like, I keep seeing videos of him getting to his spot, pulling up, working. He was working out recently, I think yesterday, working out in New York at like a Lifetime or Equinox, one of them fancy workout spaces. Just getting up shots, and I don't think I've seen him miss once. And I know, look, it's edited videos or what have you, but he's going up and down in the drill that I saw, shooting on this end, contested, shooting on that end, contested, just going back and forth, just wet.
Yeah.
Nothing but net. Nothing but net. As someone in your demographic would say, NBC, nothing but cotton, right? Just kept happening over and over. You ever heard that one?
I don't even remember saying that.
You only heard that? Oh, man. Old heads in my life love the NBC, nothing but cotton.
No, my generation was Swish.
Okay. All right.
Swish. And really, that's the best part about the Kevin Durant thing. Obviously, the very best part would be going on and making a run and winning a championship. But, like, the best part for now, you get to see him. He's here. He's here.
Yeah.
That's just go enjoy, one of the greats, doing what he does best. Here and now, that's the best part.
It's actually crazy watching him play in person like that, man. Like, I know he's going to say he's 6'9", but that brother is like 7 foot.
Can I tell you that used to make me unreasonable? And obviously, I had the good fortune of, I went to high school in the Austin area when he went to Texas. So, I played basketball at Stony Point High School, if anybody knows it. Go Tigers. And so we were, we had a couple of guys on our squad that made the all area team. Yeah. So they were in that, an area game or whatever. So luckily they took the whole basketball program out there to the game. And who happened to be there watching the game but Kevin Durant? And so I actually got, a lot of us went over, got like our ticket signed. Don't ask me where that ticket is. I don't know. I've looked for it for a long time. Yeah. But you stand next to him and you're like 6'9", my keister, dog.
Yeah. You could see it in the picture for Team USA.
Oh yeah.
He's standing there with the next. I forgot who was 7 foot on his team.
I think it was Tim. No, it was like a.
No, it was recent. And then he got on Kay Adams and said he's 6'9". It's just like, bro, you ain't no damn 6'9".
And I get why
LeBron is 6'8". And you was towering over him.
LeBron might not be 6'8" either. Yeah. It's funny the ways in which, like, you think about lying in sports, and usually it's like the short guys lie to add an inch. I mean, most guys lie to add like an inch or two or what have you to make this more palatable. I walked in that one, so I can't mean that. It's not true, but it's a good joke.
Well, it's kind of true.
It's a good joke.
According to your doctor.
I can't. That's not my doctor. I've renounced that medical professional. But, no, I mean, the guy that lies to be shorter doesn't make sense, except when you remember that, like, there was a point in time in basketball where we had a real staunch dependence on how tall you were and slotting you into the position that you play. And he wanted to play with that. I don't want to be no center, and he's not a center. He has ball skills. He has guard skills. So he wanted to play at small forward. We didn't have an opportunity to do that. We're not doing that anymore. We letting the 7'11" cat play 2 guard. Yeah. You don't have to keep lying. You're 7'1". It's cool. That's fine.
It actually makes you look more impressive if that's possible.
It's like, nah, I'm 7'.
Yeah,
I'm 6'9".
His brother said I'm 6'9". Like, come on, man.
But with the draft, is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to? Obviously, the Rockets don't have a pick, but we were talking about it earlier. The Brooklyn Nets have 5 first-round picks. Daniel Lerner of the Chronicle made a good point that, the Rockets may be interested in trading back in if there's a player that falls or if there's a, opportunity of a cost that's cheap enough. It does feel like you look over, you go, Brooklyn having 5 picks that they're probably not all going to roster might present an opportunity to get back. Even in the first round, I think they have like 22, 23, some in those late first rounds that might allow you to get back in what has been a pretty solid draft class, I think.
I'm gonna watch obviously the top of the draft is always intriguing. I think number 3 is where it's going to get most intriguing. Obviously Cooper Flagg and Dylan Harper are going to go 1-2. I don't think the Spurs and the Mavericks are going to trade that pick. Gets interesting at 3. Basically, draft picks seem to give Daryl Morey a rash. I mean, he just doesn't like draft picks. He might make a move. Brooklyn might make a move to see where Ace Bailey drops. If he drops.
Yeah, you mentioned that Ace Bailey, who has gone through the draft process and been like, I ain't working out for none of you jokers. Yeah. All right, Sixers, I'll come sit down with you. Yeah. This is exactly what Daryl Morey deserves, like a draft pick that's going to treat him poorly. He might like it even more.
I think he's going to move it.
You think he does?
Yeah, I think he's going to move that pick.
They need to figure something out because the way that team is built right now is real nasty. But anyways, that's excited to see it. Is there a player that you're particularly interested in, especially if the Rockets are trying to trade back in?
Not really. I think
someone who's a shooter, possibly.
I think if they trade back in, it'll probably be even like a late first, maybe second round, which is not tonight.
Second round is not tonight. Late first is.
Yeah.
If they trade back in, I think it should be somebody that is to me, an ultra future play.
That's exactly right.
Like if you see somebody that's even, that is overseas or something like that.
If you have to squint.
I mean, listen, let's be honest. You couldn't shoot worth a damn last year.
Mm-hmm.
And your number 3 overall pick couldn't get on the floor.
Yeah. They're going to give him time this year, though.
No, and I just say that to say, if the hunt is let's see if we can get back in the first round to bring somebody in that's going to be a part of the rotation and help you. The number 3 overall pick last year, whose specialty and the number one reason why he was thought to be that highly was his shooting, and he couldn't shoot. He couldn't get on the floor.
So I couldn't entice you into a Walter Clayton if he starts sliding, the Florida senior that obviously you saw, that Houston saw?
Yeah.
6'2".
But again, potentially a future, but that's still a future play. It's not a deal of hey, man, I'm getting Walter because, bam, he's going to come in and be a part of the rotation. Right? It could happen. I'm just saying
it has happened, but you wouldn't expect it to happen.
The expectation of your number 3 overall pick couldn't get on the floor.
Yeah.
So to think that, all right, man, this is how we're going to add to the bench this year. To me, it makes sense.
That's why I think late first, second round, and like I said, maybe squint and see something that's down the road.
A name that looks interesting to me is Will Riley, Illinois, 6'8", pull-up shooter. That kind of profile, see if you can make you a future 3-and-D kind of player. That'd be interesting as well. Fellas, appreciate you joining us. It's Clint, it's Ron, D&M Auto Leasing, bringing you the opportunity to talk to him. Fellas, how y'all doing?
Beautiful. Beautiful. Good.
Actually, let's ask you about this Rockets thing, because this came in on the text line, and I feel like this will be handled up pretty quickly. There's apparently all sorts of talk about what the Rockets do next now that they're a focal point in the NBA. The possibility of a reunion with either Russell Westbrook or James Harden. Any level of interest whatsoever?
No, I don't think so.
Mm-hmm.
We need to get to the draft is what we need to do. Because this is nonsense.
Yeah,
let's just when you get to that point, it's let's just get to the draft.
Now I wouldn't completely say nonsense.
Ooh, and which one of those guys?
The only way I would just say is doesn't Russ a type guy.
Nonsense.
His decision making sometimes can be real problematic, and I feel like that would be outside of the realm.
What he does,
what he is,
100% miles an hour, hard working, always like that. James don't seem like that. That's his deal.
No, but Russ is going to do what Russ wants to do.
Russ, again, we can say that.
Yeah.
Russ was really good last year for his role
as a vet man.
For his role with the Nuggets. Russ was not, he can't shoot, but Russ is going to go. I'm not saying it can happen. Yeah. I would say Russ, I could see Russ getting Udoka basketball horny. Just the effort, and all of that. I could see that. I don't think it would happen. I think
he's just a little too reckless, and I think also he presents the same problem that he kind of did with Denver, which is, if you're willing to give him minutes, those are probably minutes you should give to a younger guy that you expect to factor in more.
Yeah, I think you would hope that younger guys take it from you, but But like just to not say complete nonsense, I could see him liking some of the stuff he brings.
Did y'all
not James?
Did y'all hear at all the Figgy's mixtape where he was talking about the criminals that got enticed to come in and basically give themselves up because they thought they were getting free tickets to watch Washington football?
He's been talking about this for a while.
Yeah. Now, what would be the thing for you that if somebody was like, "Come in and get this for free," that would get you on the hook? There's not a thing that would get you.
No, I'm a too good to be too a fault. It's probably cost me. It's cost me some good times.
You talked about it, especially if you're on the lam. Especially if you're on the run.
Yes, but
I ain't trusting no one.
Yeah, I'm that way. Like
that's not pulling me out.
Yeah, that's right.
I know free crawfish for lifetime supply of crawfish.
That's a good call. I mean, I'll get out of bed and somewhere all you can eat crawfish for a very low price. I'll get out. I mean, free. I may get out. Not if I'm on the lam. Not if I'm wanted.
That's fair enough.
If I'm wanted, no, I'm all right. I'm gonna skip all the gigs.
Yeah,
man.
Exactly.
He said if I'm wanted.
Ain't much gonna pull me out of the.
That's fair,
there, boys.
That's fair. All right, you got anything that you need to clear up with us, gentlemen?
Well, I did hear Figgy's little run in at the C store, I believe it was.
Yes.
Or was it the C store?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's interesting. I know J-Lo, you sold the welcome to Houston, welcome to Texas. I'm gonna tell you, man. The combination of C store, horse, slides, and big headphones.
Horse.
That's
horse.
Easy in there.
Right.
Easy.
2 o'clock. I'm sorry.
Your wife out of town, ain't she?
The four-legged
Damn
kind.
right.
Yeah.
Let's party.
We got to watch him.
I'd have to ask some questions.
Yeah. Slides?
I would have to ask. I'd have to say, "Hey, big fella, where you keeping that horse?
Yeah.
Where are you going around?
Where'd you get that horse?
That can't just be in the backyard. Where are we keeping his horse? What's his name, man? What's y'all's relationship? How you? I'm the curious side of me would really.
Oh, yeah.
I want to know the backstory.
Trigger.
I want to know the backstory.
What are you doing right now? Wait, hold on.
That's a famous horse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't like what's happening.
Who's got me?
One of the old movie cowboys.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Cowboys definitely feels like your ministry.
I just can't believe they're on the run. Like, how have they not been caught yet? If any of these, like these,
the New Orleans prison cats,
is still out there.
If they're going to be enticed by this,
Bunch of Jason Bournes, man.
Yeah, I guess.
Come get some Pelican season tickets. Come on now, fellas.
Oh, hell yeah. Gotta get my pails.
Hey, man. I watch a lot of First 48.
Get some king cake. We'll bring that with you, too.
Them tickets wouldn't even take the cake, man. If that enticed them
king cake.
That wouldn't even.
Roy Rogers horse.
Roy Rogers.
There you go. I knew I'd heard of it, but I didn't have the owner.
That's what I was waiting for. I just we can't end the show without figuring out whose horse Trigger is. All right, enough shenanigans. We're done for Wednesday, but the best part of the day just getting going. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. No one made fun of me wearing boots or a hat. You love to see it. And right now, the drive is live.
Well, hey, boys.
Thanks, Laura. Why would anybody make fun of you for wearing boots and hats?
The text line had a field day.
Oh, did they?
Embracing the culture. I respect it, Reginald.
You're doing. Hey, man, just do whatever you want to do. Just go for it, man. Now, I mean, it's not me, and I want you to be comfortable. My thing is just don't feel like you got to. Just don't feel like you feel forced to.
CJ.
I know there's some people who probably move here and be like, man, I got to get some cowboy boots. I got to wear a cowboy hat. If you want to get them, get them.
Well, why? If he didn't want to, why would he?
I don't know, man.
God bless.
I mean, if you didn't
I'll be honest.
Do you feel like he didn't want to?
I'll be honest. No, I'm not saying that. I will be honest. I think
Reggie, did someone force you to wear that, bro?
I think Reggie. He can't hear you. He said, Reggie, did somebody force you to wear those? To wear that?
Happened organically. Put on the shirt, then put on boots, and I was like, well, might as well match it up.
I do think Reggie can be peer pressured.
Huh.
Are you calling me weak-willed? What's happening here?
I feel like you can get in your head. I think Reggie can be peer pressured.
I think
I'm not saying on this occasion.
I don't think you're peer pressurable. I think you're willing. I think he's willing to.
That's another way to say it.
I think he's willing to live outside his comfort zone some.
I'm always good raw dogging the drive.
Sure. I mean, that's one way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Raw dogging.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like I said, man, just don't. If you want to do it, do it. Don't
well,
feel
you keep
obligated.
saying that every time he wears that, and like you're insinuating like he doesn't want to do it.
You're trying to deter
clearly
people.
he's okay.
I'm not trying to deter him.
Clearly he's okay with, hey man, I'm going to the rodeo. Let me grab me a lid, man. Let's go do it.
He brought it up of like, hey man, nobody made fun of me, and I said nobody gonna make fun of me.
Well, the text line been hammering him.
Did they?
Apparently,
I think it's become clear you're just a Western wear hater.
I'm not a Western wear hater.
Are.
I'm not. I think Clint looks great when he puts it on. I think Red
Holiday flipping around in his grave somewhere.
I was not a fan of what C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson put together, but yeah, do it. Do your thing. I could just see the look in his eye that first time. It felt like it was a bit of a peer pressure situation for him. It's my favorite position to watch. I think he can be easily peer pressured. By the way, hey, I did want to push this news across. This has kind of come out today that the Astros and shortstop Jeremy Pena were deep into contract extension discussions for a deal exceeding $105 million over 5 years, Clint.
It's a panty dropper.
And then my man said, hey, let me switch up agents real quick on you.
Who was his agent? Do we have the original agent's name?
I don't know. Only other. Do you have, by the way, do you have another baseball agent? I got one. Do you have if I just say, all right, bang out baseball agents outside of Scotty Board? You got one? Text line, you got one? The only one I have is, I believe his name is Casey Close.
I ain't got it.
Casey.
Check that out. I think Casey Close. I think he's Freddie Freeman's agent.
Athletes First hasn't leaked into MLB yet, has it?
But yeah, you might. Master P, you remember Master P got into that business, and Master P took over and did a Ricky Williams contract. I believe Casey Close is an agent. I believe that is. Yeah. He's an MLB agent.
Happens to be one that Freddie gets sideways with, or
yeah. That's the only other one I have. But no, he after they were deep into those discussions, Clint, he moved on to Scott Boras. And listen, that part is, we understand. I believe the tenor of the discussions probably changed now that Scott Boras is over this. Obviously, Jeremy Pena is looking to go in a different direction here, and I am going to say, though, Clint and Tyler, this does, if I'm an Astros fan, make me feel better, because clearly they are trying to keep Jeremy Pena. Like, this is not one, and you would say, somebody say, yeah, what? No, there wasn't no contract. I don't believe real discussions for real ones with Kyle Tucker. I believe they were probably hitting a certain thing and just said, you remember, hell, they didn't even, when George Springer came up, there wasn't even a thought of keeping George Springer or Garrett Cole or some of these other guys. And to think like they are deep into it, Clint, this seems to be one that they don't want to get away. And if I'm an Astros fan and somebody's covering them, I'm happy about that. I'm happy to thought that they're working to get Jeremy Pena.
I think this is right up the alley of the Astros, right? I mean, try to get them early and cheap. And I know 105 over 5 sounds like a big number, but you let Jeremy Pena play this thing out, and he keeps playing anywhere remotely close to how he's playing right now, and 105 over 5 ain't going to be even in the same ballpark of what he's going to sign for. So, yeah, I wonder if we got a call from Carlos Correa and said, whoa. Oh, wait a minute, Pena. What are you doing, man?
Oh, you like that one, huh?
But I wish they'd have got that deal done, kept Jeremy around here a few more years. I damn sure wish they'd have got it done before he called Scott. Mm-hmm. But I got to believe Scott's got a little different approach here. In mind for Jeremy Pena.
So what? 20 a year. He may. What, maybe trying to get to 25, 30 a year? Is that where he's trying to roll to? Like, I don't know if that is the case, because before this first half of the season, Clint, that's not the space you would think Jeremy Pena was in, jumping up into the 25 to 30 a year. But I'm going to assume that's where he believes he wants to get to, and Scott Boras is going to try to make happen, especially if he keeps playing like this. I don't know, man. I just
love that money.
And maybe they will get like they did with Bregman, and there's a stopping point that they refuse to go over. I hope they look at him differently. But there are some guys, Clint, in this situation where I feel like the Astros aren't even going to try to give a fair or real offer because their thought is, well, we're just going to move on without him. Like some of those offers they gave Carlos Correa were offers of, hey, man, we're just going to say we offered it, but we know good and hell well there is no chance that he is going to sign, something like this. So I don't know. We'll see. This does absolutely change the entire tenor of bringing out Boris, but hopefully this doesn't change how much the Astros want to bring him in.
Well, I mean, Correa got a 6-year deal for $200, so he averaged $33.3 a year. So, I mean, and here we're going to be sitting 3-4 years later. I got to believe Scott believes that number's up closer to that than
You
20.
think so? You think?
Yeah, I mean, he got that. He got that after they knew that there was some kind of injury that held up a damn physical.
I think Pena does have to keep this up for a year.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, this has to be real.
Yeah,
no question.
Yeah, that's
no question. This has to be real. Yeah, no doubt. I mean, right now, Jeremy Pena is in. Right now, today, he is in the conversation with the best shortstops in the game.
Yeah.
Now, if this doesn't continue, that's why the deal that the Astros are putting on the table is probably somewhat appealing. Is, do I strike while the iron's hot, and if I fade it all, I got the money in the pocket, or do I believe that this is what I'm going to do for the next 2 years, and then I can go get 35 a year, like some of these other guys are doing.
The last 2 years, I didn't see Jeremy Pena being a $20+ million a year shortstop.
Oh, no, we've seen it for about a month and a half, 2 months.
Those 30 days in October where he was the ALCS MVP
absolutely.
and the World Series MVP. But, yeah, if he keeps this up for a year, Scott gonna move him.
Well, that's the play here, right? Is Scott saying, well, wait a minute. I mean, you sign now. Yes, you've got the money in your pocket, but if you wait, you continue this. I mean,
because he's making $4 million. That's what he's making right now.
That's what Jeremy's making. Well, that's the deal with me for freaking the offer. It's one of those where it's like this is life-changing money for you and your entire family.
And it sounds like this was close to happening. The way they're saying deep.
I want the details of how that happened. Bregman? Was it Bregman with Boris? He was Boris, wasn't he?
Yeah. You think somebody you think Jeremy
being ridiculous?
You think Jeremy start calling around a little bit? What you think here?
Hey man, wait, what?
Man, get out of there, man. Who's this dude you trying to who's your agent? Get up out of here, man. Get up out of here. Someone texted in that Pena was with Beverly Hills Sports Council. Whatever that is. Beverly Hills, not
sounds like it was a good move to Boris.
Oh, yeah.
Good decision, unfortunately for us.
Scott was there in open arms. Come on home, baby. Come on home. All right. Well, that is the latest there. Jeremy Pena looked like was getting close to getting inked long term, but now that is going to take a bit of a pause now that he has changed agents and brought in Scott Boras. But last night, Clint, they did get a big win. We talked about it yesterday. This is a start to a part of their schedule where we're going to kind of learn a lot as they're going up against other really good teams, other first-place teams. And the first to start with are the Phillies, who lead the AL East, and a really good offensive baseball team. And, Clint, I saw a couple of things. First of my takeaways from yesterday's game is this is why the Astros are so scary. Not just, the mystique of the Astros of what they've been over the last almost decade.
7 times.
Verlander, you think I bet Verlander just wanders and finds his way back here in some form or fashion. But
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I feel like Jim loves him. But to me, yesterday, what Framber was able to do to that offense, that's to me why I think they're really scary when it comes to the postseason, Clint, because they have two guys that have the potential to do that to you. And right, like two guys that can just dominate any lineup, including the one that includes Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper and that crew that they have in Philly, Trey Turner and all of them, can just stifle them for no runs and then come back and do it with Framber, then come back and do it with Hunter.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing that scares everybody is they can do this to the Phillies, to the Yankees, and next thing you know, you look up and you're down you're down 0-2 in a series.
Who's your daddy now?
With these guys, and that's the scary part to then go with the back end of their bullpen.
Well, look, there's no doubt. Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown are straight filthy. I mean, they are lethal, man, and they both seem to be at the top of their game right now. The most impressive part about last night to me was, I think it was 3 of the first 4 innings. Framber had 2 runners on. They stranded the Eagles. The Phillies stranded 2 runners in each of 3 of the first 4 innings. Which means that Framber got into a little bit of trouble and was able to get out of it. A couple of good defensive plays behind him, but some really good pitching. That's the impressive part about Framber to me is it. Obviously, I'd like to see the start that the Phillies pitcher just went. I think Ron, he threw 9 pitches in the first 3 innings. He went 9 pitches, and was towing the rubber in the 4th.
Yeah, no hit into the 6th.
Yeah, so look, he was making it look easy. So I would rather that kind of outing, but to watch Framber Valdez never get frustrated, work through an error, work through some tough spots with runners on first and third and runners on first and second. He worked through it, and then when it just seems like at some point in time in every outing, he's going to hit stride for 3 or 4 innings if he can fight through the trouble.
He did it and didn't have his great stuff.
Yeah,
he goes 4 walks and 3 strikeouts in the game, and he goes against that lineup, 7 innings, no runs.
Yeah.
That's the scary part of the Astros.
Yeah, it was impressive. And the thing is, when he and Hunter Brown or anybody's on the bump and they're pitching like that, when it comes down to they make it a one-swing game, it seems like the Astros are handling business in that situation.
Now the odd part is bingo. Anybody can have the one swing.
That's the interesting part.
Where did Cooper
about
Hummel come from?
I don't know. He bounced around a little bit, Ron. Yankees, I think Yankees, maybe Red Sox as well.
I remember. I know he's here, but okay, that's who's going to end the game tonight. Yeah, Dubon's going to hit 4 home runs on the trip.
Yeah.
It is just wild. It is crazy. What happens? It is anybody just will do it, and that's obviously what they have created in there. That it doesn't matter who it is. Christian Walker can go 0-4 again. Diaz can struggle like he has. Carrotini, you want to step in? He hadn't hit in 3 days. All right, hell, man, I'll come up with a game winner. Right, Dubon is finding doubles and stuff. It is just crazy. Right, there's someone texting multiple double plays made the pitches when he had to. But that's a part of Framber. He finds a way to induce double plays as well as anybody in baseball with how he keeps the ball low with that sinker and those curveballs. So he just that is the scary thing is they got 2 dudes. That one, if they're on, it's a long day. 2, even when they're not completely on, like it's not just keeping you in the game. It's, I might not have my great control, but I'll take the Phillies 7 innings, no runs, and I 4 walks and able to get out of things. So, just amazing performance again by Framber Valdez, and he has been rolling. Clint, I'll say this real quick on the way to the break. You can think about it, and maybe you got the answer already. But I said this to Tyler before the show. You got one playoff game to give the ball to a starter. Who are you giving it to? Right now, everything you got one game. You giving it to Framber or Hunter?
Man, that's a hell of a decision. I would probably go Hunter right now.
Is that what you said, Tyler?
That is correct.
I just have seen Framber have these moments in the postseason. Now I've seen it go the other way, but I still have the memories of the Boston game and and won the World Series with Dusty, and he was clearly their best guy.
Well,
so I may lean there, and because he is the last 7-8 starts, he has been
nasty.
Rolling. Like he's probably been pitching better than Hunter has. I think Hunter's pitched better throughout the year, but maybe the last few starts him. All right, coming up, news here with the Rockets that we saw coming. Now we understand it, and it makes a lot of sense, and now leaves them room to do other things. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets.
Century Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. Having a good time today on a Wednesday. NBA draft coming through. The Rockets, as of now, don't have a pick, but still a big day in the basketball world. And a lot going on here as the Astros look to continue to try to go ahead and take care of this series tonight against the Phillies. But the Rockets are still sitting pretty. The Rockets are still sitting pretty as big stories, big conversation points, not only here but in the city. The latest now has happened, and that is Fred VanVleet. We understood that they opted out. They even pushed it back for a longer period of time to kind of take a look at what kind of deal they could get done, and they have been able to do so. And they have, it looks like they're planning to agree to a 2-year, $50 million deal. Clint, a 2-year, $50 million deal to stay with the Houston Rockets. Fred VanVleet was set to make $44.9 million in the team option next season, and that is done, and now a new deal, and now it looks like, I think I can add that one up, 25 a year over the next 2 years, which makes a lot more sense for where Fred is right now, and I think that's a great move, and obviously that puts them in a better place to kind of allocate money elsewhere as opposed to giving him $45 million.
Hell yeah, it's a good deal. I mean, to go from potentially making $43, $44 million a year to agreeing to 25 per over 2, I think it's a great deal. I think it's a team-friendly deal. I know Fred VanVleet is not maybe who he once was, but after that run he just made in the playoffs and helping build that culture and the foundation with Ime Udoka, I got to believe if he would have wanted to, he could have pushed for more than $25 million a year.
Yeah, he'd have been somewhere in Washington, though. That makes the most sense for him,
no
too.
No question. But I think that's the beauty of it, right? Is you got veteran players, you got superstars, veteran players like Kevin Durant that want to come here over other places, and then when they get here, they're talking about taking less. To allow the team to build around. And then you've got, literally within a handful of days, you've got Fred VanVleet agreeing to a deal that seems to be significantly less money than he could have made elsewhere in the NBA. The fact that they've built something that guys want to be a part of, that guys are willing to take less to be a part of, there's something to be said there. The Rockets have accomplished a lot of things, and that's what we're seeing that they've accomplished as of late.
And now how we're seeing how this has unfolded with them bringing in Kevin Durant and moving on with Dillon Brooks and Green. But you can see now his value to keeping him here is even greater right now. The value that he will potentially bring as a steadying point guard that knows how to play with stars. He won a championship playing with Kawhi Leonard, so he knows how to play his role off of a player like that. And now, obviously, the leadership comes even more with him now that Dillon Brooks has moved on to Phoenix. Now, his value for the Rockets is even, to me, even greater than it was, the first couple of years. I think he was big to set the culture, but now him and Kevin Durant, and I guess is Jeff Green still on the team? I guess he's still. Jeff Green is that they're, him and Durant are the two guys who have won championships and played deep into the playoffs. Those are the two guys, and to have him back there with Kevin Durant makes a ton of sense.
Well, if you listen to the critics of Kevin Durant, the alpha on the floor, the leader on the floor, the leader other than just the actions and the work ethic may be lacking. If you listen to the critics, I think Ime Udoka is plenty alpha enough to overcome whatever Kevin Durant isn't. But if you look at Fred VanVleet, again, coming off that unbelievable performance in the playoffs, the only reason that they even hung around in the playoffs,
he got high.
And that leadership component that you're talking about could be even more valuable now, alongside Kevin Durant than maybe it was before. So, it's just, I think it's very telling about the team that these guys are, again, willing to take less and willing to take what I would refer to as team-friendly deals to stick around because they believe that they can win here.
Let me ask you and the people this 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. please jump in on this as well. Now we know they've got Fred secured, and he's going to be in the backcourt with his contract. We know they've traded for KD, Amin Thompson, Şengün, Jabari Smith, everything that we can kind of see that they have. Tari Eason, I know yesterday you talked about the potential importance of Reed Shepherd, Steven Adams they bring back as well, Cam Whitmore, the rest of the crew. As I said yesterday, when I look at this, I still believe they are going to add a piece that is another contributor that's not here yet. When you look at what you think about this team, what do you think they need still? Obviously, they lost Dylan Brooks, and there's something there from the way he shot last year and all the intangible stuff. But if you're looking at it, if you're like, all right, Rafael Stone is potentially and Udoka potentially looking at adding another veteran piece or another piece there. I know they talked about Russell Westbrook and Harden or whatever, but what do you think this team, for you, when you look at what they're going to put out there, still may need?
Man, that's a good question. Look, I think we talked yesterday, obviously, about Reed Shepherd and that shooting aspect. But as I look at what you put out here as the potential starting lineup, Van Vliet, Amin Thompson, KD, Jabari Smith, and Şengün, I mean, I think between KD obviously and Jabari Smith being on the floor more, and Fred Van Vliet showing what he did in the playoffs, I do think you've got some shooting there in the starting lineup that I think you can live with and win with. I think for me, it's a we're talking championship caliber stuff. We're talking about the team being viewed on. I think it's Amin Thompson taking the next step.
Yeah. I
mean, you can't. Your number 2 to KD can't be a guy that may or may not have the confidence, may or may not believe in his jump shot, may or may not believe in kind of his approach to the game night in, night out. So I would say Amin Thompson taking the next step. Would determine, unless they're going to make another move for a bigger name player. Like, I think Amin Thompson taking the next step is key.
Text line coming in, and this could be, you just said that. Text line coming in. Rockets need another playmaking guard, and he says that can shoot. Another playmaking guard that could be Amin Thompson. The next step for him to be the next playmaker. I would say still, especially with you, because your Reed Shepherd feel is more of a hope. Like not
well, that's
more
why
of a
I
hope,
picked it, because I feel like I know what these other guys bring to the table. I don't know what Reed Shepherd brings to the table.
What you're hoping he brings to the table is shooting. And for me, and someone, Rocky texted in 3-and-D guy, a three-point shooter, defensive wing guy. Cam Johnson is a name he put forth. I am still not 100%, not 100%, but not confident and comfortable with their shooting completely yet. I think they need to add another shooter. If they could add another, like you said, Cam Johnson, Rocky, I'm thinking guys that are available. Quentin Grimes, who started to kind of go off a little bit there. Remember him from playing with the Cougs, but he started to go off there with Philly. Malik Beasley has been a shooter in the league. He shot the ball really well with Detroit last year, kind of a guard forward. Those guys are guards or forwards that can shoot. Because right now, when you look at it, I feel good about KD as a shooter. Jabari and Fred still right now, I would categorize as streaky at times. Like, I still don't know that they are just, all right, come in and knock down, right? And then Tari Eason is I think, a little bit below those two. And then Reed Shepherd is the one you think could be it, but again, as we said yesterday, you can't go past the fact that they desperately needed shooting. He was the third overall pick, and they wouldn't put him on the floor. So, to me, if they could find a guy that is proven that all right, man, when KD or Şengün are being doubled or they're gonna, this is a guy that can go spot up and knock down shots. I think that that one piece that they're moving in some form or fashion. So I think they still need some shooting. We'll talk to Brandon Scott about that at 4:40 in the 4 o'clock hour, see what he thinks they potentially still may need moving forward. All right, coming up tonight, as we said, NBA draft, Cooper Flagg. There are some tiers within what type of player they think he will be. And now the way this thing is setting up, Dallas made some news yesterday with Kyrie Irving. He is going to be there long term. Are the Dallas Mavericks making you nervous at all as your team is growing into a championship contender and they're putting things together with AD, Cooper Flagg, and Kyrie Irving? We'll discuss that coming up next. Right here.
So I got in the face, Craig.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
It is pretty damn impressive what this team is doing, despite not just injuries, but key injuries. Losing your best hitter, being down, 7 starting pitchers? Wow. And, man, this Astros team continues to just find ways to win games.
Radio hits different at night on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee.
Aram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, Principal Office, Houston, Texas.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back into the drive as we get back at it. Hey, we will not be in tomorrow, fellas, because Clint and I will be in Traverse City, Michigan.
I'll be here.
I know you'll be here, man, holding it down, man. Your greatness. That's why you're the number 4 producer in all of.
Damn, I dropped.
I think you jumped up, man.
If you were going, we could have our golf match, man.
You were going. You had got down to 8. I would love to officiate that, but yeah, you got down to 8.
Damn,
I had knocked you some points.
I wasn't aware.
The best bets really got away. I mean, that we had to.
Oh right, no,
we had to drop.
That's my subconscious right there trying to block all that out. I remember now. You're right.
You're in the green today, though, wasn't you? Yesterday?
Oh yeah, almost perfect.
We hadn't had the Dookie Award. What's that called?
Turds.
We hadn't had a Turds list either.
Not in a while.
Dock his ass, Ron.
All right.
Dock his ass.
Number 5.
I'll try it, I bet.
Dock his ass.
Yeah.
The 5th best producer
I beg either
of the 5th, but just docked you one. The best.
It's like, what's that game show where people are in their squares and they're talking? And
no whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
No, the one where the guy that's the host actually gives them points or takes points away from them.
Oh, Around the Horn. We just lost Around the Horn. Tony Reale.
Tyler's in there going, either I dare you. Dock a point. He's taking away points.
By the way, I got drawn into a Press Your Luck yesterday. There was an episode. There was this.
Oh, it's a great game show.
There was. Listen, my in-laws are at the house, helping me take care of the wife who just had surgery, and they are big. I'm certain it's my mother-in-law. But are huge game show watchers. I mean, this TV remains on the game show network. I mean, I've gotten all I can on a Family Feud. Some of these shows. What's the? I watched. We got stuck last night. What's the one where the balls roll down and they knock you down into it? I think Jay Farrow. Honestly, I believe it's called Quiz Show with Balls.
Like humans or human pins.
They're standing like. It's family.
You watch too much TV.
I've never watched this show in my life.
Keep going.
I've walked in, Clint, and every show, baby, we watch. The only thing shook it off. I got Caitlin Clark on TV after the game shows went off. But they some people have listened to this, have seen this show. It's Jay Farrow from Saturday Night Live, do all the voices. He's the host, and their families going against each other, and they ask him these questions. And they're always like I guess just the amount of right answers out there for how many people line up. And if you are wrong, they've got these huge balls that roll down and they just drill you into the water.
Oh my God.
And one of them, this family had to get they did sports. And it was, all right, they put 6 teams out there. Which one of these? There are 2 teams that have never in their team history won back-to-back championships. And they had the Niners, they had the Patriots up there, they had the Steelers up there. Anyway, the 2 teams they were sitting up there. A guy was sitting there in the family. You could talk through it. The guy was like, "All right, I know the Giants. They've done it." I'm sitting there to myself. The Giants have never won back-to-back championships. I know that. I couldn't remember if it was the Dolphins. I wasn't sure on, but I know the Giants haven't. He was like, "No, he put his mom in the Giants. Put his mom in that Giants hole." And so you stand in the hole, and then big old them big old balls come rolling through, and they get to repeat it because they're just standing, and then bam, they get drilled, and they just fly into the water, man. But no, man, she had me on this thing. But now there was this brother on your Press Your Luck. I mean, this dude, he was going. Boy, he's jumping up and down. And I mean, he lost. He walked away, didn't win a dime. But, I mean.
When I was a teen, I watched that game show a lot.
He made the most of his appearance.
Oh, he was jumping. I thought he was. I mean, this was a brother in about his mid-50s, probably about 260, and he was jumping over the table. I was like,
no whammies,
like jumping up and down. He had run that thing up, Tyler, to about 62,000.
Ooh,
running up there, and then he got 4 straight. I mean, 4 straight whammies. Just took his money. And his dad was over there. He had 8 buttons on the suit. I didn't know we still made suits that long. And his dad was over there. It's all right, son. Press your luck. Go for it, son. Walked out of there with nothing. Not a damn dime.
That little mascot creature guy will get you, man.
But anyway, as we head to Traverse City, Michigan tomorrow, it'll be a fun time, man. They got it all. We're probably gonna have a good story, Tyler, on Friday on how bad I am on the golf course. Because we are
looking forward to it.
I'm be honest with you. I have not played. I don't. Maybe I played. Maybe I've gone to the driving range a couple times since I've moved to Houston.
Is that my boy Ron?
But I have not played 9 or 18 since I lived in Kansas City.
Well, that ought to be pretty. You want to bet something?
I don't want to bet a thing, man. I'm just trying to get through it, baby, and have some fun.
When you go to Traverse City, Michigan, when you in Traverse Resort and Spa, and
these are too good of golf courses for me to go out here and just
probably true. But when you're a radio guy, you get some perks. You know what I mean? You get some perks. So you can go from runway to fairway in a very short amount of time. In fact, we're going to try to see if we can't set some records. We're going from landing at 4 o'clock, getting a rental car, going to the hotel, dropping everything off, and then teeing off at 5:30. Hour and a half. So everything. We'll let you know how tight everything is in terms of legitimately going from runway to fairway. But when you're talking about Traverse City, Michigan, man, it's luxury accommodations,
Absolutely.
3 championship golf courses, world-class spa services, and unforgettable events. I've already got my wife is going with me. I've already got her set up on a wine tasting on Friday, which is apparently there's a winery. It's in a cave. I asked her. I said, "Well, I may bounce off the course after 9 and go meet y'all just if my wife wants my company."
It's one of over 50 they have there.
Yeah, 50 wineries. So and then she's going to do the spa on Saturday, which I think I'll take part in that spa as well. So whether you're trying to get out and enjoy 900 acres of scenic northern Michigan, 100 miles of shoreline, wooded trails, sandy beaches, playing golf, resort and spa, whatever you're looking for. I'm talking about this is a premier getaway in northern Michigan. It is Traverse City, Michigan, y'all. Grand Traverse Resort and Spa is where we will be.
Yeah. Jack's there that he helped design. Gary Player called the Wolverine, which he helped design as well. Restaurants all over the place, and we'll be at the resort a lot, but they're downtown. Also, great things there. Shops all up and down downtown. Restaurants.
I was hoping to avoid those. Not the restaurants, the shops. When I talked to the folks there, they said, "Yeah, man, downtown the shops." I said, "Well, let's keep that for my wife. Let's keep. We got a lot of other things that we can do. We don't.
You're not avoiding that.
Okay.
I mean, you're not.
It'll be a good time, and we're looking forward to it.
Yeah. You guys got a rental car. Not a chance in hell you're avoiding that. Well, I'm gonna be right there with you.
I may take that rental car when I leave and go golf.
Just make sure you fill it up with gas, and we'll be winning. All right.
We'll be. It's all close, man. I don't need to fill nothing up until it's time to go.
Shit. Yeah. Draft tonight. Dallas. Everybody knows Cooper Flagg is going to go 1. The projected top 5. Cooper Flagg going 1. Dylan Harper, Ron Harper's kid from Rutgers, going to the Spurs. This is coming from ESPN, their mock draft. How they see this going. VJ Edgecombe of Baylor, NBA body ready to go body-wise, going 3rd to the Sixers. The Hornets getting Con Knipple. You remember him from Duke. Jeremy Fears, a really creative point guard out of Oklahoma, top 5 to the Jazz. And then if you're wondering, being mocked at the 10 spot, obviously we know the Rockets traded the number 10 pick to the Suns, and that is Carter Bryant for Arizona. I mean, he's got skills. He didn't start for Arizona, right? Which is generally you don't see a top 10 pick not start his 1 year in college. He didn't consistently start at Arizona, but that's who potentially they're going to go there. There seems to be kind of levels and tiers of where people see Cooper Flagg. We're seeing comparisons at the high end, Clint, of the Kawhi Leonard and the Jason Tatum with his size and ability to defend. Then they're kind of the middle tier of like Scottie Pippen, and then the Jalen Johnson, who's a really good young player for Atlanta, averaged almost 20 and 10 this year, and then Andre Karolinko, if you remember him with the Jazz. Where would you, if you had to put your money, where are you most comfortable seeing the kind of tier of a player you think he will be?
Well, look, I haven't watched enough of Cooper Flagg to probably confidently put him in any level. But if you're mentioning names like Kawhi Leonard, Jason Tatum, I could potentially see that. I mean, I don't. Is Scottie Pippen below Jason Tatum and Kawhi Leonard?
I think Scottie Pippen I would say Leonard and Tatum were guys that were kind of number ones on their teams. And Scottie could be the best Robin of all time, but he was kind of the Robin of the team. So
I think he can definitely be a Robin, a really good Robin. I think when you're talking about a standalone one that can win championships, that's those guys. There's more number one overall picks that aren't that than are.
Yeah, I'm not quite comfortable going like Tatum and Kawhi Leonard. Those guys have been multiple first-team All-NBA guys, right, and clear ones. And obviously Kawhi won. Both of them. Hell, both of them were the best player on a championship team. I do feel better than I did after the season ended. I just feel better about his situation. Well, right?
Nico needs to feel real good about it.
Nico, obviously, he's got to go through Nico, but
he needs him to be Jordan.
The situation of him going with Anthony Davis and Kyrie. That means he doesn't have to come right in, Clinton. He's got to average 25, right?
Sit around making fun of Nico all we want. I mean, that could be a sexy group there.
Yeah, and a group where he, like we're seeing here with Houston, we're seeing Amen Thompson getting a chance to have to grow into his role and not have to come in and, hey, we need you to be our best player. Like, he can grow into that role. So I do feel better about the situation he's going. He's not going to Washington.
And it's probably fair to say, Cooper Flagg, we need you to be our third best player. Right. We're drafting you number one overall. You're more mature than most your age.
I mean, we'll see. I don't know if he's got a choice.
Good point.
First year.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see as it keeps going on. All right, I got a question about the Texans. And I think we feel one way about the Texans, and I think it's a very real way, and I think nationally feel this same way. But I do want to kind of go the other way and have a discussion coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. If you're having hair loss issues right now that hit your confidence, heck, maybe you've had some hair loss issues now that feel like your identity's lost altogether. I could understand if that is the case. I know there's a lot of y'all out there. Well, here's the deal. I got good news, man. There's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And get this, it's guaranteed to grow. Not just guaranteed to grow, it's guaranteed to grow for life, right? I'm talking about the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair Restorations. Look, we're not talking pills and lotions that come with some monthly subscription. This is next level stuff here. If you want to deal with that, have at it. I'm talking next level stuff. If you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas, Advanced Hair Restoration can make that happen. Look, from their state-of-the-art facility to their world-class physicians, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your hair will grow. And the deal is you decide how much, how thick, and where Advanced Hair takes care of the rest. For a free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 832-688-HAIR, 832-688-HAIR. Check them out online at advancedhair.com. Again, that's advancedhair.com.
How do we feel about the KD trade here at 610?
Well, I want to take this time. Tillman Fertitta, Rafael Stone, Ime Udoka, you all did it. Congratulations. Great job, and you didn't give up nothing. You did it. Fantastic job.
We'll second that, show.
Sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
From the the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. Your report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. On the East Loop northbound at Turning Basin, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Kirk Holmes, Southern Living's 2024 Builder of the Year winner, is building dream homes from the Gulf Coast to the Hill Country. Discover why their superior building process and service is second to none. Visit them at kirkhomes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. As I just said to Clint Tyler, the Brooklyn Nets, they have 5 first-round picks tonight. Could you imagine if there was an NFL team that had 5 first-round picks? That would be.
I mean, we'd have to do 2 to 6 on it.
Oh, my God. Dog, that would be crazy as hell. 5 first-round picks. I wonder if they select 5. I wonder with what everything they have, do they find one all-star player? With that, I mean, that would really.
Who has it? Who has the picks?
The Nets. Let me count. I need to count where these picks are. I'm certain they weren't good, so I'm certain at least one of them are
yeah, the Brooklyn Nuts.
Yeah, they were the Nuts this year. One of them are high, so they got the 8th overall pick. They have. It's coming down. Okay, and where are these 5?
I'm sure they vomited in the stands.
They have the 19th. They got the 22nd. Oh, they're all late. 26th. 27th. They got these late joints, man. So they don't have any in the top 5, one in the top 10, and all in the late 20s. So we'll see what they do. Are they able to just find one all-star level player? All them damn picks. But you're right. They got to be trading some of these away to. I mean, you got to use some of these picks to try to get a player, somebody worth a damn. 5 first round.
Think so?
I think so.
You can get real aggressive with 5 first round picks to move up a few spots.
I'm telling you, boy. They probably should do that. At least move up some to do that. All right. As we continue here, going here on the drive. All right, Clint. When we look at this Texans team, and I think a thing that a lot of people really have excitement about, and why some are really high on the Texans, is because, unlike some other teams that are playoff contenders, like let's say Pittsburgh, for example, right? I think a big difference between the Texans and the Steelers is the Texans have a lot of guys that you still feel like are taking steps. Are still clash, right?
So like Rockets and Astros.
Yes, like we watched last year. Stingley was good, but then he took a step to being arguably the best corner in the sport. Right, first team All Pro. We saw even Nico take more steps. We've seen countless players take steps for this team. Will Anderson took another step last year. Hell, even on the lower end, Henry To'oTo'o took another step. Like, they just got a bunch of guys that you look at that, yeah, their best ball is clearly ahead of them. And I think that's a thing why a lot of people love the Texans, not only this year, but for the future, is they got a lot of guys whose best game is ahead of them. I would pose this to you and the people. Is there anybody that you have concerns that could take steps back? Right, I think we understand and see that they've got a lot of guys that you feel like they're, including their big guys. CJ, their best ball is ahead of them. Anybody you look here that fits the bill the other way that you would keep your eye on potentially of taking a step back?
Yeah, for me, I think I would. I've thought about this a lot since we talked about it yesterday. I think for me, I'm trying to get somebody that it's potential realistic, like not somebody that's a depth player. I'm concerned about Jalen Petrie.
Okay. All right. He's not on my list. I got a couple, but Jalen Petrie, I think that's a fair one.
Well, I think when you look at this secondary, it has to be the best in the game. And I think that when you look at how offenses are going to attack this secondary, it's not going to be Derek Stingley. And I believe through the air, now we'll see if they have time and that pass rush can get there and now they can hold that pass rush off or not. But I think the one unknown at this point in time is, can Jalen Petrie cover? Like, can Jalen – and I'm not holding Devontae Adams in the slot with no deep help against the Jets. I'm not holding that against
him. No, that's not his fault.
That ain't on him. I'm talking about, can he cover down well enough? Can he stay healthy through a whole season? Can he cover down well enough to not be the one that's targeted early and often and taken advantage of in coverage situations? I know he's got crazy instincts to stop the run and rush the passer. I know that. The one concern, which has been a concern of mine the whole time, it's why I like the Jalen Smith kid out of USC, because he could potentially be a cover nickel defender, or Kamari Lassiter can move in and be a cover nickel defender in place of Petrie when need be. Petrie, nickel defender, cut from a coverage aspect, to me is one that could potentially be exposed and be a problem. So I would probably – I don't know if that's a step back as much as it is – I just don't know.
Can teams get him in that position?
Yeah.
Because it seemed like – because that – Petrie's a good one because he's had year one. Maybe he had some issues missing tackles, but year one, pretty good. Year two, step back. There are a couple of times we saw him sitting on the sideline.
Late in the season,
playoff
situations,
game, next to Matt Burke and D'Amico. Then they found a way to be able to put him in the right spots, except for a couple of times he got caught. I think the Lions caught him a couple of times in that game in big moments against St. Brown. And then obviously the one that it's really kind of messed up because it feels like in terms of coverage, his season just seemed to come down to that one play on Thursday Night Football against Devontae Adams, right? Like not other plays. Like he wasn't getting exposed like that game in and game out when he was playing. I think Petrie is a pretty good one. There's someone, our guy Magic. This is one of I've got 4 on my list. Magic here on YouTube and Twitch just text it in, and that's Kamari Lassiter. I think Kamari Lassiter. It's an odd one because he would be one that you would think, oh man, there's another step forward to his game. That was year one. He played that way. What's it going to look like after that? And he is one that I think is just at least worth the discussion. I'm not sitting here saying that any of the people that we're going to talk about are going to, but I do think, all right, how will teams attack Kamari Lassiter this year? Right, like what will be the second route? Because yes, we know he kind of played better with the speed thing last year, and that didn't become an issue. But I do wonder now, 17, 18, 19 games of tape on him, if there's a different adjustment of how people, attack him back.
Well, that's a great point because 1 year is a small sample size, and we saw. A C.J. Stroud step back relative to that first year. But what did he really take a step back? It was because the first year was so great. That's what Kamari Lassiter's up against, right? The first year was so damn good, it's going to be hard for him to duplicate that. Now, I will say this. Speaking of kind of tying him to C.J. Stroud and what went on there, I do think that there's I think there was a conscious effort to not have Kamari Lassiter in press situations when he against guys that he didn't have no business covering. He would bail and play soft. I think he benefited, which all great DBs do, and units like this. I think you benefit from that pass rush that you have up front, and so I say all that to say there has to be. It's human nature, man. If you're D'Amico Ryans, to go, hey man, I'm gonna do something a little different.
Yeah, the CJ comp is a good one because. Year two, maybe they felt a little bit more comfortable with CJ and thought
all of a sudden I'm going to do this,
he can
this,
handle
and that.
more. Yeah.
And so with Kamari, it's like, do you keep on keeping on and protect him and say, hey, we're gonna just keep letting this youngster play to his strengths, or do you go out there and push the envelope and find out what his weaknesses are? Like, do you put him in situations different than last year?
But the thing
and
is,
he struggles.
you feel like he can, and I think you felt that with CJ too. But you feel like he can handle more. Right, like when they started to move him around and move him inside, you feel like if he wants to get out there and say, "Well, let's do more with him," it feels like he can He can handle. He's just one of all the young players to me that potentially, I agree with you, Magic, could be at least in that conversation.
No, I think that's a great one. In fact, that's the best one. I mean, that's the best one that you can think of because it was, again, a big factor here is that the first year was so good it's going to be hard to match. You know, that is just reality. And so the expectations are unfairly high. And so how do you define a step back? I just hope that D'Amico just keeps doing what he was doing with him already and puts him in position to come up and be a thumper, which we know he will do, instead of, you know, all of a sudden get real stingly aggressive with him and ask him to do some things that may put him on an island. We'll see. Well, I mean, maybe he does those things and he answers the bell and he's better. He's significantly better than any of us thought. That would be best case scenario. But I like the Kamari Lassiter pick right there.
Couple more I have here. Two veterans, Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon last year was a Pro Bowler, over 1,000 yards, even with some of his injuries. Is he somebody that you potentially look at as taking a step back? And we understand they went and got a Nick Chubb, you know, to kind of be there in the backfield too. But Joe Mixon, I think, could be worth, you know, a conversation in this with age and everything.
Well, yeah, the thing there with Joe Mixon is he had to do so much of it last year on his own, kind of off script, off schedule, if you will, bouncing something, cutting something back. And so you would like to think that at the very least, this new regime up front, the coach all the way down, you would like to think that at the very least they're going to be better in the run game. It's easier to run block than it is pass block. It's less reaction and more. Hey, this is who I got, and I'm going to go move mass kind of deal. Hopefully, they at the very least got that in here. So I would think as much as Joe Mixon did last year on his own, that this year would be a little bit easier, and he'll probably produce more. So yes, I mean it's potential obviously because he had a hell of a year. But boy, if this offensive line isn't good enough for him to take a step forward and for life to be a little bit easier for Joe Mixon than it was last year, we got some problems.
Joe was one, and then Azeez Alshire was the other veteran that I look at. And, like, when he played, obviously his importance, and he was really good. Obviously, he's a year older, and we did see some chinks in the armor last year, especially late in that playoff game, coverage-wise in the middle of the field. And he, just like with Mixon, they did go out and get a starting caliber player that potentially is behind him in E.J. Speed, who has started for years. Azeez is one, Clint, that I look at and say maybe he is one where his best ball potentially isn't ahead of him. Maybe he is one that maybe takes a step back in the middle for this team.
Yeah, look, I think Azeez, I would be okay with Azeez Alshire taking a step back. And let me explain. Like, I would be okay if there was somebody else on the field in obvious passing situations. In critical situations where the other team's being aggressive and trying to score. We saw Kansas City take advantage of him time and time again in the middle of the field. Really, if you watch him, it's just a matter of time before that happens. So if the Texans are in a position where they've got to play a shell defense, they got to play a middle open defense where they're allowing guys like Travis Kelce and good tight ends to roam the middle of the field freely, Azeez Alshire is going to be a sitting duck. So I would be okay if the step back was Azeez Alshire and it was actually in playing time. If there was somebody else that could fill that role that covered a little bit better. And so that one I wouldn't be too disappointed in.
And then the one we kind of kicked this thing off is I just say this name just because, as you kind of said, it's been so good. And, you know, I feel like even more teams are going to treat him differently. Do you think we've seen maybe not just the best, but do you think potentially Nico Collins takes a step back? Because this is a guy, Clint, if he'd have stayed healthy the last 2 years, I mean, he got to 1,000 yards. He missed 6+ games last year, 5-6+ games last year. And then the year before, he had missed multiple games. He may have been a 1,500-yard receiver the last 2 years had he been healthy. Do you think – and when I say step back, that doesn't mean, Clint, all right, man, hey, he only got 1,100 yards. Sometimes you step back, your numbers may look different, but you can look and see that a guy is still playing at a certain level.
Look, being the biggest Nico critic in town for his first 2 years of his career here, I have no problem being critical, but I'm going to tell you right now, I'm convinced Nico Collins, his game is recession-proof. His game is he's not dependent on the go route. He's not dependent on being in one position all the time. He's not dependent on getting the perfect matchup all the time. You know, he can hurt you in the quick game, the screen game, the deep game, the play action game, the middle of the field, this out route running, and he can hurt you in with the instincts when it comes to the scramble play. I just think if health is the only thing that's going to hold back Nico Collins. If Nico Collins stays healthy for 3 quarters of the season, he's going to get 1,000+ yards, and he's going to be one of the better overall wide receivers in the league. I don't think he's ever going to get the love that he deserves. I think that right now when we hear a conversation about Nico being one of the best wide receivers in the game, I'll be honest. Like, I'll sit back and go, wait a minute. But when you look at the all-around ability to just flat out produce in multiple ways and impact the game in multiple ways, Nico's got to be in that conversation.
Do you get the feeling, and obviously he's had folks around him, but do you get the feeling that you've watched teams really make a concerted effort to take him away like we see with these other guys, right? We've watched teams try like hell to take away Justin Jefferson or to take away, Tyreek Hill or to do certain. Do you feel like he's getting that? He's got that kind of respect yet?
I think the Miami game last year is when we kind of started seeing teams tilt coverages his direction. But I don't think it's been an all-out full-court press like we've seen.
Does he still have had Tank out there, and there's still been?
Yeah. Well, look, I'll be honest with you. I don't know. If it's, again, guys that are like one-trick ponies are typically the ones that you see tilting coverage to work. Right? Like they're tilting coverage of Jordan Jefferson and Jamar Chase every damn game, and those guys are still like that. Right?
Has he been seeing that?
I think he's getting some of it, maybe not to the degree of those guys.
I feel like he may now.
But where I'm going with all of it is I think his game being so well rounded, it's hard to do that.
Yep.
Like you can tilt the coverage to Mike Evans and take some things away that makes his life difficult. You can tilt the coverage towards somebody that doesn't have ideal size and really impact them. You can do, like Nico is just, again, to me, it's recession proof. He is an all-around wide receiver that has the mindset and the ability from a mental perspective to line him up anywhere. You can move him any way you want to, and he has the ability to run routes and impact the game at all different levels of the field. That is a hard guy to pinpoint, a hard guy to take out of a game.
Yep. It's Wednesday, stock up, stock down, a little stock up, stock down AFC South edition. We'll do that next.
Cocaine and hookers, my friend.
Payne and Pendergast.
These 3 teams right now, the
comfort, and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two ass would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Damn right. Afternoon Drive sports talk program in the wonderful city of Houston. That'd be this one, The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, and every hump day, every Wednesday, right during this time, we do a little stock up, stock down. And today we're talking AFC South. The Houston Texans division, that AFC South division, where you normally find, the Jaguars in the basement, as I tell y'all, and the Colts have won a Super Bowl here and there, but 2025 is different. AFC South, young Stroud going into year 3. New OC, new playbook. We're on the show. What is your stock down first off for the AFC South right now, where we are in the offseason?
We're going down now.
I like to get the negatives out of the way.
Yeah, you do. My stock down is one that I know some people here listening are going to get mad or whatever, but
hold on, so
my stock down is Anthony Richardson, and I hate it. He is somebody, Clint, that I actually root for, and I want to see that talent to be shown. Like, for me, just I'm a fan in general, and I think there's an argument for just pure talent in terms of arm strength and what he could do with it. Now, he can't. I don't know if he could hit the three of us if we were standing 5 to 10 feet away from him consistently. But what he could do with his legs, the size and everything, like, it may be the best in the league, just complete, just raw talent.
Yep.
And I'd like to see that rolling through. But my man about to get beat out by Daniel Jones. I mean, what the hell? Dan Jones coming in, right? He's at the shoulder thing. He did say he'll be ready for training camp, but right now, as tough it is for me, because I do root for him. I think he's a good kid. I like him, and I do want to see what that looks like if that talent could be put together and found. Probably something like what we're seeing the guy in Buffalo doing, but maybe even more so. To me, though, when you are the number 4 overall pick, and in year 3, and Dan Jones is about to beat you out, stock is way down right now.
Well, the hype was real. I mean, Shane Steichen coming off of what he did with Jalen Hurts, and then you got a guy as talented as Anthony Richardson. Although he was young and inexperienced, you think, hey man, they can bring this kid along. And look, it just goes to show you, man, no matter how talented you are, when you stay injured and you tap out as a quarterback, it's hard to come back. It's hard to recover. It's hard it's hard to get better. It's hard to develop, and unfortunately, I don't know that we're ever going to see Anthony Richardson, excel at this level. I hope I'm wrong, because I'm with you, man. That is a combination of talent that is second to none. I mean, it is got the potential to be special. But
I was glad to see Josh Allen. I was glad to see Josh Allen put it together and be like, "Damn, man, that's what you're seeing." I'm glad to see Lamar put it together, but I'm with you, man. If he loses here, and Daniel Jones beats him out, I don't know who's.
Well, you get on that Justin Fields path, and it's going to take somebody. It's going to take somebody getting injured, and you get another shot, and then you capturing lightning in a bottle kind of deal.
And if it ain't working with Shane Steichen, I don't.
I agree. I know. Look, I agree. Although I will be honest. Now, I haven't studied them to that degree, but watching them against the Texans, I am highly surprised at the game plan and how he was being used. I could not believe we didn't watch a conservative, run the ball downhill with Taylor and him and throw it when you have to kind of approach, throw it to take shots. I could not believe that within the first few snaps of the game, we're watching this guy in gun take snaps and throwing RPOs and trying to process a defense at a high level right out of the gate. Like that shocked me. So maybe a different squad, a change of location would help him.
You are listening to Stock Up, Stock Down right here on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, as we do every Wednesday afternoon right around this time. Do our best Jordan Belfort impression. Take a look at a market. We're doing AFC South, that division, the Texans division. You find them in, year out. That is today's edition. Ron, Stock Down, the young quarterback up in Indianapolis. Over to you, Clint. What is your stock down for the AFC South heading into 2025?
Boy, y'all going to hate me for this one. I get ready. That Texan line's going to light up. My stock down is the Texans offense.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I thought mine was bad.
Yeah, no, mine.
I thought mine rooting for Anthony Richardson was bad.
Damn, bro.
Look, this time we got a 5-headed monster. We're coming off Rookie of the Year. We got an offensive coordinator that's the next big thing in the NFL. And here we sit now with a new offensive coordinator, new O-line coach, done shipped Larry Tunsil's ass up out of here. It was so bad. The quarterback, although I believe that it's a little bit strong to say he backslid and had a rough year, I don't think it was as good as year one. I think he did the best he could with what he was given. But nonetheless, I think overall the Texans offense, if you just look nationally how they are viewed right now versus last year, I'm not going to say any names, but I remember going out to a Texans minicamp practice and looked at, man, it is wild how different we're viewed right now than we were a year ago. So I ain't making anything up. This is real talk. I just think the Texans offense is stocked down right now. Whether we're talking locally compared to last year, you're talking about nationally just overall. I think it's Texans offense.
Well, that felt like a solid punch to the junk there on a Wednesday, but I love you keeping it real. Yes, all right, we got the stock downs out of the way. This is Stock Up, Stock Down, AFC South edition on the drive on a Wednesday. Bouncing back over to you, Ron, the show. Let's get these positives. Stock up in the AFC South for 2025. I guess it could not be positive, though.
Tyler would personally hate this. My stock up is, you said the Texans offense. Mine is the Jags offense. I think the stock. Now I don't know what they're gonna do, but their offense is up. I know Liam Cohen is a very strange young man that quite have the Duval portion of that, but when it comes to the offensive mind part of things,
basement.
He's got that pretty good, and Brian Thomas Jr. is the truth, the real deal. And then you add Travis Hunter over there as well. I like some of the things they did with the in the backfield with the running game they've got there. And Trevor, to me, I agree. I think I heard
this is the year.
Brandon Scott say this. I'm not saying this is the year. Trevor's not trash.
But he ain't a phenom.
And I think he's been put in. It wouldn't be the greatest situations he's been put in since he's been in the league. So I think this stock is going up with the Jags offense. I'm not saying this is going to lead to a division title.
No, I wasn't trying to insinuate you were saying
I think their offense is stock up from what the hell it was last year. I think their offense is going to be.
Starting point is critical here with my point and Ron's point, by the way.
Yeah, so that's my stock up is the Jags off.
All right, Dirty Red, Clint Stoerner, finish us off on a Wednesday for this AFC South stock up, stock down with your stock up for 2025.
Yeah, mine's Cam Ward in Tennessee. Yeah. Look, I was already high on him just from a skill set perspective. He's a Texas kid that has left several places in college where he went a better place.
The arrow's pointed up.
Literally 3 stops in college football where he left him a better place. I thought in my mind, he's probably going to do that in Tennessee at some point in time. Well, he gets there. There's reports coming out of trainings in minicamp. He completed 18 straight passes or something like that. And then he gets in with the media, and he is unbelievably, comfortable to the point where he's cussing with the media, which I'm a fan of a good cusser. But it just seems like he is a great fit in a situation, and one of those quarterbacks where no moment's going to be too big, no personality in that locker room is going to be above him. The void that is leadership in Tennessee from the quarterback position seems like it's going to be filled. I think Cam Ward is going to jump on the scene sooner rather than later.
All right, there you go, Cam Ward. I know you enjoy what he brings to the table. Not surprised to hear his stock is up. And that is specifically Cam Ward, not the Titans. Specifically Cam Ward, the quarterback. Coming up, let's hear from our guy, RoFlo, Robert Flores, MLB Network, MLB Central, every single morning. We'll get his thoughts on what's going on with the Astros. That's coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Astros ain't loyal.
Texans training camp is just a month away. Just a few more weeks until this.
CJ guns long down the left side. Double cut.
voices live.
Some people need to get those verbal hands every now and then. In fact, more often than not.
Down here in his home state of Texas, so at least you can do flip.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to Dave Grohl and company. I know maybe people say Kurt Cobain when they first hear that, but I'm more of a Dave Grohl guy. I am. Shout out to
so talented,
very, very talented. All right, it is that time, and we are so happy. Our guy, man, Robert Flores. He is a distant fifth member of this show. RoFlo. You can catch him every single morning, MLB Central. And by the way, they're celebrating their 1,000th episode.
Come on.
Tomorrow. Boy, that sounds like a good stable job you got over there, Robert.
Wow, dude. Hey. Hey. It's tough out in these streets now.
You ain't lying.
So, yeah. You need me to come at 9 a.m., 9 p.m., 9:30 p.m.? I'll be there. Yeah, I'm here. I ain't got nothing to do.
You need me to be Wisconsin? Yeah. You need me to be New York? Wherever it is.
Dude, man. Once you start getting older, that's when they're like, you know what? We need to go with someone younger, a.k.a. cheaper.
Astros ain't loyal.
There you go. Well, congrats on episodes,
Thanks, man.
I remember when that first kicked off, right? And it's it's still you and DeRosa and Lauren.
Yeah. It's I took the show itself has been around since 2015, but I joined the show in 2018, and I've been lucky enough to do a lot of really cool and neat things in my career. But this is the best show that I've ever been a part of, and I love the people. I love D-Row and Lauren, but I also love the people behind the scenes and behind the camera in the control room. It's just a collaborative effort and everyone pulling in the same direction, which I love.
There you go, man. Congratulations, man. Well,
thanks.
Well, RoFlo, I want to get. We had this conversation last year a little bit when the Astros started to get it rolling again, and I mean just absolutely erased a 10-game deficit as fast as I've ever seen. But now, man, they are obviously starting to kind of run away with the West right now, even though Kyle Riley is going crazy in Seattle, but they're running away with this thing. Are you as surprised as some others are with how it's happening? I'm sure people before the year, if you said the Astros are going to have a 5-game lead in late June, it wouldn't have been a shock. But it's the way that's happened.
Yeah, no, I think you hit it on the head, Show. It's how they're doing it. Jordan has played how many games? Is he even in double figures? I don't know. Christian yet got going. He's in double figures in homers, but the OPS is still below 700. Jeremy Pena has turned himself into an all-star and, quite frankly, an MVP candidate. Now, people will be like, wait a minute, what? Jeremy Pena he's second in WAR in the American League, behind only Aaron Judge. So it is. It's been a remarkable feat what they've done, and I think a lot of credit has to be given to Joe Espada, the coaching staff, and to Dana Brown and his staff. So it kind of makes you wonder what this team could look like once you get the reinforcements back. Jordan, Christian Javier, Lance McCullers, Spencer Arrighetti, Jacob Melton, guys like that. So it's been an interesting and certainly surprising start thus far.
Which part of everything that you just mentioned, RoFlo, do you think is the more real one, right? I mean, when you talk about Jake Myers hitting 300 plus, and he somehow the last few games, RoFlo, he's been in a 4 and 5 hole. I mean, I'm sorry, he's been hitting second or something like. Anyway, I mean, like that is something I never. Cam hitting 270 as a rookie in right field and looking like he absolutely belongs. His athletic ability. I mean, on display on a nightly basis. Pena that one, leading it off. Like, which one of these? I'd call even Pena unexpected. Like, which one of these unexpected guys that are lighting it up so far this season do you think is the most real? And hey, this is the closest version of them that we're going to get.
Yeah, because I really feel like it's a multi-layered answer. I think Cam Smith eventually has a chance to be an aircraft carrier, a guy that is a cornerstone, middle of the order bat. He's not there yet, but I think he has a potential to be that. I think Jeremy Pena might be the one that has the most staying power. Now, look, is he going to be second in WAR? Is he going to be hitting above 300 for the rest of his career, for the rest of this season? I don't know. But look, we've seen him thrive on the biggest of stages when he was a rookie. You know, LCS MVP, World Series MVPs in the same postseason. There's not a lot of dudes that can say that they've done that, much less as a young player. So I feel like Pena is the one that has the most staying power. But I'm glad you mentioned Jake Myers. Look, his defense has always been elite, but he has cut down on the chase rate. He has cut down on the swing and miss. And he has really found himself offensively. And I know he's been the subject of a lot of scorn and speculation over the past couple of years because what he hasn't done offensively. So I'm really happy for him, what he's produced so far.
Robert Flores, MLB Network, MLB Central every morning on MLB Network is with us. And when we look at all of this, and we'll get to some of the trade deadline stuff coming up and what they may need to go after. But when you look at this and everything we're talking about, and this, it's a surprise with how it's happened. I went over. What is Joe Espada like in terms of what kind of manager and what level or tier do you put him in? Because he really has a Nick Sirianni kind of feel to me, to where I look at him and I wonder, like, I don't feel like he's one of the best managers at baseball, but
yeah,
when I look at what he's kind of done the last 2 years, being down early like they were, injuries, his production looks like he is one of those. Well, how would you describe what Joe Espada is?
Look, I think that if he's able to sustain this level with his team and guide them to the postseason, guide them to another division title. Look, when they were down, when they were doubled back 10 games in last year and ultimately came back to win the division, I think that said a lot to me about him as a manager. And also, of course, obviously the players within that locker room and clubhouse, but they obviously trust him. They obviously like playing for him and like to play hard for him. So could you say he's underrated? Maybe a little bit, because look, what they've done. I mean, look at how many injured players on the injured list do they have? Just from the starting rotation alone. It's remarkable. And what you're getting or not getting from Jordan Algerie, Arrighetti, Javier, who else am I missing? McCullers. So you're throwing out guys these are not top prospects. The Astros, I keep being told over and over again that their farm system is weak. Yet more often than not, especially pitchers, they come up and they produce. And I think that speaks to Joe Espada, and more importantly, I think that speaks to the coaching staff and the whole player development system.
Hey, speaking of pitching, and you may have mentioned him, Hunter Brown. I mean, I think Fromber, we're getting what, I don't think Fromber, the greatness that we're watching right now in terms of how good he really is. And again, I don't think it surprises anybody. No. But Hunter Brown kind of coming into his own. He became my favorite Astro right now with that little back and forth with Neto, whatever the hell the guy's name was. And then Moore comes out of the dugout trying to get him a little bit too, and it looked like Hunter Brown had no problem going at him as well. Like that, it just seems like what Hunter Brown is doing has just been a matter of time before it happened. But just your thoughts on Hunter Brown, the success, how good is he, and how real do you think this is?
Well, look, as far as how real it is, I mean, there's a reason he got that new agent, right? So, I mean, he's feeling himself, and rightly so. I agree with you. Fromber Valdez is the Astros are fortunate in that I think that they have two co-aces at the top of the rotation.
Yep.
And that has been the hallmark of this franchise, not only during this recent age of Astros baseball, but since I was a kid watching in the 70s when you had Nolan Ryan and J.R. Richard or Nolan Ryan and Phil Niekro or Randy Johnson and whomever. So they're fortunate to have two aces at the top. But Hunter Brown, everything switched. It just turned for him. A little more than a year ago. He was lost in 2024, the early part. But once he started implementing that sinker, he got more confidence. And now you can tell, to your point, Clint, is that he goes out there and he's feeling himself. He is a bully on the mound. He knows what he needs to do to be successful, and he's not going to take any bleep from Zach Neto, Christian Moore, Mike Trout, Aaron Judge, anyone. And that's what I love from a top-of-the-rotation guy.
Real quick before we get you out of here, Roflo, do you get the sense that Dana Brown is in the business of doing anything that would be considered a big move in the deadline?
That's a great question. I don't see how they can, I don't know if they have, again, talking about that farm system. I don't know if they have the pieces to go get that big player, so to speak. And not only that. Do you think they need it? Not necessarily, because I think that you can look at the post-All-Star break as with the return of Yordan Alvarez, the return of Spencer Arrighetti, the return of Christian Javier. Those are almost like de facto trades in of itself. I think we can feel pretty confident that if Yordan Alvarez is healthy and his hand is feeling good, he's going to mash. That's a big middle-of-the-order bat that you basically haven't had all season, going right back in. And as far as Javier and McCullers and Arrighetti, you don't know what they're going to look like once they return, but hopefully they're back to their former selves, because that would be a tremendous boost to get some of those names in your lineup and in your rotation.
Roflo, look, I know you just being a nice guy, and I know that it's a tool in your toolbox to give you a second to think about your answer when you say that is a really good question. But my partner over here, he just lights up, man, like a glow stick when you do that. He thinks he's accomplished.
He is. You guys.
It was there's no need for that.
You guys have had some really good questions. I like where you're at right now.
Finally.
Hey, Roflo, man, we appreciate it. It's always great to have you on, man, and we will definitely be tuned in to MLB Central and that 1000th episode tomorrow at 9 a.m. MLB Network, y'all. It's 9 a.m. here in Houston tomorrow. So, Roflo, we appreciate you, man, and once again, congrats, brother.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a great weekend. And I'm getting some Houston weather here in the Northeast in New Jersey, except I'm paying New Jersey prices for this heat and humidity. So it makes me miss home.
Hey, put your set of gills on and get out there and jog or something. Get you a good jog in, man. You'll be all right. Hey, we
y'all have a great
too, brother. Thank you, man.
I'm faded as hell right now.
Yeah, it sounds like it, man. Hey, Houston, the Rockets, baby. The Rockets have arrived in more ways than one. There's another Rocket that they're keeping around town that's going to be a critical piece to what happens moving forward. We'll talk about those details as well as y'all riding in these robo-taxis. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard. Look, the biggest mistake you can
WFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Take a rocket ship to the stars.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily. Presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers, baby. Hard as hell to say, easy to die. Boy, them old conversations that go on in the break are beautiful, ain't they, Ron? Them old conversations are beautiful.
How about the Brewers?
Yeah, man, it's their. I don't know, their highlights are playing. I ain't got Jacob Mizorowski or whatever it is, but the hellacious break, y'all. Hellacious break right there.
For speed or for comfort?
Everybody out there listening, we greatly appreciate it, man. Download that Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download the Odyssey app. Keep it on your hip. Take us everywhere that you go. And you got us live streaming right there. You can use that rewind feature. Tyler, he podcasts all the segments throughout the day. And so you can listen to them individually or the show start to finish. You can use that rewind feature. Go back and listen to Payne and Pendergast or In the Loop, whatever you'd like to do. Just down the why. I tell you what, y'all, we got us a squad in Houston now. We got us a squad in Houston, and one might say, well, which squad are you talking about? Because they're all pretty damn good right now. I'm talking about them Rockets, y'all. I'm talking about the Rockets. Look, I mean, you look at what Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka and the organization has done this offseason. The stars have aligned for the Rockets to make a big-time push, and I'm talking about a push at a NBA title. I'm not talking about a push to be a playoff squad or to go get
to win the game.
Yes, to win titles, not just games, titles. Steven Adams signs what some are referring to as a team-friendly deal, which I think that's that veteran leadership, along with some of the double big stuff you like to do with Alperen Şengün. Very complimentary to Alpi and what you have here. But Steven Adams, you keep him here. Then you go out and you get Kevin Durant, the best available superstar on the market and one of the best scorers of the basketball, any way you slice it, whether we're talking all-time or we're talking in his career or you're talking about percentage-wise over the last 3 years. Just one of the best scorers of the basketball in the league, and he was available. The Rockets go out and make that happen. And now the Rockets have is it official or are they just working? This is Shams Charania. Houston Rockets guard Fred VanVleet intends to sign a 2-year, $50 million contract to stay with the franchise with a player option in 2026-27. Sources tell ESPN the Rockets are declining VanVleet's The Rockets are declining VanVleet's $44.9 million team and land the new deal with Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul. I mean, this, Ron, I'm not in any way, shape, or form saying that Fred VanVleet was going to go somewhere and get $45 million a year. I don't know if that was going to happen. But the odds are that there was somebody out there that was going to pay him a good bit more than $25 million a year over the next 2. After coming off a playoff performance that he just had and helping build the Rockets back to where they are right now, I think at the very least there's a ton of respect out there for the Rockets organization, and I think Fred VanVleet was a key component to that rebuild. There's a lot of dysfunctional organizations right out there right now that I believe would overpay Fred VanVleet. But the Rockets, when I say they've arrived, they built this thing to a point where now we're seeing it all happen and there's no guessing, right? Guys, stars want to be here. Veterans and difference makers in general are willing to take team-friendly deals to be a part of what's going on. It's real. It's happening in Houston. And like you said, I don't know that they're done yet, but just what they've done to this point, Ron, it seems like the stars have aligned. The time is now, and Rafael Stone and company are going to be aggressive to make this thing sing a little bit.
That's why I think I have stressed how I've been, not just this week since we found out the move, the big boy move they made to go get Kevin Durant, but even leading into it last week, Clint, is if you are a fan, and that's why I gave them all a standing ovation on Monday. If you're a fan, I don't know what else you would want your to. From the jump, when they tore it down, and they've done pretty well in terms of their player evaluation and developing these guys. And then they got it to a point where, bam, they got above schedule. They found the coach they needed to get, got above schedule, gets a 2 seed, and then they have all these assets and these young players. And what do? They were able to keep a lot of the assets and their young players, and then made the move to try to win a championship right now and preserve their future. That's why, to me, like, whether they win it all or they don't, you have to be extremely happy about the way they've gone about building this thing up and putting themselves here.
No question about it. As a fan, I mean, happy is an understatement. I mean, you got to be flat out excited as hell to pull for the Rockets and that this is going on right now. There were some bleak years, I get it, but right now it's all worth it. Ron, do you think the Rockets are done?
No, I don't think they're going to make another giant move. Like, I've heard people talking about, oh, yeah, they still have the ability to go and make a trade for Giannis or something like that. No, I don't think another big major move, but I do think they add another piece that could be a rotation piece.
Well, I'm interested. How significant, when you say rotation piece, you're not a starter. You're talking about a rotation piece.
I don't think it would be a starter. I think like somebody that's a shooter of some sort that comes off the bench. Right?
Yeah. I know you disagreed with a point that I made yesterday, but I didn't think that I was crazy, and I got some pushback on social media that got me to thinking, and I wanted to ask you about it. Like, I know you like bringing Kevin Durant to the team that was already existed. To me, it's a little bit too early to go all, well, they are the number 2 team out of the West behind the team that just won the whole damn thing. Like, I think that's an aggressive take for ranking or placing odds on.
I think they're a real championship contender now.
Yeah,
that's what.
Yeah, look, I don't know. Am I crazy to think that? Like I said yesterday, you got one All-Star in Şengün. You've got obviously a great defensive player in Amen Thompson. Otherwise, including Amen Thompson, I think we're seeing what Şengün is, which I'm not knocking it. I think it's good. I don't think Şengün's going to all of a sudden be significantly better than he was this year.
It just may look better because KD's on the floor.
Sure, may have more easier opportunities. Yeah. But like, to me, Ron, it seems like to ask these current Rockets without some major steps taken by some young guys to be a favorite over some of the powers that be in the West. Although it wasn't a great year for some of those powers, I don't think it's crazy to say, well, I'm going to pump my brakes a little bit and not get too out over my skis over the Rockets.
No, yeah, I don't think it's crazy. I think we watched last year, the Texans didn't really jump forward like you thought. I do think there is, and we talked about it a bit yesterday, and I think the Texans went through it. I think there's a bit of a difference of the Houston Rockets are not going to feel and mean what the Houston Rockets have meant to other teams next year.
Yeah.
Right. They're
going to be hunted. Yeah.
You're going to be one of, we used to watch the Rockets get up for the Lakers and the Warriors. You're that team now. Teams are going to get up. You're going to be on TV. You're going to have scrutiny. There's going to be people talking about you. And not only do we covering it as you as fans hear it, the players see this more.
Yeah.
But I do think they're equipped, right? I do think their coach is equipped. I think KD is equipped. I think Fred is equipped. So I do think that they're not led by a second-year player like CJ is. They're led by guys that have won championships and a coach that has been there. So I don't think it's crazy to think that. And again, also, we don't know what else other teams are going to get desperate and do. I don't think it's crazy, but I just think this team is set up to be able to do it.
The Houston Rockets are out there making moves, man. The report is, to put a bow on this thing, Fred VanVleet intends to sign a 2-year, $50 million contract to stay with the franchise. And that's big. Ron, another reason why that's big is you mentioned a little earlier, Dylan Brooks exits in the Durant deal. I think Ime Udoka is all the alpha that this organization needs, but it never hurts to have one of those players. When you talk about Kevin Durant, a lot of the critics will say, well, it's a leadership issue. It's an alpha issue. He just wants to show up and play basketball. Keeping Fred VanVleet around, which I'm not saying he's this big vocal guy that's all of a sudden gonna become a dictator in the locker room or overcome or compensate for Kevin Durant's shortcomings, but Fred VanVleet experience, we just watched him doing the playoffs this past year. That veteran being in that locker room alongside Kevin Durant could be even more critical to the success of the team than maybe he was before.
Yeah, he's a tough, gritty player that knows exactly what Udoka wants, and he's going to bring that to the table. He has been, as we saw, you could argue last year in that playoffs, he was the most together person they had, the most dependable person. The moment was never too big for him. And he and KD have won championships, played against each other in the finals. They've been there, and I think that on this team that has those expectations, I think that's a bigger deal.
Ice in his veins, man. Great offseason by the Rockets. Great offseason by Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka. Steven Adams re-signs what many are referring to a team-friendly deal. Kevin Durant comes this direction, and then Fred VanVleet appears to be signing a team-friendly deal as well. We'll see what the Rockets continue to do moving forward this offseason. We'll keep you posted. The timing is now. The stars have aligned. It looks like they're going in. We'll see if they're going all in, as we mentioned yesterday. You're listening to Sports Radio 610, Houston sports leader. I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Ron Hughley. T-Mill, Tyler Milner, is behind the glass on the ones and twos in there. Hey, I saw something yesterday, or actually it was this morning on Social Boys. Apparently, I didn't know this was happening so soon. And y'all correct me if I'm wrong. Did I get Twitter taken here? The robo-taxi, apparently the Tesla robo-taxi is, and it's actually a thing that
that's that joker that drives itself.
Ain't nobody else in that joint but you. I mean,
they've been running trials in this very city as well.
Oh, have they really?
Mm-hmm. I love when you say this very.
Tyler, have you seen the videos of that thing?
I've seen the videos, haven't seen it in person yet, but I know.
Are you all comfortable jumping?
No, hell no. Ron, it is. Have you seen the videos?
I've not.
Bro,
seen
it's a bench seat in a car. It's one bench seat in a car. There's no front seat, back seat. There's no cushioning if you hit anything. It is it. You are the lone duck in there. Me and you sitting hip to hip.
Oh, and sign me up as quick as you can.
Are you serious?
Hell yeah, because now I know the second I get in my damn Uber, I ain't got to be worried about some chatty Cathy ruining my drive.
How about ending your life?
I do have concern.
I trust a robot more than some of them folks.
That's a good point. That ain't a bad point.
I don't know if I do.
I'm gonna tell you, Ron, around the city. I'm with you, Tyler. I would be very comfortable in the city right here. We're on Washington Ave, bebopping around.
I'm going to use the hell out of that thing.
You ain't going to catch me taking that thing over the old toll road going towards Beltway 8 off 610 off that big high bridge or anything like that.
You should, bro. Take a nap.
You get above the radar. And that thing takes a right or something. I don't know why. That's a confession of mine, by the way.
I just feel like I'm nervous it's going to change his mind and just say, no, you're not getting off here.
Go iRobot on you.
No, Mr. Hughley, this is what we're going to do. Like, I'm
going to take you to the American Hat Store and get you a cowboy hat and make you wear it.
Oh, yes, it is.
Get out, Mr. Hughley.
Hey, I've
locked the doors. Oh, hell no.
I can do it in the city. I can't do it. I don't want to get on the highway. I don't want it. I don't want to get in the highway. No way, no how. I'm not comfortable. Now, luckily, the one smart thing we did in buying that electric vehicle when my wife just had to have one, we did not buy the software or the package. Maybe it's hardware. I don't know. Whatever comes with where you can that thing takes over and can drive you to Dallas.
No,
like
man,
we have that option, but we didn't buy it, so our car doesn't have it. Luckily, I didn't pay more than I already did for that thing. I don't trust none of that.
I am certain that I will get to the party. I'm just going to be late to the party. I need to see
of the driver.
Yeah, I need to see a few other people do that. I need to see that become more normal.
That's a good point. I've always been with really anything. I've always been okay being late to the party, and I've always been okay with letting other people work out all the kinks. Y'all work out all the kinks, and then I'll just come along and when the product is perfected, I'll be more than happy to pay a premium.
I can work some kinks out.
This is probably one. Tyler, I think, have you been in one yet at all? I guess you can tell us if you had.
I haven't seen one.
Have you seen one?
Mm-mm. I have some friends that have seen some doing trial kind of runs, doing mapping around town. But I don't think they're doing actual rides for folks yet in Houston.
Well, apparently it's going on in Austin, and there's a guy that's taken 18 or 19 trips in it, and will not travel with anything else other than that.
Of course, those weirdos are the ones rolling the dice first.
Well, Elon put the damn factory down there. So they're building them right there. I'm imagining they're rolling off the showroom floor, or I guess not a showroom.
Text line coming through. Hackers will take control. Yeah, that's my thing. Is I bet we got a hacker who listens to the show probably will find me and take me on some sort of a ride.
Keep me below 25 miles an hour in the city with a lot of stoplights and some traffic. I think I could do it. Otherwise, I'm out. I don't want to be on the old toll road that high up above the water.
Fast, yeah. Can those guys get pulled over?
I think I'd try to flirt with the driver and see if it tries to spit any game back for like some entertainment. Like see just exactly what kind of programming these robot taxis
How
got.
raunchy will they get?
Yeah.
It just always has to get back to horny with you, doesn't it?
It really does.
It just always has to get back to horny with you.
And I feel good about that.
It gets back to I can't help it. I'm just sexual.
That's what I tried to tell you.
No,
I'm just sexual, man.
Have you ever fondled yourself in the studio?
Coming up next.
You know the answer to that.
You don't have to answer that. Coming up next.
It's not no.
Wait.
Tease.
The lineups are out. 2 takeaways.
And I'll tease you.
The lineups are out for the Astros. 2 takeaways from last night, and no, he is not going to tease us. That's coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. The big focus in America today is on your health. Dollars focus is elsewhere, but this America's focus is on your health. You know, more and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery to live their best life. And I got to tell you about QC Kinetics, man. They've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018-ish. You know, it's about 7+ years. Using regenerative medicine, they've helped tens of thousands of people around our country get lasting joint pain relief. If you're dealing with chronic joint pain right now, I'm telling you, I don't care how old you are. I don't care what caused the chronic joint pain. I don't care what doctors are telling you.
Thursday night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You ready for tomorrow?
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow, man, we take flight. We head out to Traverse City, Michigan, to take advantage of something that, listen, everything that I have heard about this, from the amazing golf courses to the amazing weather to the amazing accommodation, wineries,
resort and spa,
easy access to get there, runway to fairway. Like everything I've heard, it sounds amazing. We're going to be able to go there tomorrow as we head to Traverse City, Michigan. We'll be doing the show there live Friday from there, and by that time, we will have played at least 9 holes of golf. Kind of gotten to see the scenery around there, and be able to tell you a little bit more from a personal standpoint of how what I believe will be the 900 acres of the scenic northern Michigan area. Clint, I'm excited, man. I can't wait to see what this is about.
Well, from our listeners' perspective, what we want to do is just provide an option, right? I mean, I know this time of year, in the summer months of in Texas, it is brutal sometimes, especially if you're a golfer, especially if you want to get out and enjoy the weather. You're an outdoorsman, anything of that nature. Looking for a vacation. This is an option, and Grand Traverse Spa, Resort and Spa, is a big-time place. Again, luxury accommodations, 100 miles of shoreline. I mean, there's just all kind of opportunities. The wineries, got my wife lined up with a winery that apparently is in a cave. She can do lunch and wine tasting deal in a cave. Apparently, this is a top-notch vacation destination for golfing groups, guys or gals. Really,
family too.
Families,
yeah.
If you want to go out there, as well as I'm taking my bride. So if you want to just get a little couples getaway, and here's what's unique. Other than the destination, obviously, apparently is off the charts. We'll tell you all about it on Friday, but. They've gotten with United Airlines, and there is nonstop flights on United Airlines from Intercontinental, IAH, to TVC, which is right there. That's it just doesn't get any easier in Traverse City, Michigan. Again, if you want to look it up, Grand Traverse Resort, that GrandTraverse, Traverse. It's a big time place, and I'm looking forward to going there.
I am. I was telling the in-laws about it. They were looking it up.
Yeah,
like they want to make them. Sometimes you said, man, the temperature. I looked it up. It's supposed to be 73 degrees the next few days, and like I said, the lakes are right on the
lakes. Better take some sleeves, boy.
Yeah, I might have to.
Going where the
get us some sleeves. Keep that chill out of the air.
Bob, Bill, excuse me. Shout out to Bill Walton, but lost Bill. But no, man, that'll be a fun trip, interesting trip coming up, as we'll be out tomorrow, but Friday we'll be there live from Traverse City, Michigan, and let you know what you need to go and experience yourself. One thing, by the way, with this Astros team coming up here in just a bit, cannot wait to hear from Brandon Scott as we do our Rockets report. A person nobody who has been watching or covering this Rockets team, not just this past year, but throughout the time he's been here and I've been here, than Brandon Scott. And now the Rockets are the talk of the NBA, and cannot wait to get his thoughts on everything that's going on with the Durant, Fred VanVleet, all of that. So Brandon Scott coming up here in about 10 minutes or so. Clint, to me, a couple of takeaways yesterday is from the Astros as they get rolling again. The lineup is out. Jeremy Pena will lead off as usual, hitting .326. Paredes right behind him. Altuve's at second base tonight. Victor Caratini, it's your turn. come on down to the cleanup spot. Vic is catching tonight and playing, and in that cleanup spot, batting fourth. Cam Smith continues to bat fifth as Christian Walker follows him up at first base. And they drop Jake Myers, who's in center field behind Christian Walker in the seventh spot tonight.
I screwed it up.
And the hero from the plate yesterday, Mr. Hamill, he is in the lineup as the DH, as he didn't walk him off but hit a big game-winning home run in the eighth. He's back in the lineup as the DH. And then Trammell, he is back from the injured list, and he is in left field. My man, Espada and Dana, and then put this thing together. Say, oh, man, let's throw Hamill in there. Let's throw Trammell in there. And we sit Diaz out there. Let's put Vic in the fourth spot, man. But why? Because I'm done thinking logically with this team. I really am.
I can.
None of it. Some of this stuff just doesn't make any sense. The only thing that makes sense is Framber and Hunter and Abreu and Hader in the back end. And like hell, I mean, again, as Roflo said, Jeremy Pena has the second best WAR in baseball behind Aaron Judge. That's where we are. Like, I mean, none of this makes sense. It doesn't matter. Hamill, who had that? Who had that on their bingo card? That's who's going to be the it is just wild to me. This team just, in a way that I don't know I've ever seen, finds a way to win.
Yeah, they're finding ways to win with
by means of anyone.
Yeah, with players that you just don't expect to even impact the game, much less over and over and over again. We need to go back and look. I don't know how you do it, but go back and look kind of like at who the key players were in every game this year, and see how lopsided it is that it's not Altuve, it's not Yordan Alvarez, it's not Christian Walker. Instead, it's Pena, Paredes, Jake Myers. I mean, last night Hummel. I mean, it seems like it's one of the quote unquote others damn near every single night. Which I guess you really don't have much of a choice considering all those other guys, with the exception of Altuve, is either in and out of the lineup or out of the lineup for an extended period of time. But yeah, the thought that the Astros have gone through what they've gone through and they're sitting atop the division with a nice little lead here, with 17 games to go before the All-Star break. It's wild to think they've been able to accomplish that.
It's like anybody can be expired.
Yeah,
inspired. Not expired.
Expired as well.
Sorry, Jerome.
They can be expired as well.
Inspired. And last night it was Coop. Coop Hamill. He was the one inspired. And hell, it may be Trammell tonight. He may go deep.
I think you're combining Trammell and Hummel. I think it's Hummel.
What did I say, Hamill?
It's Coop. It's Hummel.
What did I say, Hamill?
He's a Hummer.
Yeah, Hummel. Sorry. like Robbie Hummel. Not a Hummer. But like
not a hammer. He's a Hummel.
They hell, it doesn't matter. But I mean, it doesn't matter who it is. Someone texted and said, when I watch the Astros this year, I don't feel like there are any automatic outs. I don't know that I feel that way. Not automatic. I mean, there's certain guys that go up there I'm not feeling fantastic about, but it doesn't seem to matter.
Doesn't seem like there's any Maldonados in the lineup.
Just wait till Singleton gets called up at some point.
Boy, that was a unnecessary. That was an unnecessary shot.
John is out here just trying to enjoy himself. Come on back, Tiger. John is just trying to enjoy himself. He's in Sugar Land. He's doing his thing. They did a whole little thing about him. Big John's back. I think he's wearing number 21, and now you're just taking John out for no reason.
Unnecessary.
No, I really didn't even have to go there. There's definitely been guys in this batting order for the Astros this season that didn't feel like, oh, here comes a hit. But
I'll be honest, I don't feel great when Christian Walker comes up there.
So sporadic. But he's got, 10, 11 bombs? Like, such a weird.
Do something, yeah. I don't, like, it's not just him. I mean, I don't feel spectacular sometimes now when Yainer Diaz is coming up. But I do enjoy him to get on so I can watch him run. He may be the best running catcher in history.
He gives effort too. He legs out every damn ground ball.
I mean, my man will go first to third and first to home on doubles. I mean, like he ain't broke a sweat. just jogging.
He can roll.
Just jogging in there. All right, coming up, Little Rockets report. We'll get the thoughts. We'll hear he thought about what the Rockets have done here recently and what they may have the potential to do tonight. Do they try to get back in this draft as they have no picks right now. We'll discuss that with Brandon Scott coming up next.
All right, y'all. Today, life as we know it, hey, man, it can be stressful. All right, tough to deal with. Sometimes you got to just stop, crack open a Mountain Cold Coors Light, and just chill. Hell, it's Coors Light. It's made to chill, man. I refer to it as Texas chill, given that we're here, and given that Coors sent their first 23,000 cases of Coors Light ever brewed directly to the beautiful state of Texas. Hell, I refer to it as Texas chill. I think it's
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, welcome in. I've been waiting all week for this one right here. See your face, but there you go. I know you're one of the first people I thought about. I don't think there's a bigger Rockets. I know you're a professional journalist or whatever who covers, but I know for a fact we've had conversations. This is the team that you care about the most. If there was one team in Houston that you would want to win a championship, you've told me this multiple times, it would be the Rockets. They're the team that you have the strongest emotional connection with.
Yep. And
to me, this feels like the best, at least since I've been here. I would assume, maybe the Harden years, but this has got to be right up there since obviously the Elijah Wan championships. Best chance that you feel going into a season potentially that they can win a championship. So I am curious from you with the Kevin Durant situation. Are you more surprised that they went ahead and pulled the trigger and got Kevin Durant, or are you more surprised at what it actually took to get Kevin Durant?
Yeah, no, I always thought they were going to get him because it seemed like they had been wanting to get him since last year. We had first heard about this a year ago. So, and there seemed to be smoke there when you put the ties together or try to link everything together with the relationships Kevin Durant had played with or under Ime Udoka when he was an assistant coach with the Nets. We already knew that history. Of course, Royal Ivey, a Texas guy.
That's right.
They hired DJ Augustine, who was a Texas guy, who also played for the Rockets, but is a Texas guy, a Houston guy who has ties to Kevin Durant. So it's like the writing was on the wall. The part that I'm surprised about, to your question, Ron, is the fact that they were, and y'all have hit on this throughout the week, the fact that they were able to up any of the premier players that are a part of the core or any of the premium first-round draft picks, like the most valuable draft pick that they ended up giving up.
You don't count Jalen Green as one of the premier players?
No, he clearly wasn't. And not only did I not count him as one, they did not count him as one. And it seemed like that, and it seemed like they had good reason for that as well, like given how things played out toward the end of the season. Given the, I think, overlap in responsibility and what you would require from Jalen Green versus Kevin Durant, like you're basically asking for the same or a similar thing. It's just that one is Kevin Durant and the other one is clearly not. So, yeah, no, I was not surprised that they made the deal, but that they were able to preserve both their present and their future in doing so, I thought was really impressive.
What do you think, B. Scott? Who do you think that the Durant move, the Durant trade, obviously with the exception of Durant, who do you think it benefits the most? All pieces moving. Dylan Brooks, I almost said Dylan Scott. Dylan Brooks gone. Obviously Jalen Green gone. Durant in. Who benefits the most from this move?
Yeah, it's either Jabari Smith Jr. or Fred VanVleet, and I say Fred VanVleet only because of the difference between the other guard that you play with, the other perimeter guy that you play with being Kevin Durant versus Jalen Green, right? Like I think Jabari Smith Jr. being the younger player, the one that can soak in the most, probably the one he doesn't have a Kevin Durant style game, but he's similar size. He's a young player. He can soak in the most, and just the fact that they're going to be more having Kevin Durant on the floor, that's going to play more so into Jabari Smith Jr.'s specific basketball skill sets. But I will point back to Fred VanVleet as well. Like for everybody, and I've been hitting on this, man, for everybody that's like frustrated with the heavy doses of Fred VanVleet that you saw or that you have seen over the last couple of years, don't get it twisted. Fred VanVleet is still going to be about the heat check life.
But 2 for 13 from 3 nights.
He's still going to have some nights like that. But it's going to be, I think the fact that you got Kevin Durant is going to necessitate it less, and he's gonna feel that. So I think those are the two players to watch out for who are going to benefit the most from the move.
Yeah, Brandon Scott here with us as we do our Rockets report coming off of this huge week for the Rockets. All right, there are some people who are really against this. I have decided to choose violence by going back and forth with these people the first 2 days. Now, I am not one, and we had a gentleman who is the PA announcer who does does mornings in Phoenix as well on, and kind of got a little bit more info on what his experience was with Kevin Durant. Obviously, nothing's perfect, right? You didn't just get the perfect, all right, no issues. For you, understanding who's here with the Rockets and their games, what potential concerns may you have? Understanding you would do the deal, but what potential concerns do you have with Kevin Durant's arrival or things that they're going to have to iron out?
Well, I mean, the big concern we're reliance on Kevin Durant. Like the last thing, one of the reasons why I really like the move is because I'm operating under this assumption that Alperen Sengun is an emerging star. I think, Clint, what you've been saying about how we kind of know what he is, I agree with that, but he is still a young player who's supposed to be getting better. Amin Thompson is like a blank, almost feels like a blank canvas. Yeah. You know, so like, so those are guys that I'm expecting to get better, and I'm hoping, at least for the Rockets' sake, that they still lean into those guys and rely on those guys at the very least as much as they ever have, and hopefully even more so you can sort of preserve Kevin Durant or just not be over-reliant on Kevin Durant in a similar way that they've been overly reliant on Fred VanVleet because they didn't have another guard that could take the pressure off of him, right? They don't have another perimeter scorer. Obviously, Kevin Durant is his own thing, but they don't have another prolific perimeter scorer. Are they going to be able to have an offense outside of Kevin Durant where they can still generate buckets, generate baskets? Who
could be that
who is going to be that like that? So that is my concern. To answer your first question, that's the thing that I'm concerned about. I don't know the answer to your follow-up. Who's that person going to be? I think it could be Reed Shepherd. Do I know? I don't know. I'd like for it to be. Do I feel confident in that? Not quite just yet. So that would be my concern, is that, you know, for all of the patronizing that I've done for people that have done, he's 37 years old, I don't care about that. I would care about it a little bit more if they're going to lean heavily on this 37-year-old in a way that I don't want them to, in a way that Phoenix did and shit. It's a thing that I would caution against.
What I caught a little pushback yesterday when you know we brought up the odds that the Rockets have jumped to the second team out of the West in terms of odds to win the West. I think that's a little bit aggressive with the Kevin Durant ad with a bunch of young guys. And my point is, I think the young guys absolutely have to take whatever that next step is for Amin, whatever the next step is for Jabari, whatever.
Reed Shepherd.
Reed was the biggest one.
Yeah, if he even factors into this.
Yes, like all of that stuff. Like I don't look at them as they are right now without those young guys taking significant strides in a positive direction. It's hard for me to get on a spot of like I'm gonna put them up against the leagues, the best the league has to offer.
Yeah, I think you're operating in a different space of just not assuming that they're going to do that. I think a lot of folks that are penciling them in are operating under this assumption that these things are going to happen.
Yeah.
Like these things that you say have to happen for them to be that they are going to happen. I think if you just do the math of it, honestly, Clint, they were the number 2 seed with Jalen Green, and it's functionally the same team, but now with Kevin Durant. So if they were the 2 seed then, what could they be now, especially if these other players take that leap? So I would agree with you from the standpoint of it's just a crowded field. And so it's a bunch of teams that could be the 2 seed. It's a bunch of teams that could go to the Western Conference Finals and therefore go to the finals. And the Rockets are just among them.
Yeah, I think to your point, I think some people look at the 2 seed in the way you just laid it out, and then others, like I've heard Ron say multiple times, is you were a 2 seed, but you were an underdog to the Golden State Warriors,
right,
in the first round. So like that is which way do you want to look at it? Like which team are they? I believe they were closer to being the team legitimately unproven. They were closer to the team that was an underdog to Golden State than they were the legit 2 seed. I personally look at it that way, and I look at it too. I think it. When you look at the NBA right now, it's easy to say those kind of things after watching Indiana and Oklahoma City play in the finals.
Yeah, well, they looked like, and I even said this at the time, they were one of the most disrespected number 2 seeds that I had ever seen in my life, and their weakness ended up rearing its ugly head. Yeah. Like the thing that people doubted about them ended up being the thing that was there. Now there's more nuance to it than that, of course. It wasn't just Jalen Green's underperformance, but that was a big part of it. And not just that. Now you've replaced that. You've answered that question, like, do they have a go-to guy? Who's going to take the last shot? Who's going to take over the game? Like, these were the questions that you had about the most disrespected number 2 seed that I ever seen. Now they've answered those questions. It makes you, like, just logically put them in that place.
Draft is tonight, Brandon, before we get you out of here. The Rockets don't have any. I know they don't have a first-round selection. Do they have? I don't think they do. They have a late second?
I think they traded it too.
Yeah.
Right? They traded all those.
I thought they did too.
I thought they traded all those.
There was something.
Felt like they traded every second-round pick they ever had.
There was something I saw that it was something, but I don't. Again, I don't think they have a pick as of now. Do you get a sense that they may make some noise and try to get back into this draft tonight? There have been some rumors of that.
Yeah, I'm hearing the same stuff, that there are certain. I don't know who these players are that they might like, and what is the threshold to pick up a guy that you might like at 15, or I don't know what the range is, or where exactly they would try to trade up to get to, in like how many players we're talking about. But yeah, no, I definitely think that there is a reason why you're seeing these reports. The Rockets kept their draft party open, and so they're still carrying on like this is going to be some kind of some type of event. So I think it's worth watching. Not only that, I would add too that your in-state rivals are picking at the top of the draft. So even if the Rockets don't pick, even if they don't trade back into the first round, watching Cooper Flagg go to the Mavericks and the Harper kid go to the Spurs or whatever it is they do with that pick, I think it's going to be worthwhile for Rockets fans, on top of being on pins and needles to see if they'll trade back into the first round.
There are 1 and 2. Real quick. We talked about this earlier. If it's one thing you think they still need, one thing this Rockets team still needs, they're not complete, what would that be when you look at the roster?
I think they could still use shooting. Like, I think Kevin Durant is the fixer. He solves a great bit of the shooting problem, the shooting issue. But for right now, outside of Kevin Durant, I'm expecting the shooting to, because they lost Dillon Brooks, right? You traded away Jalen Green, one of your
40% from three.
Yeah, one of your few spot-up shooters. So you got Kevin Durant in there, but does that come from within, or are those questions going to be answered after they figure out what they're going to do with Jock Landale's non-guaranteed deal? If they're going to bring back Aaron Holiday, okay. If not, what are you doing with that money?
Yeah.
With that money, go get you a shooter, because that's the thing that you
Reed's
really
the
need.
one. Reed's the one, right? I mean, we talked about it a couple days ago. Like, to me, Reed is the one that, if you talk about just the Rockets, the team as a whole, being more dangerous or being a better version of itself, it's like Reed Shepherd being at least a knockdown shooter that the team can depend on is an absolute game changer.
He changes the complexion of the team. Yeah. Like, I think back to that Oklahoma City game. I think it was in March, where guys were hurt. He ended up having to start, and he played out of his mind. And this was against the real Thunder. This wasn't against the G League Thunder or the minor league Thunder. This was the actual Thunder that just won the championship, and he held his own. I'm very interested to see what he looks like with a greater role.
There's some guys out there. Malik Beasley, a shooter out there. Quentin Grimes, who we know from here,
very,
a shooter
very
out
familiar
there.
from here. Yeah.
Yeah, that could be the case. All right, man. Appreciate you joining us. A lot going on. We'll talk to you next Wednesday. Coming up, 5 o'clock Fires, some Jeremy Pena contract news. We'll get you ready for them against the Phillies in Game 2 tonight. Get you ready for the draft as well. All of that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, the days between.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Holy smokes!
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and T-Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T. And that is Psycho T, a man in the green. The man who was 4 for 5 last night, turning it around and making a little bread. He's got best bets, and he believes he's on the roll, folks. So stay tuned for that as we continue to roll. Clint, the latest is before we get you ready for Game 2, and this should be an interesting night for the Astros offense. They struggled last night, and the ace of the Phillies, Zach Wheeler, is going tonight. But more Astros news first before we get to that and get to the lineups and get you ready for that. The Astros and shortstop Jeremy Pena, Clint, were deep into contract extension discussions for a deal that exceeded 5 years, $105 million before he made the decision to switch agents. And obviously, as we talked about yesterday, if you were just coming through, he switched to Scott Boras. And by the way, Hunter Brown also switched to Scott Boras too, so that is
you picked that up with Robert earlier?
Yeah, well, I saw that yesterday as well. He had made the switch, and Robert did say that if you missed that, Robert Flores with us about 3:45. You can go back and listen to that full interview. But in this point, does this make you feel good about the Astros' chances in bringing back Jeremy Pena? Obviously, we've seen their recent history over the last 4 or 5 years or so. Clint, they haven't paid many of these dudes. Maybe it's just been, Jordan. They haven't paid these guys. Does this make you feel better about that?
No, not one bit. You talking about the learning that they offered him a deal of 105 for over 5 years, or the fact that he hired Scott Boras? I mean, the reality of it is Scott Boras is the best agent in the baseball game, and he doesn't specialize in getting his young players short-term deals. I mean, he's going after the long-term deals for huge money. And right now, Jeremy Pena is at his peak. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know if they get a deal done or if they wait this thing out for 2 more years. I have no idea what advice he's getting from Scott Boras, but I know it's not a team-friendly deal. It's interesting. Anytime somebody switches agents in the middle of being offered 105 over 5 years, there's got to be a reason behind it. Somebody said, well, pump the brakes and let's think about what we're doing here. And it's not hard to get to a place where Jeremy Pena had a solid resume before with some bright moments, small sample sizes, but bright moments in the biggest moments of the World Series. But the overall package of Jeremy Pena has paled in comparison to where it is right now. If he can do what he's doing right now, or even remotely close to what he's doing right now over an entire season, I think the money's going to jump significantly for him. 105 over 5, you're looking at $21 million a year. You compare that to the deal that Correa signed a few years ago. Correa's a almost $34 million a year guy. I got to believe that Jeremy Pena, if he continues doing what he's doing right now, he's going to be closer to that 30 number, if not higher, than he is the 20 number. So, look, I would have liked for the Astros, obviously, to have gone ahead and got that 105 5-year deal done. But good for Jeremy Pena in terms of getting the biggest agent's attention and getting on board with him. I wonder if Hunter Brown went that route and then Hunter Brown and Pena had a conversation. It was like, hey, man, you might want to wait a second.
Yeah.
I'd like to know the details behind how it all went down.
What this would put him at right now is the year that would put him 12th in baseball in terms of shortstops, is where that would put him right behind Javi Baez, who's at $23 million. That would put him at 12th in Major League Baseball when it comes to shortstops. And to be honest with you, his body of work, that may be a little high. Like his body of work before you got to this year. This year, as Ferroflo said, he's a legit MVP candidate.
Yeah.
Right? Up to this point. Now, obviously, he would need to show more, but I would assume, Clint, if this continues this year where he plays to this level, That damn it's enough for Scott Boras. Like we're not taking $21 million.
Right.
Like this is going to be a big thing. And I know Tyler and Clint, I probably shouldn't say this, but damn it, they're going to sign one of these guys, right? I mean, they're not going to just keep sitting here and rolling. All right, man, we'll let Correa go. We'll let Bregman go. We'll let Tucker go. We'll let Cole go. We'll let Springer go. They're going to sign one of these guys, right? And now we know they signed Jordan, but obviously a deal came with it. I don't know that a team now I ain't going to know. Say I don't know. Now that Scott Boras is involved, I'm certain a team-friendly deal is not coming through it. You want him to continue to play the way he is, but obviously that 105, Clint, is with Scott Boras there probably at the very least double.
Yeah, Crane tried to sneak one in under the radar, didn't he?
Didn't he? That's a smart move. Smart move. They got deep into that thing, and I guess my man said, no, I'm good. By the way, tonight he will lead off. Let's get you ready for tonight's game 2 against the Phillies. Pena leads off as usual. Paredes behind him. Altuve is at second base at the Daikin tonight. Caratini is in catching. He is in the 4-hole with Cam Smith batting 5th, which seems to be his spot right now in front of Christian Walker. Jake Myers in the lineup in center. And Cooper Hummel, the star from last night who won the game, and then Trammell is back. He gets his first time this year in the lineup and at the plate coming off of injury. So they are looking to win this series tonight, but they will have a tough one as they have old Colton Gordon is going tonight.
Sir.
I know. Your guy, he is going tonight. As they will face Zach Wheeler, and this is a bit of a tough go of it tonight because this is their best starter against a guy that you're just hoping to fill up innings until some of your guys get back healthy.
Well, I mean, look, these guys have answered the bell more times than not. Talking about Colton Gordon, Big C. Talking about
I'm just gonna do
Ryan Gusto. Talking about Brendan Walter. I mean, these guys have answered the bell more than not. So. I'm interested. I want to watch. I'll see if Big C can hold his
there you go.
Can hold his own against Zach Wheeler tonight. I'll be there for it.
By the way, Ron, your boy over here, myself, I'm gonna be in the Daikin part tonight.
That's right, down the
Where are you sitting,
first
Bob?
base line, folks.
Yeah, that's right.
How close? What do you got? 10?
Oh, wait,
row 10.
It might be the third base line.
Oh,
that would help.
It's one of the baselines down in that first bowl. Pretty close to the action. You know how I do it.
You inside 10?
You know how I do it.
Are
for
you
sure.
Inside 10 rows?
Probably. Oh yeah.
Dang, tight.
He said you know how I do
13.
it.
It's row 13, huh?
Yeah, that's my lucky number, man.
There
Funny
you
how
go.
things work out, huh?
Yeah.
He changed it quickly to his it's my lucky number, baby.
I was just trying to think of it, but yeah.
Kick his ass, Seabass!
5 o'clock fire.
All right. The NBA draft tonight, fellas, and it looks like, as we all know, as soon as it happened, as soon as Nico Harrison was given that gift from God to get the number 1 pick, Cooper Flagg will go to the Dallas Mavericks. The rest of what is predicted to be the top 5 will be Dylan Harper going to the Spurs, as Brandon Scott said. The 2 in-state rivals of the Rockets are going 1 and 2 in this draft. The Sixers, VJ Edgecombe, who was at Baylor last year. The Hornets are getting Con Knippel, according to the mock here, from Duke, and then Utah finishing out at the top, Oklahoma. Those of you wondering what that 10 pick may look like, we'll see tonight. But they're projecting that Carter Bryant, the Suns, who obviously got that 10th pick from the Rockets, a forward, will go potentially to the Suns there at pick 10. How they got that from the Rockets. So that is tonight, and I'm wondering, you a little concerned about. Everybody talks about the Spurs because Victor being there and De'Aaron Fox being there. They got the number 2 pick. What about Dallas? Dallas give you some concerns, some worries here down the stretch as the Rockets are starting to build themselves up?
When I saw the contract, was it a contract extension for the guard?
Oh, yeah, Kyrie Irving got a 3-year deal. Yep.
Got a 3-year deal, and you start looking at Kyrie Irving, a bona fide, bucket, that can handle it, that can go get it, alongside KD. Who look, I understand he's frustrating, but when he's right, he's really, really good, obviously. And then if you get Cooper Flagg, and Cooper Flagg is a guy that is in the league a lot like he was in college in terms of just being mature beyond his years and is able to make that transition, yeah. I think the Mavericks probably scare me a little bit more at that point in time, assuming everybody's healthy and assuming everybody can go whenever that is. I think the Mavericks probably scare me a little bit more than the Spurs.
Yeah, and as I said to you earlier, man, I feel a little different about Cooper Flagg. I think Cooper Flagg is going to. What did you say earlier about Nico Collins? I think it's
recession-proof.
I think he's not going to be a bust, right? Like I don't think he is going to be a bust. I think he does too many things well in the league that he may not be a superstar, but he will be, a really good starter in the league at the very least. But Clint, I do feel differently because of what you talked about there. He's going to a team, Clint, where most guys that come out and that are really like saviors, we've seen recently, from the Zions to LeBron to others who have been thought to, hey man, these guys are once in a lifetime prospects. Those guys haven't usually gone to teams that have two champions that have been major pieces of champions that can still play, like Anthony Davis and Kawhi, or not Kawhi, but Kyrie Irving. They generally don't go there. Jason Kidd, who has been a really good coach and a Hall of Fame player and a champion in the league, they usually don't have that. And a team that was, a year ago in the finals. So they've got a lot of players that have been there. So I do feel a little bit different that he gets to come in and really feel himself out and not have the pressure of having to just be the complete savior.
Yeah, it's a total different approach when you come in and take a guy like that and go, hey, man, I need you to be the team and not carry the load versus, hey, man, we're dysfunctional as hell and I need you to come in here and change the culture. So, yeah, this could all end up working out for Nico, man. We'll see.
Yeah, well, that's the part he does have to overcome because he will certainly come out there and butcher that if anybody can.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, we talked about this a bit with Brandon, but more details there. Fred VanVleet, he is planning to sign a new deal. As you know, they kind of pushed back the deadline on trying to figure out a way to restructure his contract. He was initially owed off the team option, the player option of $44.9 million is what his contract was going to be this upcoming season. They have now worked a deal out where reports are that Fred is planning to sign a new 2-year, $50 million deal, $25 million. That feels much better. That feels more like into where Fred is, and you feel comfortable. And so that is going to give them something to do with a little extra money they had. What we're hearing from Kevin Durant is that he will potentially take less than the max so they can do some things. So it looks like the two veterans, the two champions on this team, are doing things to kind of slow things up and give themselves a chance to add more to this team. So, you like to see that, and this feels a lot better for the Rockets where they can have Fred. And this is a smart move for Fred, Clint. There's not a lot of situations better than being here in Houston with adding Durant for Fred VanVleet.
I think it's a huge statement by Fred VanVleet, and it's almost being echoed by Fred VanVleet from that was originally started with Kevin Durant talking about taking less money. And now Fred VanVleet obviously taking less money. Steven Adams signing a deal earlier in the offseason that's viewed as by many that it's a team-friendly deal. I think it's just a huge statement of where the Rockets are, man. The stars have aligned. The time is now. The players that are available, the ones that have the ability to be retained are being retained, and they want to be here. Stars want to be here. Veterans that want to win a championship want to be here, and the youngsters are well documented. The kind of young players Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone have brought in here. So it's just the timing is now, man. It's a beautiful day to be a Rockets fan for sure.
No, it is. All right, coming up as we continue here, one of the great things about the Houston Texans is they have so many young players that you feel very, very confident they have not played their best ball yet. Guys like Will and CJ and Derek Stingley, you still think, boy, there's another level for those guys. In particular, with this team coming into training camp and that will be put on the field this year. How many guys out there do you feel could go the other way? How many guys do you sense have a chance to potentially take a step back? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all check it out.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I mean, I've finally gotten past this, but there was just you could have not sold me that this person, especially when this song came out, that person there,
what a time.
Wilson is her soulmate. now you can see it. Like what year did this come out? Like whenever this came out, there is
early 2000s.
There is
right?
nothing about Sierra that says,
"Let's ride."
Her soulmate's that guy. Her soulmate's the guy that comes up when they ask everybody what where your name and what school you're in. Never did I think when I heard this song and saw this video that her soulmate would be the guy that comes up and goes, Russell Wilson, quarterback, a whole pack of Badgers.
Mr. Unlimited.
By the way, to answer your question,
a whole pack of Badgers.
Stop. This lovely tune done by Ludacris and Sierra came out in 2005.
Oh yeah, no chance. And he was a whole pack of. I think he was a pack at the end.
I wasn't even driving yet.
God, dog, man.
Let's ride.
I mean, I think we've got to start sitting here thinking here that Russell Wilson has pulled off one of the greatest things in American history right now. That he pulled that off. That he took her from Future.
Go Big Blue.
Wow. Shad Moss is rolling around in his living grave. If you don't know who that is, that's Bow Wow.
Is Bow Wow dead?
No, I was in his living grave.
Oh, his living grave.
Yeah, he's rolling around in his living grave.
With us.
I saw him host something, and he interviewed his daughter, and his daughter said, Dad, why am I taller than you?
Yes, a little. Hey, when I was a kid, I had that first album he came out with.
Russell Wilson.
The Browns
a whole
colors
pack of Badgers. I'm sorry.
And he ended up with this.
You bought a Bow Wow album?
I'm talking like my preteen years. like that first one that came out with the Browns color scheme, the Cleveland Browns color scheme.
Did it have the dogs on the front?
Yeah, and he's a real little kid with some braids. Yeah, I jammed the me. I jammed the crap out of that little Bow Wow.
That had to be, you had to be watching like Mike.
Oh, great movie. Great movie.
That is not a great.
That's a good kids movie.
It's a decent kids movie.
I wouldn't watch it again now.
Damn shoes, man. That's when I looked at Morris Chestnut man, like, this is where you are, dog, man. You was Ricky, man. You got shot in the back, man. You was Morris Chestnut, man. This your best man. You Lance. Now you.
That's something.
Now you Bow Wow's guardian / teammate. But he's recovered. Shout out to Morris Chestnut. Got Watson. Got him a TV show on network television. Good for him. All right, Clint, if I were to tell you, text line 713-572-4610, YouTube, Twitch, I see you, Joel Hernandez. I see you, folks. If I were to say to you, hey, man, have a couple of guys that you could at least have a conversation about that could take steps back from their play from last year. I think we feel like there's a lot of guys who are looking to take off the next step.
Is that the rocket ship move? Hand gesture?
I'm not doing the rocket ship. I'm not
making rocket ship.
Are there any players that you have some concerns or thoughts? Like, yeah, maybe their production, their play, their game doesn't quite match what it was last year.
I don't know if – yeah, look, I would go with Jalen Petrie. I think for me on the defensive side of the football, we're looking at a secondary that is going to be viewed as a top 3 secondary in the game, at least from jump. We'll see what happens. The expectations are going to be through the roof. And I think I think if I look across the board on this defense, there's one concern for me in terms of being able to get it done. And it's Jalen Petrie in coverage situations. And I'm not even referring to the Devontae Adams Jets touchdown, Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams. That he should have never been put in that position. And D'Amico knew it immediately, and he knows it now. Like he never should have been put in that position. The reality of it is I think the jury's still out on whether Jalen Petrie can cover in the slot well enough to not have a short of, boy, we better be able to go to some kind of coverage strong nickel defender in a hurry. Because that's the one position that I look at this secondary that if I'm an offensive coordinator of the opponent, I am going to try to get Jalen Petrie in a pickle. I'm going to try to get Azeez Al-Shaair and Henry To'oTo'o in a pickle. But the one that is going to be the easiest and is going to be outside the box the most is Jalen Petrie. And so I worry about Jalen Petrie. I don't know that I would call it a step back, Ron, although it would be because they're obviously really high on him. I don't know if it's as much a step back as just I worry about it getting exposed.
Yeah, because what's the adjustment, right?
Yeah.
Because D'Amico and Matt Burke and crew, they did a really good job of not really allowing him to be in positions, except for that one that gets talked about a lot, but not be in those positions. He seemed to be playing from a strong position often. He seemed to be playing in his strengths, and you would imagine that film is being watched and teams are going to try to do things to create and force him into a mismatch.
Yeah.
And maybe that's lining up receivers in different spots, like at the running back spot where he's forced to have to cover or whatever. They will try to do that, but I could see an adjustment from other offenses trying to do that. How about some of the veterans? You think Danielle Hunter is somebody, Joe Mixon somebody? You think these are guys that potentially we may see them not play at the level we've watched them play, and they may come back a little bit?
Well, I think one guy that I just mentioned was Azeez.
Yeah.
And I don't know that, I'll be honest with you, I don't know that I wouldn't welcome that. I mean, I think Azeez, you want to talk about a guy that kind of hamstrings your defense a little bit, is we saw it last year in the Chiefs game, is if you're going to play a split safety defense and you're going to keep your safeties and play a little bit more of a safer brand of coverage, if you will, and you're going to allow a tight end to roam the middle of the field against Azeez Al-Shaair, I think you're asking for it. And we saw him get exposed last year. And so, again, we start talking about taking a step back. I don't know that I wouldn't welcome somebody else in those critical situations playing for Azeez Al-Shaair. Instead of him being left on the field in those situations, if there's somebody out there at that linebacker position that gives us a better chance. So would it be a step back? Yes, because you're playing fewer snaps. Would it be a step back? Yes, because you're not trusted in those passing situations or those specific coverage situations. So the veteran I would pick would be Azeez Al-Shaair there.
Yeah. And they everything you've said, it seems like the Texans have prepared for that, right? They bring in E.J. Speed, who potentially could be that guy, and to add to that. So it seems like they have prepared for that. If I had, for me, and some of those veterans you can see that if I had to go one, as someone texted, I can see Dalton Schultz taking another step back.
Ooh, boy, that'd be hard to do. That'd be hard to do. Can't create separation and isn't willing to pass protect. Yeah, I don't know what the hell else you want from a tight end.
Someone texted in, I see Kalen Bullock potentially taking a step back. He's still young with people taking advantage of his aggressiveness. Not a bad one. I'm in the same ballpark. Mine would be Kamari Lassiter. Just because I was a bit surprised last year how teams decided to attack him. I was surprised. I'll never forget where Anthony Richardson seemed to appear to forget what number Stingley and Lassiter wore, and for some reason he kept attacking 24 instead of 4. was very strange. But I wonder what it looks like after having tape on him, how teams attack Kamari Lassiter. All right, like I do. Obviously, the speed thing and the 40-time thing, he absolutely flushed down the toilet with his play last year. But I do wonder what that he's the one young guy, Clint, where I'm like, I'm not saying his best game and best ball ain't ahead of him. I do wonder if it's going to be at the same level it was last year.
Yeah, that is that's a good one, Ron. That's probably the best one that we've discussed. I mean, I liken him to C.J. Stroud a little bit in the sense of, boy, his first year was so damn good that, you know, it's going to be hard to duplicate. It's going to be hard to meet those expectations. Everybody's going to expect this guy to be the next Derek Stingley, and maybe he will. But he could be Kamari Lassiter of last year and be pretty damn good, be really good for this team. So I don't know that he's going to be able to improve off of last year. And the other part of that is I think D'Amico did a really good job last year of, I don't want to say compensating or protecting, but literally not putting Kamari Lassiter in a bad spot. Like, it's crazy. If you go back and look at it, it's crazy how many times Kamari Lassiter was, and I use the word protected, but I hope everybody knows I don't mean it in a negative light. But it's crazy how many times when, you know, he's got somebody running a go route against him and he's 5 yards, he's playing a soft coverage or a bail coverage. D'Amico really protected him last year. Does he continue to do that, or does he take the next step and expose him a little bit more? We'll see.
Yeah, someone texted him as you said it, Lassiter's rookie season was like CJ's rookie year.
Yeah.
That guy in Washington might be dealing with that too, coming off his year. Coming up as we continue here, we'll get you best bets, make you some money, and folks, he's hot. He's not single though, but he is hot out there. He is in the green, 4 for 5. Let's make you a little cash tonight. And I think the Astros showed last night, even with everything that's surrounding their team, why they are potentially one of the most scary teams in the American October. We'll discuss that coming up next.
I liked your voice.
What a massive move by Rafael Stone and the Rockets. After weeks of speculation, Kevin Durant is coming to Houston in a trade that sends Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, and this year's 10th pick back to the Suns. Can the 37-year-old superstar take Ime's squad to the next level and make them title contenders next season?
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 6.
free network.
Exclusive furniture. Where low prices live.
Finish it. Go hard.
You're gonna get hard.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Right on there with the beat there.
Little Jeezy get you turned
A
on.
little fired up there is Clint Stoerner. Okay. All right. Calm down.
Finish it. Go hard. Yeah. Come on, baby. I'm coming in there to get that work. We're going to Traverse City, Michigan, babe.
We are headed out.
Hey, taking my lady with me
in the morning.
We're going to play a little golf. We're going to get practiced up so I can whoop Tyler's ass whenever he gets a nerve up. Have me a little wine.
That was a good one.
Come on.
Just everything I was smiling with until you brought that up. Coming up.
I haven't seen you smile much today, man.
Shove it up your ass.
See? Thank you.
I just love that phrase. I love when people shove it up your ass.
It is a good phrase.
No, coming up behind us, Texans All Access.
I'm not a fan of it.
You're. Come and shove it up your ass.
I mean,
especially when it's said like that.
I mean, it's aggressive. Like
shove it up your ass.
I don't think you're joking. I think you're dead serious. When you go that route.
Hey, shove it up your ass, buddy.
Yeah,
oh, you had the buddy. Serious. No, it's pal. If you had the pal on it, that means serious business. Pal.
You call him pal, bucko.
That's serious. Oh, bucko's good, too. Shove it up your ass, bucko.
We can take this thing outside if you want to now.
Y'all sound like that's what y'all do at an Astros game. Y'all are screaming from the stands.
Come on, bucko. That's a good one.
Come on, tough guy. You were talking.
Come on, brother. Shove it up your ass, brother. And like
maybe Hogan, outside, Cletus.
Hogan, the way Hogan says, it can't be Cletus unless it's somebody's name. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. We just talked about this fella, EJ Speed. He will join the show.
I'll be
join the fellas. EJ Speed spoke his ass up, and he is going to be on with the fellas tonight. Texans All Access. Also coming up behind them, the fellas, Area 45, the best late-night sports show in all of Houston, 7 to 11. They will have the post-game as well as the Astros look to take this series tonight versus the Phillies. Chris Santiago, Patrick Creighton, and Sean Bijani. He's wearing his GOAT shirt, folks, so you know he's in rare form. And Tyler's fired up, man. He's feeling good. He went 4 for 5 last night. And the team totals, only one that got him. He went 4 for 5 last night. And hopefully he can make you some money again tonight as we will get best bets going again. So stay tuned for that. Oh, a good one from Irwin. Blow it out your ass. Yeah, that's a good one. Blow it.
I'm a little more comfortable with that part of it than the other one.
Shoving it?
Yeah, I'm not.
So you're better with blowing it than shoving it?
Yeah, I got you.
I mean, I'm a little more comfortable with that kind of stuff.
I would have guessed that. I mean, it makes sense.
The most famous blow it out your ass I feel in a movie is Major League when Charlie Sheen finally comes out of the bullpen and he stops being like the corporate nice Charlie Sheen, and Randy Quaid's up there who is just chastising him the whole time. And he comes out and he finally goes back to being Wild Thing, and he gets the mohawk again going, and he walks out and he goes, blow it out your ass. And he says something else. And Randy Quaid goes, oh my God, he's back. Wild Thing's back. And then that girl goes, oh God, crank it, Larry, or whatever his name is. And he starts playing that damn music. That's the blow it out your ass. That comes to my mind. Ooh, boy, that almost got to me there. That's a flashback. By the way, tonight, as Tyler said, he'll be there. Not first baseline, folks. Third baseline. Look for him. Third baseline.
I'm directionally.
He's gonna watch. I know. He's
white
gonna watch.
T-shirt, white Space City T-shirt,
and
white hat on backwards.
He has threatened that every time it gets
head
really
back, you can probably see up his nostrils.
It gets really, really low. He is gonna scream, Gordo, or whatever he
Big
or
C.
Big C. Big C. So see if you can hear that rolling around. Right, but I think last night, and we'll have a chance to see it tomorrow potentially, as well as the Astros, will take on the Phillies again. Hunter Brown goes and gets the ball. Clint, to me, that's what makes the Astros so scary in October. When Dana Brown a few weeks ago said, I think this team is built for the postseason in October, a big thing is, and if you missed it, our guy Robert Flores said it, you got those split aces at the top, and you can go one. They can do this to good offense. They can flat shut down offenses, and I'm not saying they're the only pitchers, but when you got the pressure to face those two at the front of the rotation in a series, and you could be looking at down two. I mean, Framber didn't have his good stuff yesterday. Walked 4 and didn't give up a run to that offense in 7 innings. That's the scary thing about what they potentially bring to the table.
Definitely the scary thing. You'd rather not put that pressure on those two guys to shut down this Phillies lineup or one of the best lineups in the game in order to win a series. But it's definitely possible. They're capable of getting it done. The crazy part of it to me is not what Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez can and have done. It's the way in which they've produced runs, whether it's one run last night in a critical situation, one swing of the bat. My man Cooper Hummel, puts one over the wall in right center and is stoked out of his mind, which rightfully so he should be.
Oh, yeah.
Or it's a combination of them throwing up 7 or 8 runs, and it's Pena and Paredes and Cam Smith and Jake Meyer doing the damage. It's just wild the way the Astros have gotten to the point, had the success, gotten the production that they've gotten this year. It's crazy to think that they've done it with the fellas that they've had to roll out there, and how quickly those guys have turned the corner.
Yeah. You and then when you combine it with they can literally go themselves, Abreu, and Hader, right? Like they can do that, which is. Like, you got a problem if that's what you got to deal with in the postseason with the Astros, and that is a scary proposition for anybody. Text line coming through. You're gonna love TVC Michigan. Don't skip Glen Arbor is what someone texted. All right,
it's already one of the courses on the list. I saw the itinerary. It's on the list.
Yeah, I know we got Wolverine tomorrow.
Wolverine's on the list.
Gary Player in the Bear.
The Bear's on the list.
Jack Nicklaus. So it should be fun. We will. Absolutely let you know about that. And also, Rockets will nail their pick tonight with the 10th pick and add another legit baller. Okay.
They traded that pick.
I know. I just
we're doing.
Next line coming in. You got to be on that. You keep watching for that though.
Yeah, you check it out. Let's know who they pick.
Let us know if you like who they add to this team with that 10th pick. All right. Tyler, let's do the thing. Let's make some money. 4 for 5 yesterday. Back into the green, 80%. What you got for the people tonight?
That's right, as it has been, given that these NBA Finals are all done with. We're in Houston and don't care about hockey, football back yet. 5 more. MLB bets on a Wednesday. 5 bets. We have 4 or 5. Damn near perfection. Needed it in a big way. Feeling good about it. Here are your Wednesday best bets listed very quickly. If you miss any, go to my Twitter at @TMillRealDeal. First, Twins. Those Minnesota Twins. First 5 innings money line as they host the Seattle Mariners. Next, I got the New York Mets. Money line at -130 for them.
They need to get it going.
Yes.
They're 1-9 in their last 10.
And they're hosting a good Braves team tonight, but I'm on the Mets money line. That's number 2. Next best bet, Rays and Royals tonight in Kansas City. Under 9.5 runs in that game between the Royals and Rays. It appears that Ron the Show absolutely hates that bet.
I just hate the Royals and what they're doing right now to me. It's more than 9.
I get that.
Frustration with them.
Stros make me
But
cuss.
it makes sense. Michael Walker's been pitching well.
Okay. So maybe you do like it. And then your last 2, they pertain to this Astros game happening in just a little over an hour over at Dyken Park. First off, I'm back on it. The only bet we did not hit last night, I got faith it's going to hit tonight. It needs to hit tonight. More runs. Stros over 3.5.